Upon the dull earth. Sylvia ran laughing through the night brightness, between the roses and cosmos and Shasta daisies, down the gravel path and beyond the heaps of sweet-tasting grass swept from the lawns. Stars, caught in pools of water, glittered everywhere as she brushed through them to the slope beyond the brick wall. Cedars supported the sky and ignored the slim shape squeezing past, her brown hair flying, her eyes flashing. "Wait for me," Rick complained as he cautiously threaded his way after her along the half-familiar path. Sylvia danced on without stopping. "Slow down," he shouted angrily. "Can't. We're late." Without warning, Sylvia appeared in front of him, blocking the path. "Empty your pockets," she gasped, her gray eyes sparkling. "Throw away all metal. You know they can't stand metal." Rick searched his pockets. In his overcoat were 2 dimes and a 50-cent piece. "Do these count?" "Yes!" Sylvia snatched the coins and threw them into the dark heaps of calla lilies. The bits of metal hissed into the moist depths and were gone. "Anything else?" She caught hold of his arm anxiously. "They're already on their way. Anything else, Rick?" "Just my watch." Rick pulled his wrist away as Sylvia's wild fingers snatched for the watch. "That's not going in the bushes." "Then lay it on the sundial, or the wall, or in a hollow tree." Sylvia raced off again. Her excited, rapturous voice danced back to him. "Throw away your cigarette case, and your keys, your belt buckle, everything metal. You know how they hate metal. Hurry, we're late." Rick followed sullenly after her. "All right, witch." Sylvia snapped at him furiously from the darkness. "Don't say that. It isn't true. You've been listening to my sisters and my mother, and—" Her words were drowned out by the sound. Distant flapping, a long way off, like vast leaves rustling in a winter's storm. The night sky was alive with the frantic poundings. They were coming very quickly this time. They were too greedy, too desperately eager to wait. Flickers of fear touched the man, and he ran to catch up with Sylvia. Sylvia was a tiny column of green skirt and blouse in the center of the thrashing mass. She was pushing them away with one arm and trying to manage the faucet with the other. The churning activity of wings and bodies twisted her like a reed. For a time she was lost from sight. "Rick," she called faintly, "come here and help." She pushed them away and struggled up. "They're suffocating me." Rick fought his way through the wall of flashing white to the edge of the trough. They were drinking greedily at the blood that spilled from the wooden faucet. He pulled Sylvia close against him. She was terrified and trembling. He held her tight until some of the violence and fury around them had died down. "They're hungry," Sylvia gasped feebly. "You're a little cretin for coming ahead. They can sear you to ash." "I know. They can do anything." She shuddered, excited and frightened. "Look at them," she whispered, her voice husky with awe. "Look at the size of them, their wings spread. And they're white, Rick, spotless, perfect. There's nothing in our world as spotless as that, great and clean and wonderful." They certainly wanted the lamb's blood. Sylvia's soft hair blew against his face as the wings fluttered on all sides. They were leaving now, roaring up into the sky. Not up, really, away. Back to their own world whence they had scented the blood. But it was not only the blood. They had come because of Sylvia. She had attracted them. The girl's gray eyes were wide. She reached up towards the rising white creatures. One of them swooped close. Grass and flowers sizzled as blinding white flames roared in a brief fountain. Rick scrambled away. The flaming figure hovered momentarily over Sylvia, and then there was a hollow pop. The last of the white-winged giants was gone. The air, the ground, gradually cooled into darkness and silence. "I'm sorry," Sylvia whispered. "Don't do it again," Rick managed. He was numb with shock. "It isn't safe." "Sometimes I forget. I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to draw them so close." She tried to smile. "I haven't been that careless in months, not since that other time when I first brought you out here." The avid, wild look slid across her face. "Did you see him? Power and flames, and he didn't even touch us. He just looked at us. That was all. And everything's burned up all around." Rick grabbed hold of her. "Listen," he grated. "You mustn't call them again. It's wrong. This isn't their world." "It's not wrong. It's beautiful." "It's not safe." His fingers dug into her flesh until she gasped. "Stop tempting them down here." Sylvia laughed hysterically. She pulled away from him, out into the blasted circle that the horde of angels had seared behind them as they rose into the sky. "I can't help it," she cried. "I belong with them. They're my family, my people. Generations of them back into the past." "What do you mean?" "They're my ancestors, and someday I'll join them." "You are a little witch!" Rick shouted furiously. "No," Sylvia answered. "Not a witch, Rick. Don't you see? I'm a saint." The kitchen was warm and bright. Sylvia plugged in the Silex and got a big red can of coffee down from the cupboards over the sink. "You mustn't listen to them," she said as she set out plates and cups and got cream from the refrigerator. "You know they don't understand. Look at them in there." Sylvia's mother and her sisters, Betty Lou and Jean, stood huddled together in the living room, fearful and alert, watching the young couple in the kitchen. Walter Everett was standing by the fireplace, his face blank, remote. "Listen to me," Rick said. "You have this power to attract them. You mean you're not... Isn't Walter your real father?" "Oh, yes, of course he is. I'm completely human. Don't I look human?" "But you're the only one who has the power." "I'm not physically different," Sylvia said thoughtfully. "I have the ability to see, that's all. Others have had it before me. Saints, martyrs. When I was a child, my mother read to me about Saint Bernadette. Remember where her cave was? Near a hospital. They were hovering there, and she saw one of them." "But the blood, it's grotesque. There never was anything like that." "Oh, yes, the blood draws them, lamb's blood especially. They hover over battlefields, Valkyries carrying off the dead to Valhalla. That's why saints and martyrs cut and mutilate themselves. You know where I got the idea?" Sylvia fastened a little apron around her waist and filled the Silex with coffee. "When I was 9 years old, I read of it in Homer in the Odyssey. Ulysses dug a trench in the ground and filled it with blood to attract the spirits, the shades from the netherworld." "That's right," Rick admitted reluctantly. "I remember." "The ghosts of people who died. They had lived once. Everybody lives here, then dies and goes there." Her face glowed. "We're all going to have wings. We're all going to fly. We'll all be filled with fire and power. We won't be worms anymore." "Worms? That's what you always call me." "Of course you're a worm. We're all worms, grubby worms, creeping over the crust of the earth, through dust and dirt." "Why should blood bring them?" "Because it's life, and they're attracted by life. Blood is Ushkabeha, the water of life." "Blood means death. A trough of spilled blood. It's not death. When you see a caterpillar crawl into its cocoon, do you think it's dying? Walter Everett was standing in the doorway. He stood listening to his daughter, his face dark. "One day," he said hoarsely, "they're going to grab her and carry her off. She wants to go with them. She's waiting for that day." "You see," Sylvia said to Rick, "he doesn't understand either." She shut off the Silex and poured coffee. "Coffee for you?" she asked her father. "No," Everett said. "Sylvia," Rick said as if speaking to a child, "if you went away with them, you know you couldn't come back to us. We all have to cross sooner or later. It's all part of our life." "But you're only 19, Rick pleaded. "You're young and healthy and beautiful. And our marriage, what about our marriage?" He half rose from the table. "Sylvia, you've got to stop this." "I can't stop it. I was 7 when I saw them first." Sylvia stood by the sink, gripping the Silex, a faraway look in her eyes. "Remember, Daddy? We were living back in Chicago. It was winter. I fell walking home from school." She held up a slim arm. "See the scar? I fell and cut myself on the gravel and slush. I came home crying. It was sleeting and the wind was howling around me. My arm was bleeding and my mitten was soaked with blood. And then I looked up and saw them." There was silence. "They want you," Everett said wretchedly. "They're flies, bluebottles, hovering around, waiting for you, calling you to come along with them." "Why not?" Sylvia's gray eyes were shining, and her cheeks radiated joy and anticipation. "You've seen them, Daddy. You know what it means. Transfiguration. From clay into gods." Rick left the kitchen. In the living room, the two sisters stood together, curious and uneasy. Mrs. Everett stood by herself, her face granite-hard, eyes bleak behind her steel-rimmed glasses. She turned away as Rick passed them. "What happened out there?" Betty Lou asked him in a taut whisper. She was 15, skinny and plain, hollow-cheeked, with mousy, sand-colored hair. "Sylvia never lets us come out with her." "Nothing happened," Rick answered. Anger stirred in the girl's barren face. "That's not true. You were both out in the garden in the dark and—" "Don't talk to him," her mother snapped. She yanked the two girls away and shot Rick a glare of hatred and misery. Then she turned quickly from him. Rick opened the door to the basement and switched on the light. He descended slowly into the cold, damp room of concrete and dirt, with its unwinking yellow light hanging from the dust-covered wires overhead. In one corner loomed the big floor furnace with its mammoth hot air pipes. Beside it stood the water heater and discarded bundles, boxes of books, newspapers, and old furniture, thick with dust, encrusted with strings of spiderwebs. At the far end were the washing machine and spin dryer, and Sylvia's pump and refrigeration system. From the workbench, Rick selected a hammer and 2 heavy pipe wrenches. He was moving towards the elaborate tanks and pipes when Sylvia appeared abruptly at the top of the stairs, her coffee cup in one hand. She hurried quickly down to him. "What are you doing down here?" she asked, studying him intently. "Why that hammer and those 2 wrenches?" Rick dropped the tools back onto the bench. "I thought maybe this could be solved on the spot." Sylvia moved between him and the tanks. "I thought you understood. They've always been a part of my life. When I brought you with me the first time, you seemed to see what—" "I don't want to lose you," Rick said harshly. "To anybody or anything, in this world or any other. I'm not going to give you up." "It's not giving me up." Her eyes narrowed. "You came down here to destroy and break everything. The moment I'm not looking, you'll smash all this, won't you?" "That's right." Fear replaced anger on the girl's face. "Do you want me to be chained here? I have to go on. I'm through with this part of the journey. I've stayed here long enough." "Can't you wait?" Rick demanded furiously. He couldn't keep the ragged edge of despair out of his voice. "Doesn't it come soon enough, anyhow?" Sylvia shrugged and turned away, her arms folded, her red lips tight together. "You want to be a worm, always, a fuzzy little creeping caterpillar." "I want you." "You can't have me," she whirled angrily. "I don't have any time to waste with this." "You have higher things in mind," Rick said savagely. "Of course." She softened a little. "I'm sorry, Rick. Remember Icarus? You want to fly too, I know it." "In my time." "Why not now? Why wait? You're afraid." She slid lithely away from him, cunning twisting her red lips. "Rick, I want to show you something. Promise me first you won't tell anybody." "What is it?" "Promise." She put her hand to his mouth. "I have to be careful. It cost a lot of money. Nobody knows about it. It's what they do in China. Everything goes towards it." "I'm curious," Rick said. Uneasiness flicked at him. "Show it to me." Trembling with excitement, Sylvia disappeared behind the huge lumbering refrigerator, back into the darkness behind the web of frost-hard freezing coils. He could hear her tugging and pulling at something, scraping sounds, sounds of something large being dragged out. "See?" Sylvia gasped. "Give me a hand, Rick. It's heavy, hardwood and brass and metal-lined. It's hand-stained and polished. And the carving. See the carving, isn't it beautiful?" "What is it?" Rick demanded huskily. "It's my cocoon," Sylvia said simply. She settled down in a contented heap on the floor and rested her head happily against the polished oak coffin. Rick grabbed her by the arm and dragged her to her feet. "You can't sit with that coffin down here in the basement with—" He broke off. "What's the matter?" Sylvia's face was twisting with pain. She backed away from him and put her finger quickly to her mouth. "I cut myself when you pulled me up on a nail or something." A thin trickle of blood oozed down her fingers. She groped in her pocket for a handkerchief. "Let me see it." He moved towards her, but she avoided him. "Is it bad?" he demanded. "Stay away from me," Sylvia whispered. "What's wrong? Let me see it." "Rick," Sylvia said in a low, intense voice, "get some water and adhesive tape as quickly as possible." She was trying to keep down her rising terror. "I have to stop the bleeding." "Upstairs?" He moved awkwardly away. "It doesn't look too bad. Why don't you—" "Hurry!" The girl's voice was suddenly bleak with fear. "Rick, hurry!" Confused, he ran a few steps. Sylvia's terror poured after him. "No, it's too late," she called thinly. "Don't come back. Keep away from me. It's my own fault. I trained them to come. Keep away. I'm sorry, Rick. Oh—" Her voice was lost to him as the wall of the basement burst and shattered. A cloud of luminous white forced its way through and blazed out into the basement. It was Sylvia they were after. She ran a few hesitant steps towards Rick, halted uncertainly, then the white mass of bodies and wings settled around her. She shrieked once, then a violent explosion blasted the basement into a shimmering dance of furnace heat. He was thrown to the floor. The cement was hot and dry. The whole basement crackled with heat. Windows shattered as pulsing white shapes pushed out again. Smoke and flames licked up the walls. The ceilings sagged and rained plaster down. Rick struggled to his feet. The furious activity was dying away. The basement was a littered chaos. All surfaces were scorched black, seared and crusted with smoking ash. Splintered wood, torn cloth, and broken concrete were strewn everywhere. The furnace and washing machine were in ruins. The elaborate pumping and refrigeration system now were a glittering mass of slag. One whole wall had been twisted aside. Plaster was rubbled over everything. Sylvia was a twisted heap, arms and legs doubled grotesquely. Shriveled, carbonized remains of fire-scorched ash settling in a vague mound. What had been left were charred fragments, a brittle, burned-out husk. It was a dark night, cold and intense. A few stars glittered like ice from above his head. A faint, dank wind stirred through the dripping calla lilies and whipped gravel up in a frigid mist along the path between the black roses. He crouched for a long time, listening and watching. Behind the cedars, the big house loomed against the sky. At the bottom of the slope, a few cars slithered along the highway. Otherwise, there was no sound. Ahead of him jutted the squat outline of the porcelain trough and the pipe that had carried blood from the refrigerator in the basement. The trough was empty and dry, except for a few leaves that had fallen in it. Rick took a deep breath of thin night air and held it. Then he got stiffly to his feet. He scanned the sky but saw no movement. They were there, though, watching and waiting, dim shadows echoing into the legendary past, a line of god figures. He picked up the heavy gallon drums, dragged them to the trough, and poured blood from a New Jersey abattoir, cheap-grade steer refuse, thick and clotted. It splashed against his clothes, and he backed away nervously. But nothing stirred in the air above. The garden was silent, drenched with night fog and darkness. He stood beside the trough, waiting and wondering if they were coming. They had come for Sylvia, not merely for the blood. Without her there was no attraction but the raw food. He carried the empty metal cans over to the bushes and kicked them down the slope. He searched his pockets carefully to make sure there was no metal in them. Over the years, Sylvia had nourished their habit of coming. Now she was on the other side. Did that mean they wouldn't come? Somewhere in the damp bushes something rustled. An animal or a bird? In the trough, the blood glistened, heavy and dull like old lead. It was their time to come, but nothing stirred the great trees above. He picked out the rows of nodding black roses, the gravel path down which he and Sylvia had run. Violently he shut out the recent memory of her flashing eyes and deep red lips. The highway beyond the slope, the empty, deserted garden, the silent house in which her family huddled and waited. After a time there was a dull, swishing sound. He tensed, but it was only a diesel truck lumbering along the highway, headlights blazing. He stood grimly, his feet apart, his heels dug into the soft black ground. He wasn't leaving. He was staying there until they came. He wanted her back at any cost. Overhead, foggy webs of moisture drifted across the moon. The sky was a vast, barren plain, without life or warmth. The deathly cold of deep space, away from suns and living things. He gazed up until his neck ached. Cold stars sliding in and out of the matted layer of fog. Was there anything else? Didn't they want to come, or weren't they interested in him? It had been Sylvia who had interested them. Now they had her. Behind him there was a movement without sound. He sensed it and started to turn, but suddenly on all sides the trees and undergrowth shifted. Like cardboard props they wavered and ran together, blending dully in the night shadows. Something moved through them, rapidly, silently, then was gone. They had come. He could feel them. They had shut off their power and flame. Cold, indifferent statues, rising among the trees, dwarfing the cedars, remote from him and his world, attracted by curiosity and mild habit. "Sylvia," he said clearly, "which are you?" There was no response. Perhaps she wasn't among them. He felt foolish. A vague flicker of white drifted past the trough, hovered momentarily, and then went on without stopping. The air above the trough vibrated, then died into immobility as another giant inspected briefly and withdrew. Panic breathed through him. They were leaving again, receding back into their own world. The trough had been rejected. They weren't interested. "Wait," he muttered thickly. Some of the white shadows lingered. He approached them slowly, wary of their flickering immensity. If one of them touched him, he would sizzle briefly and puff into a dark heap of ash. A few feet away he halted. "You know what I want," he said. "I want her back. She shouldn't have been taken yet." Silence. "You were too greedy," he said. "You did the wrong thing. She was going to come over to you eventually. She had it all worked out." The dark fog rustled. Among the trees the flickering shapes stirred and pulsed, responsive to his voice. "True," came a detached, impersonal sound. The sound drifted around him from tree to tree, without location or direction. It was swept off by the night wind to die into dim echoes. Relief settled over him. They had paused. They were aware of him, listening to what he had to say. "You think it's right?" he demanded. "She had a long life here. We were to marry, have children." There was no answer, but he was conscious of a growing tension. He listened intently, but he couldn't make out anything. Presently he realized a struggle was taking place, a conflict among them. The tension grew, more shapes flickered. The clouds, the icy stars, were obscured by the vast presence swelling around him. "Rick," a voice spoke close by, wavering, drifting back into the dim regions of the trees and dripping plants. He could hardly hear it. The words were gone as soon as they were spoken. "Rick, help me get back." "Where are you?" He couldn't locate her. "What can I do?" "I don't know." Her voice was wild with bewilderment and pain. "I don't understand. Something went wrong. They must have thought I wanted to come right away. I didn't." "I know," Rick said. "It was an accident." They were waiting. The cocoon, the trough. But it was too soon. Her terror came across to him from the vague distances of another universe. "Rick, I've changed my mind. I want to come back." "It's not as simple as that." "I know. Rick, time is different on this side. I've been gone so long. Your world seems to creep along. It's been years, hasn't it?" "1 week," Rick said. "It was their fault. You don't blame me, do you? They know they did the wrong thing. Those who did it have been punished, but that doesn't help me." Misery and panic distorted her voice so he could hardly understand her. "How can I come back?" "Don't they know?" "They say it can't be done." Her voice trembled. "They say they destroyed the clay part. It was incinerated. There's nothing for me to go back to." Rick took a deep breath. "Make them find some other way. It's up to them. Don't they have the power? They took you over too soon. They must send you back. It's their responsibility." The white shapes shifted uneasily. The conflict rose sharply. They couldn't agree. Rick warily moved back a few paces. "They say it's dangerous." Sylvia's voice came from no particular spot. They say it was attempted once. She tried to control her voice. The nexus between this world and yours is unstable. There are vast amounts of free-floating energy. The power we, on this side, have isn't really our own. It's a universal energy, tapped and controlled. Why can't they? This is a higher continuum. There's a natural process of energy from lower to higher regions, but the reverse process is risky. The blood. It's a sort of guide to follow, a bright marker. Like moths around a light bulb, Rick said bitterly. If they send me back and something goes wrong, she broke off and then continued. If they make a mistake, I might be lost between the two regions. I might be absorbed by the free energy. It seems to be partly alive. It's not understood. Remember Prometheus and the fire. I see, Rick said as calmly as he could. Darling, if they try to send me back, I'll have to find some shape to enter. You see, I don't exactly have a shape anymore. There's no real material form on this side. What you see, the wings and the whiteness, are not really there. If I succeeded in making the trip back to your side, you'd have to mold something, Rick said. I'd have to take something there, something of clay. I'd have to enter it and reshape it, as he did a long time ago when the original form was put on your world. If they did it once, they can do it again. The one who did that is gone. He passed on upward. There was unhappy irony in her voice. There are regions beyond this. The ladder doesn't stop here. Nobody knows where it ends. It just seems to keep on going up and up, world after world. Who decides about you? Rick demanded. It's up to me, Sylvia said faintly. They say if I want to take the chance, they'll try it. What do you think you'll do? He asked. I'm afraid. What if something goes wrong? You haven't seen it, the region between. The possibilities there are incredible. They terrify me. He was the only one with enough courage. Everyone else has been afraid. It was their fault. They have to take responsibility. They know that. Sylvia hesitated miserably. Rick, darling, please tell me what to do. Come back. Silence. Then her voice, thin and pathetic. All right, Rick, if you think that's the right thing. It is, he said firmly. He forced his mind not to think, not to picture or imagine anything. He had to have her back. Tell them to get started now. Tell them... A deafening crack of heat burst in front of him. He was lifted up and tossed into a flaming sea of pure energy. They were leaving, and the scalding lake of sheer power bellowed and thundered around him. For a split second he thought he glimpsed Sylvia, her hands reaching imploringly towards him. Then the fire cooled, and he lay blinded in dripping, night-moistened darkness, alone in the silence. Walter Everett was helping him up. You damn fool, he was saying again and again. You shouldn't have brought them back. They've got enough from us. Then he was in the big, warm living room. Mrs. Everett stood silently in front of him, her face hard and expressionless. The two daughters hovered anxiously around him, fluttering and curious, eyes wide with morbid fascination. I'll be all right, Rick muttered. His clothing was charred and blacked. He rubbed black ash from his face. Bits of dried grass stuck to his hair. They had seared a circle around him as they had ascended. He lay back against the couch and closed his eyes. When he opened them, Betty Lou Everett was forcing a glass of water into his hands. Thanks, he muttered. You should never have gone out there, Walter Everett repeated. Why? Why'd you do it? You know what happened to her. You want the same thing to happen to you? I want her back, Rick said quietly. Are you mad? You can't get her back. She's gone. His lips twitched convulsively. You saw her. Betty Lou was gazing at Rick intently. What happened out there? She demanded. You saw her. Rick got heavily to his feet and left the living room. In the kitchen he emptied the water in the sink and poured himself a drink. While he was leaning wearily against the sink, Betty Lou appeared in the doorway. What do you want? Rick demanded. The girl's face was flushed and unhealthy red. I know something happened out there. You were feeding them, weren't you? She advanced towards him. You're trying to get her back? That's right, Rick said. Betty Lou giggled nervously. But you can't. She's dead. Her body's been cremated. I saw it. Her face worked excitedly. Daddy always said that something bad would happen to her, and it did. She leaned close to Rick. She was a witch. She got what she deserved. She's coming back, Rick said. No! Panic stirred the girl's drab features. She can't come back. She's dead, like she always said. Worm into butterfly. She's a butterfly. Go inside, Rick said. You can't order me around, Betty Lou answered. Her voice rose hysterically. This is my house. We don't want you around here any more. Daddy is going to tell you. He doesn't want you, and I don't want you, and my mother and sister. The change came without warning. Like a film gone dead, Betty Lou froze, her mouth half open, one arm raised, her words dead on her tongue. She was suspended, an instantly lifeless thing raised off the floor as if caught between two slides of glass. A vacant insect without speech or sound, inert and hollow, not dead, but abruptly thinned back to primordial inanimacy. Into the captured shell filtered new potency and being. It settled over her, a rainbow of life that poured into place eagerly, like hot fluid, into every part of her. The girl stumbled and moaned, her body jerked violently and pitched against the wall. A china teacup tumbled from an overhead shelf and smashed on the floor. The girl retreated numbly, one hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with pain and shock. Oh, she gasped, I cut myself. She shook her head and gazed up mutely at him, appealing to him. On a nail or something. Sylvia! He caught hold of her and dragged her to her feet, away from the wall. It was her arm he gripped, warm and full and mature. Stunned gray eyes, brown hair, quivering breasts. She was now as she had been those last moments in the basement. Let's see it, he said. He tore her hand from her mouth and shakily examined her finger. There was no cut, only a thin white line rapidly dimming. It's all right, honey. You're all right. There's nothing wrong with you. Rick, I was over there. Her voice was husky and faint. They came and dragged me across with them. She shuddered violently. Rick, am I actually back? He crushed her tight, completely back. It was so long. I was over there a century, endless ages. I thought... Suddenly she pulled away. Rick, what is it? Sylvia's face was wild with fear. There's something wrong. There's nothing wrong. You've come back home, and that's all that matters. Sylvia retreated from him. But they took a living form, didn't they? Not discarded clay. They don't have the power, Rick. They altered his work instead. Her voice rose in panic. A mistake. They should have known better than to alter the balance. It's unstable, and none of them can control the... Rick blocked the doorway. Stop talking like that, he said fiercely. It's worth it. Anything's worth it. If they set things out of balance, it's their own fault. We can't turn it back. Her voice rose shrilly, thin and hard, like drawn wire. "We've set it in motion, started the waves lapping out. The balance he's set up is altered." "Come on, darling," Rick said. "Let's go and sit in the living room with your family. You'll feel better. You'll have to try to recover from this." They approached the three seated figures, two on the couch, one in the straight chair by the fireplace. The figures sat motionless, their faces blank, their bodies limp and waxen, dulled forms that did not respond as the couple entered the room. Rick halted, uncomprehending. Walter Everett was slumped forward, newspaper in one hand, slippers on his feet. His pipe was still smoking in the deep ashtray on the arm of his chair. Mrs. Everett sat with a lap full of sewing, her face grim and stern, but strangely vague. An unformed face, as if the material were melting and running together. Jean sat huddled in a shapeless heap, a ball of clay wadded up, more formless each moment. Abruptly, Jean collapsed. Her arms fell loose beside her, her head sagged. Her body, her arms and legs filled out. Her features altered rapidly. Her clothing changed. Colors flowed in her hair, her eyes, her skin. The waxen pallor was gone. Pressing her fingers to her lips, she gazed up at Rick mutely. She blinked and her eyes focused. "Oh," she gasped. Her lips moved awkwardly. The voice was faint and uneven, like a poor soundtrack. She struggled up jerkily with uncoordinated movements that propelled her stiffly to her feet and towards him, one awkward step at a time, like a wire dummy. "Rick, I cut myself," she said, "on a nail or something." What had been Mrs. Everett stirred. Shapeless and vague, it made dull sounds and flopped grotesquely. Gradually it hardened and shaped itself. "My finger," its voice gasped feebly. Like mirror echoes dimming off into darkness, the third figure in the easy chair took up the words. Soon they were all of them repeating the phrase, 4 fingers, their lips moving in unison. "My finger. I cut myself, Rick." Parrot reflections, receding mimicries of words and movement, and the settling shapes were familiar in every detail. Again and again, repeated around him, twice on the couch, in the easy chair, close beside him, so close he could hear her breath and see her trembling lips. "What is it?" the Sylvia beside him asked. On the couch, one Sylvia resumed its sewing. She was sewing methodically, absorbed in her work. In the deep chair, another took up its newspapers, its pipe, and continued reading. One huddled, nervous and afraid. The one beside him followed as he retreated to the door. She was panting with uncertainty, her gray eyes wide, her nostrils flaring. "Rick." He pulled the door open and made his way out onto the dark porch. Machine-like, he felt his way down the steps, through the pools of night collected everywhere, toward the driveway. In the yellow square of light behind him, Sylvia was outlined, peering unhappily after him. And behind her, the other figures, identical, pure repetitions, nodding over their tasks. He found his coupe and pulled out onto the road. Gloomy trees and houses flashed past. He wondered how far it would go. Lapping waves spreading out, a widening circle as the imbalance spread. He turned onto the main highway. There were soon more cars around him. He tried to see into them, but they moved too swiftly. The car ahead was a red Plymouth. A heavy-set man in a blue business suit was driving, laughing merrily with a woman beside him. He pulled his own coupe up close behind the Plymouth and followed it. The man flashed gold teeth, grinned, waved his plump hands. The girl was dark-haired, pretty. She smiled at the man, adjusted her white gloves, smoothed down her hair, then rolled up the window on her side. He lost the Plymouth. A heavy diesel truck cut in between them. Desperately he swerved around the truck and nosed in beyond the swift-moving red sedan. Presently it passed him, and for a moment the two occupants were clearly framed. The girl resembled Sylvia, the same delicate line of her small chin, the same deep lips parting slightly when she smiled, the same slender arms and hands. It was Sylvia. The Plymouth turned off, and there was no other car ahead of him. He drove for hours through the heavy night darkness. The gas gauge dropped lower and lower. Ahead of him, dismal rolling countryside spread out, blank fields between towns, and unwinking stars suspended in the bleak sky. Once a cluster of red and yellow lights gleamed, an intersection, filling stations, and a big neon sign. He drove on past it. At a single pump stand, he pulled the car off the highway onto the oil-soaked gravel. He climbed out, his shoes crunching the stone underfoot as he grabbed the gas hose and unscrewed the cap of his car's tank. He had the tank almost full when the door of the drab station building opened and a slim woman in white overalls and navy shirt with a little cap lost in her brown curls stepped out. "Good evening, Rick," she said quietly. He put back the gas hose. Then he was driving out onto the highway. Had he screwed the cap back on again? He didn't remember. He gained speed. He had gone over 100 miles. He was nearing the state line. At a little roadside cafe, warm yellow light glowed in the chill gloom of early morning. He slowed the car down and parked at the edge of the highway in the deserted parking lot. Bleary-eyed, he pushed the door open and entered. Hot, thick smells of cooking ham and black coffee surrounded him, the comfortable sight of people eating. A jukebox blared in the corner. He threw himself onto a stool and hunched over, his head in his hands. A thin farmer next to him glanced at him curiously and then returned to his newspaper. Two hard-faced women across from him gazed at him momentarily. A handsome youth in a denim jacket and jeans was eating red beans and rice, washing it down with steaming coffee from a heavy mug. "What'll it be?" the pert blonde waitress asked, a pencil behind her ear, her hair tied back in a tight bun. "Looks like you've got some hangover, mister." He ordered coffee and vegetable soup. Soon he was eating, his hands working automatically. He found himself devouring a ham and cheese sandwich. Had he ordered it? The jukebox blared, and people came and went. There was a little town sprawled beside the road, set back in some gradual hills. Gray sunlight, cold and sterile, filtered down as morning came. He ate hot apple pie and sat wiping dully at his mouth with a napkin. The cafe was silent. Outside nothing stirred. An uneasy calm hung over everything. The jukebox had ceased. None of the people at the counter stirred or spoke. An occasional truck roared past, damp and lumbering, windows rolled up tight. When he looked up, Sylvia was standing in front of him. Her arms were folded, and she gazed vacantly past him. A bright yellow pencil was behind her ear. Her brown hair was tied back in a hard bun. At the corner others were sitting, other Sylvias, dishes in front of them, half dozing or eating, some of them reading, each the same as the next, except for their clothing. He made his way back to his parked car. In half an hour he had crossed the state line. Cold, bright sunlight sparkled off dew-moist roofs and pavements as he sped through tiny, unfamiliar towns. Along the shiny morning streets he saw them moving, early risers on their way to work. In twos and threes they walked, their heels echoing in sharp silence. At bus stops he saw groups of them collected together. In the houses, rising from their beds, eating breakfast, bathing, dressing, were more of them. Hundreds of them, legions without number. A town of them preparing for the day, resuming their regular tasks as the circle widened and spread. He left the town behind. The car slowed under him as his foot slid heavily from the gas pedal. Two of them walked across a level field together. They carried books, children on their way to school. Repetition, unvarying and identical. A dog circled excitedly after them, unconcerned, his joy untainted. He drove on. Ahead, a city loomed, its stern columns of office buildings sharply outlined against the sky. The streets swarmed with noise and activity as he passed through the main business section. Somewhere near the center of the city, he overtook the expanding periphery of the circle and emerged beyond. Diversity took the place of the endless figures of Sylvia. Gray eyes and brown hair gave way to countless varieties of men and women, children and adults of all ages and appearances. He increased his speed and raced out on the far side, onto the wide four-lane highway. He finally slowed down. He was exhausted. He had driven for hours. His body was shaking with fatigue. Ahead of him, a carrot-haired youth was cheerfully thumbing a ride, a thin bean pole in brown slacks and light camel's hair sweater. Rick pulled to a halt and opened the front door. "Hop in," he said. "Thanks, buddy." The youth hurried to the car and climbed in as Rick gathered speed. He slammed the door and settled gratefully back against the seat. It was getting hot standing there. "How far are you going?" Rick demanded. "All the way to Chicago." The youth grinned shyly. "Of course, I don't expect you to drive me that far. Anything at all is appreciated." He eyed Rick curiously. "Which way are you going?" "Anywhere," Rick said. "I'll drive you to Chicago." "It's 200 miles. "Fine," Rick said. He steered over into the left lane and gained speed. "If you want to go to New York, I'll drive you there." "You feel all right?" The youth moved away uneasily. "I'd sure appreciate a lift, but—" He hesitated. "I mean, I don't want to take you out of your way." Rick concentrated on the road ahead, his hands gripping hard around the rim of the wheel. "I'm going fast. I'm not slowing down or stopping." "You better be careful," the youth warned in a troubled voice. "I don't want to get in an accident." "I'll do the worrying." "But it's dangerous. What if something happens? It's too risky." "You're wrong," Rick muttered grimly, eyes on the road. "It's worth the risk." "But if something goes wrong—" The voice broke off uncertainly and then continued. "I might be lost. It would be so easy. It's all so unstable." The voice trembled with worry and fear. "Rick, please." Rick whirled. "How do you know my name?" The youth was crouched in a heap against the door. His face had a soft, molten look, as if it were losing its shape and sliding together in an unformed mass. "I want to come back," he was saying from within himself, "but I'm afraid. You haven't seen it, the region between. It's nothing but energy, Rick. He tapped it a long time ago, but nobody else knows how." The voice lightened, became clear and treble. The hair faded to a rich brown. Gray, frightened eyes flickered up at Rick. Hands frozen, he hunched over the wheel and forced himself not to move. Gradually he decreased speed and brought the car over into the right-hand lane. "Are we stopping?" the shape beside him asked. It was Sylvia's voice now. Like a new insect drying in the sun, the shape hardened and locked into firm reality. Sylvia struggled up on the seat and peered out. Where are we? We're between towns. He jammed on the brakes, reached past her, and threw open the door. Get out! Sylvia gazed at him uncomprehendingly. What do you mean? She faltered. Rick, what is it? What's wrong? Get out! Rick, I don't understand. She slid over a little. Her toes touched the pavement. Is there something wrong with the car? I thought everything was all right. He gently shoved her out and slammed the door. The car leaped ahead, out into the stream of mid-morning traffic. Behind him, the small, dazed figure was pulling itself up, bewildered and injured. He forced his eyes from the rearview mirror and crushed down the gas pedal with all his weight. The radio buzzed and clicked in vague static when he snapped it briefly on. He turned the dial and, after a time, a big network station came in. A faint, puzzled voice, a woman's voice. For a time he couldn't make out the words. Then he recognized it, and with a pang of panic switched the thing off. Her voice, murmuring plaintively. Where was this station? Chicago. The circle had already spread that far. He slowed down. There was no point hurrying. It had already passed him by and gone on. Kansas farms, sagging stores, and little old Mississippi towns. Along the bleak streets of New England manufacturing cities, swarms of brown-haired, gray-eyed women would be hurrying. It would cross the ocean. Soon it would take in the whole world. Africa would be strange. Kraals of white-skinned young women, all exactly alike, going about the primitive chores of hunting and fruit-gathering, mashing grain, skinning animals, building fires and weaving cloth and carefully shaping razor-sharp knives. In China, he grinned inanely. She'd look strange there, too. In the austere high-collar suit, the almost monastic robe of the young communist cadres. Parade marching up the main streets of Peiping, row after row of slim-legged, full-breasted girls with heavy Russian-made rifles, carrying spades, picks, shovels, columns of cloth-booted soldiers, fast-moving workers with their precious tools, reviewed by an identical figure on the elaborate stand overlooking the street, one slender arm raised, her gentle, pretty face expressionless and wooden. He turned off the highway onto a side road. A moment later he was on his way back, driving slowly, listlessly, the way he had come. At an intersection, a traffic cop waded out through traffic to his car. He sat rigid, hands on the wheel, waiting numbly. "Rick," she whispered pleadingly as she reached the window, "isn't everything all right?" "Sure," he answered dully. She reached in through the open window and touched him imploringly on the arm. Familiar fingers, red nails, the hand he knew so well. "I want to be with you so badly. Aren't we together again? Aren't I back?" "Sure." She shook her head miserably. "I don't understand," she repeated. "I thought it was all right again." Savagely he put the car into motion and hurtled ahead. The intersection was left behind. It was afternoon. He was exhausted, riddled with fatigue. He guided the car towards his own town automatically. Along the streets she hurried everywhere on all sides. She was omnipresent. He came to his apartment building and parked. The janitor greeted him in the empty hall. Rick identified him by the greasy rag clutched in one hand, the big push broom, the bucket of wood shavings. "Please," she implored, "tell me what it is, Rick. Please tell me." He pushed past her, but she caught at him desperately. "Rick, I'm back. Don't you understand? They took me too soon, and then they sent me back again. It was a mistake. I won't ever call them again. That's all in the past. She followed after him, down the hall to the stairs. I'm never going to call them again. He climbed the stairs. Sylvia hesitated, then settled down on the bottom step in a wretched, unhappy heap, a tiny figure in thick workman's clothing and huge cleated boots. He unlocked his apartment door and entered. The late afternoon sky was deep blue beyond the windows. The roofs of nearby apartment buildings sparkled white in the sun. His body ached. He wandered clumsily into the bathroom. It seemed alien and unfamiliar, a difficult place to find. He filled the bowl with hot water, rolled up his sleeves and washed his face and hands in the swirling hot stream. Briefly, he glanced up. It was a terrified reflection that showed out of the mirror above the bowl, a face, tear-stained and frantic. The face was difficult to catch. It seemed to waver and slide. Gray eyes, bright with terror, trembling red mouth, pulse-fluttering throat, soft brown hair. The face gazed out pathetically, and then the girl at the bowl bent to dry herself. She turned and moved wearily out of the bathroom into the living room. Confused, she hesitated, then threw herself onto a chair and closed her eyes, sick with misery and fatigue. "Rick," she murmured pleadingly, "try to help me. I'm back, aren't I?" She shook her head, bewildered. "Please, Rick. I thought everything was all right." Foster, you're dead. School was agony, as always. Only today it was worse. Mike Foster finished weaving his 2 watertight baskets and sat rigid, while all around him the other children worked. Outside the concrete and steel building, the late afternoon sun shone cool. The hills sparkled green and brown in the crisp autumn air. In the overhead sky, a few gnats circled lazily above the town. The vast, ominous shape of Mrs. Cummings, the teacher, silently approached his desk. "Foster, are you finished?" "Yes, ma'am," he answered eagerly. He pushed the baskets up. "Can I leave now?" Mrs. Cummings examined his baskets critically. "What about your trap-making?" she demanded. He fumbled in his desk and brought out his intricate small animal trap. "All finished, Mrs. Cummings, and my knife, it's done too." He showed her the razor-edged blade of his knife, glittering metal he had shaped from a discarded gasoline drum. She picked up the knife and ran her expert finger doubtfully along the blade. "Not strong enough," she stated. "You've over-sharpened it. It'll lose its edge the first time you use it. Go down to the main weapons lab and examine the knives they've got there. Then hone it back some and get a thicker blade." "Mrs. Cummings," Mike Foster pleaded, "could I fix it tomorrow? Could I leave right now, please?" Everybody in the classroom was watching with interest. Mike Foster flushed. He hated to be singled out and made conspicuous, but he had to get away. He couldn't stay in school 1 minute more. Inexorable Mrs. Cummings rumbled. "Tomorrow is digging day. You won't have time to work on your knife." "I will," he assured her quickly, "after the digging." "No, you're not too good at digging." The old woman was measuring the boy's spindly arms and legs. "I think you better get your knife finished today and spend all day tomorrow down at the field." "What's the use of digging?" Mike Foster demanded in despair. "Everybody has to know how to dig," Mrs. Cummings answered patiently. Children were snickering on all sides. She shushed them with a hostile glare. "You all know the importance of digging. When the war begins, the whole surface will be littered with debris and rubble. If we hope to survive, we'll have to dig down, won't we? Have any of you ever watched a gopher digging around the roots of plants? The gopher knows he'll find something valuable down there under the surface of the ground. We're all going to be little brown gophers. We'll all have to learn to dig down in the rubble and find the good things, because that's where they'll be. Mike Foster sat miserably plucking his knife as Mrs. Cummings moved away from his desk and up the aisle. A few children grinned contemptuously at him, but nothing penetrated his haze of wretchedness. Digging wouldn't do him any good. When the bombs came, he'd be killed instantly. All the vaccination shots up and down his arms, on his thighs and buttocks would be of no use. He had wasted his allowance money. Mike Foster wouldn't be alive to catch any of the bacterial plagues. Not unless... He sprang up and followed Mrs. Cummings to her desk. In an agony of desperation, he blurted, "Please, I have to leave. I have to do something." Mrs. Cummings' tired lips twisted angrily, but the boy's fearful eyes stopped her. "What's wrong?" she demanded. "Don't you feel well?" The boy stood frozen, unable to answer her. Pleased by the tableau, the class murmured and giggled until Mrs. Cummings rapped angrily on her desk with a writer. "Be quiet," she snapped. Her voice softened a shade. "Michael, if you're not functioning properly, go downstairs to the psyche clinic. There's no point trying to work when your reactions are conflicted. Miss Groves will be glad to optimum you." "No," Foster said. "Then what is it?" The class stirred. Voices answered for Foster. His tongue was stuck with misery and humiliation. "His father's an anti-P," the voices explained. "They don't have a shelter, and he isn't registered in civic defense. His father hasn't even contributed to the Nats. They haven't done anything." Mrs. Cummings gazed up in amazement at the mute boy. "You don't have a shelter?" He shook his head. A strange feeling filled the woman. "But—" She had started to say, "But you'll die up here." She changed it to, "But where'll you go?" "Nowhere," the mild voices answered for him. "Everybody else'll be down in their shelters, and he'll be up here. He doesn't even have a permit for the school shelter." Mrs. Cummings was shocked. In her dull, scholastic way, she had assumed every child in the school had a permit to the elaborate subsurface chambers under the building. But of course not. Only children whose parents were part of CD, who contributed to arming the community. And if Foster's father was an anti-P... "He's afraid to sit here," the voices chimed in calmly. "He's afraid it'll come while he's sitting here, and everybody else will be safe down in the shelter." He wandered slowly along, hands deep in his pockets, kicking at dark stones on the sidewalk. The sun was setting. Snub-nosed commute rockets were unloading tired people, glad to be home from the factory strip 100 miles to the west. On the distant hills, something flashed, a radar tower revolving silently in the evening gloom. The circling gnats had increased in number. The twilight hours were the most dangerous. Visual observers couldn't spot high-speed missiles coming in close to the ground, assuming the missiles came. A mechanical news machine shouted at him excitedly as he passed. War, death, amazing new weapons developed at home and abroad. He hunched his shoulders and continued on, past the little concrete shells that served as houses, each exactly alike, sturdy, reinforced pillboxes. Ahead of him, bright neon signs glowed in the settling gloom, the business district alive with traffic and milling people. Half a block from the bright cluster of neons he halted. To his right was a public shelter, a dark tunnel-like entrance with a mechanical turnstile glowing dully. 50 cents admission. If he was here on the street and he had 50 cents, he'd be all right. He had pushed down into public shelters many times during the practice raids, but other times, hideous nightmare times that never left his mind, he hadn't had the 50 cents. He had stood mute and terrified while people pushed excitedly past him, and the shrill shrieks of the sirens thundered everywhere. He continued slowly until he came to the brightest blotch of light, the great, gleaming showrooms of General Electronics, 2 blocks long, illuminated on all sides, a vast square of pure color and radiation. He halted and examined for the millionth time the fascinating shapes, the display that always drew him to a hypnotized stop whenever he passed. In the center of the vast room was a single object, an elaborate, pulsing blob of machinery and support struts, beams and walls and sealed locks. All spotlights were turned on it. Huge signs announced its 101 advantages, as if there could be any doubt. The new 1972 bomb-proof radiation-sealed subsurface shelter is here. Check these star-studded features. Automatic descent lift, jam-proof, self-powered, easy locking. Triple-layer hull guaranteed to withstand 5G pressure without buckling. A-powered heating and refrigeration system, self-servicing air purification network. 3 decontamination stages for food and water. 4 hygienic stages for pre-burn exposure. Complete antibiotic processing. Easy payment plan. He gazed at the shelter a long time. It was mostly a big tank, with a neck at one end that was the descent tube, and an emergency escape hatch at the other. It was completely self-contained, a miniature world that supplied its own light, heat, air, water, medicines, and almost inexhaustible food. When fully stocked, there were visual and audio tapes, entertainment, beds, chairs, vidscreen, everything that made up the above-surface home. It was actually a home below the ground. Nothing was missing that might be needed or enjoyed. A family would be safe, even comfortable, during the most severe H-bomb and bacterial spray attack. It cost $20,000. While he was gazing silently at the massive display, one of the salesmen stepped out onto the dark sidewalk on his way to the cafeteria. "Hi, Sonny," he said automatically as he passed Mike Foster. "Not bad, is it?" "Can I go inside?" Foster asked quickly. "Can I go down in it?" The salesman stopped as he recognized the boy. "You're that kid," he said slowly. "That damn kid who's always pestering us." "I'd like to go down in it, just for a couple of minutes. I won't bust anything. I promise I won't even touch anything." The salesman was young and blond, a good-looking man in his early 20s. He hesitated, his reactions divided. The kid was a pest, but he had a family, and that meant a reasonable prospect. Business was bad. It was late September, and the seasonal slump was still on. There was no profit in telling the boy to go peddle his news tapes. But on the other hand, it was bad business encouraging small fry to crawl around the merchandise. They wasted time, they broke things, they pilfered small stuff when nobody was looking. "No dice," the salesman said. "Look, send your old man down here. Has he seen what we've got?" "Yes," Mike Foster said tightly. "What's holding him back?" The salesman waved expansively up at the great gleaming display. We'll give him a good trade-in on his old one, allowing for depreciation and obsolescence. What model has he got?" "We don't have any," Mike Foster said. The salesman blinked. "Come again?" "My father says it's a waste of money. He says they're trying to scare people into buying things they don't need. He says—" "Your father's an anti-P?" "Yes," Mike Foster answered unhappily. The salesman let out his breath. "Okay, kid. Sorry we can't do business. It's not your fault." He lingered. "What the hell's wrong with him? Does he put on the gnats?" "No." The salesman swore under his breath. A coaster, sliding along, safe because the rest of the community was putting up 30% of its income to keep a constant defense system going. There were always a few of them in every town. "How's your mother feel?" the salesman demanded. "She go along with him?" "She says—" Mike Foster broke off. "Couldn't I go down in it for a little while? I won't bust anything, just once." "How'd we ever sell it if we let kids run through it? We're not marking it down as a demonstration model. We've got roped into that too often." The salesman's curiosity was aroused. "How's a guy get to be anti-P? You always feel this way, or did he get stung with something?" "He says they sold people as many cars and washing machines and television sets as they could use. He says gnats and bomb shelters aren't good for anything, so people never get all they can use. He says factories can keep turning out guns and gas masks forever, and as long as people are afraid, they'll keep paying for them, because they think if they don't, they might get killed. And maybe a man gets tired of paying for a new car every year and stops, but he's never going to stop buying shelters to protect his children." "You believe that?" the salesman asked. "I wish we had that shelter," Mike Foster answered. "If we had a shelter like that, I'd go down and sleep in it every night. It'd be there when we needed it." "Maybe there won't be a war," the salesman said. He sensed the boy's misery and fear, and he grinned good-naturedly down at him. "Don't worry all the time. You probably watch too many vid-tapes. Get out and play for a change." "Nobody's safe on the surface," Mike Foster said. "We have to be down below, and there's no place I can go." "Send your old man around," the salesman muttered uneasily. "Maybe we can talk him into it. We've got a lot of time payment plans. Tell him to ask for Bill O'Neill, okay?" Mike Foster wandered away down the black evening street. He knew he was supposed to be home, but his feet dragged and his body was heavy and dull. His fatigue made him remember what the athletic coach had said the day before during exercises. They were practicing breath suspension, holding a lungful of air and running. He hadn't done well. The others were still red-faced and racing when he halted, expelled his air, and stood gasping frantically for breath. "Foster," the coach said angrily, "you're dead. You know that? If this had been a gas attack—" He shook his head wearily. "Go over there and practice by yourself. You've got to do better if you expect to survive." But he didn't expect to survive. When he stepped up onto the porch of his home, he found the living room lights already on. He could hear his father's voice, and more faintly his mother's from the kitchen. He closed the door after him and began unpeeling his coat. "Is that you?" his father demanded. Bob Foster sat sprawled out in his chair, his lap full of tapes and report sheets from his retail furniture store. "Where have you been? Dinner's been ready half an hour." He had taken off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. His arms were pale and thin, but muscular. He was tired. His eyes were large and dark, his hair thinning. Restlessly, he moved the tapes around from one stack to another. "I'm sorry," Mike Foster said. His father examined his pocket watch. He was surely the only man who still carried a watch. "Go wash your hands. What have you been doing?" He scrutinized his son. You look odd. Do you feel all right?" "I was downtown," Mike Foster said. "What were you doing?" "Looking at the shelters." Wordless, his father grabbed up a handful of reports and stuffed them into a folder. His thin lips set, hard lines wrinkled his forehead. He snorted furiously as tape spilled everywhere. He bent stiffly to pick them up. Mike Foster made no move to help him. He crossed to the closet and gave his coat to the hanger. When he turned away, his mother was directing the table of food into the dining room. They ate without speaking, intent on their food and not looking at each other. Finally, his father said, "What'd you see? Same old dogs, I suppose." "There's the new 72 models," Mike Foster answered. "They're the same as the 71 models." His father threw down his fork savagely. The table caught and absorbed it. "A few new gadgets, more chrome, that's all." Suddenly he was facing his son defiantly. "Right?" Mike Foster toyed wretchedly with his creamed chicken. "The new ones have a jam-proof descent lift. You can't get stuck halfway down. All you have to do is get in it, and it does the rest." "There'll be one next year that'll pick you up and carry you down. This one'll be obsolete as soon as people buy it. That's what they want. They want you to keep buying. They keep putting out new ones as fast as they can. This isn't 1972, it's still 1971. What's that thing doing out already? Can't they wait?" Mike Foster didn't answer. He had heard it all before many times. There was never anything new, only chrome and gadgets. Yet the old ones became obsolete anyhow. His father's argument was loud, impassioned, almost frenzied, but it made no sense. "Let's get an old one, then," he blurted out. "I don't care, any one'll do, even a second-hand one." "No, you want the new one, shiny and glittery to impress the neighbors, lots of dials and knobs and machinery. How much do they want for it?" $20,000. His father let his breath out. "Just like that." "They've easy time payment plans." "Sure. You pay for it the rest of your life. Interest, carrying charges. And how long is it guaranteed for?" 3 months. "What happens when it breaks down?" "It'll stop purifying and decontaminating. It'll fall apart as soon as the 3 months are over." Mike Foster shook his head. "No, it's big and sturdy." His father flushed. He was a small man, slender and light, brittle-boned. He thought suddenly of his lifetime of lost battles, struggling up the hard way, carefully collecting and holding on to something, a job, money, his retail store, bookkeeper to manager, finally owner. "They're scaring us to keep the wheels going," he yelled desperately at his wife and son. "They don't want another depression." "Bob," his wife said slowly and quietly, "you have to stop this. I can't stand any more." Bob Foster blinked. "What are you talking about?" he muttered. "I'm tired. These goddamn taxes. It isn't possible for a little store to keep open, not with the big chains. There ought to be a law." His voice trailed off. "I guess I'm through eating." He pushed away from the table and got to his feet. "I'm going to lie down on the couch and take a nap." His wife's thin face blazed. "You have to get one. I can't stand the way they talk about us. All the neighbors and the merchants, everybody who knows. I can't go anywhere or do anything without hearing about it. Ever since that day they put up the flag. Anti-P. The last in the whole town. Those things circling around up there, and everybody paying for them but us." "No," Bob Foster said. "I can't get one." "Why not?" "Because," he answered simply, "I can't afford it." There was silence. "You've put everything in that store," Ruth said finally, "and it's failing anyhow. You're just like a pack rat, hoarding everything down at that ratty little hole in the wall. Nobody wants wood furniture any more. You're a relic, a curiosity." She slammed at the table, and it leaped wildly to gather the empty dishes like a startled animal. It dashed furiously from the room and back into the kitchen, the dishes churning in its wash tank as it raced. Bob Foster sighed wearily. "Let's not fight. I'll be in the living room. Let me take a nap for an hour or so. Maybe we can talk about it later." "Always later," Ruth said bitterly. Her husband disappeared into the living room, a small, hunched-over figure, hair scraggly and gray, shoulder blades like broken wings. Mike got to his feet. "I'll go study my homework," he said. He followed after his father, a strange look on his face. The living room was quiet. The vid set was off, and the lamp was down low. Ruth was in the kitchen setting the controls on the stove for the next month's meals. Bob Foster lay stretched out on the couch, his shoes off, his head on a pillow. His face was gray with fatigue. Mike hesitated for a moment and then said, "Can I ask you something?" His father grunted and stirred, opened his eyes. "What?" Mike sat down facing him. "Tell me again how you gave advice to the president." His father pulled himself up. "I didn't give any advice to the president. I just talked to him." "Tell me about it." "I've told you 1,000,000 times. Every once in a while since you were a baby, you were with me." His voice softened as he remembered. "You were just a toddler. We had to carry you." "What did he look like?" "Well," his father began, slipping into a routine he had worked out and petrified over the years. "He looked about like he does in the vid screen, smaller, though." "Why was he here?" Mike demanded avidly, although he knew every detail. The president was his hero, the man he most admired in all the world. Why'd he come all the way out here to our town? "He was on a tour." Bitterness crept into his father's voice. "He happened to be passing through." "What kind of a tour?" "Visiting towns all over the country." The harshness increased, seeing how we were getting along, seeing if we had bought enough gnats and bomb shelters and plague shots and gas masks and radar networks to repel attack. The General Electronics Corporation was just beginning to put up its big showrooms and displays, everything bright and glittering and expensive. The first defense equipment available for home purchase. His lips twisted. All on easy payment plans. Ads, posters, searchlights, free gardenias, and dishes for the ladies. Mike Foster's breath panted in his throat. "That was the day we got our preparedness flag," he said hungrily. "That was the day he came to give us our flag, and they ran it up the flagpole in the middle of the town, and everybody was there yelling and cheering." "You remember that?" "I think so. I remember people and sounds, and it was hot. It was June, wasn't it?" "June 10th, 1965. Quite an occasion. Not many towns had the big green flag then. People were still buying cars and TV sets. They hadn't discovered those days were over. TV sets and cars are good for something. You can only manufacture and sell so many of them." "He gave you the flag, didn't he?" "Well, he gave it to all us merchants. The Chamber of Commerce had it arranged. Competition between towns, see who can buy the most the soonest, improve our town, and at the same time stimulate business. Of course, the way they put it, the idea was if we had to buy our gas masks and bomb shelters, we'd take better care of them. As if we ever damaged telephones and sidewalks, or highways, because the whole state provided them. Or armies. Haven't there always been armies? Hasn't the government always organized its people for defense? I guess defense costs too much. I guess they save a lot of money, cut down the national debt by this." "Tell me what he said," Mike Foster whispered. His father fumbled for his pipe and lit it with trembling hands. He said, "Here's your flag, boys. You've done a good job." Bob Foster choked as acrid pipe fumes guzzled up. He was red-faced, sunburned, not embarrassed, perspiring and grinning. He knew how to handle himself. He knew a lot of first names, told a funny joke. The boy's eyes were wide with awe. "He came all the way out here, and you talked to him." "Yeah," his father said. "I talked to him. They were all yelling and cheering. The flag was going up, the big green preparedness flag. You said—" I said to him, "Is that all you brought us, a strip of green cloth?" Bob Foster dragged tensely on his pipe. "That was when I became an anti-P. Only I didn't know it at the time. All I knew was we were on our own, except for a strip of green cloth. We should have been a country, a whole nation, 170 million people working together to defend ourselves. And instead, we're a lot of separate little towns, little walled forts, sliding and slipping back to the Middle Ages, raising our separate armies." "Will the president ever come back?" Mike asked. "I doubt it. He was just passing through." "If he comes back," Mike whispered, tense and not daring to hope, "can we go see him? Can we look at him?" Bob Foster pulled himself up to a sitting position. His bony arms were bare and white. His lean face was drab with weariness and resignation. "How much was the damn thing you saw?" he demanded hoarsely. "That bomb shelter?" Mike's heart stopped beating. $20,000. "This is Thursday. I'll go down with you and your mother next Saturday." Bob Foster knocked out his smoldering half-lit pipe. "I'll get it on the easy payment plan. The fall buying season is coming up soon. I usually do good. People buy wood furniture for Christmas gifts." He got up abruptly from the couch. "Is it a deal?" Mike couldn't answer. He could only nod. "Fine," his father said with desperate cheerfulness. "Now you won't have to go down and look at it in the window." The shelter was installed, for an additional $200, by a fast-working team of laborers in brown coats with the words General Electronics stitched across their backs. The backyard was quickly restored, dirt and shrubs spaded in place, the surface smoothed over, and the bill respectfully slipped under the front door. The lumbering delivery truck, now empty, clattered off down the street, and the neighborhood was again silent. Mike Foster stood with his mother and a small group of admiring neighbors on the back porch of the house. "Well," Mrs. Carlyle said finally, "now you've got a shelter, the best there is." "That's right," Ruth Foster agreed. She was conscious of the people around her. It had been some time since so many had shown up at once. Grim satisfaction filled her gaunt frame, almost resentment. "It certainly makes a difference," she said harshly. "Yes," Mr. Douglas from down the street agreed. "Now you have some place to go." He had picked up the thick book of instructions the laborers had left. "It says here you can stock it for a whole year, live down there 12 months without coming up once." He shook his head admiringly. "Mine's an old '69 model, good for only 6 months. I guess maybe—" "It's still good enough for us," his wife cut in, but there was a longing wistfulness in her voice. "Can we go down and peek at it, Ruth? It's all ready, isn't it?" Mike made a strangled noise and moved jerkily forward. His mother smiled understandingly. "He has to go down there first. He gets first look at it. It's really for him, you know." Their arms folded against the chill September wind, the group of men and women stood waiting and watching as the boy approached the neck of the shelter and halted a few steps in front of it. He entered the shelter carefully, almost afraid to touch anything. The neck was big for him. It was built to admit a full-grown man. As soon as his weight was on the descent lift, it dropped beneath him. With a breathless whoosh, it plummeted down the pitch-black tube to the body of the shelter. The lift slammed hard against its shock absorbers, and the boys stumbled from it. The lift shot back to the surface, simultaneously sealing off the subsurface shelter, an impassable steel and plastic cork in the narrow neck. Lights had come on around him automatically. The shelter was bare and empty. No supplies had yet been carried down. It smelled of varnish and motor grease. Below him the generators were throbbing dully. His presence activated the purifying and decontamination systems. On the blank concrete wall, meters and dials moved into sudden activity. He sat down on the floor, knees drawn up, face solemn, eyes wide. There was no sound but that of the generators. The world above was completely cut off. He was in a little self-contained cosmos. Everything needed was here, or would be here soon. Food, water, air, things to do. Nothing else was wanted. He could reach out and touch whatever he needed. He could stay here forever, through all time, without stirring, complete and entire, not lacking, not fearing, with only the sound of the generators purring below him, and the sheer ascetic walls around him and above him on all sides, faintly warm, completely friendly, like a living container. Suddenly he shouted, a loud, jubilant shout that echoed and bounced from wall to wall. He was deafened by the reverberation. He shut his eyes tight and clenched his fists. Joy filled him. He shouted again and let the roar of sound lap over him, his own voice reinforced by the near walls, close and hard and incredibly powerful. The kids in school knew even before he showed up the next morning. They greeted him as he approached, all of them grinning and nudging each other. "Is it true your folks got a new General Electronics Model S-72 foot?" Earl Peters demanded. "That's right," Mike answered. His heart swelled with a peaceful confidence he had never known. "Drop around," he said as casually as he could. "I'll show it to you." He passed on, conscious of their envious faces. "Well, Mike," Mrs. Cummings said as he was leaving the classroom at the end of the day, "how does it feel?" He halted by her desk, shy and full of quiet pride. "It feels good," he admitted. "Is your father contributing to the Nats?" "Yes." "And you've got a permit for our school shelter?" He happily showed her the small blue seal clamped around his wrist. "He mailed a check to the city for everything. He said, as long as I've gone this far, I might as well go the rest of the way." "Now you have everything everybody else has," the elderly woman smiled across at him. "I'm glad of that. You're now a pro-P, except there's no such term. You're just like everyone else." The next day the news machines shrilled out the news, the first revelation of the new Soviet Boer pellets. Bob Foster stood in the middle of the living room, the news tape in his hands, his thin face flushed with fury and despair. "God damn it, it's a plot!" His voice rose in baffled frenzy. "We just bought the thing, and now look!" He shoved the tape at his wife. "You see, I told you." "I've seen it," Ruth said wildly. "I suppose you think the whole world was just waiting with you in mind. They're always improving weapons, Bob. Last week it was those grain impregnation flakes. This week it's Boer pellets. You don't expect them to stop the wheels of progress because you finally broke down and bought a shelter, do you?" The man and woman faced each other. "What the hell are we going to do?" Bob Foster asked quietly. Ruth paced back into the kitchen. "I heard they were going to turn out adapters." "Adapters? What do you mean?" "So people won't have to buy new shelters. There was a commercial on the vid screen. They're going to put some kind of metal grill on the market as soon as the government approves it. They spread it over the ground, and it intercepts the boar pellets. It screens them, makes them explode on the surface so they can't burrow down to the shelter." "How much?" "They didn't say." Mike Foster sat crouched on the sofa listening. He had heard the news at school. They were taking their test on berry identification, examining encased samples of wild berries to distinguish the harmless ones from the toxic, when the bell had announced a general assembly. The principal read them the news about the boar pellets and then gave a routine lecture on emergency treatment of a new variant of typhus recently developed. His parents were still arguing. "We'll have to get one," Ruth Foster said calmly. "Otherwise it won't make any difference whether we've got a shelter or not. The boar pellets were specifically designed to penetrate the surface and seek out warmth. As soon as the Russians have them in production—" "I'll get one," Bob Foster said. "I'll get an anti-pellet grill and whatever else they have. I'll buy everything they put on the market. I'll never stop buying." "It's not as bad as that." "You know, this game has one real advantage over selling people cars and TV sets. With something like this, we have to buy. It isn't a luxury, something big and flashy to impress the neighbors, something we could do without. If we don't buy this, we die. They always said the way to sell something was create anxiety in people, create a sense of insecurity, tell them they smell bad or look funny. But this makes a joke out of deodorant and hair oil. You can't escape this. If you don't buy, they'll kill you. The perfect sales pitch. Buy or die. New slogan. Have a shiny new General Electronics H-bomb shelter in your backyard or be slaughtered." "Stop talking like that," Ruth snapped. Bob Foster threw himself down at the kitchen table. "All right, I give up. I'll go along with it." "You'll get one? I think they'll be on the market by Christmas." "Oh, yes," Foster said. "They'll be out by Christmas." There was a strange look on his face. "I'll buy one of the damn things for Christmas, and so will everybody else." The GEC grill screen adapters were a sensation. Mike Foster walked slowly along the crowd-packed December street through the late afternoon twilight. Adapters glittered in every store window, all shapes and sizes for every kind of shelter, all prices for every pocketbook. The crowds of people were gay and excited, typical Christmas crowds, shoving good-naturedly, loaded down with packages and heavy overcoats. The air was white with gusts of sweeping snow. Cars nosed cautiously along the jammed streets. Lights and neon displays, immense glowing store windows gleamed on all sides. His own house was dark and silent. His parents weren't home yet. Both of them were down at the store working. Business had been bad, and his mother was taking the place of one of the clerks. Mike held his hand up to the code key, and the front door let him in. The automatic furnace had kept the house warm and pleasant. He removed his coat and put away his schoolbooks. He didn't stay in the house long. His heart pounding with excitement, he felt his way out the back door and started onto the back porch. He forced himself to stop, turn around, and re-enter the house. It was better if he didn't hurry things. He had worked out every moment of the process. From the first instant he saw the low hinge of the neck reared up hard and firm against the evening sky. He had made a fine art of it. There was no wasted motion. His procedure had been shaped, molded until it was a beautiful thing. The first overwhelming sense of presence as the neck of the shelter came around him, then the blood-freezing rush of air as the descent lift hurtled down all the way to the bottom, and the grandeur of the shelter itself. Every afternoon, as soon as he was home, he made his way down into it, below the surface, concealed and protected in its steel silence, as he had done since the first day. Now the chamber was full, not empty, filled with endless cans of food, pillows, books, vid-tapes, audio tapes, prints on the wall, bright fabrics, textures and colors, even vases of flowers. The shelter was his place, where he crouched curled up, surrounded by everything he needed. Delaying things as long as possible, he hurried back through the house and rummaged in the audio tape file. He'd sit down in the shelter until dinner, listening to Wind in the Willows. His parents knew where to find him. He was always down there. 2 hours of uninterrupted happiness, alone by himself in the shelter. And then when dinner was over, he would hurry back down to stay until time for bed. Sometimes late at night, when his parents were sound asleep, he got quietly up and made his way outside to the shelter neck and down into its silent depths to hide until morning. He found the audio tape and hurried through the house, out onto the back porch and into the yard. The sky was a bleak gray, shot with streamers of ugly black clouds. The lights of the town were coming on here and there. The yard was cold and hostile. He made his way uncertainly down the steps and froze. A vast, yawning cavity loomed, a gaping mouth, vacant and toothless, fixed open to the night sky. There was nothing else. The shelter was gone. He stood for an endless time, the tape clutched in one hand, the other hand on the porch railing. Night came on. The dead hole dissolved in darkness. The whole world gradually collapsed into silence and abysmal gloom. Weak stars came out. Lights in nearby houses came on fitfully, cold and faint. The boys saw nothing. He stood unmoving, his body rigid as stone, still facing the great pit where the shelter had been. Then his father was standing beside him. "How long have you been here?" his father was saying. "How long, Mike? Answer me." With a violent effort, Mike managed to drag himself back. "You're home early," he muttered. "I left the store early on purpose. I wanted to be here when you got home." "It's gone." "Yes." His father's voice was cold, without emotion. "The shelter's gone. I'm sorry, Mike. I called them and told them to take it back." "Why?" "I couldn't pay for it. Not this Christmas, with those grills everyone's getting. I can't compete with them." He broke off and then continued wretchedly. "They were damn decent. They gave me back half the money I put in." His voice twisted ironically. "I knew if I made a deal with them before Christmas I'd come out better. They can resell it to somebody else." Mike said nothing. "Try to understand," his father went on harshly. "I had to throw what capital I could scrape together into the store. I have to keep it running. It was either give up the shelter or the store. And if I gave up the store, then we wouldn't have anything." His father caught hold of his arm. "Then we'd have to give up the shelter, too." His thin, strong fingers dug in spasmodically. "You're growing up. You're old enough to understand. We'll get one later. Maybe not the biggest, the most expensive, but something. It was a mistake, Mike. I couldn't swing it, not with the goddamn adapter things to buck. I'm keeping up the NAT payments, though. And your school tab. I'm keeping that going. This isn't a matter of principle," he finished desperately. "I can't help it. Do you understand, Mike? I had to do it." Mike pulled away. "Where are you going?" His father hurried after him. "Come back here." He grabbed for his son frantically, but in the gloom he stumbled and fell. Stars blinded him as his head smashed into the edge of the house. He pulled himself up painfully and groped for some support. When he could see again, the yard was empty. His son was gone. "Mike!" he yelled. "Where are you?" There was no answer. The night wind blew clouds of snow around him, a thin, bitter gust of chilled air, wind and darkness, nothing else. Bill O'Neill wearily examined the clock on the wall. It was 9:30. He could finally close the doors and lock up the big, dazzling store, push the milling, murmuring throngs of people outside and on their way home. "Thank God," he breathed, as he held the door open for the last old lady loaded down with packages and presents. He threw the code bolt in place and pulled down the shade. What a mob! I never saw so many people. "All done," Al Connors said from the cash register. "I'll count the money. You go around and check everything. Make sure we got all of them out." O'Neill pushed his blond hair back and loosened his tie. He lit a cigarette gratefully, then moved around the store, checking light switches, turning off the massive GEC displays and appliances. Finally, he approached the huge bomb shelter that took up the center of the floor. He climbed the ladder to the neck and stepped onto the lift. The lift dropped with a whoosh, and seconds later he stepped out into the cave-like interior of the shelter. In one corner, Mike Foster sat curled up in a tight heap, his knees drawn up against his chin, his skinny arms wrapped around his ankles. His face was pushed down. Only his ragged brown hair showed. He didn't move as the salesman approached him, astounded. "Jesus!" O'Neill exclaimed. "It's that kid!" Mike said nothing. He hugged his legs tighter and buried his head as far down as possible. "What the hell are you doing down here?" O'Neill demanded, surprised and angry. His outrage increased. "I thought your folks got one of these." Then he remembered. "That's right. We had to repossess it." Al Connors appeared from the descent lift. "What's holding you up? Let's get out of here and—" He saw Mike and broke off. "What's he doing down here? Get him out and let's go." "Come on, kid," O'Neill said gently. "Time to go home." Mike didn't move. The two men looked at each other. "I guess we're going to have to drag him out," Connors said grimly. He took off his coat and tossed it over a decontamination fixture. "Come on, let's get it over with." It took both of them. The boy fought desperately, without sound, clawing and struggling and tearing at them with his fingernails, kicking them, slashing at them, biting them when they grabbed him. They half dragged, half carried him to the descent lift and pushed him into it long enough to activate the mechanism. O'Neill rode up with him. Connors came immediately after. Grimly, efficiently, they bundled the boy to the front door, threw him out, and locked the bolts after him. "Wow!" Connors gasped, sinking down against the counter. His sleeve was torn and his cheek was cut and gashed. His glasses hung from one ear, his hair was rumpled, and he was exhausted. "Think we ought to call the cops? There's something wrong with that kid." O'Neill stood by the door, panting for breath and gazing out into the darkness. He could see the boys sitting on the pavement. "He's still out there," he muttered. People pushed by the boy on both sides. Finally, one of them stopped and got him up. The boy struggled away and then disappeared into the darkness. The larger figure picked up its packages, hesitated a moment, and then went on. O'Neill turned away. What a hell of a thing. He wiped his face with his handkerchief. He sure put up a fight. What was the matter with him? He never said anything, not a goddamn word. Christmas is a hell of a time to repossess something, O'Neill said. He reached shakily for his coat. It's too bad. I wish they could have kept it. Connors shrugged. No ticky, no laundry. Why the hell can't we give them a deal? Maybe, O'Neill struggled to get the word out, maybe sell the shelter wholesale to people like that. Connors glared at him angrily. Wholesale? And then everybody wants it wholesale. It wouldn't be fair. And how long would we stay in business? How long would GEC last that way? I guess not very long, O'Neill admitted moodily. Use your head, Connors laughed sharply. What you need is a good stiff drink. Come on in the back closet. I got a 50 of Haig and Haig in a drawer back there. A little something to warm you up before you go home. That's what you need. Mike Foster wandered aimlessly along the dark street among the crowds of shoppers hurrying home. He saw nothing. People pushed against him, but he was unaware of them. Lights, laughing people, the honking of car horns, the clang of signals. He was blank, his mind empty and dead. He walked automatically, without consciousness or feeling. To his right, a garish neon sign winked and glowed in the deepening night shadows. A huge sign, bright and colorful. Peace on earth, goodwill to men, public shelter, admission 50 cents. Pay for the printer. Ash, black and desolate, stretched out on both sides of the road. Uneven heaps extended as far as the eye could see, the dim ruins of buildings, cities, a civilization, a corroded planet of debris, wind-whipped black particles of bone and steel and concrete mixed together in an aimless mortar. Alan Ferguson yawned, lit a lucky strike, and settled back drowsily against the shiny leather of his '57 Buick. Depressing damn sight, he commented. The monotony, nothing but mutilated trash. It gets you down. Don't look at it, the girl beside him said indifferently. The sleek, powerful car glided silently over the rubble that made up the road. His hand barely touching the power-driven wheel, Ferguson relaxed comfortably to the soothing music of a Brahms piano quintet filtering from the radio, a transmission of the Detroit settlement. Ash blew up against the windows. A thick coat of black had already formed, though he had gone no more than a few miles. But it didn't matter. In the basement of her apartment, Charlotte had a green plastic garden hose, a zinc bucket, and a DuPont sponge. And you have a refrigerator full of good scotch, he added aloud, as I recall, unless that fast crowd of yours has finished it off. Charlotte stirred beside him. She had drifted into half-sleep, lulled by the purr of the motor and the heavy warmth of the air. Scotch, she murmured. Well, I have a fifth of Lord Calvert. She sat up and shook back her cloud of blonde hair. But it's a little puddinged. In the back seat, their thin-faced passenger responded. They had picked him up along the way, a bony, gaunt man in coarse gray work pants and shirt. How puddinged? He asked tautly. About as much as everything else, she said. Charlotte wasn't listening. She was gazing vacantly through the ash-darkened window at the scene outside. To the right of the road, the jagged, yellowed remains of a town jutted up like broken teeth against the sooty midday sky. A bathtub here, a couple of upright telephone poles, bones and bleak fragments lost amid miles of pocked debris. A forlorn, dismal sight. Somewhere in the moldy, cave-like cellars, a few mangy dogs huddled against the chill. The thick fog of ash kept real sunlight from reaching the surface. Look there, Ferguson said to the man in the back. A mock rabbit had bounded across the ribbon of road. He slowed the car to avoid it. Blind, deformed, the rabbit hurtled itself with sickening force against a broken concrete slab and bounced off, stunned. It crawled feebly a few paces, then one of the cellar dogs rose and crunched it. "Ugh," said Charlotte, revolted. She shuddered and reached to turn up the car heater. Slim legs tucked under her, she was an attractive little figure in her pink wool sweater and embroidered skirt. "I'll be glad when we get back to my settlement. It's not nice out here." Ferguson tapped the steel box on the seat between them. The firm metal felt good under his fingers. "They'll be glad to get hold of these," he said, "if things are as bad as you say." "Oh, yes," Charlotte agreed. "Things are terrible. I don't know if this will help. He's just about useless." Her small, smooth face wrinkled with concern. "I guess it's worth trying, but I can't see much hope." "We'll fix up your settlement," Ferguson reassured her easily. The first item was to put the girl's mind to rest. Panic of this kind could get out of hand, had got out of hand more than once. "But it'll take a while," he added, glancing at her. "You should have told us sooner." "We thought it was just laziness, but he's really going, Alan." Fear flicked in her blue eyes. "We can't get anything good out of him anymore. He just sits there like a big lump, as if he's sick or dead." "He's old," Ferguson said gently. "As I recall, your biltong dates back 150 years. But they're supposed to go on for centuries." "It's a terrible drain on them," the man in the back seat pointed out. He licked his dry lips, leaned forward tensely, his dirt-cracked hands clenched. "You're forgetting, this isn't natural to them. On Proxima they worked together. Now they've broken up into separate units, and gravity is greater here." Charlotte nodded, but she wasn't convinced. "Gosh," she said plaintively, "it's just terrible. Look at this." She fumbled in her sweater pocket and brought out a small, bright object the size of a dime. "Everything he prints is like this now, or worse." Ferguson took the watch and examined it, one eye on the road. The strap broke like a dried leaf between his fingers into small, brittle fragments of dark fiber without tensile strength. The face of the watch looked all right, but the hands weren't moving. "It doesn't run," Charlotte explained. She grabbed it back and opened it. "See?" She held it up in front of his face, her crimson lips tight with displeasure. "I stood in line half an hour for this, and it's just a blob." The works of the tiny Swiss watch were a fused, unformed mass of shiny steel. No separate wheels or jewels or springs, just a glitter of pudding. "What did he have to go on?" the man in the back asked. "An original?" "A print, but a good print. One he did 35 years ago. My mother's, in fact. How do you think I felt when I saw it? I can't use it." Charlotte took the puddinged watch back and restored it to her sweater pocket. "I was so mad She broke off and sat up straight. "Oh, we're here. See the red neon sign? That's the beginning of the settlement." The sign read, "Standard Stations Incorporated." Its colors were blue, red, and white, a spotlessly clean structure at the edge of the road. Spotless? Ferguson slowed the car as he came abreast of the station. All three of them peered out intently, stiffening for the shock they knew was coming. "You see," said Charlotte in a thin, clipped voice. The gas station was crumbling away. The small white building was old and worn, a corroded, uncertain thing that sagged and buckled like an ancient relic. The bright red neon sign sputtered fitfully. The pumps were rusted and bent. The gas station was beginning to settle back into the ash, back into black drifting particles, back to the dust from which it had come. As Ferguson gazed at the sinking station, the chill of death touched him. In his settlement there was no decay, yet. As fast as prints wore out, they were replaced by the Pittsburgh biltong. New prints were made from the original objects preserved from the war, but here the prints that made up the settlement were not being replaced. It was useless to blame anyone. The biltong were limited like any race. They had done the best they could, and they were working in an alien environment. Probably they were indigenous to the Centaurus system. They had appeared in the closing days of the war, attracted by the H-bomb flashes, and found the remnants of the human race creeping miserably through radioactive black ash, trying to salvage what they could of their destroyed culture. After a period of analysis, the biltong had separated into individual units, begun the process of duplicating surviving artifacts humans brought to them. That was their mode of survival. On their own planet, they had created an enclosing membrane of satisfactory environment in an otherwise hostile world. At one of the gasoline pumps, a man was trying to fill the tank of his '66 Ford. Cursing in futility, he tore the rotting hose away. Dull amber fluid poured on the ground and soaked into the grease-encrusted gravel. The pump itself spouted leaks in a dozen places. Abruptly, one of the pumps tottered and crashed in a heap. Charlotte rolled down the car window. "The Shell station is in better shape, Ben," she called, "at the other end of the settlement." The heavy-set man clumped over, red-faced and perspiring. "Damn," he muttered. "I can't get a damn thing out of it. Give me a lift across town and I'll fill me a bucket there." Ferguson shakily pushed open the car door. "It's all like this here?" "Worse." Ben Untermeyer settled back gratefully with their other passenger as the Buick purred ahead. "Look over there." A grocery store had collapsed in a twisted heap of concrete and steel supports. The windows had fallen in. Stacks of goods lay strewn everywhere. People were picking their way around, gathering up armloads, trying to clear some of the debris aside. Their faces were grim and angry. The street itself was in bad repair, full of cracks, deep pits, and eroded shoulders. A broken water main oozed slimy water in a growing pool. The stores and cars on both sides were dirty and run down. Everything had a senile look. A shoeshine parlor was boarded up, its broken windows stuffed with rags, its sign peeling and shabby. A filthy cafe next door had only a couple of patrons, miserable men in rumpled business suits, trying to read their newspapers and drink the mud-like coffee from cups that cracked and dribbled ugly brown fluid as they lifted them from the worm-eaten counter. "It can't last much longer," Untermeyer muttered as he mopped his forehead. "Not at this rate. People are even scared to go into the theater. Anyhow, the film breaks, and half the time it's upside down." He glanced curiously at the lean-jawed man sitting silently beside him. "My name's Untermeyer," he grunted. They shook. "John Dawes," the gray-wrapped man answered. He volunteered no more information. Since Ferguson and Charlotte had picked him up along the road, he hadn't said 50 words. Untermeyer got a rolled-up newspaper from his coat pocket and tossed it onto the front seat beside Ferguson. "This is what I found on the porch this morning." The newspaper was a jumble of meaningless words, a vague blur of broken type, watery ink that still hadn't dried, faint, streaked, and uneven. Ferguson briefly scanned the text, but it was useless. Confused stories wandered off aimlessly. Bold headlines proclaimed nonsense. "Alan has some originals for us," Charlotte said, "in the box there." "They won't help," Untermeyer answered gloomily. "He didn't stir all morning. I waited in line with a pop-up toaster I wanted a print of. No dice. I was driving back home when my car began to break down. I looked under the hood, but who knows anything about motors? That's not our business. I poked around and got it to run as far as the standard station. The damn metal's so weak I put my thumb through it. Ferguson pulled his Buick to a halt in front of the big white apartment building where Charlotte lived. It took him a moment to recognize it. There had been changes since he last saw it a month before. A wooden scaffolding, clumsy and amateur, had been erected around it. A few workmen were poking uncertainly at the foundations. The whole building was sinking slowly to one side. Vast cracks yawned up and down the walls. Bits of plaster were strewn everywhere. The littered sidewalk in front of the building was roped off. "There isn't anything we can do on our own," Untermeyer complained angrily. "All we can do is just sit and watch everything fall apart. If he doesn't come to life soon." "Everything he printed for us in the old days is beginning to wear out," Charlotte said, as she opened the car door and slid onto the pavement. "And everything he prints for us now is a pudding. So what are we going to do?" She shivered in the chill midday cold. "I guess we're going to wind up like the Chicago settlement." The word froze all four of them. Chicago, the settlement that had collapsed. The biltong printing there had grown old and died. Exhausted, he had settled into a silent, unmoving mound of inert matter. The buildings and streets around him, all the things he had printed, had gradually worn out and returned to black ash. "He didn't spawn," Charlotte whispered fearfully. "He used himself up printing, and then he just died." After a time, Ferguson said huskily, but the others noticed. They sent a replacement as soon as they could. "It was too late," Untermeyer grunted. "The settlement had already gone back. All that was left were maybe a couple of survivors wandering around with nothing on, freezing and starving, and the dogs devouring them. The damned dogs, flocking from everywhere, having a regular feast." They stood together on the corroded sidewalk, frightened and apprehensive. Even John Dawes' lean face had a look of bleak horror on it, a fear that cut to the bone. Ferguson thought yearningly of his own settlement a dozen miles to the east. Thriving and virile, the Pittsburgh biltong was in his prime, still young and rich with the creative powers of his race. Nothing like this. The buildings in the Pittsburgh settlement were strong and spotless. The sidewalks were clean and firm underfoot. In the store windows, the television sets and mixers and toasters and autos and pianos and clothing and whiskey and frozen peaches were perfect prints of the originals, authentic, detailed reproductions that couldn't be told from the actual articles preserved in the vacuum-sealed subsurface shelters. "If this settlement goes out," Ferguson said awkwardly, "maybe a few of you can come over with us." "Can your biltong print for more than 100 people?" John Dawes asked softly. "Right now he can," Ferguson answered. He proudly indicated his Buick. "You rode in it. You know how good it is. Almost as good as the original it was printed from. You'd have to have them side by side to tell the difference." He grinned and made an old joke. "Maybe I got away with the original." "We don't have to decide now," Charlotte said curtly. "We still have some time at least." She picked up the steel box from the seat of the Buick and moved toward the steps of the apartment building. "Come on up with us, Ben." She nodded toward Dawes. "You too. Have a shot of whiskey. It's not too bad. Tastes a little like antifreeze and the label isn't legible, but other than that it's not too puddinged." A workman caught her as she put a foot on the bottom step. "You can't go up, miss." Charlotte pulled away angrily, her face pale with dismay. My apartment's up there. All my things. This is where I live. The building isn't safe, the workman repeated. He wasn't a real workman. He was one of the citizens of the settlement who had volunteered to guard the buildings that were deteriorating. Look at the cracks, miss. They've been there for weeks. Impatiently, Charlotte waved Ferguson after her. Come on. She stepped nimbly onto the porch and reached to open the big glass and chrome front door. The door fell from its hinges and burst. Glass shattered everywhere, a cloud of lethal shards flying in all directions. Charlotte screamed and stumbled back. The concrete crumbled under her heels. With a groan, the whole porch settled down in a heap of white powder, a shapeless mound of billowing particles. Ferguson and the workmen caught hold of the struggling girl. In the swirling clouds of concrete dust, Untermeyer searched frantically for the steel box. His fingers closed over it and he dragged it to the sidewalk. Ferguson and the workmen fought back through the ruins of the porch, Charlotte gripped between them. She was trying to speak, but her face jerked hysterically. "My things," she managed to whisper. Ferguson brushed her off unsteadily. "Where are you hurt? Are you all right?" "I'm not hurt." Charlotte wiped a trickle of blood and white powder from her face. Her cheek was cut, and her blonde hair was a sodden mass. Her pink wool sweater was torn and ragged. Her clothes were totally ruined. "The box, have you got it?" "It's fine," John Dawes said impassively. He hadn't moved an inch from his position by the car. Charlotte hung on tight to Ferguson. Against him, her body shuddered with fear and despair. "Look," she whispered. "Look at my hands." She held up her white-stained hands. "It's beginning to turn black." The thick powder streaking her hands and arms had begun to darken. Even as they watched, the powder became gray, then black as soot. The girl's shredded clothing withered and shriveled up. Like a shrunken husk, her clothing cracked and fell away from her body. "Get in the car," Ferguson ordered. "There's a blanket in there, from my settlement." Together, he and Untermeyer wrapped the trembling girl in the heavy wool blanket. Charlotte crouched against the seat, her eyes wide with terror, drops of bright blood sliding down her cheek onto the blue and yellow stripes of the blanket. Ferguson lit a cigarette and put it between her quivering lips. "Thanks." She managed a grateful half-whimper. She took hold of the cigarette shakily. "Alan, what the hell are we going to do?" Ferguson softly brushed the darkening powder from the girl's blonde hair. "We'll drive over and show him the originals I brought. Maybe he can do something. They're always stimulated by the sight of new things to print from. Maybe this'll arouse some life in him." "He's not just asleep," Charlotte said in a stricken voice. "He's dead, Alan. I know it." "Not yet," Untermeyer protested thickly. But the realization was in the minds of all of them. "Has he spawned?" Dawes asked. The look on Charlotte's face told them the answer. "He tried to. There were a few that hatched, but none of them lived. I've seen eggs back there, but—" She was silent. They all knew. The biltong had become sterile in their struggle to keep the human race alive. Dead eggs, progeny hatched without life. Ferguson slid in behind the wheel and harshly slammed the door. The door didn't close properly. The metal was sprung, or perhaps it was misshapen. His hackles rose. Here, too, was an imperfect print. A trifle, a microscopic element botched in the printing. Even his sleek, luxurious Buick was puddinged. The biltong at his settlement was wearing out, too. Sooner or later, what had happened to the Chicago settlement would happen to them all. Around the park, rows of automobiles were lined up, silent and unmoving. The park was full of people. Most of the settlement was there. Everybody had something that desperately needed printing. Ferguson snapped off the motor and pocketed the keys. "Can you make it?" he asked Charlotte. "Maybe you'd better stay here." "I'll be all right," Charlotte said, and tried to smile. She had put on a sports shirt and slacks that Ferguson had picked up for her in the ruins of a decaying clothing store. He felt no qualms. A number of men and women were picking listlessly through the scattered stock that littered the sidewalk. The clothing would be good for perhaps a few days. Ferguson had taken his time picking Charlotte's wardrobe. He had found a heap of sturdy fibered shirts and slacks in the back storeroom, materials still a long way from the dread black pulverization. Recent prints? Or perhaps, incredible but possible, originals the store owners had used for printing. At a shoe store still in business, he found her a pair of low-heeled slippers. It was his own belt she wore, the one he had picked up in the clothing store, rotted away in his hands while he was buckling it around her. Untermeyer gripped the steel box with both hands as the four of them approached the center of the park. The people around them were silent and grim-faced. No one spoke. They all carried some article, originals carefully preserved through the centuries, or good prints with only minor imperfections. On their faces were desperate hope and fear fused in a taut mask. "Here they are," said Dawes, lagging behind. "The dead eggs." In a grove of trees at the edge of the park was a circle of gray-brown pellets the size of basketballs. They were hard, calcified. Some were broken. Fragments of shell were littered everywhere. Untermeyer kicked at one egg. It fell apart, brittle and empty. "Sucked dry by some animal," he stated. "We're seeing the end, Ferguson. I think dogs sneak in here at night now and get at them. He's too weak to protect them." A dull undercurrent of outrage throbbed through the waiting men and women. Their eyes were red-rimmed with anger as they stood clutching their objects, jammed in together in a solid mass, a circle of impatient, indignant humanity ringing the center of the park. They had been waiting a long time. They were getting tired of waiting. "What the hell is this?" Untermeyer squatted down in front of a vague shape discarded under a tree. He ran his fingers over the indistinct blur of metal. The object seemed melted together like wax. Nothing was distinguishable. "I can't identify it." "That's a power lawnmower," a man nearby said sullenly. "How long ago did he print it?" Ferguson asked. 4 days ago." The man knocked at it in hostility. "You can't even tell what it is. It could be anything. My old one's worn out. I wheeled the settlement's original up from the vault and stood in line all day, and look what I got." He spat contemptuously. "It isn't worth a damn. I left it sitting here. No point taking it home." His wife spoke up in a shrill, harsh wail. "What are we going to do? We can't use the old one. It's crumbling away like everything else around here. If the new prints aren't any good, then what—" "Shut up!" her husband snapped. His face was ugly and strained. His long-fingered hands gripped a length of pipe. "We'll wait a little longer. Maybe he'll snap out of it." A murmur of hope rippled around them. Charlotte shivered and pushed on. "I don't blame him," she said to Ferguson. "But—" She shook her head wearily. "What good would it do, if he won't print copies for us that are any good?" "He can't," John Dawes said. "Look at him." He halted and held the rest of them back. "Look at him, and tell me how he could do better." The biltong was dying. Huge and old, it squatted in the center of the settlement park, a lump of ancient yellow protoplasm, thick, gummy, opaque. Its pseudopodia were dried up, shriveled to blackened snakes that lay inert on the brown grass. The center of the mass looked oddly sunken. The biltong was gradually settling, as the moisture was burned from its veins by the weak overhead sun. "Oh, dear," Charlotte whispered. "How awful he looks." The biltong's central lump undulated faintly. Sickly, restless heavings were noticeable as it struggled to hold on to its dwindling life. Flies clustered around it in dense swarms of black and shiny blue. A thick odor hung over the biltong, a fetid stench of decaying organic matter. A pool of brackish waste liquid had oozed from it. Within the yellow protoplasm of the creature, its solid core of nervous tissue pulsed in agony, with quick, jerky movements that sent widening waves across the sluggish flesh. Filaments were almost visibly degenerating into calcified granules, age and decay and suffering. On the concrete platform in front of the dying biltong lay a heap of originals to be duplicated. Beside them, a few prints had been commenced, unformed balls of black ash mixed with the moisture of the biltong's body, the juice from which it laboriously constructed its prints. It had halted the work, pulled its still-functioning pseudopodia painfully back into itself. It was resting and trying not to die. "The poor damn thing," Ferguson heard himself say. "It can't keep on." "He's been sitting like that for 6 solid hours," a woman snapped sharply in Ferguson's ear. "Just sitting there. What does he expect us to do, get down on our hands and knees and beg him?" Dawes turned furiously on her. "Can't you see it's dying? For God's sake, leave it alone!" An ominous rumble stirred through the ring of people. Faces turned toward Dawes. He icily ignored them. Beside him, Charlotte had stiffened to a frightened ramrod. Her eyes were pale with fear. "Be careful," Untermeyer warned Dawes softly. "Some of these boys need things pretty bad. Some of them are waiting here for food." Time was running out. Ferguson grabbed the steel box from Untermeyer and tore it open. Bending down, he removed the originals and laid them on the grass in front of him. At the sight, a murmur went up around him, a murmur blended of awe and amazement. Grim satisfaction knifed through Ferguson. These were originals lacking in this settlement. Only imperfect prints existed here. Printing had been done from defective duplicates. One by one he gathered up the precious originals and moved toward the concrete platform in front of the biltong. Men angrily blocked his way until they saw the originals he carried. He laid down a silver Ronson cigarette lighter, then a Bosch and Lohm binocular microscope, still black and pebbled in its original leather, a high-fidelity Pickering phonograph cartridge, and a shimmering Steuben crystal cup. "Those are fine-looking originals," a man said enviously. "Where'd you get them?" Ferguson didn't reply. He was watching the dying biltong. The biltong hadn't moved, but it had seen the new originals added to the others. Inside the yellow mass, the hard fibers raced and blurred together. The front orifice shuddered and then split open. A violent wave lashed the whole lump of protoplasm. Then from the opening, rancid bubbles oozed. A pseudopodium twitched briefly, struggled forward across the slimy grass, hesitated, touched the Steuben glass. It pushed together a heap of black ash, wadded it with fluid from the front orifice. A dull globe formed, a grotesque parody of the Steuben cup. The biltong wavered and drew back to gather more strength. Presently it tried once more to form the blob. Abruptly, without warning, the whole mass shuddered violently, and the pseudopodium dropped, exhausted. It twitched, hesitated pathetically, and then withdrew, back into the central bulk. "No use," Untermeyer said hoarsely. "He can't do it. It's too late." With stiff, awkward fingers, Ferguson gathered the originals together and shakily stuffed them back in the steel box. "I guess I was wrong," he muttered, climbing to his feet. "I thought this might do it. I didn't realize how far it had gone." Charlotte, stricken and mute, moved blindly away from the platform. Untermeyer followed her through the coagulation of angry men and women, clustered around the concrete platform. "Wait a minute," Dawes said. "I have something for him to try." Ferguson waited wearily as Dawes groped inside his coarse gray shirt. He fumbled and brought out something wrapped in old newspaper. It was a cup, a wooden drinking cup, crude and ill-shaped. There was a strange, wry smile on his face as he squatted down and placed the cup in front of the biltong. Charlotte watched, vaguely puzzled. What's the use? Suppose he does make a print of it. She poked listlessly at the rough wooden object with the toe of her slipper. It's so simple you could duplicate it yourself. Ferguson started. Dawes caught his eye. For an instant the two men gazed at each other, Dawes smiling faintly, Ferguson rigid with burgeoning understanding. "That's right," Dawes said. "I made it." Ferguson grabbed the cup. Trembling, he turned it over and over. "You made it with what? I don't see how. What did you make it out of?" "We knocked down some trees." From his belt, Dawes slid something that gleamed metallically, dully in the weak sunlight. "Here, be careful you don't cut yourself." The knife was as crude as the cup, hammered, bent, tied together with wire. "You made this knife?" Ferguson asked, dazed. "I can't believe it. Where do you start? You have to have tools to make this. It's a paradox." His voice rose with hysteria. "It is impossible." Charlotte turned despondently away. "It's no good. You couldn't cut anything with that." Wistfully, pathetically, she added, "In my kitchen I had that whole set of stainless steel carving knives, the best Swedish steel, and now they're nothing but black ash." There were a million questions bursting in Ferguson's mind. "This cup, this knife, there's a group of you, and that material you're wearing. You wove that?" "Come on," Dawes said brusquely. He retrieved the knife and cup, moved urgently away. "We'd better get out of here. I think the end has about come." People were beginning to drift out of the park. They were giving up, shambling wretchedly off to forage in the decaying stores for food remnants. A few cars muttered into life and rolled hesitantly away. Untermeyer licked his flabby lips nervously. His doughy flesh was mottled and grainy with fear. "They're getting wild," he muttered to Ferguson. "This whole settlement's collapsing. In a few hours there won't be anything. No food, no place to stay." His eyes darted toward the car, then faded to opaqueness. He wasn't the only one who had noticed the car. A group of men were slowly forming around the massive, dusty Buick, their faces dark. Like hostile, greedy children, they poked at it intently, examining its fenders, hood, touching its headlights, its firm tires. The men had clumsy weapons, pipes, rocks, sections of twisted steel ripped from collapsing buildings. "They know it isn't from this settlement," Dawes said. "They know it's going back." "I can take you to the Pittsburgh settlement," Ferguson said to Charlotte. He headed toward the car. I'll register you as my wife. You can decide later on whether you want to go through with the legalities."
"What about Ben?"
Charlotte asked faintly. "I can't marry him, too." Ferguson increased his pace. "I can take him there, but they won't let him stay. They have their quota system. Later on, when they realize the emergency—" "Get out of the way," Untermeyer said to the cordon of men. He lumbered toward them vengefully. After a moment the men uncertainly retreated and finally gave way. Untermeyer stood by the door, his huge body drawn up and alert. "Bring her through, and watch it," he told Ferguson. Ferguson and Dawes, with Charlotte between them, made their way through the line of men to Untermeyer. Ferguson gave the fat man the keys, and Untermeyer yanked the front door open. He pushed Charlotte in, then motioned Ferguson to hurry around to the other side. The group of men came alive. With his great fist, Untermeyer smashed the leader into those behind him. He struggled past Charlotte and got his bulk wedged behind the wheel of the car. The motor came on with a whir. Untermeyer threw it into low gear and jammed savagely down on the accelerator. The car edged forward. Men clawed at it crazily, groping at the open door for the man and woman inside. Untermeyer slammed the doors and locked them. As the car gained speed, Ferguson caught a final glimpse of the fat man's sweating, fear-distorted face. Men grabbed vainly for the slippery sides of the car. As it gathered momentum, they slid away one by one. One huge red-haired man clung maniacally to the hood, pawing at the shattered windshield for the driver's face beyond. Untermeyer sent the car spinning into a sharp curve. The red-haired man hung on for a moment, then lost his grip and tumbled silently face forward onto the pavement. The car wove, careened, at last disappeared from view beyond a row of sagging buildings. The sound of its screaming tires faded. Untermeyer and Charlotte were on their way to safety at the Pittsburgh settlement. Ferguson stared after the car until the pressure of Dawes' thin hand on his shoulder aroused him. "Well," he muttered, "there goes the car. Anyhow, Charlotte got away." "Come on," Dawes said tightly in his ear. "I hope you have good shoes. We've got a long way to walk." Ferguson blinked. "Walk? Where?" "The nearest of our camps is 30 miles from here. We can make it, I think." He moved away, and after a moment Ferguson followed him. "I've done it before. I can do it again." Behind them the crowd was collecting again, centering its interest upon the inert mass that was the dying biltong. The hum of wrath sounded. Frustration and impotence at the loss of the car pitched the ugly cacophony to a gathering peak of violence. Gradually, like water seeking its level, the ominous, boiling mass surged toward the concrete platform. On the platform, the ancient, dying biltong waited helplessly. It was aware of them. Its pseudopodia were twisted in one last decrepit action, a final shudder of effort. Then Ferguson saw a terrible thing. A thing that made shame rise inside him until his humiliated fingers released the metal box he carried, let it fall, splintering to the ground. He retrieved it numbly, stood gripping it helplessly. He wanted to run off blindly, aimlessly, anywhere but here, out into the silence and darkness and driving shadows beyond the settlement, out in the dead acres of ash. The biltong was trying to print himself a defensive shield, a protective wall of ash, as the mob descended on him. When they had walked a couple of hours, Dawes came to a halt and threw himself down in the black ash that extended everywhere. "We'll rest a while," he grunted to Ferguson. "I've got some food we can cook. We'll use that Ronson lighter you have there, if it's got any fluid in it." Ferguson opened the metal box and passed him the lighter. A cold, fetid wind blew around them, whipping ash into dismal clouds across the barren surface of the planet. Off in the distance, a few jagged walls of buildings jutted upward like splinters of bones. Here and there, dark, ominous stalks of weeds grew. "It's not as dead as it looks," Dawes commented as he gathered bits of dried wood and paper from the ash around them. "You know about the dogs and the rabbits. And there's lots of plant seeds. All you have to do is water the ash and up they spring." "Water, but it doesn't rain, whatever the word used to be." "We have to dig ditches. There's still water, but you have to dig for it." Dawes got a feeble fire going. There was fluid in the lighter. He tossed it back and turned his attention to feeding the fire. Ferguson sat examining the lighter. "How can you build a thing like this?" he demanded bluntly. "We can't." Dawes reached into his coat and brought out a flat packet of food, dried salted meat and parched corn. "You can't start out building complex stuff. You have to work your way up slowly." "A healthy biltong could print this. The one in Pittsburgh could make a perfect print of this lighter." "I know," Dawes said. "That's what's held us back. We have to wait until they give up. They will, you know. They'll have to go back to their own star system. It's genocide for them to stay here." Ferguson clutched convulsively at the lighter. "Then our civilization goes with them." "That lighter?" Dawes grinned. "Yes, that's going. For a long time, at least. But I don't think you've got the right slant. We're going to have to re-educate ourselves, every damn one of us. It's hard for me, too." "Where did you come from?" Dawes said quietly, "I'm one of the survivors from Chicago. After it collapsed, I wandered around, killed with a stone, slept in cellars, fought off the dogs with my hands and feet. Finally, I found my way to one of the camps. There were a few before me. You don't know it, my friend, but Chicago wasn't the first to fall." "And you're printing tools like that knife?" Dawes laughed long and loud. "The word isn't print. The word is build. We're building tools, making things." He pulled out the crude wooden cup and laid it down on the ash. "Printing means merely copying. I can't explain to you what building is. You'll have to try it yourself to find out. Building and printing are two totally different things." Dawes arranged 3 objects on the ash: the exquisite Steuben glassware, his own crude wooden drinking cup, and the blob, the botched print the dying biltong had attempted. "This is the way it was," he said, indicating the Steuben cup. "Someday it'll be that way again. But we're going up the right way, the hard way, step by step, until we get back there." He carefully replaced the glassware back in its metal box. "We'll keep it, not to copy, but as a model, as a goal. You can't grasp the difference now, but you will." He indicated the crude wooden cup. "That's where we are right now. Don't laugh at it. Don't say it's not civilization. It is. It's simple and crude, but it's the real thing. We'll go up from here." He picked up the blob, the print the biltong had left behind. After a moment's reflection, he drew back and hurled it away from him. The blob struck, bounced once, then broke into fragments. "That's nothing," Dawes said fiercely. "Better this cup. This wooden cup is closer to that Steuben glass than any print." "You're certainly proud of your little wooden cup," Ferguson observed. "I sure as hell am," Dawes agreed, as he placed the cup in the metal box beside the Steuben glassware. "You'll understand that, too, one of these days. It'll take a while, but you'll get it." He began closing the box, then halted a moment and touched the Ronson lighter. He shook his head regretfully. "Not in our time," he said, and closed the box. "Too many steps in between." His lean face glowed suddenly, a flicker of joyful anticipation. "But by God, we're moving that way." War Veteran. The old man sat on the park bench in the bright, hot sunlight and watched the people moving back and forth. The park was neat and clean. The lawns glittered wetly in the spray piped from 100 shiny copper tubes. A polished robot gardener crawled here and there, weeding and plucking and gathering waste debris in its disposal slot. Children scampered and shouted. Young couples sat basking sleepily and holding hands. Groups of handsome soldiers strolled lazily along, hands in their pockets, admiring the tanned, naked girls sunbathing around the pool. Beyond the park, the roaring cars and towering needle spires of New York sparkled and gleamed. The old man cleared his throat and spat sullenly into the bushes. The bright, hot sun annoyed him. It was too yellow, and it made perspiration stream through his seedy, ragged coat. It made him conscious of his grizzled chin and missing left eye, and the deep, ugly burn scar that had seared away the flesh of one cheek. He pawed fretfully at the H-loop around his scrawny neck. He unbuttoned his coat and pulled himself upright against the glowing metal slats of the bench. Bored, lonely, bitter, he twisted around and tried to interest himself in the pastoral scene of trees and grass and happily playing children. 3 blond-faced young soldiers sat down on the bench opposite him and began unrolling picnic lunch cartons. The old man's thin, rancid breath caught in his throat. Painfully his ancient heart thudded, and for the first time in hours he came fully alive. He struggled up from his lethargy and focused his dim sight on the soldiers. The old man got out his handkerchief, mopped his sweat-oozing face, and then spoke to them. "Nice afternoon." The soldiers glanced up briefly. "Yeah," one said. "They done a good job." The old man indicated the yellow sun and the spires of the city. "Looks perfect." The soldiers said nothing. They concentrated on their cups of boiling black coffee and apple pie. "Almost fools you," the old man went on plaintively. "You boys with seed teams?" he hazarded. "No," one of them said. "We're Rocketeers." The old man gripped his aluminum cane and said, "I was in demolition, back in the old BA-3 squad." None of the soldiers responded. They were whispering among themselves. The girls on a bench farther down had noticed them. The old man reached into his coat pocket and brought out something wrapped in gray, torn tissue paper. He unfolded it with shaking fingers and then got to his feet. Unsteadily he crossed the gravel path to the soldiers. "See this?" He held out the object, a small square of glittering metal. "I won that back in '87. That was before your time, I guess." A flicker of interest momentarily roused the young soldiers. "Hey," one whistled appreciatively, "that's a crystal disc, first class." He raised his eyes questioningly. "You won that?" The old man cackled proudly as he wrapped up the medal and restored it to his coat pocket. "I served under Nathan West in the Wind Giant. It wasn't until the final jump they took against us I got mine. But I was out there with my D-Squad. You probably remember the day we set off our network, rigged all the way from—" "Sorry," one of the soldiers said vaguely. "We don't go back that far. That must have been before our time." "Sure," the old man agreed eagerly. "That was more than 60 years ago. You heard of Major Peratti, haven't you? how he rammed their covering fleet into a meteor cloud as they were converging for their final attack, and how the BA-3 was able to hold them back months before they finally slammed us. He swore bitterly. We held them off until there wasn't more'n a couple of us left, and then they came in like vultures, and what they found, they— Sorry, Pop. The soldiers had got lithely up, collected their lunches, and were moving toward the bench of girls. The girls glanced at them shyly and giggled in anticipation. We'll see you some other time. The old man turned and hobbled furiously back to his own bench, disappointed, muttering under his breath and spitting into the wet bushes. He tried to make himself comfortable, but the sun irritated him, and the noises of people and cars made him sick. He sat on the park bench, eye half shut, wasted lips twisted in a snarl of bitterness and defeat. Nobody was interested in a decrepit, half-blind old man. Nobody wanted to hear his garbled, rambling tales of the battles he had fought and strategies he had witnessed. Nobody seemed to remember the war that still burned like a twisting, corroding fire in the decaying old man's brain. A war he longed to speak of, if he could only find listeners. Vachel Patterson jerked his car to a halt and slammed on the emergency brake. "That's that," he said over his shoulder. "Make yourselves comfortable. We're going to have a short wait." The scene was familiar. 1,000 Earthmen in gray caps and armbands streamed along the street, chanting slogans, waving immense crude banners that were visible for blocks. "No negotiation. Talk is for traitors. Action is for men. Don't tell them, show them. A strong Earth is the best guarantee of peace." In the back seat of the car, Edwin Lamar put aside his report tapes with a grunt of nearsighted surprise. "Why have we stopped? What is it?" "Another demonstration," Evelyn Cutter said distantly. She leaned back and disgustedly lit a cigarette. "Same as all of them." The demonstration was in full swing. Men, women, youths out of school for the afternoon, marched wild-faced, excited and intense, some with signs, some with crude weapons and in partial uniform. Along the sidewalks, more and more watching spectators were being tugged along. Blue-clad policemen had halted surface traffic. They stood watching indifferently, waiting for somebody to try to interfere. Nobody did, of course. Nobody was that foolish. "Why doesn't the Directorate put a stop to this?" Lamar demanded. "A couple of armored columns would finish this once and for all." Beside him, John V. Stevens laughed coldly. "The Directorate finances it, organizes it, gives it free time on the VidNet, even beats up people who complain. Look at those cops standing over there, waiting for somebody to beat up." Lamar blinked. "Patterson, is that true?" Rage-distorted faces loomed up beyond the hood of the sleek '64 Buick. The tramp of feet made the chrome dashboard rattle. Dr. Lamar tugged his tapes nervously into their metal case and peered around like a frightened turtle. "What are you worried about?" V. Stevens said harshly. "They wouldn't touch you. You're an Earthman. I'm the one who should be sweating." "They're crazy," Lamar muttered. "All those morons chanting and marching." "They're not morons," Patterson answered mildly. "They're just too trusting. They believe what they're told, like the rest of us. The only trouble is, what they're told isn't true." He indicated one of the gigantic banners, a vast 3D photograph that twisted and turned as it was carried forward. "Blame him. He's the one who thinks up the lies. He's the one who puts the pressure on the Directorate, fabricates the hate and violence, and has the funds to sell it." The banner showed a stern-browed, white-haired gentleman, clean-shaven and dignified, a scholarly man, heavy-set in his late 50s, kindly blue eyes, firm jawline, an impressive and respected dignitary. Under his handsome portrait was his personal slogan, coined in a moment of inspiration: "Only traitors compromise." "That's Francis Gannett," V. Stevens said to Lamar. "Fine figure of a man, isn't he?" He corrected himself. "Of an Earth man." "He looks so genteel," Evelyn Cutter protested. "How could an intelligent-looking man like that have anything to do with this?" V. Stevens bellowed with taut laughter. "His nice clean white hands are a lot filthier than any of those plumbers and carpenters marching out there." "But why?" "Gannett and his own group, Transplan Industries, a holding company that controls most of the export-import business of the inner worlds. If my people and the Martian people are given their independence, they'll start cutting into his trade. There'll be competition, but as it stands, they're bottled up in a cold-deck mercantile system." The demonstrators had reached an intersection. A group of them dropped their banners and sprouted clubs and rocks. They shouted orders, waved the others on, and then headed grimly for a small modern building that blinked the word "Color Ad" in neon lights. "Oh, God," Patterson said. "They're after the Color Ad office." He grabbed at the door handle, but V. Stevens stopped him. "You can't do anything," V. Stevens said. "Anyhow, nobody's in there. They usually get advance warning." The rioters smashed the plate-plastic windows and poured into the swank little store. The police sauntered over, arms folded, enjoying the spectacle. From the ruined front office, smashed furniture was tossed out onto the sidewalks. Files, desks, chairs, vid-screens, ashtrays, even gay posters of happy life on the inner worlds. Acrid black fingers of smoke curled up as the storeroom was ignited by a hot beam. Presently the rioters came streaming back out, satiated and happy. Along the sidewalk, people watched with a variety of emotions. Some showed delight, some a vague curiosity, but most showed fear and dismay. They backed hurriedly away as the wild-faced rioters pushed brutally past them, loaded down with stolen goods. "See," Patterson said, "this stuff is done by a few thousand, a committee Gannett's financing. Those in front are employees of Gannett's factories, goon squads on extracurricular duty. They try to sound like mankind, but they aren't. They're a noisy minority, a small bunch of hard-working fanatics." The demonstration was breaking up. The Color Ad office was a dismal fire-gutted ruin. Traffic had been stopped. Most of downtown New York had seen the lurid slogans and heard the tramp of feet and shouted hate. People began drifting back into offices and shops, back to their daily routine. And then the rioters saw the Venusian girl crouched in the locked and bolted doorway. Patterson gunned the car forward. Bucking and grinding savagely, it hurtled across the street and up on the sidewalk toward the running knot of dark-faced hoods. The nose of the car caught the first wave of them and tossed them like leaves. The rest collided with the metal hull and tumbled down in a shapeless mass of struggling arms and legs. The Venusian girl saw the car sliding toward her and the Earth people in the front seat. For a moment she crouched in paralyzed terror. Then she turned and scurried off in panic, down the sidewalk and into the milling throng that filled up the street. The rioters regrouped themselves and in an instant were after her in full cry. "Get the Webfoot! Webfoot's back to their own planet! Earth for Earthmen!" And beneath the chanted slogans, the ugly undercurrent of unverbalized lust and hate. Patterson backed the car up and onto the street. His fist clamped savagely over the horn. He gunned the car after the girl, abreast with the loping rioters, and then past them. A rock crashed off the rear-view window, and for an instant a hail of rubbish banged and clattered. Ahead, the crowd separated aimlessly, leaving an open path for the car and the rioters. No hand was lifted against the desperately running girl as she raced, sobbing and panting between parked cars and groups of people. And nobody made a move to help her. Everybody watched, dull-eyed and detached. Remote spectators viewing an event in which they had no part. "I'll get her," V. Stevens said. "Pull up in front of her and I'll head her off." Patterson passed the girl and jammed on the brakes. The girl doubled off the street like a terrified hare. V. Stevens was out of the car in a single bound. He sprinted after her as she darted mindlessly back toward the rioters. He swept her up and then plunged her back to the car. Lamar and Evelyn Cutter dragged the two of them in, and Patterson sent the car bucking ahead. A moment later he turned a corner, snapped a police rope, and passed beyond the danger zone. The roar of people, the flap of feet against the pavement, died down behind them. "It's all right," V. Stevens was saying gently and repeatedly to the girl. "We're friends. Look, I'm a Webfoot, too." The girl was huddled against the door of the car, green eyes wide with terror, thin face convulsed, knees pulled up against her stomach. She was perhaps 17 years old. Her webbed fingers scrabbled aimlessly with the torn collar of her blouse. One shoe was missing. Her face was scratched, dark hair disheveled. From her trembling mouth only vague sounds came. Lamar took her pulse. "Her heart's about to pop out of her," he muttered. From his coat he took an emergency capsule and shot a narcotic into the girl's trembling forearm. "That'll relax her. She's not harmed. They didn't get to her." "It's all right," V. Stevens murmured. "We're doctors from the city hospital, all but Miss Cutter, who manages the files and records. Dr. Lamar is a neurologist. Dr. Patterson is a cancer specialist. I'm a surgeon. See my hand?" He traced the girl's forehead with his surgeon's hand. "And I'm a Venusian, like you. We'll take you to the hospital and keep you there for a while." "Did you see them?" Lamar sputtered. "Nobody lifted a finger to help her. They just stood there." "They were afraid," Patterson said. "They want to avoid trouble." "They can't," Evelyn Cutter said flatly. "Nobody can avoid this kind of trouble. They can't keep standing on the sidelines watching. This isn't a football game." "What's going to happen?" the girl quavered. "You better get off Earth," V. Stevens said gently. "No Venusian is safe here. Get back to your own planet and stay there until this thing dies down." "Will it?" the girl gasped. "Eventually." V. Stevens reached down and passed her Evelyn's cigarettes. "It can't go on like this. We have to be free." "Take it easy," Evelyn said in a dangerous voice. Her eyes faded to hostile coals. "I thought you were above all this." V. Stevens' dark green face flushed. "You think I can stand idly by while my people are killed and insulted, and our interests passed over, ignored so paste-faces like Gannett can get rich on blood squeezed from—" "Paste-face?" Lamar echoed wonderingly. "What's that mean, Vachel?" "That's their word for Earthmen," Patterson answered. "Can it be, Stevens? As far as we're concerned, it's not your people and our people. We're all the same race. Your ancestors were Earthmen who settled Venus back in the late 20th century. The changes are only minor adaptive alterations," Lamar assured V. Stevens. "We can still interbreed. That proves we're the same race." "We can," Evelyn Cutter said thinly. "But who wants to marry a Webfoot or a Crow?" Nobody said anything for a while. The air in the car was tense with hostility as Patterson sped toward the hospital. The Venusian girl sat crouched, smoking silently, her terrified eyes on the vibrating floor. Patterson slowed down at the checkpoint and showed his ID tab. The hospital guard signaled the car ahead, and he picked up speed. As he put his tab away, his fingers touched something clipped to the inside of his pocket. Sudden memory returned. "Here's something to take your mind off your troubles," he said to V. Stevens. He tossed the sealed tube back to the webfoot. "Military fired it back this morning. Clerical error. When you're through with it, hand it over to Evelyn. It's supposed to go to her, but I got interested." V. Stevens slid open the tube and spilled out the contents. It was a routine application for admission to a government hospital, stamped with the number of a war veteran. Old sweat-grimed tapes, papers torn and mutilated throughout the years, greasy bits of metal foil that had been folded and refolded, stuffed in a shirt pocket, carried next to some filthy hair-matted chest. "Is this important?" V. Stevens asked impatiently. "Do we have to worry over clerical trifles?" Patterson halted the car in the hospital parking lot and turned off the motor. "Look at the number of the application," he said as he pushed open the car door. "When you have time to examine it, you'll find something unusual. The applicant is carrying around an old veteran's ID card with a number that hasn't been issued yet." Lamar, hopelessly baffled, looked from Evelyn Cutter to V. Stevens, but got no explanation. The old man's H-loop awoke him from a fitful slumber. "David Unger," the tiny female voice repeated. "You are wanted back at the hospital. It is requested that you return to the hospital immediately." The old man grunted and pulled himself up with an effort. Grabbing his aluminum cane, he hobbled away from his sweat-shiny bench toward the escape ramp of the park. Just when he was getting to sleep, shutting out the too bright sun and the shrill laughter of children and girls and young soldiers. At the edge of the park, two shapes crept furtively into the bushes. David Unger halted and stood in disbelief as the shapes glided past him along the path. His voice surprised him. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, shrieks of rage and revulsion that echoed through the park among the quiet trees and lawns. "Webfoots!" he wailed. He began to run clumsily after them. "Webfoots and crows! Help! Somebody help!" Waving his aluminum cane, he hobbled after the Martian and Venusian, panting wildly. People appeared, blank-faced with astonishment. A crowd formed as the old man hurried after the terrified pair. Exhausted, he stumbled against a drinking fountain and half fell, his cane sliding from his fingers. His shrunken face was livid. The burn scar stood out sick and ugly against the mottled skin. His good eye was red with hate and fury. From his wasted lips saliva drooled. He waved his skinny, claw-like hands futilely as the two altereds crept into the grove of cedars toward the far end of the park. "Stop them!" David Unger slobbered. "Don't let them get away! What's the matter with you, you bunch of lily-white cowards? What kind of men are you?" "Take it easy, Pop," a young soldier said good-naturedly. "They're not hurting anybody." Unger retrieved his cane and whooshed it past the soldier's head. "You talker!" he snapped. "What kind of a soldier are you?" A fit of coughing choked off his words. He bent double, struggling to breathe. "In my day," he managed to gasp, "we poured rocket fuel on them and strung them up. We mutilated them. We cut up the dirty webfoots and crows. We showed them." A looming cop had stopped the pair of altereds. "Get going," he ordered ominously. "You things got no right here." The two altereds scuttled past him. The cop leisurely raised his stick and cracked the Martian across the eyes. The brittle, thin-shelled head splintered, and the Martian careened on, blinded and in agony. "That's more like it," David Unger gasped in weak satisfaction. "You evil, dirty old man," a woman muttered at him, face white with horror. "It's people like you that make all this trouble." "What are you?" Unger snapped. "A crow lover?" The crowd melted and broke. Unger, grasping his cane, stumbled toward the exit ramp, muttering curses and abuse, spitting violently into the bushes and shaking his head. He arrived at the hospital grounds, still trembling with rage and resentment. "What do you want?" he demanded, as he came up to the big receiving desk in the center of the main lobby. "I don't know what's going on around here. First you wake me out of the first real sleep I've had since I got here, and then what do I see but two webfoots walking around in broad daylight, sassy as—" "Dr. Patterson wants you," the nurse said patiently. "Room 301. She nodded to a robot. "Take Mr. Unger down to 301. The old man hobbled sullenly after the smoothly gliding robot. "I thought all you tin men were used up in the Europa battle of '88, he complained. "It don't make sense, all these lily-white boys in uniforms, everybody wandering around having a good time, laughing and diddling girls with nothing better to do than lie around on the grass naked. Something's the matter. Something must be—" "In here, sir," the robot said, and the door of 301 slid away. Vachel Patterson rose slightly as the old man entered and stood fuming and gripping his aluminum cane in front of the work desk. It was the first time he had seen David Unger face to face. Each of them sized the other up intently, the thin, hawk-faced old soldier and the well-dressed young doctor, black thinning hair, horn-rimmed glasses, and good-natured face. Beside his desk, Evelyn Cutter stood watching and listening impassively, a cigarette between her red lips, blonde hair swept back. "I'm Dr. Patterson, and this is Miss Cutter." Patterson toyed with the dog-eared eroded tape strewn across his desk. "Sit down, Mr. Unger. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Some uncertainty has come up regarding one of your papers. A routine error, probably, but they've come back to me." Unger seated himself warily. "Questions and red tape. I've been here a week, and every day it's something. Maybe I should have just laid there in the street and died." "You've been here 8 days, according to this." "I suppose so. If it says so there, must be true." The old man's thin sarcasm boiled out viciously. "Couldn't put it down if it wasn't true." "You were admitted as a war veteran. All costs of care and maintenance are covered by the Directorate." Unger bristled. "What's wrong with that? I earned a little care." He leaned toward Patterson and jabbed a crabbed finger at him. "I was in the service when I was 16, fought and worked for Earth all my life. Would be there yet if I hadn't been half killed by that dirty mop-up attack of theirs. Lucky to be alive at all." He self-consciously rubbed the livid ruin of his face. "Looks like you weren't even in it. Didn't know there was any place got by." Patterson and Evelyn Cutter looked at each other. "How old are you?" Evelyn asked suddenly. "Don't it say?" Unger muttered furiously. 89. "And the year of your birth?" 2154. Can't you figure that?" Patterson made a faint notation on the metal foil reports. "And your unit?" At that Unger broke loose. "The BA-3, if maybe you've heard of it. Although the way things are around here, I wonder if you know there was ever a war." "The BA-3, Patterson repeated. "And you served with them how long?" 50 years. Then I retired. The first time, I mean. I was 66 years old, usual age, got my pension and a bit of land. And they called you back? Of course they called me back. Don't you remember how the BA-3 went back into the line, all us old guys, and damn near stopped them the last time? You must have been just a kid, but everybody knows what we did. Unger fumbled out his crystal disc first class and slammed it on the desk. I got that. All us survivors did. All 10 of us, out of 30,000. He gathered the metal up with shaking fingers. I was hurt bad. You see my face, burned when Nathan West's battleship blew up. I was in the military hospital for a couple years. That was when they cracked Earth wide open. The ancient hands clenched into futile fists. We had to sit there, watching them turn Earth into a smoking ruin. Nothing but slag and ash, miles of death. No towns, no cities. We sat there while their sea missiles whizzed by. Finally they got finished, and got us on Luna, too. Evelyn Cutter tried to speak, but no words came. At his work desk, Patterson's face had turned chalk white. "Continue," he managed to mutter. "Go on talking." We hung on there, subsurface, down under the Copernicus crater, while they slammed their sea missiles into us. We held out maybe 5 years. Then they started landing. Me and those still left took off in high-speed attack torpedoes, set up pirate bases among the outer planets. Unger twitched restlessly. I hate to talk about that part. Defeat, the end of everything. Why do you ask me? I helped build 3495, the best artibase of the lot, between Uranus and Neptune. Then I retired again, until the dirty rats slid in and leisurely blew it to bits. 50,000 men, women, kids, the whole colony. You escaped? Evelyn Cutter whispered. Of course I escaped. I was on patrol. I got one of those Webfoot ships, shot it down, and watched them die. It made me feel a little better. I moved over to 3677 for a few years, until it was attacked. That was early this month. I was fighting with my back to the wall. The dirty yellow teeth glinted in agony. No place to escape to that time, none that I knew of. The red-rimmed eyes surveyed the luxurious office. Didn't know about this. You people sure done a good job fixing up your artibase. Looks almost like I remember the real Earth. A little too fast and bright, not so peaceful as Earth really was. But you even got the smell of the air the same. There was silence. Then you came here after that colony was destroyed? Patterson asked hoarsely. I guess so. Unger shrugged wearily. Last I remember was the bubble shattering and the air and heat and grav leaking out. Crow and Webfoot ships landing everywhere, men dying around me. I was knocked out by the concussion. The next thing I knew, I was lying out in the street here, and some people were getting me to my feet. A tin man and one of your doctors took me here. Patterson let out a deep, shuddering breath. I see. His fingers plucked aimlessly at the eroded, sweat-grimed ID papers. Well, that explains this irregularity. Ain't it all there? Is something missing? All your papers are here. Your tube was hanging around your wrist when they brought you in. Naturally. Unger's bird-like chest swelled with pride. I learned that when I was 16. Even when you're dead, you have to have that tube with you. Important to keep the records straight. The records are straight, Patterson admitted thickly. You can go back to your room, or the park, anywhere. He waved, and the robot calmly escorted the withered old man from the office and out into the hall. As the door slid shut, Evelyn Cutter began swearing slowly and monotonously. She crushed out her cigarette with her sharp heel and paced wildly back and forth. Good God, what have we got ourselves into? Patterson snatched up the intervid, dialed outside, and said to the supraplan monitor, "Get me military headquarters, right away." "At Luna, sir?" "That's right," Patterson said. "At the main base on Luna." On the wall of the office, past the taut, pacing figure of Evelyn Cutter, the calendar read August 4th, 2169. If David Unger was born in 2154, he would be a boy of 15. And he had been born in 2154. It said so on his battered, yellowed, sweat-stained cards, on the ID papers carried through a war that hadn't yet happened. "He's a veteran, all right," Patterson said to V. Stevens, "of a war that won't begin for another month. No wonder his application was turned back by the IBM machines." V. Stevens licked his dark green lips. "This war will be between Earth and the 2 colony planets, and Earth will lose." Unger fought through the whole war. He saw it from the start to finish, to the total destruction of Earth. Patterson paced over to the window and gazed out. Earth lost the war, and the race of Earthmen was wiped out. From the window of V. Stevens' office, Patterson could see the city spread out. Miles of buildings, white and gleaming in the late afternoon sun. 11 million people. A gigantic center of commerce and industry, the economic hub of the system. And beyond it, a world of cities and farms and highways, 3 billion men and women, a thriving, healthy planet, the mother world from which the Altereds had originally sprung, the ambitious settlers of Venus and Mars. Endless cargo carriers lumbered between Earth and the colonies, weighed down with minerals and ores and produce. And already survey teams were poking around the outer planets, laying claim in the Directorate's name to new sources of raw materials. "He saw this go up in radioactive dust," Patterson said. "He saw the final attack on Earth that broke our defenses, and then they wiped out the lunar base. You say some brass hats are on their way here from Luna. I gave them enough of the story to start them moving. It usually takes weeks to stir up those fellows." "I'd like to see this Unger," V. Stevens said thoughtfully. "Is there some way I can—" "You've seen him. You revived him, remember, when he was originally found and brought in?" "Oh," V. Stevens said softly. "That filthy old man?" His dark eyes flickered. "So that's Unger, the veteran of the war we're going to fight. The war you're going to win. The war Earth is going to lose." Patterson abruptly left the window. "Unger thinks this is an artificial satellite someplace between Uranus and Neptune, a reconstruction of a small part of New York, a few thousand people and machines under a plastic dome. He has no conception of what's actually happened to him. Somehow he must have been hurled back along his time track. I suppose the release of energy, and maybe his frantic desire to escape. But even so, the whole thing is fantastic. It has a sort of—" V. Stevens groped for the word, "a sort of mystic ring to it. What the hell is this, a visitation? A prophet from heaven?" The door opened, and Virafia slid in. "Oh," she said as she saw Patterson. "I didn't know." "That's all right." V. Stevens nodded her inside his office. "You remember Patterson. He was with us in the car when we picked you up." Virafia looked much better than she had a few hours before. Her face was no longer scratched, her hair was back in place, and she had changed to a crisp gray sweater and skirt. Her green skin sparkled as she moved over beside V. Stevens, still nervous and apprehensive. "I'm staying here," she said defensively to Patterson. "I can't go back out there, not for a while." She darted a quick glance of appeal at V. Stevens. "She has no family on Earth," V. Stevens explained. "She came here as a Class II biochemist. She's been working over at a Westinghouse lab outside Chicago. She came to New York on a shopping trip, which was a mistake." "Can't she join the V colony at Denver?" Patterson asked. V. Stevens flushed. "You don't want another Webfoot around here?" "What can she do? We're not an embattled fortress. There's no reason why we can't shoot her to Denver in a fast freight rocket. Nobody'll interfere with that." "We can discuss it later," V. Stevens said irritably. "We've got more important things to talk about. You've made a check of Unger's papers? You're certain they're not forgeries? I suppose it's possible this is on the level, but we have to be certain." "This has to be kept quiet," Patterson said urgently with a glance at Virafia. "Nobody on the outside should be brought in." "You mean me?" Virafia asked hesitantly. "I guess I better leave." "Don't leave," V. Stevens said, grabbing hold of her arm roughly. "Patterson, you can't keep this quiet. Unger's probably told it to 50 people. He sits out there on his park bench all day, buttonholing everybody who passes." "What is this?" Virafia asked curiously. "Nothing important," Patterson said warningly. "Nothing important," V. Stevens echoed. "Just a little war, programs for sale in advance." Across his face a spasm of emotion passed, excitement and yearning hunger pouring up from inside him. "Place your bets now. Don't take chances. Bet on a sure thing, sweetheart. After all, it's history. Isn't that right?" He turned toward Patterson, his expression demanding confirmation. "What do you say? I can't stop it. You can't stop it, right?" Patterson nodded slowly. "I guess you're right," he said unhappily, and swung with all his strength. He caught V. Stevens slightly to one side as the Venusian scrambled away. V. Stevens' cold beam came out. He aimed with shaky fingers. Patterson kicked it from his hands and dragged him to his feet. "It was a mistake, John," he panted. "I shouldn't have shown you Unger's ID tube. I shouldn't have let you know." "That's right," V. Stevens managed to whisper. His eyes were blank with sorrow as he focused on Patterson. "Now I know. Now we both know. You're going to lose the war. Even if you lock Unger up in a box and sink him to the center of the earth, it's too late. Colorad will know as soon as I'm out of here. They burned down the Colorad office in New York. Then I'll find the one in Chicago or Baltimore. I'll fly back to Venus if I have to. I'm going to spread the good news. It'll be hard and long, but we'll win, and you can't do anything about it." "I can kill you," Patterson said. His mind was racing frantically. It wasn't too late. If V. Stevens were contained and David Unger turned over to the military. "I know what you're thinking," V. Stevens gasped. "If Earth doesn't fight, if you avoid war, you may still have a chance." His green lips twisted savagely. "You think we'd let you avoid war? Not now. Only traitors compromise according to you. Now it's too late." "Only too late," Patterson said, "if you get out of here." His hand groped on the desk and found a steel paperweight. He drew it to him and felt the smooth tip of the cold beam in his ribs. "I'm not sure how this thing works," Virafia said slowly, "but I guess there's only this one button to press." "That's right," V. Stevens said with relief. "But don't press it yet. I want to talk to him a few minutes more. Maybe he can be brought around to rationality." He pulled himself gratefully out of Patterson's grip and moved back a few paces, exploring his cut lip and broken front teeth. "You brought this on yourself, Vachel." "This is insane," Patterson snapped, his eyes on the snout of the cold beam as it wavered in V. Rafia's uncertain fingers. "You expect us to fight a war we know we're going to lose?" "You won't have a choice," V. Stevens' eyes gleamed. "We'll make you fight. When we attack your cities, you'll come back at us. It's human nature." The first blast of the cold beam missed Patterson. He floundered to one side and grabbed for the girl's slim wrist. His fingers caught air, and then he was down, and the beam hissed again. V. Rafia retreated, eyes wide with fright and dismay, aiming blindly for his rising body. He leaped up, hands extended for the terrified girl. He saw her fingers twist, saw the snout of the tube darken as the field clicked on, and that was all. From the kicked-open door, the blue-clad soldiers caught V. Rafia in a crossfire of death. A chill breath mushroomed in Patterson's face. He collapsed back, arms up frantically, as the frigid whisper glided past him. V. Rafia's trembling body danced briefly as the cloud of absolute cold glowed around her. Then abruptly she halted, as rigid as if the tape track of her life had stopped in the projector. All color drained from her body. The bizarre imitation of a still-standing human figure stood silently, one arm raised, caught in the act of futile defense. Then the frozen pillar burst. The expanded cells ruptured in a shower of crystalline particles that were hurled sickeningly into every part of the office. Francis Gannett moved cautiously in behind the troops, red-faced and perspiring. "You're Patterson?" he demanded. He held out his heavy hand, but Patterson didn't take it. "The military people notified me as a matter of course. Where's this old man?" "Somewhere around," Patterson muttered, under guard. He turned toward V. Stevens, and briefly their eyes met. "You see," he said huskily, "this is what happens. Is this what you really want?" "Come on, Mr. Patterson," Francis Gannett boomed impatiently. "I don't have much time to waste. From your description, this sounds like something important." "It is," V. Stevens answered calmly. He wiped at the trickle of mouth blood with his pocket handkerchief. "It's worth the trip from Luna. Take my word for it. I know." The man who sat on Gannett's right was a lieutenant. He gazed in mute awe at the vidscreen. His young, handsome, blond face was alive with amazement as, from the bank of a gray haze, a huge battleship lumbered, one reactor smashed, its forward turrets crumpled, hull twisted open. "Good God," Lieutenant Nathan West said faintly. "That's the Wind Giant, the biggest battleship we have. Look at it. It's out of commission, totally disabled." "That will be your ship," Patterson said. "You'll be commander of it in 87, when it's destroyed by the combined Venusian and Martian fleets. David Unger will be serving under you. You'll be killed, but Unger will escape. The few survivors of your ship will watch from Luna, as Earth is systematically demolished by sea missiles from Venus and Mars." On the screen, the figures leaped and swirled like fish in the bottom of a dirt-saturated tank. A violent maelstrom surged in the center, a vortex of energy that lashed the ships on vast spasms of motion. The Silver Earth ships hesitated, then broke. Flashing black Mars battleships swept through the wide breach, and the Earth flank was turned simultaneously by the waiting Venusians. Together, they caught the remnants of the Earth ships in steel pincers and crushed them out of existence. brief puffs of light as the ships winked out of being. In the distance, the solemn blue and green orb that was Earth slowly and majestically revolved. Already it showed ugly pocks, bomb craters from the sea missiles that had penetrated the defense network. Lamar snapped off the projector, and the screen died. That ends that brain sequence. All we can get are visual fragments like this, brief instants that left strong impressions on him. We can't get continuity. The next one takes up years later on one of the artificial satellites. The lights came on, and the group of spectators moved stiffly to their feet. Gannett's face was a sickly, putty gray. "Dr. Lamar, I want to see that shot again, the one of Earth." He gestured helplessly. "You know which one I mean." The lights dimmed, and again the screen came to life. This time it showed only Earth, a receding orb that fell behind as the high-velocity torpedo on which David Unger rode hurtled toward outer space. Unger had placed himself so his dead world would be visible to the last. Earth was a ruin. Involuntarily a gasp rose from the group of watching officers. Nothing lived, nothing moved. Only dead clouds of radioactive ash billowed aimlessly over the crater-pocked surface. What had been a living planet of 3 billion people was a charred cinder of ash. Nothing remained but heaps of debris, dispersed and blown dismally across vacant seas by the howling, ceaseless wind. "I suppose some kind of vegetable life will take over," Evelyn Cutter said harshly as the screen faded and the overhead lights returned. She shuddered violently and turned away. "Weeds, maybe," Lamar said. "Dark, dry weeds poking up through the slag. Maybe some insects later on. Bacteria, of course. I suppose in time bacterial action will transform the ash into usable soil, and it'll rain for 1 billion years." "Let's face it," Gannett said. "The webfoots and crows will resettle it. They'll be living here on Earth after we're all dead." "Sleeping in our beds?" Lamar inquired mildly. "Using our bathrooms and sitting rooms and transports?" "I don't understand you," Gannett answered impatiently. He waved Patterson over. "You're sure nobody knows but we here in this room?" "V. Stevens knows," Patterson said, "but he's locked up in the psychotic ward. V. Rafia knew. She's dead." Lieutenant West came over to Patterson. "Could we interview him?" "Yes, where's Unger?" Gannett demanded. "My staff is eager to meet him face to face." "You have all the essential facts," Patterson answered. "You know how the war is going to come out. You know what's going to happen to Earth." "What do you suggest?" Gannett asked warily. "Avoid the war." Gannett shrugged his plump, well-fed body. "After all, you can't change history, and this is future history. We have no choice but to go ahead and fight." "At least we'll get our share of them," Evelyn Cutter said icily. "What are you talking about?" Lamar stuttered excitedly. "You work in a hospital and you talk like that?" The woman's eyes blazed. "You saw what they did to Earth. You saw them cut us to ribbons." "We have to stand above this," Lamar protested. "If we allow ourselves to get dragged into this hate and violence—" He appealed to Patterson. "Why is V. Stevens locked up? He's no crazier than she is." "True," Patterson agreed, "but she's crazy on our side. We don't lock up that kind of lunatic." Lamar moved away from him. "Are you going out and fight too, alongside Gannett and his soldiers?" "I want to avoid the war," Patterson said dully. "Can it be done?" Gannett demanded. An avid glow winked briefly behind his pale blue eyes and then faded out. "Maybe it can be done. Why not? Unger coming back here adds a new element.
If the future can be changed, Gannett said slowly, then maybe we have a choice of various possibilities. If there's 2 possible futures, there may be an infinite number, each branching off at a different point. A granite mask slid over his face. We can use Unger's knowledge of the battles.
Let me talk to him, Lieutenant West interrupted excitedly. Maybe we can get a clear idea of the Webfoot battle strategy. He's probably gone over the battles in his mind 1,000 times.
He'd recognize you, Gannett said. After all, he served under your command.
Patterson was deep in thought.
I don't think so, he said to West. You're a lot older than David Unger.
West blinked.
What do you mean? He's a broken-down old man, and I'm still in my 20s.
David Unger is 15, Patterson answered. At this point, you're almost twice his age. You're already a commissioned officer on the Lunar Policy-level staff. Unger isn't even in the military service. He'll volunteer when war breaks out, as a buck private without experience or training. When you're an old man commanding the Wind Giant, David Unger will be a middle-aged nonentity working one of the gun turrets, a name you won't even know.
Then Unger is already alive? Gannett said, puzzled.
Unger is someplace around, waiting to step onto the stage. Patterson filed the thought away for future study. It might have valuable possibilities. I don't think he'll recognize you, West. He may never even have seen you. The Wind Giant is a big ship.
West quickly agreed. Put a bug system on me, Gannett, so the command staff can have the odd and vid images of what Unger says.
In the bright mid-morning sunlight, David Unger sat moodily on his park bench, gnarled fingers gripping his aluminum cane, gazing dully at the passers-by. To his right, a robot gardener worked over the same patch of grass again and again, its metallic eye lenses intently fastened on the wizened, hunched-over figure of the old man. Down the gravel path, a group of loitering men sent random comments to the various monitors scattered through the park, keeping the relay system open. A bare-bosomed young woman sunbathing by the pool nodded faintly to a pair of soldiers pacing around the park, within constant sight of David Unger. That morning there were 100 people in the park. All were integrated elements of the screen surrounding the half-dozing, resentful old man.
"All right," Patterson said. His car was parked at the edge of the plot of green trees and lawns. "Remember not to overexcite him. V. Stevens revived him originally. If something goes wrong with his heart, we can't get V. Stevens to pump him back." The blond young lieutenant nodded, straightened his immaculate blue tunic, and slid onto the sidewalk. He pushed his helmet back and briskly strode down the gravel path toward the center of the park. As he approached, the lounging figures moved imperceptibly. One by one they took up positions on the lawns, on the benches, in groups here and there around the pool. Lieutenant West stopped at a drinking fountain and allowed the robot water brain to find his mouth with a jet of ice-cold spray. He wandered slowly away and stood for a moment, arms loose at his sides, vacantly watching a young woman as she removed her clothes and stretched out languidly on a multicolored blanket. Her eyes shut, red lips parted, the woman relaxed with a grateful sigh. "Let him speak to you first," she said faintly to the lieutenant standing a few feet from her, one black boot on the edge of a bench. "Don't start the conversation."
Lieutenant West watched her a moment longer and then continued along the path. A passing, heavy-set man said swiftly in his ear, "Not so fast. Take your time, and don't appear to hurry." "You want to give the impression you have all day," a hatchet-faced nurse greeted as she passed him wheeling a baby carriage. Lieutenant West slowed almost to a halt. He aimlessly kicked a bit of gravel from the path into the wet bushes. Hands deep in his pockets, he wandered over to the central pool and stood gazing absently into its depths. He lit a cigarette, then bought an ice cream bar from a passing robot salesman. "Spill some on your tunic, sir," the robot speaker instructed faintly. "Swear and start dabbing at it." Lieutenant West let the ice cream melt in the warm summer sun. When some had dripped down his wrist onto his starched blue tunic, he scowled, dug out his handkerchief, dipped it in the pool, and began clumsily to wipe the ice cream away. On his bench, the scar-faced old man watched with his one good eye, gripping his aluminum cane and cackling happily. "Watch out," he wheezed. "Look out there." Lieutenant West glanced up in annoyance. "You're dripping more," the old man cackled, and lay back in weak amusement, toothless mouth slack with pleasure. Lieutenant West grinned good-naturedly. "I guess so," he admitted. He dropped the melting, half-eaten ice cream bar into a disposal slot and finished cleaning his tunic. "Sure is warm," he observed, wandering vaguely over. "They do a good job," Unger agreed, nodding his bird-like head. He peered and craned his neck, trying to make out the insignia markings on the young soldier's shoulder. "You with the Rocketeers?" "Demolition," Lieutenant West said. As of that morning, his insignia had been changed. BA-3. The old man shuddered. He hawked and spat feverishly into the nearby bushes. "That's so?" He half rose, excited and fearful, as the lieutenant started to move away. "Say, I was in the BA-3 years ago." He tried to make his voice sound calm and casual. "Long before your time." Amazement and disbelief slid over Lieutenant West's handsome blond face. "Don't kid me. Only a couple guys from the old group are still alive. You're pulling my leg." I was, Unger wheezed, fumbling with trembling haste at his coat pocket. "Say, look at this. Stop a minute and I'll show you something." Reverent and awed, he held out his crystal disk. "See? You know what this is?" Lieutenant West gazed down at the metal a long time. Real emotion welled up inside him. He didn't have to counterfeit it. "Can I examine it?" he asked finally. Unger hesitated. "Sure," he said. "Take it." "That's right," Unger said. "You remember?" He returned it to his pocket. "No, you weren't even alive then. But you heard about it, haven't you?" "Yes," West said. "I've heard about it many times." "And you haven't forgotten?" "A lot of people forgot that, what we did there." "I guess we took a beating that day," West said. He sat down slowly on the bench beside the old man. "That was a bad day for Earth." "We lost," Unger agreed. "Only a few of us got out of there. I got to Luna. I saw Earth go, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. It broke my heart. I cried until I lay like a dead thing. We were all weeping, soldiers, workmen, standing there helpless. And then they turned their missiles on us." The lieutenant licked his dry lips. Your commander didn't get out, did he? Nathan West died on his ship, Unger said. He was the finest commander in the line. They didn't give him the Wind Giant for nothing. His ancient, withered features dimmed in recollection. There'll never be another man like West. I saw him once. Big, stern-faced man, wide-shouldered, a giant himself. He was a great old man. Nobody could have done better. West hesitated. You think if somebody else had been in command? No! Unger shrieked. Nobody could have done better. I've heard it said. I know what some of those fat-bottomed armchair strategists say, but they're wrong. Nobody could have won that battle. We didn't have a chance. We were outnumbered 5-1. 2 huge fleets, one straight at our middle and the other waiting to chew us up and swallow us. I see, West said thickly. Reluctantly he continued in an agony of turmoil. These armchair men, what the hell is it they say? I never listen to the brass. He tried to grin, but his face refused to respond. I know they're always saying we could have won the battle and maybe even saved the Wind Giant, but Look here, Unger said fervently, his sunken eye wild and glittering. With the point of his aluminum cane he began gouging harsh, violent ditches in the gravel by his feet. This line is our fleet. Remember how West had it drawn up? It was a mastermind arranged our fleet that day, a genius. We held them off for 12 hours before they busted through. Nobody thought we'd have a chance of even doing that. Savagely, Unger gouged another line. That's the Crow fleet. I see, West muttered. He leaned over so his chest lens would vid the rough lines in the gravel back to the scanning center in the mobile units circling lazily overhead, and from there to main headquarters on Luna. And the Webfoot fleet? Unger glanced cagily at him, suddenly shy. I'm not boring you, am I? I guess an old man likes to talk. Sometimes I bother people trying to take up their time. Go on, West answered. He meant what he said. Keep drawing. I'm watching. Evelyn Cutter paced restlessly around her softly lit apartment, arms folded, red lips tight with anger. I don't understand you. She paused to lower the heavy drapes. You were willing to kill V. Stevens a little while ago. Now you won't even help block Lamar. You know Lamar doesn't grasp what's happening. He dislikes Gannett, and he prattles about the interplan community of scientists, our duty to all mankind and that sort of stuff. Can't you see if V. Stevens gets hold of him? Maybe Lamar is right, Patterson said. I don't like Gannett either. Evelyn exploded. They'll destroy us. We can't fight a war with them. We don't have a chance. She halted in front of him, eyes blazing. But they don't know that yet. We've got to neutralize Lamar, at least for a while. Every minute he's walking around free puts our world in jeopardy. 3 billion lives depend on keeping this suppressed. Patterson was brooding. I suppose Gannett briefed you on the initial exploration West conducted today? No results so far. The old man knows every battle by heart, and we lost them all. She rubbed her forehead wearily. I mean, we will lose them all. With numb fingers she gathered up the empty coffee cups. Want some more coffee? Patterson didn't hear her. He was intent on his own thoughts. He crossed over to the window and stood gazing out until she returned with fresh coffee, hot and black and steaming. You didn't see Gannett kill that girl, Patterson said. What girl? That Webfoot? Evelyn stirred sugar and cream into her coffee. She was going to kill you. V. Stevens would have lit out for Colorad and the war would begin. Impatiently she pushed his coffee cup to him. Anyhow, that was the girl we saved. I know, Patterson said. That's why it bothers me. He took the coffee automatically and sipped without tasting. What was the point of dragging her from the mob? Gannett's work. We're employees of Gannett. So? You know what kind of game he's playing. Evelyn shrugged. I'm just being practical. I don't want Earth destroyed. Neither does Gannett. He wants to avoid the war. He wanted war a few days ago, when he expected to win. Evelyn laughed sharply. Of course. Who'd fight a war they knew they'd lose? That's irrational. Now, Gannett will hold off the war, Patterson admitted slowly. He'll let the colony planets have their independence. He'll recognize Colorad. He'll destroy David Unger and everybody who knows. He'll pose as a benevolent peacemaker. Of course. He's already making plans for a dramatic trip to Venus, a last-minute conference with Colorad officials to prevent war. He'll put pressure on the Directorate to back down and let Mars and Venus sever. He'll be the idol of the system. But isn't that better than Earth destroyed and our race wiped out? Now the big machine turns around and roars against war. Patterson's lips twisted ironically. Peace and compromise instead of hate and destructive violence. Evelyn perched on the arm of a chair and made rapid calculations. How old was David Unger when he joined the military? 15 or 16? When a man joins the service, he gets his ID number, doesn't he? That's right. So? Maybe I'm wrong, but according to my figures, she glanced up, Unger should appear and claim his number soon. That number will be coming up any day, according to how fast the enlistments pour in. A strange expression crossed Patterson's face. Unger is already alive, a 15-year-old kid. Unger the youth and Unger the senile old war veteran, both alive at once. Evelyn shuddered. It's weird. Suppose they ran into each other. There'd be a lot of difference between them. In Patterson's mind, a picture of a bright-eyed youth of 15 formed, eager to get into the fight, ready to leap in and kill webfoots and crows with idealistic enthusiasm. At this moment, Unger was moving inexorably toward the recruiting office, and the half-blind, crippled old relic of 89 wretched years was creeping hesitantly from his hospital room to his park bench, hugging his aluminum cane, whispering in his raspy, pathetic voice to anyone who would listen. We'll have to keep our eyes open, Patterson said. You better have somebody at military notify you when that number comes up, when Unger appears to claim it. Evelyn nodded. It might be a good idea. Maybe we should request the Census Department to make a check for us. Maybe we can locate... She broke off. The door of the apartment had swung silently open. Edwin Lamar stood gripping the knob, blinking red-eyed in the half-light. Breathing harshly, he came into the room. "Vachel, I have to talk to you." "What is it?" Patterson demanded. "What's going on?" Lamar shot Evelyn a look of pure hate. "He found it. I knew he would, as soon as he can get it analyzed and the whole thing down on tape." "Gannett?" Cold fear knifed down Patterson's spine. Gannett found what? The moment of crisis. The old man's babbling about a 5-ship convoy, fuel for the Crow war fleet, unescorted and moving toward the battle line. Unger says our scouts will miss it. Lamar's breathing was hoarse and frenzied. He says if we knew in advance— He pulled himself together with a violent effort. Then we could destroy it. I see, Patterson said, and throw the balance in Earth's favor. If West can plot the convoy route, Lamar finished, Earth will win the war. That means Gannett will fight as soon as he gets the exact information. V. Stevens sat crouched on the single-piece bench that served as chair and table and bed for the psychotic ward. A cigarette dangled between his dark green lips. The cube-like room was ascetic, barren. The walls glittered dully. From time to time V. Stevens examined his wristwatch and then turned his attention back to the object crawling up and down the sealed edges of the entrance lock. The object moved slowly and cautiously. It had been exploring the lock for 29 hours straight. It had traced down the power leads that kept the heavy plate fused in place. It had located the terminals at which the leads joined the magnetic rind of the door. During the last hour, it had cut its way through the Rexoroid surface to within an inch of the terminals. The crawling, exploring object was V. Stevens' surgeon hand, a self-contained robot of precision quality, usually joined to his right wrist. It wasn't joined there now. He had detached it and sent it up the face of the cube to find a way out. The metal fingers clung precariously to the smooth, dull surface, as the cutting thumb laboriously dug its way in. It was a big job for the surgeon hand. After this, it wouldn't be of much use at the operating table. But V. Stevens could easily get another. They were for sale at any medical supply house on Venus. The forefinger of the surgeon hand reached the anode terminal and paused questioningly. All 4 fingers rose erect and waved like insect antennae. One by one they fitted themselves into the cut slot and probed for the nearby cathode lead. Abruptly there was a blinding flash. A white, acrid cloud billowed out, and then came a sharp pop. The entrance lock remained motionless as the hand dropped to the floor, its work done. V. Stevens put out his cigarette, got leisurely to his feet, and crossed the cube to collect it. With the hand in place and acting as part of his own neuromuscular system again, V. Stevens gingerly grasped the lock by its perimeter and, after a moment, pulled inward. The lock came without resistance, and he found himself facing a deserted corridor. There was no sound or motion, no guards, no check system on the psych patients. V. Stevens loped quickly ahead, around a turn and through a series of connecting passages. In a moment he was at a wide view window overlooking the street, the surrounding buildings, and the hospital grounds. He assembled his wristwatch, cigarette lighter, fountain pen, keys, and coins. From them his agile flesh and metal fingers rapidly formed an intricate gestalt of wiring and plates. He snapped off the cutting thumb and screwed a heat element in its place. In a brief flurry, he had fused the mechanism to the underside of the window ledge, invisible from the hall, too far from ground level to be noticed. He was starting back down the corridor when a sound stopped him rigid. Voices. A routine hospital guard and somebody else. A familiar somebody else. He raced back to the psych ward and into his sealed cube. The magnetic lock fitted reluctantly in place. The heat generated by the short had sprung its clamps. He got it shut as footsteps halted outside. The magnetic field of the lock was dead, but of course the visitors didn't know that. V. Stevens listened with amusement as the visitor carefully negated the supposed magnetic field and then pushed the lock open. "Come in," V. Stevens said. Dr. Lamar entered, briefcase in one hand, cold beam in the other. "Come along with me. I have everything arranged. Money, fake identification, passport, tickets, and clearance. You'll go as a Webfoot commercial agent. By the time Gannett finds out, you'll be past the military monitor and out of Earth jurisdiction." V. Stevens was astounded. "But hurry up." Lamar waved him into the corridor with his cold beam. "As a staff member of the hospital, I have authority over psych prisoners. Technically, you're listed as a mental patient. As far as I'm concerned, you're no more crazy than the rest of them, if not less. That's why I'm here." V. Stevens eyed him doubtfully. "You sure you know what you're doing?" He followed Lamar down the corridor, past the blank-faced guard and into the elevator. "They'll destroy you as a traitor if they catch you. That guard saw you. How are you going to keep this quiet?" "I don't expect to keep this quiet. Gannett is here, you know. He and his staff have been working over the old man." "Why are you telling me this?" The two of them strode down the descent ramp to the subsurface garage. An attendant rolled out Lamar's car and they climbed into it, Lamar behind the wheel. "You know why I was thrown in the psych cube in the first place." "Take this." Lamar tossed V. Stevens the cold beam and steered up the tunnel to the surface, into the bright midday New York traffic. "You are going to contact Color Ad and inform them Earth will absolutely lose the war." He spun the car from the main stream of traffic and onto a side lane, toward the Interplan space field. "Tell them to stop working for compromise and strike hard, immediately. Full-scale war, right?" "Right," V. Stevens said. "After all, if we're certain to win—" "You're not certain." V. Stevens raised a green eyebrow. "Oh? I thought Unger was a veteran of total defeat." "Gannett is going to change the course of the war. He's found a critical point. As soon as he gets the exact information, he'll pressure the Directorate into an all-out attack on Venus and Mars. War can't be avoided, not now." Lamar slammed his car to a halt at the edge of the Interplan field. "If there has to be a war, at least nobody's going to be taken by a sneak attack. You can tell your colonial organization and administration our war fleet is on its way. Tell them to get ready. Tell them—" Lamar's voice trailed off. Like an unwound toy, he sagged against the seat, slid silently down, and lay quietly with his head against the steering wheel. His glasses dropped from his nose onto the floor, and after a moment V. Stevens replaced them. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "You meant well, but you sure fouled everything up." He briefly examined the surface of Lamar's skull. The impulse from the cold beam had not penetrated into brain tissue. Lamar would regain consciousness in a few hours with nothing worse than a severe headache. V. Stevens pocketed the cold beam, grabbed up the briefcase, and pushed the limp body of Lamar away from the wheel. A moment later, he was turning on the motor and backing the car around. As he sped back to the hospital, he examined his watch. It wasn't too late. He leaned forward and dropped a quarter into the pay vidphone mounted on the dashboard. After a mechanical dialing process, the color ad receptionist flickered into view. "This is V. Stevens," he said. "Something went wrong. I was taken out of the hospital building. I'm heading back there now. I can make it in time, I think." "Is the vibrator pack assembled?" "Assembled, yes, but not with me. I had already fused it into polarization with the magnetic flux. It's ready to go, if I can get back there and at it." "There's a hitch at this end," the green-skinned girl said. "Is this a closed circuit?" "It's open," V. Stevens admitted. "But it's public and probably random. They couldn't very well have a bug on it." He checked the power meter on the guarantee seal fastened to the unit. "It shows no drain. Go ahead." "The ship won't be able to pick you up in the city." "Hell," V. Stevens said. "You'll have to get out of New York on your own power. We can't help you there. Mobs destroyed our New York port facilities. You'll have to go by surface car to Denver. That's the nearest place the ship can land. That's our last protected spot on Earth." V. Stevens groaned. "Just my luck. You know what'll happen if they catch me?" The girl smiled faintly. "All Webfoots look alike to Earthmen. They'll be stringing us up indiscriminately. We're in this together. Good luck. We'll be waiting for you." V. Stevens angrily broke the circuit and slowed the car. He parked in a public parking lot on a dingy side street and got quickly out. He was at the edge of the green expanse of park. Beyond it, the hospital buildings rose. Gripping the briefcase tightly, he ran toward the main entrance. David Unger wiped his mouth on his sleeve, then lay back weakly against his chair. "I don't know," he repeated, his voice faint and dry. "I told you I don't remember any more. It was so long ago." Gannett signaled, and the officers moved away from the old man. "It's coming," he said wearily. He mopped his perspiring forehead. "Slowly and surely. We should have what we want inside another half-hour." One side of the therapy house had been turned into a military table map. Counters had been laid out across the surface to represent units of the Webfoot and Crow fleets. White luminous chips represented Earth ships lined up against them in a tight ring around the third planet. "It's someplace near here," Lieutenant West said to Patterson. Red-eyed, stubble-chinned, hands shaking with fatigue and tension, he indicated a section of the map. Unger remembers hearing officers talking about this convoy. The convoy took off from a supply base on Ganymede. It disappeared on some kind of deliberate random course. His hands swept the area. At the time, nobody on Earth paid any attention to it. Later they realized what they'd lost. Some military expert charted the thing in retrospect, and it was taped and passed around. Officers got together and analyzed the incident. Unger thinks the convoy route took it close to Europa, but maybe it was Callisto. "That's not good enough," Gannett snapped. "So far we don't have any more route data than Earth tacticians had at that time. We need to add exact knowledge, material released after the event." David Unger fumbled with a glass of water. "Thanks," he muttered gratefully as one of the young officers handed it to him. "I sure wish I could help you fellows out better," he said plaintively. "I'm trying to remember, but I don't seem able to think clear like I used to." His wizened face twisted with futile concentration. "You know, it seems to me that convoy was stopped near Mars by some kind of meteor swarm." Gannett moved forward. "Go on." Unger appealed to him pathetically. "I want to help you all I can, mister. Most people go to write a book about a war, they just scan stuff from other books." There was a pitiful gratitude on the eroded face. "I guess you'll mention my name in your book someplace." "Sure," Gannett said expansively. "Your name'll be on the first page. Maybe we could even get in a picture of you." "I know all about the war," Unger muttered. "Give me time and I'll have it straight. Just give me time. I'm trying as best I can." The old man was deteriorating rapidly. His wrinkled face was an unhealthy gray. Like drying putty, his flesh clung to his brittle, yellowed bones. His breath rattled in his throat. It was obvious to everyone present that David Unger was going to die, and soon. "If he croaks before he remembers," Gannett said softly to Lieutenant West, "I'll—" "What's that?" Unger asked sharply. His one good eye was suddenly keen and wary. "I can't hear so good." "Just fill in the missing elements," Gannett said wearily. He jerked his head. "Get him over to the map where he can see the setup. Maybe that'll help." The old man was yanked to his feet and propelled to the table. Technicians and brass hats closed in around him, and the dim-eyed, stumbling figure was lost from sight. "He won't last long," Patterson said savagely. "If you don't let him rest, his heart's going to give out." "We must have the information," Gannett retorted. He eyed Patterson. "Where's the other doctor? Lamar, I think he's called." Patterson glanced briefly around. "I don't see him. He probably couldn't stand it." "Lamar never came," Gannett said without emotion. "I wonder if we should have somebody round him up." He indicated Evelyn Cutter, who had just arrived, white-faced, her black eyes wide, breathing quickly. "She suggests—" "It doesn't matter now," Evelyn said frigidly. She shot a quick, urgent glance at Patterson. "I want nothing to do with you and your war." Gannett shrugged. "I'll send out a routine net in any case, just to be on the safe side." He moved off, leaving Evelyn and Patterson standing alone together. "Listen to me," Evelyn said harshly, her lips hot and close to his ear. "Unger's number has come up." "When did they notify you?" Patterson demanded. "I was on my way here. I did what you said. I fixed it up with a clerk at military." "How long ago?" "Just now." Evelyn's face trembled. "Rachel, he's here." It was a moment before Patterson understood. "You mean they sent him over here to the hospital?" "I told them to. I told them when he came to volunteer, when his number came to the top." Patterson grabbed her and hurried her from the therapy house, outside into the bright sunlight. He pushed her onto an ascent ramp and crowded in after her. "Where are they holding him?" "In the public reception room. They told him it was a routine physical check, a minor test of some kind." Evelyn was terrified. "What are we going to do? Can we do something?" "Gannett thinks so." "Suppose we stopped him. Maybe we could turn him aside?" She shook her head, dazed. "What would happen? What would the future be like if we stopped him here? You could keep him out of the service. You're a doctor. A little red check on his health card." She began to laugh wildly. "I see them all the time. A little red check and no more David Unger. Gannett never sees him. Gannett never knows Earth can't win. And then Earth will win, and V. Stevens doesn't get locked up as a psychotic. And that Webfoot girl—" Patterson's open hand smashed across the woman's face. "Shut up and snap out of it. We don't have time for that." Evelyn shuddered. He caught hold of her and held on tight to her until finally she raised her face. A red welt was rising slowly on her cheek. "I'm sorry," she managed to murmur. "Thanks. I'll be all right." The lift had reached the main floor. The door slid back and Patterson led her out into the hall. "You haven't seen him?" "No. When they told me the number had come up and he was on his way," Evelyn hurried breathlessly after Patterson, "I came as quickly as I could. Maybe it's too late. Maybe he got tired of waiting and left. He's a 15-year-old boy. He wants to get into the fight. Maybe he's gone." Patterson halted a robot attendant. "Are you busy?" "No, sir," the robot answered. Patterson gave the robot David Unger's ID number. "Get this man from the main reception room. Send him out here and then close off this hall. Seal it at both ends so nobody can enter or leave." The robot clicked uncertainly. "Will there be further orders? This syndrome doesn't complete a... I'll instruct you later. Make sure nobody comes out with him. I want to meet him here alone." The robot scanned the number and then disappeared into the reception room. Patterson gripped Evelyn's arm. "Scared?" "I'm terrified." "I'll handle it. You just stand there." He passed her his cigarettes. "Light one for both of us." "3 maybe. One for Unger." Patterson grinned. "He's too young, remember? He's not old enough to smoke." The robot returned. With it was a blond boy, plump and blue-eyed, his face wrinkled with perplexity. "You wanted me, Doc?" He came uncertainly up to Patterson. "Is there something wrong with me? They told me to come here, but they didn't say what for." His anxiety increased with a tidal rush. "There's nothing to keep me out of the service, is there?" Patterson grabbed the boy's newly stamped ID card, glanced at it, and then passed it to Evelyn. She accepted it with paralyzed fingers, her eyes on the blond youth. He was not David Unger. "What's your name?" Patterson demanded. The boy stammered out his name shyly. "Bert Robinson. Doesn't it say there on my card?" Patterson turned to Evelyn. "It's the right number, but this isn't Unger. Something's happened." "Say, Doc," Robinson asked plaintively, "is there something going to keep me out of the service or not? Give me the word." Patterson signaled the robot. "Open up the hall. It's all over with. You can go back to what you were doing." "I don't understand," Evelyn murmured. "It doesn't make sense." "You're all right," Patterson said to the youth. "You can report for induction." The boy's face sagged with relief. "Thanks a lot, Doc." He edged toward the descent ramp. "I sure appreciate it. I'm dying to get a crack at those webfoots." "Now what?" Evelyn said tightly when the youth's broad back had disappeared. "Where do we go from here?" Patterson shook himself alive. "We'll get the Census Department to make their check. We've got to locate Unger." The transmission room was a humming blur of vid and odd reports. Patterson elbowed his way to an open circuit and placed the call. "That information will take a short time, sir," the girl at Census told him. "Will you wait, or shall we return your call?" Patterson grabbed up an H-loop and clipped it around his neck. "As soon as you have any information on Unger, let me know. Break into this loop immediately." "Yes, sir," the girl said dutifully, and broke the circuit. Patterson headed out of the room and down the corridor. Evelyn hurried after him. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To the therapy house. I want to talk to the old man. I want to ask him some things." "Gannett's doing that," Evelyn gasped as they descended to the ground level. "Why do you—" "I want to ask him about the present, not the future." They emerged in the blinding afternoon sunlight. "I want to ask him about things going on right now." Evelyn stopped him. "Can't you explain it to me?" "I have a theory." Patterson pushed urgently past her. "Come on, before it's too late." They entered the therapy house. Technicians and officers were standing around the huge map table, examining the counters and indicator lines. "Where's Unger?" Patterson demanded. "He's gone," one of the officers answered. "Gannett gave up for today." "Gone where?" Patterson began to swear savagely. "What happened?" "Gannett and West took him back to the main building. He was too worn out to continue. We almost had it. Gannett's ready to burst a blood vessel, but we'll have to wait." Patterson grabbed Evelyn Cutter. "I want you to set off a general emergency alarm, have the building surrounded, and hurry." Evelyn gaped at him. "But—" Patterson ignored her and raced out of the therapy house toward the main hospital building. Ahead of him were three slowly moving figures. Lieutenant West and Gannett walked on each side of the old man, supporting him as he crept forward. "Get away!" Patterson shouted at them. Gannett turned. "What's going on?" "Get him away!" Patterson dived for the old man, but it was too late. The burst of energy seared past him. An ignited circle of blinding white flame lapped everywhere. The hunched-over figure of the old man wavered, then charred. The aluminum cane fused and ran down in a molten mass. What had been the old man began to smoke. The body cracked open and shriveled. Then, very slowly, the dry, dehydrated fragment of ash crumpled in a weightless heap. Gradually, the circle of energy faded out. Gannett kicked aimlessly at it, his heavy face numb with shock and disbelief. "He's dead, and we didn't get it." Lieutenant West stared at the still-smoking ash. His lips twisted into words. "We'll never find out. We can't change it. We can't win." Suddenly his fingers grabbed at his coat. He tore the insignia from it and hurled the square of cloth savagely away. "I'll be damned if I'm going to give up my life so you can corner the system. I'm not getting into that death trap. Count me out." The wail of the general emergency alarm dinned from the hospital building. Scampering figures raced toward Gannett, soldiers and hospital guards scurrying in confusion. Patterson paid no attention to them. His eyes were on the window directly above. Someone was standing there, a man, his hands deftly at work removing an object that flashed in the afternoon sun. The man was V. Stevens. He got the object of metal and plastic loose and disappeared with it away from the window. Evelyn hurried up beside Patterson. "What?" She saw the remains and screamed. "Oh, God! Who did it? Who?" "V. Stevens." "Lamar must have let him out. I knew it would happen." Tears filled her eyes, and her voice rose in shrill hysteria. "I told you he'd do it! I warned you!" Gannett appealed childishly to Patterson. "What are we going to do? He's been murdered." Rage suddenly swept away the big man's fear. "I'll kill every webfoot on the planet. I'll burn down their homes and string them up. I'll—" He broke off raggedly. "But it's too late, isn't it? There's nothing we can do. We've lost. We're beaten, and the war hasn't even begun." "That's right," Patterson said. "It's too late. Your chance is gone." "If we could have got him to talk," Gannett snarled helplessly. "You couldn't. It wasn't possible." Gannett blinked. "Why not?" Some of his innate animal cunning filtered back. "Why do you say that?" Around Patterson's neck his H-loop buzzed loudly. "Dr. Patterson," the monitor's voice came, "there is a rush call for you from Census." "Put it through," Patterson said. The voice of the census clerk came tinnily in his ears. "Dr. Patterson, I have the information you requested." "What is it?" Patterson demanded, but he already knew the answer. "We have cross-checked our results to be certain. There is no person such as you described. There is no individual at this time or in our past records named David L. Unger with the identifying characteristics you outlined. The brain, teeth, and fingerprints do not refer to anything extant in our files. Do you wish us to—" "No," Patterson said. "That answers my question. Let it go." He cut off the H-loop switch. Gannett was listening dully. "This is completely over my head, Patterson. Explain it to me." Patterson ignored him. He squatted down and poked at the ash that had been David Unger. After a moment, he snapped the H-loop on again. "I want this taken upstairs to the analytical labs," he ordered quietly. "Get a team out here at once." He got slowly to his feet and added even more softly, "Then I'm going to find V. Stevens, if I can." "He's undoubtedly on his way to Venus by now," Evelyn Cutter said bitterly. "Well, that's that. There's nothing we can do about it." "We're going to have war," Gannett admitted. He came slowly back to reality. With a violent effort, he focused on the people around him. He smoothed down his mane of white hair and adjusted his coat. A semblance of dignity was restored to his once impressive frame. "We might as well meet it like men. There's no use trying to escape it." Patterson moved aside as a group of hospital robots approached the charred remains and began gingerly to collect them in a single heap. "Make a complete analysis," he said to the technician in charge of the work detail. "Break down the basic cell units, especially the neurological apparatus. Report what you find to me as soon as you possibly can." It took just about an hour. "Look for yourself," the lab technician said. "Here, take hold of some of the material. It doesn't even feel right." Patterson accepted a sample of dry, brittle organic matter. It might have been the smoked skin of some sea creature. It broke apart easily in his hands. As he put it down among the test equipment, it crumbled into powdery fragments. "I see," he said slowly. "It's good, considering, but it's weak. Probably it wouldn't have stood up another couple of days. It was deteriorating rapidly. Sun, air, everything was breaking it down. There was no innate repair system involved. Our cells are constantly reprocessed, cleaned, and maintained. This thing was set up and then pushed into motion. Obviously, somebody's a long way ahead of us in biosynthetics. This is a masterpiece." "Yes, it's a good job," Patterson admitted. He took another sample of what had been the body of David Unger and thoughtfully broke it into small, dry pieces. "It fooled us completely. You knew, didn't you? Not at first. As you can see, we're reconstructing the whole system, getting the ash back into one piece. Parts are missing, of course, but we can get the general outlines. I'd like to meet the manufacturers of this thing. This really worked. This was no machine." Patterson located the charred ash that had been reconstructed into the android's face. Withered, blackened, paper-thin flesh. The dead eye gazed out lusterless and blind. Census had been right. There was never a David Unger. Such a person had never lived on Earth or anywhere else. What they had called David Unger was a man-made synthetic. "We were really taken in," Patterson admitted. "How many people know, besides the two of us?" "Nobody else." The lab technician indicated his squad of work robots. "I'm the only human on this detail." "Can you keep it quiet?" "Sure. You're my boss, you know." "Thanks," Patterson said. "But if you want, this information would get you another boss any time." "Gannett?" The lab technician laughed. "I don't think I'd like to work for him." "He'd pay you pretty well." "True," said the lab technician. "But one of these days I'd be in the front lines. I like it better here in the hospital." Patterson started toward the door. "If anybody asks, tell them there wasn't enough left to analyze. Can you dispose of these remains?" "I'd hate to, but I guess I can." The technician eyed him curiously. "You have any idea who put this thing together? I'd like to shake hands with them." "I'm interested in only one thing right now," Patterson said obliquely. "V. Stevens has to be found." Lamar blinked as dull late-afternoon sunlight filtered into his brain. He pulled himself upright and banged his head sharply on the dashboard of the car. Pain swirled around him, and for a time he sank back down into agonized darkness. Then, slowly, gradually, he emerged and peered around him. His car was parked in the rear of a small, dilapidated public lot. It was about 5:30. Traffic swarmed noisily along the narrow street onto which the lot fed. Lamar reached up and gingerly explored the side of his skull. There was a numb spot the size of a silver dollar, an area totally without sensation. The spot radiated a chill breath, the utter absence of heat, as if somehow he had bumped against a nexus of outer space. He was still trying to collect himself and recollect the events that had preceded his period of unconsciousness when the swift-moving form of Dr. V. Stevens appeared. V. Stevens ran lithely between the parked surface cars, one hand in his coat pocket, eyes alert and wary. There was something strange about him, a difference that Lamar in his befuddled state couldn't pin down. V. Stevens had almost reached the car before he realized what it was, and at the same time was lashed by the full surge of memory. He sank down and lay against the door as limp and inert as possible. In spite of himself, he started slightly as V. Stevens yanked the door open and slid behind the wheel. V. Stevens was no longer green. The Venusian slammed the door, jabbed the car key in the lock, and started up the motor. He lit a cigarette, examined his pair of heavy gloves, glanced briefly at Lamar, and pulled out of the lot into the early evening traffic. For a moment he drove with one gloved hand on the wheel, the other still inside his coat. Then, as he gained full speed, he slid his cold beam out, gripped it briefly, and dropped it on the seat beside him. Lamar pounced on it. From the corner of his eye, V. Stevens saw the limp body swing into life. He slammed on the emergency brake and forgot the wheel. The two of them struggled, silently, furiously. The car shrieked to a halt and immediately became the center of an angry mass of honking car horns. The two men fought with desperate intensity, neither of them breathing, locked almost immobile as momentarily all forces balanced. Then Lamar yanked away, the cold beam aimed at V. Stevens' colorless face. What happened? He croaked hoarsely. I'm missing 5 hours. What did you do? V. Stevens said nothing. He released the brake and began driving slowly with the swirl of traffic. Gray cigarette smoke dribbled from between his lips. His eyes were half closed, filmed over and opaque. You're an Earthman, Lamar said wonderingly. You're not a Webfoot after all. I'm a Venusian, V. Stevens answered indifferently. He showed his webbed fingers, then replaced his heavy driving gloves. But how? You think we can't pass over the color line when we want to? V. Stevens shrugged. Dyes, chemical hormones, a few minor surgical operations, a half-hour in the men's room with a hypodermic and salve. This is no planet for a man with green skin. Across the street a hasty barricade had been erected. A group of sullen-faced men stood around with guns and crude hand clubs, some of them wearing gray Home Guard caps. They were flagging down cars one by one and searching them. A beefy-faced man waved V. Stevens to a halt. He strolled over and gestured for the window to be rolled down. "What's going on?" Lamar demanded nervously. "Looking for Webfoots," the man growled, a thick odor of garlic and perspiration steaming from his heavy canvas shirt. He darted quick, suspicious glances into the car. "Seen any around?" "No," V. Stevens said. The man ripped open the luggage compartment and peered in. "We caught one a couple minutes ago." He jerked his thick thumb. "See him up there?" The Venusian had been strung up to a street lamp. His green body dangled and swayed with the early evening wind. His face was a mottled, ugly mass of pain. A crowd of people stood around the pole, grim, mean-looking, waiting. "There'll be more," the man said as he slammed the luggage compartment. "Plenty more." "What happened?" Lamar managed to ask. He was nauseated and horrified. His voice came out almost inaudible. "Why all this?" "A Webfoot killed a man, an Earthman." The man pulled back and slapped the car. "Okay, you can go." V. Stevens moved the car forward. Some of the loitering people had whole uniforms, combinations of the Home Guard gray and Terran blue. Boots, heavy belt buckles, caps, pistols, and armbands. The armbands read DC in bold black letters against a red background. "What's that?" Lamar asked faintly. "Defense Committee," V. Stevens answered. "Gannett's front outfit, to defend Earth against the Webfoots and Crows." "But," Lamar gestured helplessly, "is Earth being attacked?" "Not that I know of." "Turn the car around. Head back to the hospital." V. Stevens hesitated, then did as he was told. In a moment the car was speeding back toward the center of New York. "What's this for?" V. Stevens asked. "Why do you want to go back?" Lamar didn't hear him. He was gazing with fixed horror at the people along the street, men and women prowling like animals looking for something to kill. "They've gone crazy," Lamar muttered. "They're beasts." "No," V. Stevens said. "This'll die down soon, when the committee gets its financial support jerked out from under it. It's still going full blast, but pretty soon the gears will change around and the big engine will start grinding in reverse." "Why?" "Because Gannett doesn't want war now. It takes a while for the new line to trickle down. Gannett will probably finance a movement called PC, Peace Committee." The hospital was surrounded by a wall of tanks and trucks and heavy mobile guns. V. Stevens slowed the car to a halt and stubbed out his cigarette. No cars were being passed. Soldiers moved among the tanks with gleaming heavy-duty weapons that were still shiny with packing grease. "Well," V. Stevens said, "what now? You have the gun. It's your hot potato." Lamar dropped a coin in the vidphone mounted on the dashboard. He gave the hospital number, and when the monitor appeared, asked hoarsely for Vachel Patterson. "Where are you?" Patterson demanded. He saw the cold beam in Lamar's hand, and then his eyes fastened on V. Stevens. "I see you got him." "Yes," Lamar agreed, "but I don't understand what's happening." He appealed helplessly to Patterson's miniature vid-image. "What'll I do? What is all this?" "Give me your location," Patterson said tensely. Lamar did so. "You want me to bring him to the hospital? Maybe I should—" "Just hold on to that cold beam. I'll be right there." Patterson broke the connection and the screen died. Lamar shook his head in bewilderment. "I was trying to get you away," he said to V. Stevens. "Then you cold-beamed me. Why?" Suddenly Lamar shuddered violently. Full understanding came to him. "You killed David Unger." "That's right," V. Stevens answered. The cold beam trembled in Lamar's hand. "Maybe I ought to kill you right now. Maybe I ought to roll down the window and yell to those madmen to come and get you. I don't know." "Do whatever you think best," V. Stevens said. Lamar was still trying to decide when Patterson appeared beside the car. He rapped on the window and Lamar unlocked the door. Patterson climbed quickly in and slammed the door after him. "Start up the car," he said to V. Stevens. "Keep moving, away from downtown." V. Stevens glanced briefly at him and then slowly started up the motor. "You might as well do it here," he said to Patterson. "Nobody'll interfere." "I want to get out of the city," Patterson answered. He added in explanation, "My lab staff analyzed the remains of David Unger. They were able to reconstruct most of the synthetic." V. Stevens' face registered a surge of frantic emotion. "Oh?" Patterson reached out his hand. "Shake," he said grimly. "Why?" V. Stevens asked, puzzled. "Somebody told me to do this. Somebody who agrees you Venusians did one hell of a good job when you made that android." The car purred along the highway, through the evening gloom. "Denver is the last place left," V. Stevens explained to the two Earthmen. "There are too many of us there. Colorad says a few committeemen started shelling our offices, but the directorate put a sudden stop to it. Gannett's pressure, probably." "I want to hear more," Patterson said. "Not about Gannett. I know where he stands. I want to know what you people are up to." "Colorad engineered the synthetic," V. Stevens admitted. "We don't know any more about the future than you do, which is absolutely nothing. There never was a David Unger. We forged the ID papers, built up a whole false personality, history of a non-existent war, everything." "Why?" Lamar demanded. "To scare Gannett into calling off the dogs, to terrify him into letting Venus and Mars become independent, to keep him from fanning up a war to preserve his economic stranglehold. The fake history we constructed in Unger's mind has Gannett's 9-world empire broken and destroyed. Gannett's a realist. He'd take a risk when he had odds, but our history put the odds 100% against him." "So Gannett pulls out," Patterson said slowly. "And you?" "We were always out," V. Stevens said quietly. "We were never in this war game. All we want is our freedom and independence. I don't know what the war would really be like, but I can guess. Not very pleasant, not worth it for either of us. And as things were going, war was in the cards." "I want to get a few things straight," Patterson said.
You're a Colorad agent? Right. And V. Rafia? She was also Colorad. Actually, all Venusians and Martians are Colorad agents as soon as they hit Earth. We wanted to get V. Rafia into the hospital to help me out. There was a chance I'd be prevented from destroying the synthetic at the proper time. If I hadn't been able to do it, V. Rafia would have. But Gannett killed her. Why didn't you simply cold beam Unger? For one thing, we wanted the synthetic body completely destroyed. That isn't possible, of course. Reduced to ash was the next best thing, broken down small enough so a cursory examination wouldn't show anything. He glanced up at Patterson. Why'd you order such a radical examination? Unger's ID number had come up, and Unger didn't appear to claim it. Oh, V. Stevens said uneasily. That's bad. We had no way to tell when it would appear. We tried to pick a number due in a few months, but enlistment rose sharply the last couple of weeks. Suppose you hadn't been able to destroy Unger. We had the demolition machinery phased in such a way that the synthetic didn't have a chance. It was tuned to his body. All I had to do was activate it with Unger in the general area. If I had been killed, or I hadn't been able to set off the mechanism, the synthetic would have died naturally before Gannett got the information he wanted. Preferably, I was to destroy it in plain view of Gannett and his staff. It was important they think we knew about the war. The psychological shock value of seeing Unger murdered outweighs the risk of my capture. What happens next? Patterson asked presently. I'm supposed to join with Colorad. Originally, I was to grab his ship at the New York office, but Gannett's mobs took care of that. Of course, this is assuming you won't stop me. Lamar had begun to sweat. Suppose Gannett finds out he was tricked. If he discovers there never was a David Unger. We're patching that up, V. Stevens said. By the time Gannett checks, there will be a David Unger. Meanwhile, he shrugged. It's up to you two. You've got the gun. Let him go, Lamar said fervently. That's not very patriotic, Patterson pointed out. We're helping the Webfoots put over something. Maybe we ought to call in one of those committee men. The devil with them, Lamar grated. I wouldn't turn anybody over to those lynch-happy lunatics. Even a Webfoot? V. Stevens asked. Patterson was gazing up at the black star-pocked sky. What's finally going to happen? He asked V. Stevens. You think this stuff will end? Sure, V. Stevens said promptly. One of these days we'll be moving out into the stars, into other systems. We'll bump into other races, and I mean real other races, non-human in the true sense of the word. Then people will see we're all of the same stem. It'll be obvious when we've got something to compare ourselves to. Okay, Patterson said. He took the cold beam and handed it to V. Stevens. That was all that worried me. I'd hate to think this stuff might keep on going. It won't, V. Stevens answered quietly. Some of those non-human races ought to be pretty hideous. After a look at them, Earthmen will be glad to have their daughters marry men with green skin. He grinned briefly. Some of the non-human races may not have any skin at all. The Chromium Fence. Earth tilted toward 6 o'clock, the work-day almost over. Commute disks rose in dense swarms and billowed away from the industrial zone toward the surrounding residential rings. Like nocturnal moths, the thick clouds of disks darkened the evening sky. Silent, weightless, they whisked their passengers toward home and waiting families, hot meals and bed.
Don Walsh was the third man on his disk. He completed the load. As he dropped the coin in the slot, the carpet rose impatiently. Walsh settled gratefully against the invisible safety rail and unrolled the evening newspaper. Across from him, the other two commuters were doing the same. Horny Amendment stirs up fight. Walsh reflected on the significance of the headline. He lowered the paper from the steady wind currents and perused the next column. Huge turnout expected Monday. Entire planet to go to polls. On the back of the single sheet was the day's scandal. Wife murders husband over political tiff. And an item that made strange chills up and down his spine. He had seen it crop up repeatedly, but it always made him feel uncomfortable. Purist mob lynches naturalist in Boston, windows smashed, great damage done. And in the next column, naturalist mob lynches purist in Chicago, buildings burned, great damage done. Across from Walsh, one of his companions was beginning to mumble aloud. He was a big, heavy-set man, middle-aged, with red hair and beer-swollen features. Suddenly he wadded up his newspaper and hurled it from the disk. "They'll never pass it," he shouted. "They won't get away with it." Walsh buried his nose in his paper and desperately ignored the man. It was happening again, the thing he dreaded every hour of the day, a political argument. The other commuter had lowered his newspaper. Briefly he eyed the red-haired man and then continued reading. The red-haired man addressed Walsh. "You signed the Butte petition?" He yanked a mental foil tablet from his pocket and pushed it in Walsh's face. "Don't be afraid to put down your name for liberty." Walsh clutched his newspaper and peered frantically over the side of the disk. The Detroit residential units were spinning by. He was almost home. "Sorry," he muttered. "Thanks, no thanks." "Leave him alone," the other commuters said to the red-haired man. "Can't you see he doesn't want to sign it?" "Mind your own business." The red-haired man moved close to Walsh, the tablet extended belligerently. "Look, friend, you know what it'll mean to you and yours if this thing gets passed. You think you'll be safe? Wake up, friend. When the Horny Amendment comes in, freedom and liberty go out." The other commuter quietly put his newspaper away. He was slim, well-dressed, a gray-haired cosmopolitan. He removed his glasses and said, "You smell like a naturalist to me." The red-haired man studied his opponent. He noticed the wide plutonium ring on the slender man's hand, a jaw-breaking band of heavy metal. "What are you?" the red-haired man muttered. "A sissy-kissing purist? Ugh!" He made a disgusting spitting motion and returned to Walsh. "Look, friend, you know what these purists are after. They want to make us degenerates. They'll turn us into a race of women. If God made the universe the way it is, it's good enough for me. They're going against God when they go against nature. This planet was built up by red-blooded men who were proud of their bodies, proud of the way they looked and smelled." He tapped his own heavy chest. "By God, I'm proud of the way I smell." Walsh stalled desperately. He muttered. "No, I can't sign it." "You already signed?" "No." Suspicion settled over the red-haired man's beefy features. "You mean you're for the Horny Amendment?" His thick voice rose wrathfully. "You want to see an end to the natural order of—" "This is where I get off," Walsh interrupted. He hurriedly yanked the stop cord of the disk. It swept down toward the magnetic grapple at the end of his unit section, a row of white squares set across the green and brown hillside. "Wait a minute, friend." The red-haired man reached ominously for Walsh's sleeve as the disc slid to a halt on the flat surface of the grapple. Surface cars were parked in rows, wives waiting to cart their husbands home. "I don't like your attitude. You afraid to stand up and be counted? You ashamed to be a part of your race? By God, if you're not man enough to—" The lean, gray-haired man smashed him with his plutonium ring, and the grip on Walsh's sleeve loosened. The petition clattered to the ground, and the two of them fought furiously, silently. Walsh pushed aside the safety rail and jumped from the disc, down the 3 steps of the grapple, and onto the ashes and cinders of the parking lot. In the gloom of early evening he could make out his wife's car. Betty sat watching the dashboard TV, oblivious of him and the silent struggle between the red-haired naturalist and the gray-haired purist. "Beast!" the gray-haired man gasped as he straightened up. "Stinking animal!" The red-haired man lay semi-conscious against the safety rail. "God damn! Lily!" he grunted. The gray-haired man pressed the release, and the disc rose above Walsh and on its way. Walsh waved gratefully. "Thanks," he called up. "I appreciate that." "Not at all," the gray-haired man answered, cheerfully examining a broken tooth. His voice dwindled as the disc gained altitude. "Always glad to help out a fellow—" The final words came drifting to Walsh's ears. "A fellow purist." "I'm not!" Walsh shouted futilely. "I'm not a purist, and I'm not a naturalist. You hear me?" Nobody heard him. "I'm not," Walsh repeated monotonously as he sat at the dinner table, spooning up creamed corn, potatoes, and rib steak. "I'm not a purist, and I'm not a naturalist. Why do I have to be one or the other? Isn't there any place for a man who has his own opinion?" "Eat your food, dear," Betty murmured. Through the thin walls of the bright little dining room came the echoing clink of other families eating, other conversations in progress, the tinny blare of TV sets, the purr of stoves and freezers and air conditioners and wall heaters. Across from Walsh, his brother-in-law Carl was gulping down a second plateful of steaming food. Beside him, Walsh's 15-year-old son Jimmy was scanning a paper-bound edition of Finnegan's Wake he had bought in the down-ramp store that supplied the self-contained housing unit. "Don't read at the table," Walsh said angrily to his son. Jimmy glanced up. "Don't kid me. I know the unit rules. That one sure as hell isn't listed. And anyhow, I have to get this read before I leave." "Where are you going tonight, dear?" Betty asked. "Official party business," Jimmy answered obliquely. "I can't tell you any more than that." Walsh concentrated on his food and tried to break the tirade of thoughts screaming through his mind. "On the way home from work," he said, "there was a fight. Jimmy was interested. Who won? The purist." A glow of pride slowly covered the boy's face. He was a sergeant in the Purist Youth League. "Dad, you ought to get moving. Sign up now and you'll be eligible to vote next Monday." "I'm going to vote." "Not unless you're a member of one of the two parties." It was true. Walsh gazed unhappily past his son into the days that lay ahead. He saw himself involved in endless wretched situations like the one today. Sometimes it would be naturalists who attacked him, and other times, like last week, it would be enraged purists. "You know," his brother-in-law said, "you're helping the purists by just sitting around here doing nothing." He belched contentedly and pushed his empty plate away. "You're what we class as unconsciously pro-purist." He glared at Jimmy. "You little squirt. If you were legal age, I'd take you out and whale the tar out of you." "Please," Betty sighed. "No quarreling about politics at the table. Let's have peace and quiet for a change. I'll certainly be glad when the election is over." Carl and Jimmy glared at each other and continued eating warily. "You should eat in the kitchen," Jimmy said to him. "Under the stove. That's where you belong. Look at you. There's sweat all over you." A nasty sneer interrupted his eating. "When we get the amendment passed, you better get rid of that if you don't want to get hauled off to jail." Carl flushed. "You creeps won't get it passed." But his gruff voice lacked conviction. The naturalists were scared. Purists had control of the federal council. If the election moved in their favor, it was really possible the legislation to compel forced observation of the 5-point purist code might get on the books. "Nobody is going to remove my sweat glands," Carl muttered. "Nobody is going to make me submit to breath control and teeth whitening and hair restorer. It's part of life to get dirty and bald and fat and old." "Is it true?" Betty asked her husband. "Are you really unconsciously pro-purist?" Don Walsh savagely speared a remnant of rib steak. "Because I don't join either party, I'm called unconsciously pro-purist and unconsciously pro-naturalist. I claim they balance. If I'm everybody's enemy, then I'm nobody's enemy," he added, "or friend." "You naturalists have nothing to offer the future," Jimmy said to Carl. "What can you give the youth of the planet, like me? Caves and raw meat and a bestial existence. You're anti-civilization." "Slogans," Carl retorted. "You want to carry us back to a primitive existence, away from social integration." Jimmy waved an excited, skinny finger in his uncle's face. "You're thalamically oriented." "I'll break your head," Carl snarled, half out of his chair. "You purist squirts have no respect for your elders." Jimmy giggled shrilly. "I'd like to see you try. It's 5 years in prison for striking a minor. Go ahead, hit me." Don Walsh got heavily to his feet and left the dining room. "Where are you going?" Betty called peevishly after him. "You're not through eating." "The future belongs to youth," Jimmy was informing Carl, "and the youth of the planet is firmly purist. You don't have a chance. The purist revolution is coming." Don Walsh left the apartment and wandered down the common corridor toward the ramp. Closed doors extended in rows on both sides of him. Noise and light and activity radiated around him, the close presence of families and domestic interaction. He pushed past a boy and girl making love in the dark shadows and reached the ramp. For a moment he halted. Then abruptly he moved forward and descended to the lowest level of the unit. The level was deserted and cool and slightly moist. Above him the sounds of people had faded to dull echoes against the concrete ceiling. Conscious of his sudden plunge into isolation and silence, he advanced thoughtfully between the dark grocery and dry goods stores, past the beauty shop and the liquor store, past the laundry and medical supply store, past the dentist and physical doctor, to the ante-room of the unit analyst. He could see the analyst within the inner chamber. It sat immobile and silent in the dark shadows of evening. Nobody was consulting it. The analyst was turned off. Walsh hesitated, then crossed the check frame of the anteroom and knocked on the transparent inner door. The presence of his body closed relays and switches. Abruptly the lights of the inner office winked on, and the analyst itself sat up, smiled, and half rose to its feet. "Don!" it called heartily. "Come on in and sit down." He entered and wearily seated himself. "I thought maybe I could talk to you, Charlie," he said. "Sure, Don." The robot leaned forward to see the clock on its wide mahogany desk. "But isn't it dinner time?" "Yes," Walsh admitted. "I'm not hungry. Charlie, you know what we were talking about last time? You remember what I was saying. You remember what's been bothering me." "Sure, Don." The robot settled back in its swivel chair, rested its almost convincing elbows on the desk, and regarded its patient kindly. "How's it been going the last couple of days?" "Not so good, Charlie. I've got to do something. You can help me. You're not biased." He appealed to the quasi-human face of metal and plastic. "You can see this undistorted, Charlie. How can I join one of the parties? All their slogans and propaganda. It seems so damn silly. How the hell can I get excited about clean teeth and underarm odor? People kill each other over these trifles. It doesn't make sense. There's going to be suicidal civil war if that amendment passes, and I'm supposed to join one side or the other." Charlie nodded. "I have the picture, Don." "Am I supposed to go out and knock some fellow over the head because he does or doesn't smell? Some man I never saw before? I won't do it. I refuse. Why can't they let me alone? Why can't I have my own opinions? Why do I have to get in on this insanity?" The analyst smiled tolerantly. "That's a little harsh, Don. You're out of phase with your society, you know. So the cultural climate and mores seem a trifle unconvincing to you. But this is your society. You have to live in it. You can't withdraw." Walsh forced his hands to relax. "Here's what I think. Any man who wants to smell should be allowed to smell. Any man who doesn't want to smell should go and get his glands removed. What's the matter with that?" "Don, you're avoiding the issue." The robot's voice was calm, dispassionate. "What you're saying is that neither side is right, and that's foolish, isn't it? One side must be right. Why?" "Because the two sides exhaust the practical possibilities. Your position isn't really a position. It's a sort of description. You see, Don, you have a psychological inability to come to grips with an issue. You don't want to commit yourself for fear you'll lose your freedom and individuality. You're sort of an intellectual virgin. You want to stay pure." Walsh reflected. "I want," he said, "to keep my integrity." "You're not an isolated individual, Don. You're a part of society. Ideas don't exist in a vacuum." "I have a right to hold my own ideas." "No, Don," the robot answered gently. "They're not your ideas. You didn't create them. You can't turn them on and off when you feel like it. They operate through you. They're conditionings deposited by your environment. What you believe is a reflection of certain social forces and pressures. In your case, the two mutually exclusive social trends have produced a sort of stalemate. You're at war with yourself. You can't decide which side to join because elements of both exist in you." The robot nodded wisely. "But you've got to make a decision. You've got to resolve this conflict and act. You can't remain a spectator. You've got to be a participant. Nobody can be a spectator to life. And this is life." "You mean there's no other world but this business about sweat and teeth and hair?" "Logically, there are other societies, but this is the one you were born into. This is your society, the only one you will ever have. You either live in it or you don't live." Walsh got to his feet. "In other words, I have to make the adjustment. Something has to give, and it's got to be me." "Afraid so, Don. It would be silly to expect everybody else to adjust to you, wouldn't it? 3.5 billion people would have to change just to please Don Walsh. You see, Don, you're not quite out of your infantile, selfish stage. You haven't quite got to the point of facing reality. The robot smiled. But you will. Walsh started moodily from the office. I'll think it over. It's for your own good, Don. At the door, Walsh turned to say something more, but the robot had clicked off. It was fading into darkness and silence, elbows still resting on the desk. The dimming overhead lights caught something he hadn't noticed before. The power cord that was the robot's umbilicus had a white plastic tag wired to it. In the semi-gloom he could make out the printed words, "Property of the Federal Council, for public use only." The robot, like everything else in the multi-family unit, was supplied by the controlling institutions of society. The analyst was a creature of the state, a bureaucrat with a desk and job. Its function was to equate people like Don Walsh with the world as it was. But if he didn't listen to the unit analyst, who was he supposed to listen to? Where else could he go? 3 days later, the election took place. The glaring headline told him nothing he didn't already know. His office had buzzed with the news all day. He put the paper away in his coat pocket and didn't examine it until he got home. Purists win by landslide. Horny amendments certain to pass. Walsh lay back wearily in his chair. In the kitchen, Betty was briskly preparing dinner. The pleasant clink of dishes and the warm odor of cooking food drifted through the bright little apartment. "The Purists won," Walsh said when Betty appeared with an armload of silver and cups. "It's all over." "Jimmy will be happy," Betty answered vaguely. "I wonder if Carl will be home in time for dinner." She calculated silently. "Maybe I ought to run down ramp for some more coffee." "Don't you understand?" Walsh demanded. "It's happened. The Purists have complete power." "I understand," Betty answered peevishly. "You don't have to shout. Did you sign that petition thing? That Butte petition the naturalists have been circulating?" "No." "Thank God. I didn't think so. You never sign anything anybody brings around." She lingered at the kitchen door. "I hope Carl has sense enough to do something. I never did like him sitting around guzzling beer and smelling like a pig in summer." The door of the apartment opened, and Carl hurried in, flushed and scowling. "Don't fix dinner for me, Betty. I'll be at an emergency meeting." He glanced briefly at Walsh. "Now are you satisfied? If you'd put your back to the wheel, maybe this wouldn't have happened." "How soon will they get the amendment passed?" Walsh asked. Carl bellowed with nervous laughter. "They've already passed it." He grabbed up an armload of papers from his desk and stuffed them in a waste disposal slot. "We've got informants at Purist headquarters. As soon as the new councilmen were sworn in, they rammed the amendment through. They want to catch us unawares." He grinned starkly. "But they won't." The door slammed, and Carl's hurried footsteps diminished down the public hall. "I've never seen him move so fast," Betty remarked wonderingly. Horror rose in Don Walsh as he listened to the rapid, lumbering footsteps of his brother-in-law. Outside the unit, Carl was climbing quickly into his surface car. The motor gunned, and Carl drove off. "He's afraid," Walsh said. "He's in danger." "I guess he can take care of himself. He's pretty big." Walsh shakily lit a cigarette. "Even your brother isn't that big. It doesn't seem possible they really mean this. Putting over an amendment like this, forcing everybody to conform to their idea of what's right. But it's been in the cards for years. This is the last step on a large road. "I wish they'd get it over with once and for all," Betty complained. "Was it always this way? I don't remember always hearing about politics when I was a child." They didn't call it politics back in those days. The industrialists hammered away at the people to buy and consume. It centered around this hair, sweat, teeth purity. The city people got it and developed an ideology around it. Betty set the table and brought in the dishes of food. "You mean the purist political movement was deliberately started?" They didn't realize what a hold it was getting on them. They didn't know their children were growing up to take such things as underarm perspiration and white teeth and nice-looking hair as the most important things in the world, things worth fighting and dying for, things important enough to kill those who didn't agree. The naturalists were country people? People who lived outside the cities and weren't conditioned by the stimuli. Walsh shook his head irritably. Incredible that one man will kill another over trivialities. All through history, men murdering each other over verbal nonsense, meaningless slogans instilled in them by somebody else who sits back and benefits. It isn't meaningless if they believe in it. It's meaningless to kill another man because he has halitosis. It's meaningless to beat up somebody because he hasn't had his sweat glands removed and artificial waste excretion tubes installed. There's going to be senseless warfare. The naturalists have weapons stored up at party headquarters. Men'll be just as dead as if they died for something real. "Time to eat, dear," Betty said, indicating the table. "I'm not hungry." "Stop sulking and eat, or you'll have indigestion, and you know what that means." He knew what it meant, all right. It meant his life was in danger. One belch in the presence of a purist, and it was a life-and-death struggle. There was no room in the same world for men who belched and men who wouldn't tolerate men who belched. Something had to give, and it had already given. The amendment had been passed. The naturalists' days were numbered. "Jimmy will be late tonight," Betty said as she helped herself to lamb chops, green peas, and creamed corn. "There's some sort of purist celebration, speeches, parades, torchlight rallies," she added wistfully. "I guess we can't go down and watch, can we? It'll be pretty, all the lights and voices and marching." "Go ahead." Listlessly, Walsh spooned up his food. He ate without tasting. "Enjoy yourself." They were still eating when the door burst open and Carl entered briskly. "Anything left for me?" he demanded. Betty half rose, astonished. "Carl, you don't smell any more." Carl seated himself and grabbed for the plate of lamb chops. Then he recollected and daintily selected a small one and a tiny portion of peas. "I'm hungry," he admitted, but not too hungry. He ate carefully, quietly. Walsh gazed at him dumbfounded. "What the hell happened?" he demanded. "Your hair, and your teeth and breath. What did you do?" Without looking up, Carl answered, "Party tactics. We're beating a strategical retreat. In the face of this amendment, there's no point in doing something foolhardy. Hell, we don't intend to get slaughtered." He sipped some lukewarm coffee. "As a matter of fact, we've gone underground." Walsh slowly lowered his fork. "You mean you're not going to fight?" "Hell no. It's suicide." Carl glanced furtively around. "Now listen to me. I'm completely in conformity with the provisions of the Horny Amendment. Nobody can pin a thing on me. When the cops come snooping around, keep your mouths shut. The amendment gives the right to recant, and that's technically what we've done. We're clean. They can't touch us. But let's just not say anything." He displayed a small blue card. "A purist membership card. Backdated. We planned for any eventuality." "Oh, Carl!" Betty cried delightedly. "I'm so glad. You look just wonderful." Walsh said nothing. "What's the matter?" Betty demanded. "Isn't this what you wanted? You didn't want them to fight and kill each other." Her voice rose shrilly. "Won't anything satisfy you? This is what you wanted, and you're still dissatisfied. What on earth more do you want?" There was noise below the unit. Carl sat up straight, and for an instant color left his face. He would have begun sweating if it were still possible. "That's the conformity police," he said thickly. "Just sit tight. They'll make a routine check and keep on going." "Oh, dear," Betty gasped. "I hope they don't break anything. Maybe I better go and freshen up." "Just sit still," Carl grated. "There's no reason for them to suspect anything." When the door opened, Jimmy stood dwarfed by the green-tinted conformity police. "There he is!" Jimmy shrilled, indicating Carl. "He's a naturalist official. Smell him!" The police spread efficiently into the room. Standing around the immobile Carl, they examined him briefly, then moved away. "No body odor," the police sergeant disagreed. "No halitosis. Hair thick and well-groomed." He signaled, and Carl obediently opened his mouth. "Teeth white, totally brushed. Nothing non-acceptable. No, this man is all right." Jimmy glared furiously at Carl. "Pretty smart." Carl picked stoically at his plate of food and ignored the boy and the police. "Apparently, we've broken the core of naturalist resistance," the sergeant said into his neck phone. "At least, in this area there's no organized opposition." "Good," the phone answered. "Your area was a stronghold. We'll go ahead and set up the compulsory purification machinery, though. It should be implemented as soon as possible." One of the cops turned his attention to Don Walsh. His nostrils twitched, and then a harsh, oblique expression settled over his face. "What's your name?" he demanded. Walsh gave his name. The police came cautiously around him. "Body odor," one noted, "but hair fully restored and groomed." "Open your mouth." Walsh opened his mouth. "Teeth clean and white, but—" The cop sniffed. "Faint halitosis, stomach variety. I don't get it. Is he a naturalist or isn't he?" "He's not a purist," the sergeant said. "No purist would have body odor, so he must be a naturalist." Jimmy pushed forward. "This man," he explained, "is only a fellow hiker. He's not a party member." "You know him?" "He's related to me," Jimmy admitted. The police took notes. "He's been playing around with naturalists, but he hasn't gone the whole way?" "He's on the fence," Jimmy agreed. "A quasi-naturalist. He can be salvaged. This shouldn't be a criminal case." "Remedial action," the sergeant noted. "All right, Walsh," he addressed Walsh. "Get your things and let's go. The amendment provides compulsory purification for your type of person. Let's not waste time." Walsh hit the sergeant in the jaw. The sergeant sprawled foolishly, arms flapping, dazed with disbelief. The cops drew their guns hysterically and milled around the room, shouting and knocking into each other. Betty began to scream wildly. Jimmy's shrill voice was lost in the general uproar. Walsh grabbed up a table lamp and smashed it over a cop's head. The lights in the apartment flickered and died out. The room was a chaos of yelling blackness. Walsh encountered a body. He kicked with his knee, and with a groan of pain the body settled down. For a moment he was lost in the seething din. Then his fingers found the door. He pried it open and scrambled out into the public corridor. One shape followed as Walsh reached the descent lift. "Why?" Jimmy wailed unhappily. "I had it all fixed. You didn't have to worry." His thin metallic voice faded as the lift plunged down the well to the ground floor. Behind Walsh, the police were coming cautiously out into the hall. The sound of their boots echoed dismally after him. He examined his watch. Probably he had 15 or 20 minutes. They'd get him then. It was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he stepped from the lift and, as calmly as possible, walked down the dark, deserted commercial corridor between the rows of black store entrances. Charlie was lit up and animate when Walsh entered the antechamber. 2 men were waiting, and a third was being interviewed. But at the sight of the expression on Walsh's face, the robot waved him instantly in. "What is it, Don?" it asked seriously, indicating a chair. "Sit down and tell me what's on your mind." Walsh told it. When he was finished, the analyst sat back and gave a low, soundless whistle. "That's a felony, Don. They'll freeze you for that. It's a provision of the new amendment." "I know," Walsh agreed. He felt no emotion. For the first time in years, the ceaseless swirl of feelings and thoughts had been purged from his mind. He was a little tired, and that was all. The robot shook its head. "Well done. You're finally off the fence. That's something, at least. You're finally moving." It reached thoughtfully into the top drawer of its desk and got out a pad. "Is the police pickup van here yet?" "I heard sirens as I came in the anteroom. It's on its way." The robot's metal fingers drummed restlessly on the surface of the big mahogany desk. "Your sudden release of inhibition marks the moment of psychological integration. You're not undecided any more, are you?" "No," Walsh said. "Good. Well, it had to come sooner or later. I'm sorry it had to come this way, though." "I'm not," Walsh said. "This was the only way possible. It's clear to me now. Being undecided isn't necessarily a negative thing. Not seeing anything in slogans and organized parties and beliefs and dying can be a belief worth dying for in itself. I thought I was without a creed. Now I realize I have a very strong creed." The robot wasn't listening. It scribbled something on its pad, signed it, and then expertly tore it off. "Here." It handed the paper briskly to Walsh. "What's this?" Walsh demanded. "I don't want anything to interfere with your therapy. You're finally coming around, and we want to keep moving." The robot got quickly to its feet. "Good luck, Don. Show that to the police. If there's any trouble, have them call me." The slip was a voucher from the Federal Psychiatric Board. Walsh turned it over numbly. "You mean this'll get me off?" "You were acting compulsively. You weren't responsible. There'll be a cursory examination, of course, but nothing to worry about." The robot slapped him good-naturedly on the back. "It was your final neurotic act. Now you're free. That was the pent-up stuff, strictly a symbolic assertion of libido, with no political significance." "I see," Walsh said. The robot propelled him firmly toward the external exit. "Now go on out there and give the slip to them." From its metal chest, the robot popped a small bottle. "And take one of these capsules before you go to sleep. Nothing serious, just a mild sedative to quiet your nerves. Everything will be all right. I'll expect to see you again soon. And keep this in mind. We're finally making some real progress." Walsh found himself outside in the night darkness. A police van was pulled up at the entrance of the unit, a vast, ominous black shape against the dead sky. A crowd of curious people had collected at a safe distance, trying to make out what was going on. Walsh automatically put the bottle of pills away in his coat pocket. He stood for a time, breathing the chill night air, the cold, clear smell of darkness and evening. Above his head, a few bright, pale stars glittered remotely. "Hey!" one of the policemen shouted. He flashed his light suspiciously in Walsh's face. "Come over here." "That looks like him," another said. "Come on, buddy, make it snappy." Walsh brought out the voucher Charlie had given him. "I'm coming," he answered. As he walked up to the policeman, he carefully tore the paper to shreds and tossed the shreds to the night wind. The wind picked the shreds up and scattered them away. "What the hell did you do?" one of the cops demanded. "Nothing," Walsh answered. "I just threw away some waste paper, something I won't be needing." "What a strange one this is," a cop muttered, as they froze Walsh with their cold beams. "He gives me the creeps." "Be glad we don't get more like him," another said. "Except for a few guys like this, everything's going fine." Walsh's inert body was tossed in the van and the doors slammed shut. Disposal machinery immediately began consuming his body and reducing it to basic mineral elements. A moment later, the van was on its way to the next call. Misadjustment. When Richards got home from work, he had a secret little routine he went through, a pleasant series of actions that brought him more satisfaction than his 10-hour workday at the Commerce Institute. He tossed his briefcase into a chair, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a squirt tank of liquid fertilizer, and kicked open the back door. Cool, late-evening sunlight filtered down on him as he stepped gingerly across the moist black soil to the center of the garden. His heart thudded excitedly. How was it coming? Fine, growing bigger every day. He watered it, tore off a few old leaves, spaded up the soil, killed a weed that had edged in, squirted fertilizer at random, and then stepped back to survey it. There was no satisfaction like that of creative activity. On the job, he was a high-paid cog in the NIPLAN economic system. He worked with verbal signs, and somebody else's signs at that. Here, he dealt directly with reality. Richard squatted on his haunches and surveyed what he had accomplished. It was a good sight, almost ready, almost fully grown. He leaned forward to poke cautiously at the firm's sides. In the dwindling light of day, the high-velocity transport glittered dully. Its windows had already formed, 4 pale squares in the tapered metal hull. The control bubble was just starting to burgeon from the center of the chassis. The jet flanges were full and developed. The input hatch and emergency locks hadn't grown into existence yet, but it wouldn't be long. Richard's satisfaction rose to fever pitch. No doubt about it, the transport was almost ripe. Any day now he could pick it and start flying it around. At 9, the waiting room had been full of people and cigarette smoke. Now, at 3:30, it was almost empty. One by one the visitors had given up and departed. Discarded tapes, bulging ashtrays, empty chairs surrounded the robot desk, industriously grinding out its mechanical business. But in one corner, sitting bolt upright, her small hands clasped around her purse, remained a last young woman the desk hadn't been able to discourage. The desk tried once more. It was getting close to 4. Egerton would soon be leaving. The gross irrationality of waiting for a man about to put on his hat and coat and go home grated against the desk's sensitive nerves. And the girl had been sitting there since 9, eyes large and wide, gazing at nothing, not smoking or examining tapes, only sitting and waiting. "Look, lady," the desk said aloud, "there's nobody going to see Mr. Egerton today." The girl smiled slightly. "It'll only take a minute." The desk sighed. "You're persistent. What do you want? Your firm must do a spectacular business with jobbers like you. But as I said, Mr. Egerton never buys anything. That's how he got where he is, by throwing people like you out. I suppose you think that figure of yours is going to get you a big order." The desk added peevishly, "You ought to be ashamed, wearing a dress like that, a nice girl like you." "He'll see me," the girl answered faintly. The desk whizzed forms through its scanner and searched for a double entendre on the word see. "Yes, I suppose with a dress like that," it began. But at that moment the inner door lifted and John Egerton appeared. "Turn yourself off," he ordered the desk. "I'm going home. Set yourself for 10. I'll be late tomorrow. The ID block is holding a policy-level conference in Pittsburgh, and I have a few things to say to them while they're together." The girl slid to her feet. John Egerton was a huge, ape-shouldered man, shaggy and unkempt, his jacket hanging open and food-stained, sleeves rolled up, eyes deep-set and dark with industrial cunning. He peered at her warily as she approached. "Mr. Egerton," she said, "do you have a moment? There's something I want to discuss with you." "I'm not buying and I'm not hiring." Egerton's voice was gruff with fatigue. "Young lady, go back to your employer and tell them if they want to show me something, to send around an experienced representative, not a kid just out of—" Egerton was nearsighted. It wasn't until the girl was almost to him that he saw the card between her fingers. For a man of his size, he moved with astonishing agility. With one leap he knocked the girl aside, dashed around the robot desk, and disappeared through a side exit from the office. The girl's purse clattered to the floor, its contents spilling wildly. She hesitated between them and the door, then with an exasperated hiss, rushed from the office and out into the hall. The express elevator to the roof showed red. It was already on its way up 50 stories to the building's private field. "Damn," the girl said. She turned and re-entered the office, seething with disgust. The desk had begun to recover. "Why didn't you tell me you're an immune?" it demanded. Its outrage grew, the indignation of a bureaucrat. "I gave you Form S045 to fill out, and line 6 distinctly asked for specific information on your occupation. You deceived me." The girl ignored the desk and knelt down to collect her things. Gun, magnetic bracelet, intercom neck mic, lipstick, keys, mirror, small change, handkerchief, the 24-hour notice intended for John Egerton. She was going to get hell when she appeared back at the agency. Egerton had even managed to avoid oral acknowledgment. The spool of recording tape spilled from her purse was blank and useless. "You've got a clever boss," she said to the desk in a burst of wrath. All day, sitting here in this reeking office with all these salesmen for nothing."
"I wondered why you were so persistent," the desk said. "I never saw a saleswoman so persistent. I should have known something was wrong. You almost got him."
"We'll get him," the girl said on her way out of the office. "Tell him that tomorrow when he shows up."
"He won't show up," the desk answered, to itself, since the girl was gone. "He won't ever come back here, not now, not with you immunes hanging around. A man's life is worth more than his business, even a business this size."
The girl entered a public vid booth and dialed the agency.
"He skipped," she said to the grim-faced woman who was her immediate superior.
"He didn't touch the summons card. I guess I'm not much of a server."
"Did he see the card?"
"Of course. That's why he bolted."
The older woman scratched a few tentative lines on a notepad.
"Technically, we have him. I'll let our lawyers battle it out with his heirs. I'm going ahead with the 24-hour notice, just as if he accepted it. If he was wary before, he'll be impossible from now on. We'll never get closer than this. It's too bad you muffed this."
The woman decided.
"Call his home and give his personal staff the notice of culpability. Tomorrow morning we'll release it over the regular news machines."
Doris broke the circuit, held her hand over the screen to clear it, and then dialed Egerton's personal number. To the attendant she gave the formal notice that Egerton was legal prey for any Nightland citizen. The attendant, mechanical, dutifully took the information as if it had been an order for so many dozen yards of cloth. Somehow the machine's calmness made her more discouraged than ever. She left the booth and wandered gloomily down ramp to the cocktail bar to wait for her husband. John Egerton didn't seem like a parakineticist. Doris's mind imagined small, wan-faced youths, withdrawn and agonized, buried in out-of-the-way towns and farms, hidden away from urban areas. Egerton was prominent, but of course that didn't affect his chance of being picked up in the random check net. As she sipped her Tom Collins, she tried to think of other reasons why John Egerton would ignore his initial check notice, then his warning, fine and possible imprisonment, and now this, his last notice. Was Egerton really PK? Her face in the dark mirror behind the bar wavered, rings of half-shadows, nebulous succubi, a gloom of fog like that which lay over the Nightplan system. Her reflection might have been that of a young female parakineticist. Black circles for eyes, moist lashes, dank hair around her thin shoulders, fingers too tapered and too sharp. But it was only the mirror. There were no distaff parakineticists, at least none reported yet. Unnoticed, her husband came up behind her, tossed his coat over a stool, and seated himself. "How did it come off?" Harvey asked sympathetically. Doris started in surprise. "You scared me." Harvey lit a cigarette and attracted the attention of the bartender. "Bourbon and water." He turned mildly to his wife. "Cheer up. There are other mutants to track down." He tossed her the foil from the afternoon news machines. "You probably know already, but your San Francisco office picked up 4 in a row, all of them unique. There was one party who had a sweet little talent of speeding up metabolic processes in those he didn't care for." Doris nodded absently. "We heard through the agency memos, and one could walk through walls without falling through floors, and one animated stones." "Egerton got away?" "Like lightning. I wouldn't think a man that big would react that fast, but maybe he isn't a man." She spun her tall, cold glass between her fingers.
The agency is going to give the public 24-hour notice. I've already called his home. That gives his personal staff a head start.
They ought to have it. After all, they've been working for him. They ought to have first crack at the bounty.
Harvey was trying to be funny, but his wife didn't respond.
You think a man that big can hide out?
Doris shrugged. The problem was simple with the ones who hid. They gave themselves away by departing more and more from the behavior norm. It was the ones unaware of their innate difference, those who kept on functioning until discovered by accident, the so-called unconscious PKs, had forced into existence the random check system and its agency of female immunes. In Doris's mind, the weird thought crept that a man might not be PK and think he was, the timeless neurotic fear that one was somehow different, oddball, when in fact one was quite normal. Egerton, for all his industrial power and influence, might be an ordinary human being suffering from a gnawing phobia that he was PK. Such had happened, and there were genuine PKs wandering around blithely unaware of their alienness. "We need a surefire test," Doris said aloud. "Something an individual can apply on himself, so he can be certain."
"Don't you have it? Can't you be positive when you get hold of them in your net?"
"If we get hold of them. 1 out of 10,000. Too damn small a number come up in the nets." Abruptly she pushed away her drink and got to her feet. "Let's go home. I'm hungry and tired. I want to go to bed."
Harvey gathered up his coat as he paid the tab. "Sorry, honey, we're going out for dinner tonight. A fellow in the Commerce Institute, a man named J. Richards. I met him at luncheon. As a matter of fact, you were along. We're all invited over to celebrate something."
"Celebrate what?" Doris demanded irritably. "What do we have to celebrate?"
"Something secret of his," Harvey answered as he pushed open the wide street door. "He's going to spring it on us after dinner. Cheer up, it may be good for an evening's entertainment." Egerton did not fly directly home. At high velocity, he circled aimlessly near the first ring of residential syndromes at the edge of New York, his mind ebbing first with terror, then with outrage. His natural impulse was to head for his own lands and houses, but fear of running into more agency servers paralyzed his will. While he was trying to make up his mind, his neck mic came on with a relay of the agency's call. He was lucky. The girl had given the 24-hour notice to one of his robots, and robots weren't interested in bounty. He landed on a randomly selected roof field within the industrial area of Pittsburgh. No one saw him. Lucky again. He was trembling as he entered the descent elevator and began the trip down to the street level. With him were crowded a blank-faced clerk, 2 elderly women, a serious young man, and the pretty daughter of some minor official. A harmless clump of people, but he wasn't fooled. At the end of 24 hours, any and all of them would be panting for his hide. And he couldn't blame them. $10 million was a lot of money. Theoretically, he had a 1-day grace period, but final notices were badly kept secrets. Most higher-ups were undoubtedly in on it. He'd approach an old friend, be welcomed, wined and dined, given a cabin shelter on Ganymede and plenty of supplies, and be shot between the eyes as soon as the day was up. He had remote units of his own industrial combine, of course, but they'd be checked off systematically. He had a variety of holding companies, dummy corporations, but the agency would run through them if they considered it worth their time.
The intuitive realization that he could easily become an object lesson to the Niplan system, manipulated and exploited by the agency, drove him to a frenzy. The female immunes had always tripped deep-buried complexes built up in his mind from early infancy. The thought of a matriarchal culture was vitally abhorrent to him, and to pick off Egerton was to unfasten a basic pivot of the block. Now it occurred to him that his number on the random check might not really be random after all. Clever. Compile the identifying serial numbers of the id block leaders, revolve them in the check nets from time to time, gradually eliminate them one by one. He reached the street level and stood undecided, as urban traffic flowed around him noisily. Suppose the id block leaders simply cooperated with the checknets. Compliance with the initial notice meant only a routine mind probe by the protected core of mutants society sanctioned, the telepathic castrati tolerated because of their usefulness against other mutants. Pulled at random or by design, the victim could simply permit the probe, lay his mind bare to the agency, let the battle axes claw and peck over the contents of his psyche, and then return to his office, cleared and safe. But this posited one item, that the industrial leader could pass the probe, that he was not PK. Sweat stood out on Egerton's heavy forehead. Wasn't he, in a roundabout way, telling himself that he was PK? No, that wasn't it. The issue was a principle. The agency had no moral right to probe the half-dozen men whose industrial block was the mainstay of the Niplan system. On that point, every id block leader agreed with him. An attack on Egerton was an assault on the block itself. Fervently he prayed they would see it that way. He hailed a robot taxi and ordered, "Get me over to the id block hall, and if anybody tries to halt you, $50 says keep going." The vast, echoing hall was dark and gloomy when he reached it. The meeting wouldn't begin for several days yet. Egerton wandered aimlessly up and down the aisles, between the rows of seats where the technological and clerical staffs of the various industrial units would be placed, past the steel and plastic benches where the leaders themselves sat, up finally to the vacant speaker's stand. Faint lights glowed for him as he halted vaguely before the marble stand. The futility of his position came to him with a rush. Standing here in this empty hall, he momentarily comprehended how completely he had made himself an outcast. He could yell and shout, and nobody would appear. He could summon up nobody and nothing. The agency was the legal government of the Niplan system. In tilting with it, he had placed himself against all organized society. Powerful as he was, he couldn't hope to defeat society itself. He left the hall hurriedly, located an expensive restaurant, and enjoyed a lavish dinner. Almost feverishly, he downed immense quantities of scarce imported delicacies. At least he could enjoy his last 24 hours. As he ate, he gazed apprehensively at the waiters and the other diners. Bland, indifferent faces, but very soon they would see his number and image in every news machine. The great hunt would be on, billions of hunters after one quarry. Abruptly he finished his meal, examined his watch, and left the restaurant. It was 6 p.m. For an hour he squandered himself furiously in a swank bedgirl mart, going from one apartment to the next, only half seeing the occupants. He left behind a chaos, for which he paid, and then abandoned the frenetic turmoil for the fresh air of the evening streets. Until 11 he wandered through the dark, starlit parks that surrounded the residential area of the city, among other dim shadows, his hands stuffed miserably in his pockets, hunched over, wretched. Somewhere far off, a city clock tower radiated an audio time signal. The 24 hours were leaking out, and no one could stop them. At 11:30 he halted his purposeless wanderings and pulled himself together long enough to analyze his situation. He had to face it. His only chance lay back at the id Block Hall. The technological and clerical staffs wouldn't have begun to show, but most of the leaders would be staking out preferred living quarters. His wrist map showed that he had drifted 5 miles from the hall. Suddenly terrified, he made his decision. He flew directly back to the hall, landed on the deserted roof field, and descended to the floor of living quarters. It couldn't be put off. It was now or never. "Come in, John," Townsend invited good-naturedly, and then his expression changed as Egerton briefly outlined what had taken place in his office. "You say they've already sent the final notice to your home?" Laura Townsend asked quickly. She had got up from the couch where she had been sitting and came immediately to the door. "Then it's too late." Egerton tossed his overcoat to the closet and sank down in an easy chair. "Too late? Maybe. Too late to avoid the notice. But I'm not giving up." Townsend and the other id Block leaders came around Egerton, faces showing curiosity, sympathy, and traces of cold amusement. "You've really got yourself into something," one of the leaders said. "If you'd let us know before the final notice was sent out, maybe we could have done something. But this late—" Egerton strangled as he felt the boom being lowered down around him. "Wait," he said thickly. "Let's get this straight. We're all in this together. It's me today and you tomorrow. If I fold under this—" "Take it easy," murmured voices came. "Let's work this out rationally, or not at all." Egerton lay back against the chair as it adjusted to his tired body. Yes, he was glad to work it out rationally. "As I see it," Townsend said quietly, leaning forward, his fingers pressed together, "it's not really a question of can we neutralize the agency. Collectively, we're the economic battery of the Nightplan system. If we draw the props out from under the agency, it collapses. The real question is, do we want to write off the agency?" Egerton croaked wildly. "Good God, it's either us or them. Can't you see they're using this net check and probe system to undermine us?" Townsend glanced at him and then continued for the benefit of the other leaders. "Perhaps we're forgetting something. We set up the agency in the first place. That is, the id Block before us worked out the fundamentals of random net check inspection, use of tame telepaths, the final notice and hunt, the whole works. The agency is for our protection. Otherwise, parakineticists would grow like weeds and finally choke us off. Of course, we must keep control of the agency. It's our instrument." "Yes," another leader agreed. "We can't let it get on our backs. Egerton is certainly right there." "We can assume," Townsend continued, "that some mechanism must exist at all times to detect PKs. If the agency goes, something must be constructed in its place. Now I'll tell you what, John." He gazed thoughtfully at Egerton. "If you can think of a substitute, then maybe we'll be interested. But if not, then the agency stands. Since the first PK back in 2045, only females have shown immunity. Whatever we set up will have to be operated from a female policy board, and that's the agency all over again." There was silence. Dimly in Egerton's mind, the ghosts of hope flickered. "You agree the agency is on our backs?" he demanded huskily. "All right, we have to assert ourselves." He gestured around the room futilely. The leaders were watching stonily, and Laura Townsend was quietly pouring coffee into half-empty cups. She shot him a glance of mute sympathy, and then turned back to the kitchen. Cold silence cut down around Egerton. He settled unhappily back in his chair and listened to Townsend drone on. "I'm sorry you didn't inform us that your number had come up," Townsend was saying. "On the first notice we could have done something, but not now. Not unless we want to have a showdown at this time, and I don't think we're prepared for that." He pointed his authoritative finger at Egerton. "You know, John, I don't think you really understand what these PK individuals are. You probably think of them as lunatics, people with delusions." "I know what they are," Egerton answered stiffly, but he couldn't keep himself from saying, "Aren't they people with delusions?" "They're lunatics who have the power to actualize their delusional systems in space-time. They warp a limited area around them to conform to their eccentric notions, understand? The PK makes his delusion work. Therefore, in a sense, it isn't a delusion. Not unless you can stand far enough back, get a long way off and compare his warped area with the world proper. But how can the PK himself do that? He has no objective standard. He can't very well get away from himself, and the warp follows him wherever he goes. The really dangerous PKs are the ones who think everybody can animate stones, or change themselves into animals, or transmute base minerals. If we let a PK get away, if we let him grow up, reproduce, have a family, a wife and children, we let this inherited parafaculty spread. It becomes a group belief. It becomes a socially institutionalized practice. Any given PK is capable of spawning a society of PKs built around his particular power. The great danger is this. Eventually, we non-PKs may become the minority. Our rational world-view may come to be considered eccentric." Egerton licked his lips. The dry, languid voice made him sick. As Townsend spoke, the ominous chill of death settled over him. "In other words," he muttered, "you're not going to help me." "That's right," Townsend said, "but not because we don't want to help you. We feel that the danger from the agency is less than you imagine. We consider the PKs the real menace. Find us some way we can detect them without the agency, and we'll go along with you. But not until then." He leaned close to Egerton and tapped him on the shoulder with a lean, bony finger. "If females weren't clear of this stuff, we wouldn't stand a chance. We're lucky. We could be a lot worse off than we are." Egerton got slowly to his feet. "Good night." Townsend also rose. There was a moment of strained, awkward silence. "However," Townsend said, "we can beat this hunt and chase rap they have on you. There's still time. The public notice hasn't been put out yet." "What'll I do?" Egerton asked hopelessly. "You have the written copy of your 24 notice?" "No!" Egerton's voice cracked hysterically. "I ran out of the office before the girl could give it to me." Townsend pondered. "You know who she is? You know where you can find her?" "No." "Make inquiries. Trace her down. Accept the notice. Then throw yourself on the mercy of the agency." Egerton spread his hands numbly. "But that means I'll be bonded to them for the rest of my life." "You'll be alive," Townsend said mildly, without emotion of any kind. Laura Townsend brought steaming black coffee over to Egerton. "Cream or sugar?" she asked gently, when she was able to attract his attention. "Or both? John, you must get something hot under your belt before you go. It's such a long trip back." The girl's name was Doris Sorrel. Her apartment was listed under the name Harvey Sorrel, her husband. There was no one there. Egerton carbonized the door lock, then entered and searched the 4 small rooms. He rooted through the dresser drawers, tossed clothing and personal articles aside one after another, systematically rifled the closets and cupboards. In the waste disposal slot by the work desk, he found what he was looking for: a not yet incinerated note, crumpled and discarded, a jotted notation with the name J. Richards, the date and the time, the address, and the words, "If Doris isn't too tired." Egerton put the note in his coat pocket and departed. It was 3:30 in the morning when he found them. He landed on the roof of the squat Commerce Institute building and descended the ramp to the residential floors. From the north wing, light and noise came. The party was still in session. Praying silently, Egerton raised his hand to the door and tripped the analyzer. The man who opened the door was handsome, gray-haired, a heavy man in his late 30s. A glass in one hand, he gazed blankly at Egerton, his eyes blurred with fatigue and alcohol. "I don't remember inviting," he began, but Egerton pushed past him and into the apartment. There were plenty of people, sitting, standing, keeping up a low murmur of talk and laughter. Liquor, soft couches, thick perfumes and fabrics, shifting color walls, robots serving hors d'oeuvres, the muted cacophony of feminine giggles from darkened side rooms. Egerton slid off his coat and moved aimlessly around. She was there somewhere. He glanced from face to face, saw only vacant, half-gazed eyes and slack mouths, and abruptly left the living room and entered a bedroom. Doris Sorrel was standing at a window gazing silently out at the lights of the city, her back to him, one arm resting on the window-sill. "Oh," she murmured, turning a little. "Already?" And then she saw who it was. "I want it," Egerton said. "The 24-hour notice. I'll take it now." "You scared me." Trembling, she moved away from the wide expanse of window. "How long have you been there?" "I just came." "But why? You're a strange person, Mr. Egerton. You don't make sense." She laughed nervously. "I don't understand you at all." From the gloom, the figure of a man emerged, briefly outlined in the doorway. "Darling, here's your martini." The man made out Egerton, and an ugly expression settled over his half-stupefied face. "Move on, buddy. This isn't for you." Shakily, Doris caught his arm. "Harvey, this is the man I tried to serve today. Mr. Egerton, this is my husband." They shook hands icily. "Where is it?" Egerton demanded bluntly. "You have it with you?" "Yes, it's in my purse." Doris moved away. "I'll get it. You can come along if you want." She was regaining her composure. "I think I left it around here somewhere. Harvey, where the hell's my purse?" In the darkness she fumbled for something small and vaguely shiny. "Yes, here it is, on the bed." She stood lighting a cigarette and watching as Egerton examined the 24-hour notice. "Why did you come back?" she asked. For the party she had changed to a knee-length silk shirt, copper bracelets, sandals, and a luminous flower in her hair. Now the flower drooped miserably, her shirt was wrinkled and unbuttoned, and she looked dead tired. Leaning against the bedroom wall, cigarette between her stained lips, she said, "I don't see that it makes any difference what you do. The notice will be out publicly in half an hour. Your personal staff has already been notified. God, I'm exhausted." She looked around impatiently for her husband. "Let's get out of here," she said to him as he wandered up. I have to go to work tomorrow."
"We haven't seen it," Harvey Sorrel answered sullenly.
"The hell with it."
Doris grabbed her coat from the closet.
"Why all this mystery? My God, we've been here 5 hours and he hasn't trotted it out yet. Even if he's perfected time travel or squared the circle, I'm not interested. Not this late."
As she pushed her way through the crowded living room, Egerton hurried to catch up with her.
"Listen to me,"
he gasped. Holding onto her shoulder, he continued rapidly. "Townsend said if I came back I could throw myself on the mercy of the agency. He said—" The girl shook loose.
"Yes, of course. It's the law."
She turned angrily to her husband, who had scrambled after them.
"Are you coming?"
"I'm coming," Harvey answered, bloodshot eyes blazing with indignation. "But I'm saying good night to Richards, and you're going to tell him it's your idea to leave. I'm not going to pretend it's my fault we're walking out. If you haven't got the social decency at least to say good night to your host—" The gray-haired man who had let Egerton in broke away from a circle of guests and came smilingly over.
"Harvey, Doris, are you leaving? But you haven't seen it."
Dismay flooded his heavy face.
"You can't leave."
Doris opened her mouth to say that she damn well could.
"Look,"
Harvey cut in desperately,
"can't you show it to us now? Come on, Jay, we've waited long enough."
Richards hesitated. More people were wearily getting up and clustering over.
"Come on," voices demanded. "Let's get it over with."
After a moment of indecision, Richards conceded.
"All right,"
he agreed. He knew he had stalled long enough. Into the tired, experience-satiated guests, a measure of anticipation trickled back. Richards raised his arms dramatically. He was still going to milk what he could from the moment.
"This is it, folks. Come on along with me. It's out back."
"I wondered where it was," Harvey said, following after his host.
"Come on, Doris."
He seized her arm and dragged her after him. The others crowded along through the dining room, the kitchen, to the back door. The night was ice-chill. Frigid wind blew around them as they shivered and stumbled uncertainly down the black steps into the Hyperborean gloom. John Egerton felt a small shape push into him as Doris savagely yanked away from her husband. Egerton managed to follow after her. She rapidly shoved through the mass of guests, along the concrete walk to the fence that enclosed the yard.
"Wait," Egerton gasped. "Listen to me. Then the agency will take me?"
He was powerless to keep the thin edge of pleading from his voice.
"I can count on that? The notice will be voided?"
Doris sighed wearily.
"That's right. Okay, if you want, I'll take you over to the agency and get action on your papers. Otherwise they'll sit there for a month. You know what it means, I suppose. You're indentured to the agency for the balance of your natural life. You know that, I suppose, do you?"
"I know."
"Do you want that?"
She was distantly curious.
"A man like you, I would have thought otherwise."
Egerton twisted miserably.
"Townsend said," he began pathetically. "What I want to know," Doris interrupted, "is why you didn't respond to your first notice. If only you'd come around, this never would have happened."
Egerton opened his mouth to answer. He was going to say something about the principle involved, the concept of a free society, the rights of the individual, liberty and due process, the encroachment of the state. It was at that moment that Richards snapped on the powerful outdoor searchlights he had rigged up especially for the occasion. For the first time, his great achievement was revealed for everyone to see. For a moment there was stunned silence.
Then all at once they were screaming and milling from the yard. Wild-faced, dazed with terror, they scrambled over the fence, burst through the plastic walls surrounding the yard, crashed into the next yard and onto the public street. Richard stood dumbfounded beside his masterpiece, bewildered and not yet understanding. In the artificial white glare of the searchlights, the high-velocity transport was a thing of utter beauty. It was fully formed, completely ripe. Half an hour before, Richards had slipped outside with a flashlight, inspected it, and then, trembling with excitement, had cut the stem from which the ship had grown. It was now separate from the plant on which it had formed. He had rolled it to the edge of the yard, filled the fuel tank, slid back the hatch, and made it ready for flight. On the plant were the embryonic buds of other transports in various stages of growth. He had watered and fertilized with skill. The plant was going to turn out a dozen jet transports before the end of summer. Tears dribbled down Doris's tired cheeks. "You see it," she whispered wretchedly to Egerton. "It's lovely. Look at it. See it sitting there?" Agonized, she turned away. "Poor Jay. When he understands—" Richard stood, feet planted apart, gazing around at the deserted, trampled remains of his yard. He made out the shapes of Egerton and Doris. After a moment he started hesitantly toward them. "Doris," he choked brokenly, "what is it? What did I do?" Suddenly his expression changed. Bewilderment vanished. First came brute, naked terror as finally he understood what he was and why his guests had fled. And then crazed cunning fell into place. Richards turned clumsily and began lumbering across the yard toward his ship. Egerton killed him with a single shot at the base of the skull. As Doris began screaming shrilly, he shot out the searchlights one by one. The yard, Richard's body, the gleaming metal transport dissolved in the frigid gloom. He shoved the girl down and forced her face into the wet, cold vines growing up the wall of the garden. She was able to get hold of herself after a time. Shuddering, she lay pressed against the mashed grass and vines, arms clutched around her waist, trembling back and forth in an aimless rocking motion that gradually drained itself away. Egerton helped her up. All these years, and nobody suspected. He was saving it up. Big secret. "You'll be all right," Doris was saying, so low and faint that he could hardly hear her. "The agency will be willing to write you off. You stopped him." Weak with shock, she groped blindly in the darkness for her scattered purse and cigarettes. "He would have got away. And that plant, what are we going to do with it?" She found her cigarettes and lit up wildly. "What about it?" Their eyes were growing accustomed to the night gloom. Under the faint sheen of starlight, the outline of the plant came dimly into focus. "It won't live," Egerton said. "It's part of his delusion. Now he's dead." Frightened and subdued, the other guests were beginning to filter back into the yard. Harvey's sorrel crept drunkenly from the shadows and apologetically approached his wife. Somewhere far off the wail of a siren sounded. The automatic police had been called. "Do you want to come with us?" Doris asked Egerton shakily. She indicated her husband. "We'll all drive over to the agency together and get you straightened out. It can be fixed up. There'll be some kind of indenture, a few years at the most, nothing more than that." Egerton moved away from her. "No thanks," he said. "I have something else to do, maybe later. But I think I have what I want." Egerton fumbled for the back door and entered Richard's deserted quarters. "This is what we've been looking for." He put through his emergency call immediately. In Townsend's apartment, the buzzer was sounding within 30 seconds. Sleepily, Laura roused her husband. Egerton began talking as soon as the two men were facing each other's image. "We have our standard," he said. "We don't need the agency. We can pull the rug out from under them because we don't really need them to watch us." "What?" Townsend demanded angrily, his mind fuzzy with sleep. "What are you talking about?" Egerton repeated what he had said as calmly as possible. "Then who will watch us?" Townsend growled. "What the hell is this?" "We'll watch each other," Egerton continued patiently. "Nobody will be exempt. Each of us will be the standard for the next man. Richards couldn't see himself objectively, but I could, even though I'm not immune. We don't need anybody over us because we can do the job ourselves." Townsend reflected resentfully. He yawned, pulled his nightrobe around him, glanced sleepily at his wristwatch. "Lord, it's late. Maybe you have something, maybe not. Tell me more about this Richards. What sort of PK talent did he have?" Egerton told him. "You see, all these years and he couldn't tell, but we could tell instantly." Egerton's voice rose excitedly. "We can run our own society again. Consensus gentium. We've had our measuring standard all the time, and none of us has realized it. Individually, each of us is fallible, but as a group, we can't go wrong. All we have to do is make sure the random check nets get everybody. We'll have to step the process up, get more people and get them oftener. It has to be accelerated so that everybody, sooner or later, gets hauled in." "I see," Townsend agreed. "We'll keep the tame telepaths, of course, so we can get out all the thoughts and subliminal material. The Teeps won't evaluate. We'll handle that ourselves." Townsend nodded dully. "Sounds good, John." "It came to me as soon as I saw Richard's plant. It was instantaneous. I had complete certitude. How could there be error? A delusional system like his simply doesn't fit into our world." Egerton's hand slammed down on the table in front of him. A book that had belonged to J. Richards slipped off and landed soundlessly on the thick carpet of the apartment. "You understand? There's no equation between a PK world and ours. All we have to do is get the PK material up where we can see it, where we can compare it to our own reality." Townsend was silent a moment. "All right," he said at last. "Come on over. If you convince the rest of the id block, then we'll act." He made his decision. "I'll get them out of bed and over here." "Fine." Egerton reached quickly for the cutoff switch. "I'll hurry over, and thanks." He rushed from the littered, bottle-strewn apartment, now dismal and deserted without the celebrating guests. In the backyard, the police were already picking around, examining the dying plant that J. Richards' delusional talent had brought into momentary existence. The night air was cold and crisp as Egerton emerged from the ascent ramp onto the roof field of the Commerce Building. A few voices drifted up from far below. The roof itself was deserted. He buttoned his heavy overcoat around him, extended his arms, and rose from the roof. He gained altitude and speed. In a few moments he was on his way toward Pittsburgh. As he flew silently through the night, he gulped vast lungfuls of the clean, fresh air. Satisfaction and rising excitement raced through him. He had spotted Richards immediately. And why not? How could he miss? A man who grew jet transports from a plant in his backyard was clearly a lunatic. It was so much simpler just to flap one's arms. A World of Talent. 1. When he entered the apartment, a great number of people were making noises and flashing colors. The sudden cacophony confused him. Aware of the surge of shapes, sounds, smells, three-dimensional oblique patches, but trying to peer through and beyond, he halted at the door. With an act of will, he was able to clear the blur somewhat. The meaningless frenzy of human activity settled gradually into a quasi-orderly pattern. "What's the matter?" his father asked sharply. "This is what we previewed a half-hour ago," his mother said when the 8-year-old boy failed to answer. "I wish you'd let me get a corpsman to probe him." "I don't fully trust the Corps, and we have 12 years to handle this ourselves. If we haven't cracked it by then—" "Later." She bent down and ordered in a crisp tone, "Go on in, Tim. Say hello to people." "Try to hold an objective orientation," his father added gently, "at least for this evening, to the end of the party." Tim passed silently through the crowded living room, ignoring the various oblique shapes, his body tilted forward, head turned to one side. Neither of his parents followed him. They were intercepted by the host and then surrounded by Norm and Psi guests. In the melee, the boy was forgotten. He made a brief circuit of the living room, satisfied himself that nothing existed there, and then sought a side hall. A mechanical attendant opened a bedroom door for him, and he entered. The bedroom was deserted. The party had only begun. He allowed the voices and movement behind him to fade into an indiscriminate blur. Faint perfumes of women drifted through the swank apartment, carried by the warm, Terran-like artificial air pumped from the central ducts of the city. He raised himself up and inhaled the sweet scents. Flowers, fruits, spices, and something more. He had to go all the way into the bedroom to isolate it. There it was, sour, like spoiled milk, the warming he counted on, and it was in the bedroom. Cautiously he opened a closet. The mechanical selector tried to present him with clothing, but he ignored it. With the closet open, the scent was stronger. The other was somewhere near the closet, if not actually in it. Under the bed? He crouched down and peered. Not there. He lay outstretched and stared under Fairchild's metal work desk, typical furniture of a colonial official's quarters. Here the scent was stronger. Fear and excitement touched him. He jumped to his feet and pushed the desk away from the smooth plastic surface of the wall. The other clung against the wall in the dark shadow where the desk had rested. It was a right other, of course. He had only identified one left, and that for no more than a split second. The other hadn't managed to phase totally. He retreated warily from it, conscious that, without his cooperation, it had come as far as it could. The other watched him calmly, aware of his negative actions, but there was little it could do. It made no attempt to communicate, for that had always failed. Tim was safe. He halted and spent a long moment scrutinizing the other. This was his chance to learn more about it. A space separated the two of them, across which only the visual image and odor, small vaporized particles, of the other crossed. It was not possible to identify this other. Many were so similar they appeared to be multiples of the same unit. But sometimes the other was radically different. Was it possible that various selections were being tried, alternate attempts to get across? Again the thought struck him. The people in the living room, both Norm and Psi classes, and even the mute class of which he was a part, seemed to have reached a workable stalemate with their own others. It was strange, since their lefts would be advanced over his own, unless the procession of rights diminished as the left group increased. Was there a finite total of others? He went back to the frenetic living room. People murmured and swirled on all sides, gaudy opaque shapes everywhere, warm smells overpowering him with their closeness. It was clear that he would have to get information from his mother and father. He had already spun the research indices hooked to the Sol system educational transmission, spun them without results, since the circuit was not working. "Where did you wander off to?" his mother asked him, pausing in the animated conversation that had grown up among a group of Norm-class officials blocking one side of the room. She caught the expression on his face. "Oh," she said, "even here?" He was surprised at her question. Location made no difference. Didn't she know that? Floundering, he withdrew into himself to consider. He needed help. He couldn't understand without outside assistance. But a staggering verbal block existed. Was it only a problem of terminology, or was it more? As he wandered around the living room, the vague, musty odor filtered to him through the heavy curtain of people's smells. The other was still there, crouched in the darkness where the desk had been, in the shadows of the deserted bedroom, waiting to come over, waiting for him to take 2 more steps. Julie watched her 8-year-old son move away, an expression of concern on her petite face. "We'll have to keep our eyes on him," she said to her husband. "I preview a mounting situation built around this thing of his." Kurt had caught it too, but he kept on talking to the Norm-class officials grouped around the 2 precogs. "What would you do," he demanded, "if they really opened up on us? You know Big Noodle can't handle a stepped-up shower of robot projectiles. The handful now and then are in the nature of experiments, and he has the half-hour warnings from Julie and me." "True." Fairchild scratched his gray nose, rubbed the stubble of beard showing below his lip. "But I don't think they'll swing to overt war operations. It would be an admission that we're getting somewhere. It would legalize us and open things up. We might collect you Psi-class people together and—" he grinned wearily, "and think the Sol system far out past the Andromache Nebula." Kurt listened without resentment, since the man's words were no surprise. As he and Julie had driven over, they had both previewed the party, its unfruitful discussions, the growing aberrations of their son. His wife's precog span was somewhat greater than his own. She was seeing at this moment ahead of his own vision. He wondered what the worried expression on her face indicated. "I'm afraid," Julie said tightly, "that we're going to have a little quarrel before we get home tonight." Well, he had also seen that. "It's the situation," he said, rejecting the topic. "Everybody here is on edge. It isn't only you and I who are going to be fighting." Fairchild listened sympathetically. "I can see some drawbacks to being a precog, but knowing you're going to have a spat, can't you alter things before it begins?" "Sure," Curtis answered. "The way we give you pre-information and you use it to alter the situation with Terra. But neither Julie nor I particularly care. It takes a huge mental effort to stave off something like this, and neither of us has that much energy." "I just wish you'd let me turn him over to the Corps. Julie said in a low voice. "I can't stand him wandering around, peering under things, looking in closets for God knows what." "For others," Kurt said, "whatever that might be." Fairchild, a natural-born moderator, tried intercession. "You've got 12 years, he began. "It's no disgrace to have Tim stay in the mute class. Every one of you starts out that way. If he has psi powers, he'll show." "You talk like an infinite precog," Julie said, amused. "How do you know they'll show?" Fairchild's good-natured face twisted with effort. Kurt felt sorry for him. Fairchild had too much responsibility, too many decisions to make, too many lives on his hands. Before the separation with Terra, he had been an appointed official, a bureaucrat with a job and clearly defined routine. Now there was nobody to tap out an intersystem memo to him early Monday morning. Fairchild was working without instructions. "Let's see that doodad of yours," Kurt said. "I'm curious about how it works." Fairchild was astonished. "How the hell—" Then he remembered. "Sure, you must have already previewed it." He dug around in his coat. "I was going to make it the surprise of the party, but we can't have surprises with you two precogs around." The other norm-class officials crowded around as their boss unwrapped a square of tissue paper and from it lifted a small, glittering stone. An interested silence settled over the room as Fairchild examined the stone, his eyes close to it, like a jeweler studying a precious gem. "An ingenious thing," Kurt admitted. "Thanks," Fairchild said. "They should start arriving any day now. The glitter is to attract children and lower-class people who would go out for a bauble, possible wealth, you know. And women, of course. Anybody who would stop and pick up what they thought was a diamond. Everybody but the tech classes. I'll show you." He glanced around the hushed living room at the guests in their gay party clothes. Off to one side, Tim stood with his head turned at an angle. Fairchild hesitated, then tossed the stone across the carpet in front of the boy, almost at his feet. The boy's eyes didn't flicker. He was gazing absently through the people, unaware of the bright object at his feet. Kurt moved forward, ready to take up the social slack. "You'd have to produce something the size of a jet transport." He bent down and retrieved the stone. "It's not your fault that Tim doesn't respond to such mundane things as 50-carat diamonds." Fairchild was crestfallen at the collapse of his demonstration. "I forgot." He brightened. "But there aren't any mutes on Terra anymore. Listen and see what you think of the spiel. I had a hand at writing it." In Kurt's hand, the stone rested coldly. In his ears, a tiny gnat-like buzz sounded, a controlled, modulated cadence that caused a stir of murmurs around the room. "My friends," the canned voice stated, "the causes of the conflict between Terra and the Centaurian colonies have been grossly misstated in the press." "Is this seriously aimed at children?" Julie asked. "Maybe he thinks Terran children are advanced over our own," a Psi-class official said as a rustle of amusement drifted through the room. The tiny whine droned on, turning out its mixture of legalistic arguments, idealism, and an almost pathetic pleading. The begging quality grated on Kurt. Why did Fairchild have to get down on his knees and plead with the Terrans? As he listened, Fairchild puffed confidently on his pipe, arms folded, heavy face thick with satisfaction. Evidently, Fairchild wasn't aware of the precarious thinness of his canned words. It occurred to Kurt that none of them, including himself, was facing how really fragile their separation movement was. There was no use blaming the weak words wheezing from the pseudogem. Any description of their position was bound to reflect the querulous half-fear that dominated the colonies. "It has long been established," the stone asserted, "that freedom is the natural condition of man. Servitude, the bondage of one man or one group of men to another, is a remnant of the past, a vicious anachronism. Men must govern themselves." "Strange to hear a stone saying that," Julie said, half amused. "An inert lump of rock." "You have been told that the colonial secessionist movement will jeopardize your lives and your standard of living. This is not true. The standard of living of all mankind will be raised if the colony planets are allowed to govern themselves and find their own economic markets. The mercantile system practiced by the Terran government on Terrans living outside the Sol group—" "The children will bring this thing home," Fairchild said. "The parents will pick it up from them." The stone droned on. The colonies could not remain mere supply bases for Terra, sources of raw materials and cheap labor. The colonists could not remain second-class citizens. Colonists have as much right to determine their own society as those remaining in the Sol group. Thus, the colonial government has petitioned the Terran government for a severance of those bonds to keep us from realizing our manifest destinies. Kurt and Julie exchanged glances. The academic textbook dissertation hung like a dead weight in the room. Was this the man the colony had elected to manage the resistance movement? A pedant, a salaried official, a bureaucrat, and, Kurt couldn't help thinking, a man without psi powers, a normal. Fairchild had probably been moved to break with Terra over some trivial miswording of a routine directive. Nobody, except perhaps the telepathic corps, knew his motives or how long he could keep going. "What do you think of it?" Fairchild asked when the stone had finished its monologue and had started over. "Millions of them showering down all over the Sol group. You know what the Terran press is saying about us. Vicious lies. That we want to take over Sol. That we're hideous invaders from outer space. Monsters, mutants, freaks. We have to counter such propaganda." "Well," Julie said, "a third of us are freaks, so why not face it? I know my son is a useless freak." Kurt took her arm. "Nobody's calling Tim a freak, not even you." "But it's true." She pulled away. "If we were back in the Sol system, if we hadn't separated, you and I would be in detention camps waiting to be, you know." She fiercely jabbed in the direction of their son. "There wouldn't be any Tim." From the corner, a sharp-faced man spoke up. "We wouldn't be in the Sol system. We'd have broken out on our own without anybody's help. Fairchild had nothing to do with it. We brought him along. Don't ever forget that." Kurt eyed the man hostilely. Reynolds, chief of the telepathic corps, was drunk again. Drunk and spilling over his load of vitriolic hate for norms. "Possibly," Kurt agreed, "but we would have had a hell of a time doing it." "You and I know what keeps this colony alive," Reynolds answered, his flushed face arrogant and sneering. "How long could these bureaucrats keep on going without Big Noodle and Sally, you two precogs, the Corps, and all the rest of us? Face facts. We don't need this legalistic window dressing. We're not going to win because of any pious appeals for freedom and equality. We're going to win because there are no Psis on Terra." The geniality of the room dwindled. Angry murmur rose from the norm-class guests. "Look here," Fairchild said to Reynolds. You're still a human being, even if you can read minds. Having a talent doesn't—" "Don't lecture me," Reynolds said. "No numbskull is going to tell me what to do." "You're going too far," Kurt told Reynolds. "Somebody's going to smack you down someday. If Fairchild doesn't do it, maybe I will." "You and your meddling core," a Psi-class resurrector said to Reynolds, grabbing hold of his collar. "You think you're above us because you can merge your minds. You think—" "Take your hands off me," Reynolds said in an ugly voice. A glass crashed to the floor. One of the women became hysterical. Two men struggled. A third joined, and in a flash, a wild turmoil of resentment was boiling in the center of the room. Fairchild shouted for order. "For God's sake, if we fight each other, we're finished. Don't you understand? We have to work together." It took a while before the uproar subsided. Reynolds pushed past Kurt, white-faced and muttering under his breath. "I'm getting out of here." The other telepaths trailed belligerently after him. As he and Julie drove slowly home through the bluish darkness, one section of Fairchild's propaganda repeated itself in Kurt's brain over and over again. "You've been told a victory by the colonist means a victory of size over normal human beings. This is not true. The separation was not planned and is not conducted by either size or mutants. The revolt was a spontaneous reaction by colonists of all classes." "I wonder," Kurt mused. "Maybe Fairchild's wrong. Maybe he's being operated by size without knowing it. Personally, I like him, stupid as he is." "Yes, he's stupid," Julie agreed. In the darkness of the car's cabin, her cigarette was a bright burning coal of wrath. In the back seat, Tim lay curled up asleep, warmed by the heat from the motor. The barren, rocky landscape of Proxima 3 rolled out ahead of the small surface car, a dim expanse, hostile and alien. A few man-made roads and buildings lay here and there among crop tanks and fields. "I don't trust Reynolds," Kurt continued, knowing he was opening the previewed scene between them, yet not willing to sidestep it. "Reynolds is smart, unscrupulous, and ambitious. What he wants is prestige and status. But Fairchild is thinking of the welfare of the colony. He means all that stuff he dictated into his stones." "That drivel!" Julie was scornful. "The Terrans will laugh their heads off. Listening to it with a straight face was more than I could manage, and God knows our lives depend on this business." "Well," Kurt said carefully, knowing what he was getting into, "there may be Terrans with more sense of justice than you and Reynolds." He turned toward her. "I can see what you're going to do, and so can you. Maybe you're right. Maybe we ought to get it over with. 10 years is a long time when there's no feeling, and it wasn't our idea in the first place." "No," Julie agreed. She crushed her cigarette out and shakily lit another. "If there had been another male precog besides you, just one, that's something I can't forgive Reynolds for. It was his idea, you know. I never should have agreed. For the glory of the race, onward and upward with the Psi banner, the mystical mating of the first real precogs in history. And look what came of it." "Shut up," Kurt said. "He's not asleep and he can hear you." Julie's voice was bitter. "Hear me? Yes. Understand? No. We wanted to know what the second generation would be like. Well, now we know. Precog plus precog equals freak, useless mutant, monster, let's face it. The M on his card stands for monster." Kurt's hands tightened on the wheel. "That's a word neither you nor anybody else is going to use." "Monster!" She leaned close to him, teeth white in the light from the dashboard, eyes glowing. "Maybe the Terrans are right. Maybe we precogs ought to be sterilized and put to death, erased. I think—" She broke off abruptly, unwilling to finish. "Go ahead," Kurt said. "You think perhaps when the revolt is successful and we're in control of the colonies, we should go down the line selectively, with the core on top, naturally." "Separate the wheat from the chaff," Julie said. "First the colonies from Terra, then us from them. And when he comes up, even if he is my son—" "What you're doing," Kurt interrupted, "is passing judgment on people according to their use. Tim isn't useful, so there's no point in letting him live, right?" His blood pressure was on the way up, but he was past caring. "Breeding people like cattle. A human hasn't a right to live. That's a privilege we dole out according to our whim." Kurt raced the car down the deserted highway. "You heard Fairchild prattle about freedom and equality? He believes it, and so do I, and I believe Tim, or anybody else, has a right to exist whether we can make use of his talent or whether he even has a talent." "He has a right to live," Julie said. "But remember, he's not one of us. He's an oddity. He doesn't have our ability, our—" She ground out the words triumphantly, "superior ability." Kurt pulled the car over to the edge of the highway. He brought it to a halt and pushed open the door. Dismal, arid air billowed into the car. "You drive on home." He leaned over the back seat and prodded Tim into wakefulness. "Come on, kid, we're getting out." Julie reached over to get the wheel. "When will you be home? Or have you got it completely set up now? Better make sure." She might be the kind that has a few others on the string. Kurt stepped from the car and the door slammed behind him. He took his son's hand and led him down the roadway to the black square of a ramp that rose darkly in the night gloom. As they started up the steps, he heard the car roar off down the highway through the darkness toward home. "Where are we?" Tim asked. "You know this place. I bring you here every week. This is the school where they train people like you and me, where we Psis get our education." 2. Lights came on around them. Corridors branched off the main entrance ramp like metal vines. "You may stay here for a few days," Kurt said to his son. "Can you stand not seeing your mother for a while?" Tim didn't answer. He had lapsed back into his usual silence as he followed along beside his father. Kurt again wondered how the boy could be so withdrawn, as he obviously was, and yet be so terribly alert. The answer was written over each inch of the taut young body. Tim was only withdrawn from contact with human beings. He maintained an almost compulsive tangency with the outside world, or rather, an outside world. Whatever it was, it didn't include humans, although it was made up of real external objects. As he had already previewed, his son suddenly broke away from him. Kurt let the boy hurry down a side corridor. He watched as Tim stood tugging anxiously at a supply locker, trying to get it open. "Okay," Kurt said resignedly. He followed after him and unlocked the locker with his passkey. "See, there's nothing in it." How completely the boy lacked precog could be seen by the flood of relief that swept his face. Kurt's heart sank at the sight. The precious talent that both he and Julie possessed simply hadn't been passed on. Whatever the boy was, he was not a precog. It was past 2 in the morning, but the interior departments of the school building were alight with activity. Kurt moodily greeted a couple of corpsmen lounging around the bar, surrounded by beers and ashtrays. "Where's Sally?" he demanded. "I want to go in and see Big Noodle." One of the telepaths lazily jerked a thumb. "She's around somewhere. Over that way in the kids' quarters, probably asleep. It's late." He eyed Kurt, whose thoughts were on Julie. "You ought to get rid of a wife like that. She's too old and thin anyhow. What you'd really like is a plump, young dish." Kurt lashed a blast of mental dislike and was satisfied to see the grinning young face go hard with antagonism. The other telepath pulled himself upright and shouted after Kurt, "When you're through with your wife, send her around to us." "I'd say you're after a girl of about 20, another telepath said as he admitted Kurt to the sleeping quarters of the children's wing. "Dark hair, correct me if I'm wrong, and dark eyes. You have a fully formed image. Maybe there's a specific girl. Let's see. She's short, fairly pretty, and her name is—" Kurt cursed at the situation that required them to turn their minds over to the core. Telepaths were interlaced throughout the colonies and, in particular, throughout the school and the offices of the colonial government. He tightened his grip around Tim's hand and led him through the doorway. "This kid of yours," the telepath said as Tim passed close to him, "sure probes queer. Mind if I go down a little?" "Keep out of his mind," Kurt ordered sharply. He slammed the doors shut after Tim, knowing it made no difference, but enjoyed the feel of the heavy metal sliding in place. He pushed Tim down a narrow corridor and into a small room. Tim pulled away, intent on a side door. Kurt savagely yanked him back. "There's nothing in there," he reprimanded harshly. "That's only a bathroom." Tim continued to tug away. He was still tugging when Sally appeared, fastening a robe around her, face puffy with sleep. "Hello, Mr. Purcell," she greeted Kurt. "Hello, Tim." Yawning, she turned on a floor lamp and tossed herself down on a chair. "What can I do for you this time of night?" She was 13, tall and gangling, with yellow cornsilk hair and freckled skin. She picked sleepily at her thumbnail and yawned again as the boy sat down across from her. To amuse him, she animated a pair of gloves lying on a side table. Tim laughed with delight as the gloves groped their way to the edge of the table, waved their fingers blindly, and began a cautious descent to the floor. "Fine," Kurt said. "You're getting good. I'd say you're not cutting any classes." Sally shrugged. "Mr. Purcell, the school can't teach me anything. You know I'm the most advanced Psi with the power of animation. They just let me work alone. In fact, I'm instructing a bunch of little kids, still mutes, who might have something. I think a couple of them could work out with practice. All they can give me is encouragement. You know, psychological stuff and lots of vitamins and fresh air. But they can't teach me anything." "They can teach you how important you are," Kurt said. He had previewed this, of course. During the last half hour he had selected a number of possible approaches, discarded one after another, finally ended with this. "I came over to see Big Noodle. That meant I had to wake you. Do you know why?" "Sure," Sally answered. "You're afraid of him. And since Big Noodle is afraid of me, you need me to come along." She allowed the gloves to sag into immobility as she got to her feet. "Well, let's go." He had seen Big Noodle many times in his life, but he had never got used to the sight. Awed in spite of his preview of this scene, Kurt stood in the open space before the platform, gazing up, silent and impressed as always. "He's fat," Sally said practically. "If he doesn't get thinner, he won't live long." Big Noodle slumped like a gray, sickly pudding in the immense chair the tech department had built for him. His eyes were half closed, his pulpy arms lay slack and inert at his sides. Wads of oozing dough hung in folds over the arms and sides of the chair. Big Noodle's egg-like skull was fringed with damp, stringy hair, matted like decayed seaweed. His nails were lost in the sausage fingers. His teeth were rotting and black. His tiny, plate-blue eyes flickered dully as he identified Kurt and Sally, but the obese body did not stir. "He's resting," Sally explained. "He just ate." "Hello," Kurt said. From the swollen mouth, between rolls of pink flesh lips, a grumbled response came. "He doesn't like to be bothered this late," Sally said, yawning. "I don't blame him." She wandered around the room, amusing herself by animating light brackets along the wall. The brackets struggled to pull free from the hot, poor plastic in which they were set. "This seems so dumb, if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Purcell. The telepaths keep Terran infiltrators from coming in here, and all this business of yours is against them. That means you're helping Terra, doesn't it? If we didn't have the Corps to watch out for us—"
"I keep out Terrans," Big Noodle mumbled. "I have my wall, and I turn back everything."
"You turn back projectiles," Sally said, "but you can't keep out infiltrators. A Terran infiltrator could come in here this minute, and you wouldn't know. You're just a big stupid lump of lard." Her description was accurate, but the vast mound of fat was the nexus of the colony's defense, the most talented of the Psis. Big Noodle was the core of the separation movement, and the living symbol of its problem. Big Noodle had almost infinite parakinetic power and the mind of a moronic 3-year-old. He was, specifically, an idiot savant. His legendary powers had absorbed his whole personality, withered and degenerated it, rather than expanded it. He could have swept the colony aside years ago if his bodily lusts and fears had been accompanied by cunning. But Big Noodle was helpless and inert, totally dependent on the instructions of the colonial government, reduced to sullen passivity by his terror of Sally.
"I ate a whole pig."
Big Noodle struggled to a quasi-position, belched, wiped feebly at his chin.
2 pigs, in fact, right here in this room, just a little while ago. I could get more if I wanted.
The diet of the colonist consisted mainly of tank-grown artificial protein. Big Noodle was amusing himself at their expense.
"The pig,"
Big Noodle continued grandly,
"came from Terra. The night before, I had a flock of wild ducks. And before that, I brought over some kind of animal from Beetlejuice 4. It doesn't have any name. It just runs around and eats."
"Like you," Sally said, "only you don't run around." Big Noodle giggled. Pride momentarily overcame his fear of the girl.
"Have some candy,"
he offered. A shower of chocolate rattled down like hail. Kurt and Sally retreated as the floor of the chamber disappeared under the deluge. With the chocolate came fragments of machinery, cardboard boxes, sections of display counter, a jagged chunk of concrete floor.
"Candy factory on Terra," Big Noodle explained happily. "I've got it pinpointed pretty good."
Tim had awakened from his contemplation. He bent down and eagerly picked up a handful of chocolates. "Go ahead," Kurt said to him. "You might as well take them."
"I'm the only one that gets the candy,"
Big Noodle thundered, outraged. The chocolate vanished.
"I sent it back," he explained peevishly. "It's mine."
There was nothing malevolent in Big Noodle, only an infinite childish selfishness. Through his power, every object in the universe had become his possession. There was nothing outside the reach of his bloated arms. He could reach for the moon and get it. Fortunately, most things were outside his span of comprehension. He was uninterested. "Let's cut out these games," Kurt said. "Can you say if any telepaths are within probe range of us?" Big Noodle made a begrudging search. He had a consciousness of objects wherever they were. Through his talent, he was in contact with the physical contents of the universe.
"None near here," he declared after a time. "One about 100 feet off. I'll move him back. I hate Teeps getting into my privacy."
"Everybody hates Teeps," Sally said. "It's a nasty, dirty talent. Looking into other people's minds is like watching them when they're bathing or dressing or eating. It isn't natural." Kurt grinned. "Is it any different from precog? You wouldn't call that natural." "Precog has to do with events, not people," Sally said. "Knowing what's going to happen isn't any worse than knowing what's already happened." "It might even be better," Kurt pointed out. "No," Sally said emphatically. "It's got us into this trouble. I have to watch what I think all the time because of you. Every time I see a Teep, I get goosebumps, and no matter how hard I try, I can't keep from thinking about her, just because I know I'm not supposed to." "My precog faculty has nothing to do with Pat," Kurt said. "Precog doesn't introduce fatality. Locating Pat was an intricate job. It was a deliberate choice I made." "Aren't you sorry?" Sally demanded. "No."
"If it wasn't for me," Big Noodle interrupted, "you never would have got across to Pat."
"I wish we hadn't," Sally said fervently. "If it wasn't for Pat, we wouldn't be mixed up in all this business." She shot a hostile glance at Kurt. "And I don't think she's pretty." "What would you suggest?" Kurt asked the child with more patience than he felt. He had previewed the futility of making a child and an idiot understand about Pat. "You know we can't pretend we never found her." "I know," Sally admitted. "And the Teeps have got something from our minds already. That's why there are so many of them hanging around here. It's a good thing we don't know where she is."
"I know where she is," Big Noodle said. "I know exactly where."
"No, you don't," Sally answered. "You just know how to get to her, and that's not the same thing. You can't explain it. You just send us over there and back."
"It's a planet," Big Noodle said angrily, "with funny plants and a lot of green things, and the air's thin. She lives in a camp. People go out and farm all day. There's only a few people there. A lot of dopey animals live there. It's cold."
"Where is it?" Kurt asked. Big Noodle sputtered.
"It's—"
His pulpy arms waved.
"It's someplace near."
He gave up, wheezed resentfully at Sally, and then brought a tank of filthy water into being above the girl's head. As the water flowed toward her, the child made a few brief motions with her hands. Big Noodle shrieked in terror, and the water vanished. He lay panting with fright, body quivering, as Sally mopped at a wet spot on her robe. She had animated the fingers of his left hand. "Better not do that again," Kurt said to her. "His heart might give out." "The big slob." Sally rummaged around in a supply closet. "Well, if you've made up your mind, we might as well get it over with. Only let's not stay so long. You get to talking with Pat, and then the two of you go off and you don't come back for hours. At night it's freezing, and they don't have any heating plants. She pulled down a coat from the closet. I'll take this with me. We're not going, Kurt told her. This time is going to be different. Sally blinked. Different? How? Even Big Noodle was surprised.
I was just getting ready to move you across, he complained.
I know, Kurt said firmly. But this time, I want you to bring Pat here. Bring her to this room, understand? This is the time we've been talking about. The big moment's arrived. There was only one person with Kurt as he entered Fairchild's office. Sally was now in bed back at the school. Big Noodle never stirred from his chamber. Tim was still at the school in the hands of Psi-class authorities, not telepaths. Pat followed hesitantly, frightened and nervous as the men sitting around the office glanced up in annoyance. She was perhaps 19, slim and copper-skinned with large dark eyes. She wore a canvas work shirt and jeans, heavy shoes caked with mud. Her tangle of black curls was tied back and knotted with a red bandana. Her rolled-up sleeves showed tanned, competent arms. At her leather belt she carried a knife, a field telephone, and an emergency pack of rations and water. "This is the girl," Kurt said. "Take a good look at her."
"Where are you from?"
Fairchild asked Pat. He pushed aside a heap of directives and memo tapes to find his pipe. Pat hesitated. She began. She turned uncertainly to Kurt. "You told me never to say, even to you." "It's okay," Kurt said gently. "You can tell us now." He explained to Fairchild, "I can preview what she's going to say, but I never knew before. I didn't want to get it probed out of me by the Corps." "I was born on Proxima 6, Pat said in a low voice. "I grew up there. This is the first time I've left the planet." Fairchild's eyes widened.
"That's a wild place. In fact, about our most primitive region."
Around the office, his group of Norm and Psi consultants moved closer to watch. One wide-shouldered old man, face weathered as stone, eyes shrewd and alert, raised his hand. "Are we to understand that Big Noodle brought you here?" Pat nodded. "I didn't know. I mean, it was unexpected." She tapped her belt. "I was working, clearing the brush. We've been trying to expand, develop more usable land."
"What's your name?"
Fairchild asked her. "Patricia Ann Conley."
"What class?"
The girl's sun-cracked lips moved. "Mute class." A stir moved through the officials. "You're a mutant?" the old man asked her, "without psi powers? Exactly how do you differ from the norm?" Pat glanced at Kurt, and he moved forward to answer for her. "This girl will be 21 in 2 years. You know what that means. If she's still in the mute class, she'll be sterilized and put in a camp. That's our colonial policy. And if Terra whips us, she'll be sterilized in any case, as will all of us Psis and mutants."
"Are you trying to say she has a talent?" Fairchild asked. "You want us to lift her from mute to Psi?"
His hands fumbled at the papers on the table.
"We get 1,000 petitions a day like this. You came down here at 4 in the morning just for this? There's a routine form you can fill out, a common office procedure."
The old man cleared his throat and blurted, "This girl is close to you?"
"That's right,"
Kurt said. "I have a personal interest." "How did you meet her?" the old man asked, "if she's never been off Proxima 6. "Big Noodle shuttled me there and back," Kurt answered. "I've made the trip about 20 times. I didn't know it was Prox 6, of course. I only knew it was a colony planet, primitive, still wild. Originally, I came across an analysis of her personality and neural characteristics in our mute-class files. As soon as I understood, I gave Big Noodle the identifying brain pattern and had him send me across."
"What is that pattern?" Fairchild asked. "What's different about her?"
"Pat's talent has never been acknowledged as Psi," Kurt said. "In a way it isn't, but it's going to be one of the most useful talents we've discovered. We should have known it would arise. Wherever some organism develops, so does another to prey on it."
"Get to the point," Fairchild said.
He rubbed the blue stubble on his chin.
"When you called me, all you said was that—"
"Consider the various side talents as survival weapons," Kurt said. "Consider telepathic ability as evolving for the defense of an organism. It puts the telepath head and shoulders above his enemies. Is this going to continue? Don't these things usually balance out?" It was the old man who understood. "I see," he said with a grin of wry admiration. "This girl is opaque to telepathic probes." "That's right," Kurt said. "The first, but there'll likely be others. And not only defenses to telepathic probes. There are going to be organisms resistant to parakineticists, to precogs like myself, to resurrectors, to animators, to every and all Psi powers. Now we have a fourth class, the anti-Psi class. It was bound to come into existence. 3. The coffee was artificial, but hot and satisfying. Like the eggs and bacon, it was synthetically compounded from tank-grown meals and proteins with a carefully regulated mix of native-grown plant fiber. As they ate, the morning sun rose outside. The barren gray landscape of Proxima 3 was touched with a faint tint of red. "It looks nice," Pat said shyly, glancing out the kitchen window. "Maybe I can examine your farming equipment. You have a lot we don't have." "We've had more time," Kurt reminded her. "This planet was settled a century before your own. You'll catch up with us. In many ways, Prox 6 is richer and more fertile." Julie wasn't sitting at the table. She stood leaning against the refrigerator, arms folded, her face hard and frigid. "Is she really staying here?" she demanded in a thin-clipped voice. "In this house, with us?" "That's right," Kurt answered. "How long?" "A few days, a week, until I can get Fairchild moving." Faint sounds stirred beyond the house. Here and there in the residential syndrome, people were waking up and preparing for the day. The kitchen was warm and cheerful. A window of clear plastic separated it from the landscape of tumbled rocks, thin trees, and plants that stretched to a few hundred miles off. Cold morning wind whipped around the rubbish that littered the deserted intersystem field at the rim of the syndrome. "That field was the link between us and the Sol system," Kurt said. "The umbilical cord. Gone now, for a while at least." "It's beautiful," Pat stated. "The field?" She gestured at the towers of an elaborate mining and smelting combine partly visible beyond the rows of houses. "Those, I mean. The landscape is like ours, bleak and awful. It's all the installations that mean something, where you've pushed the landscape back." She shivered. "We've been fighting trees and rocks all my life, trying to get the soil usable, trying to make a place to live. We don't have any heavy equipment on Prox 6, just hand tools and our own backs. You know, you've seen our villages. Kurt sipped his coffee. Are there many Psis on Prox 6? A few, mostly minor. A few resurrectors, a handful of animators. No one even as good as Sally. She laughed, showing her teeth. We're rustic hicks compared to this urban metropolis. You saw how we live. Villages stuck here and there, farms, a few isolated supply centers, one miserable field. You saw my family, my brothers and my father, our home life, if you can call that log shack a home. 3 centuries behind Terra. They taught you about Terra? Oh, yes. Tapes came direct from the Sol system until the separation. Not that I'm sorry we separated. We should have been out working anyhow instead of watching the tapes. But it was interesting to see the mother world, the big cities, all the billions of people. And the earlier colonies on Venus and Mars, it was amazing. Her voice throbbed with excitement. Those colonies were like ours once. They had to clear Mars the same way we're clearing Prox 6. We'll get Prox 6 cleared, cities built up and fields laid out, and we'll all go on doing our part. Julie detached herself from the refrigerator and began gathering dishes from the table without looking at Pat. Maybe I'm being naive, she said to Kurt, but where's she going to sleep? You know the answer, Kurt answered patiently. You've previewed all this. Tim's at school so she can have his room. What am I supposed to do? Feed her, wait on her, be her maid? What am I supposed to tell people when they see her? Julie's voice rose to a shrill. Am I supposed to say she's my sister? Pat smiled across at Kurt, toying with a button on her shirt. It was apparent that she was untouched, remote from Julie's harsh voice. Probably that was why the Corps couldn't probe her. Detached, almost aloof, she seemed unaffected by rancor and violence. She won't need any supervision, Kurt said to his wife. Leave her alone. Julie lit a cigarette with rapid, jerky fingers. I'll be glad to leave her alone, but she can't go around in those work clothes looking like a convict. Find her something of yours, Kurt suggested. Julie's face twisted. She couldn't wear my things. She's too heavy. To Pat she said with deliberate cruelty, What are you, about a size 30 waist? My God, what have you been doing, dragging a plow? Look at her neck and shoulders. She looks like a field horse. Kurt got abruptly to his feet and pushed his chair back from the table. Come on, he said to Pat. It was vital to show her something besides this undercurrent of resentment. I'll show you around. Pat leaped up, her cheeks flushed. I want to see everything. This is all so new. She hurried after him as he grabbed his coat and headed for the front door. Can we see the school where you train the Psis? I want to see how you develop their abilities. And can we see how the colonial government is organized? I want to see how Fairchild works with the Psis. Julie followed the two of them out onto the front porch. Cool, chill morning air billowed around them, mixed with the sounds of cars heading from the residential syndrome toward the city. In my room you'll find skirts and blouses, she said to Pat. Pick out something light. It's warmer here than on Prox 6. Thank you, Pat said. She hurried back into the house. She's pretty, Julie said to Kurt. When I get her washed and dressed, I guess she'll look all right. She's got a figure, in a healthy sort of way. But is there anything to her mind, to her personality? Sure, Kurt answered. Julie shrugged. Well, She's young, a lot younger than I am." She smiled wanly. "Remember when we first met 10 years ago? I was so curious to see you, talk to you, the only other precog besides myself. I had so many dreams and hopes about both of us. I was her age, perhaps a little younger."
"It was hard to see how it would work out," Kurt said. "Even for us. A half-hour preview isn't much in a thing like this."
"How long has it been?" Julie asked.
"Not long."
"Have there been other girls?"
"No, only Pat."
"When I realized there was somebody else, I hoped she was good enough for you. If I could be sure this girl had something to offer, I suppose it's her remoteness that gives an impression of emptiness, and you have more rapport with her than I do. Probably you don't feel the lack, if it is a lack, and it may be tied in with her talent, her opaqueness."
Kurt fastened the cuffs of his coat. "I think it's a kind of innocence. She's not touched by a lot of things we have here in our urban industrial society. When you were talking about her, it didn't seem to reach her."
Julie touched his arm lightly. "Then take care of her. She's going to need it around here. I wonder what Reynolds' reaction is going to be."
"Do you see anything?"
"Nothing about her. You're going off. I'm by myself for the next interval, as far as I can preview, working around the house. As for now, I'm going into town to do some shopping, to pick up some new clothes. Maybe I can get something for her to wear."
"We'll get her things," Kurt said. "She should get her clothes firsthand." Pat appeared in a cream-colored blouse and ankle-length yellow skirt, black eyes sparkling, hair moist with morning mist.
"I'm ready. Can we go now?"
Sunlight glittered down on them as they stepped eagerly onto the level ground. "We'll go over to the school first and pick up my son."
The three of them walked slowly along the gravel path that led by the white concrete school building, by the faint sheen of wet lawn that was carefully maintained against the hostile weather of the planet. Tim scampered on ahead of Pat and Kurt, listening and peering intently past the objects around him, body tensed forward, lithe and alert.
"He doesn't speak much," Pat observed. "He's too busy to pay any attention to us." Tim halted to gaze behind a shrub. Pat followed a little after him, curious.
"What's he looking for? He's a beautiful child. He has Julie's hair. She has nice hair."
"Look over there," Kurt said to his son. "There are plenty of children to sort over. Go play with them." At the entrance to the main school building, parents and their children swarmed in restless, anxious groups. Uniformed school officials moved among them, sorting, checking, dividing the children into various subgroups. Now and then a small subgroup was admitted through the check system into the school building. Apprehensive, pathetically hopeful, the mothers waited outside. Pat said,
"It's like that on Proc 6 when the school teams come to make their census and inspection. Everybody wants to get the unclassified children put up into the Psi class. My father tried for years to get me out of Mute. He finally gave up. That report you saw was one of his periodic requests. It was filed away somewhere, wasn't it? Gathering dust in a drawer."
"If this works out," Kurt said, "many more children will have a chance to get out of the Mute class. You won't be the only one. You're the first of many, we hope."
Pat kicked at a pebble. "I don't feel so new, so astonishingly different. I don't feel anything at all. You say I'm opaque to telepathic invasion, but I've only been scanned 1 or 2 times in my life. She touched her head with her copper-colored fingers and smiled. If no corpsman is scanning me, I'm just like anybody else. Your ability is a counter-talent, Kurt pointed out. It takes the original talent to call it into being. Naturally, you're not conscious of it during your ordinary routine of living. A counter-talent. It seems so negative. I don't do anything like you do. I don't move objects or turn stones into bread, or give birth without impregnation, or bring dead people back to life. I just negate somebody else's ability. It seems like a hostile, stultifying sort of ability to cancel out the telepathic factor. That could be as useful as the telepathic factor itself, especially for all of us non-teeps. Suppose somebody comes along who balances your ability, Kurt. She had turned dead serious, sounding discouraged and unhappy. People will arise who balance out all Psi talents. We'll be back where we started from. It'll be like not having Psi at all. I don't think so, Kurt answered. The anti-Psi factor is a natural restoration of balance. One insect learns to fly, so another learns to build a web to trap him. Is that the same as no flight? Clams developed hard shells to protect them. Therefore, birds learn to fly the clam up high in the air and drop him on a rock. In a sense, you're a life form preying on the Psis, and the Psis are life forms that prey on the norms. That makes you a friend of the norm class. Balance, the full circle, predator and prey. It's an eternal system, and frankly, I can't see how it could be improved. You might be considered a traitor. Yes, Kurt agreed. I suppose so. Doesn't it bother you? It bothers me that people will feel hostile toward me, but you can't live very long without arousing hostility. Julie feels hostility toward you. Reynolds feels hostility for me already. You can't please everybody, because people want different things. Please one, and you displease another. In this life, you have to decide which of them you want to please. I'd prefer to please Fairchild. He should be glad. If he's aware of what's going on. Fairchild's an overworked bureaucrat. He may decide I exceeded my authority in acting on your father's petition. He may want it filed back where it was, and you returned to Proc 6. He may even fine me a penalty. They left the school and drove down the long highway to the shore of the ocean. Tim shouted with happiness at the vast stretch of deserted beach as he raced off, arms waving, his yells lost in the ceaseless lapping of the ocean waves. The red-tinted sky warmed above them. The three of them were completely isolated by the bowl of ocean and sky and beach. No other humans were visible, only a flock of indigenous birds strolling around in search of sand crustaceans. "It's wonderful," Pat said, awed. "I guess the oceans of Terra are like this, big and bright and red." "Blue," Kurt corrected. He lay sprawled out on the warm sand, smoking his pipe and gazing moodily at the probing waves that oozed up on the beach a few yards away. The waves left heaps of steaming sea plants stranded. Tim came hurrying back with his arms full of the dripping, slimy weeds. He dumped the coils of still-quivering vegetable life in front of Pat and his father. "He likes the ocean," Pat said. "No hiding places for others," Kurt answered. "He can see for miles, so he knows they can't creep up on him." "Others?" She was curious. "He's such a strange boy. So worried and busy. He takes his alternate world so seriously. Not a pleasant world, I guess. Too many responsibilities." The sky turned hot. Tim began building an intricate structure out of wet sand lugged from the water's edge. Pat scampered barefooted to join Tim. The two of them labored, adding infinite walls and side buildings and towers. In the hot glare of the water, the girl's bare shoulders and back dripped perspiration. She sat up finally, gasping and exhausted, pushed her hair from her eyes and struggled to her feet. "It's too hot," she gasped, throwing herself down beside Kurt. "The weather's so different here. I'm sleepy." Tim continued building the structure. The two of them watched him languidly, crumbling bits of dry sand between their fingers. "I guess," Pat said after a while, "there isn't much left to your marriage. I've made it impossible for you and Julie to live together." "It's not your fault. We were never really together. All we had in common was our talent, and that has nothing to do with overall personality, the total individual." Pat slid off her skirt and waded down to the ocean's edge. She curled up in the swirling pink foam and began washing her hair. Half buried in the piles of foam and sea kelp, her sleek, tanned body glowed wet and healthy in the overhead sun. "Come on," she called to Kurt. "It's so cool." Kurt knocked the ashes from his pipe into the dry sand. "We have to get back. Sooner or later I've got to have it out with Fairchild. We need a decision." Pat strode from the water, body streaming, head tossed back, hair dripping down her shoulders. Tim attracted her attention, and she halted to study his sand building. "You're right," she said to Kurt. "We shouldn't be here waiting and dozing and building sand castles. Fairchild's trying to keep the separation working, and we have real things to build up in the backward colonies." As she dried herself with Kurt's coat, she told him about Proxima 6. "It's like the Middle Ages back on Terra. Most of our people think psi powers are miracles. They think the psis are saints." "I suppose that's what the saints were," Kurt agreed. "They raised the dead, turned inorganic material into organic, and moved objects around. The psi ability has probably always been present in the human race. The psi-class individual isn't new. He's always been with us, helping here and there, sometimes doing harm when he exploited his talent against mankind." Pat tugged on her sandals. "There's an old woman near our village, a first-rate resurrector. She won't leave Prox 6. She won't go with the government teams or get mixed up with the school. She wants to stay where she is, being a witch and wise woman. People come to her and she heals the sick." Pat fastened her blouse and started toward the car. "When I was 7, I broke my arm. She put her old withered hands on it and the break repaired itself. Apparently her hands radiate some kind of generative field that affects the growth rate of the cells. And I remember one time when a boy was drowned and she brought him back to life." "Get an old woman who can heal, another who can precog the future, and your village is set up. We psis have been helping longer than we realize." "Come on, Tim," Pat called, tanned hands to her lips. "Time to go back." The boy bent down one last time to peer into the depths of his structure, the elaborate intersections, and his sand building. Suddenly he screamed, leaped back, and came racing frantically toward the car. Pat caught hold of him, and he clung to her, face distorted with terror. "What is it?" Pat was frightened. "Kurt, what was it?" Kurt came over and squatted down beside the boy. "What was in there?" he asked gently. "You built it." The boy's lips moved. Left," he muttered almost inaudibly. "There was a left. I know it. The first real left. And it hung on." Pat and Kurt glanced at each other uneasily. "What's he talking about?" Pat asked. Kurt got behind the wheel of the car and pushed open the doors for the two of them. "I don't know, but I think we'd better get back to town. I'll talk to Fairchild and get this business of anti-Psi cleared up. Once that's out of the way, you and I can devote ourselves to Tim for the rest of our lives." Fairchild was pale and tired as he sat behind his desk in his office, hands folded in front of him, a few norm-class advisors here and there, listening intently. Dark circles mooned under his eyes. As he listened to Kurt, he sipped at a glass of tomato juice.
"In other words," Fairchild muttered, "you're saying we can't really trust you, Psis. It's a paradox."
His voice broke with despair.
"A Psi comes here and says all Psis lie. What the hell am I supposed to do?"
"Not all Psis." Being able to preview the scene gave Kurt remarkable calmness. "I'm saying that, in a way, Terra is right. The existence of super-talented humans poses a problem for those without super-talents. But Terra's answer is wrong. Sterilization is vicious and senseless, but cooperation isn't as easy as you imagine. You're dependent on our talents for survival, and that means we have you where we want you. We can dictate to you because, without us, Terra would come in and clap you all into military prison." "And destroy you, Psis," the old man standing behind Fairchild reminded him. "Don't forget that." Kurt eyed the old man. It was the same wide-shouldered, gray-faced individual of the night before. There was something familiar about him. Kurt peered closer and gasped in spite of his preview. "You're a Psi," he said. The old man bowed slightly. "Evidently."
"Come on," Fairchild said. "All right, we've seen this girl, and we'll accept your theory of anti-Psi. What do you want us to do?"
He wiped his forehead miserably.
"I know Reynolds is a menace, but damn it, Terran infiltrators would be running all around here without the core."
"I want you to create a legal fourth class," Kurt stated. "The anti-Psi class. I want you to give it status immunity from sterilization. I want you to publicize it. Women come in here with their children from all parts of the colonies, trying to convince you they've got Psis to offer, not mutes. I want you to set up the anti-Psi talents out where we can utilize them." Fairchild licked his dry lips. "You think more exist already?" "Very possibly. I came upon Pat by accident, but get the flows started. Get the mothers hovering anxiously over their cribs for anti-Psis. We'll need all we can get." There was silence. "Consider what Mr. Purcell is doing," the old man said at last. "An anti-precog may arise, a person whose actions in the future can't be previewed, a sort of Heisenberg's indeterminate particle, a man who throws off all precog prediction. And yet Mr. Purcell has come here to make his suggestions. He's thinking of separation, not himself." Fairchild's fingers twitched. "Reynolds is going to be mad as hell." "He's already mad," Kurt said. "He undoubtedly knows about this right now."
"He'll protest."
Kurt laughed. Some of the officials smiled. "Of course he'll protest. Don't you understand? You're being eliminated. You think norms are going to be around much longer? Charity is damn scarce in this universe. You norms gape at Psis like rustics at a carnival. Wonderful, magical. You encouraged Psis, built the school, gave us our chance here in the colonies. In 50 years, you'll be slave laborers for us. You'll be doing our manual labor. Unless you have sense enough to create the fourth class, the anti-Psi class, you've got to stand up to Reynolds."
"I hate to alienate him," Fairchild muttered. "Why the hell can't we all work together?"
He appealed to the others around the room. "Why can't we all be brothers?" "Because," Kurt answered, "we're not. Face facts. Brotherhood is a fine idea, but it'll come into existence sooner if we achieve a balance of social forces." "Is it possible," the old man suggested, "that once the concept of anti-Psi reaches Terra, the sterilization program will be modified? This idea may erase the irrational terror the non-mutants have, their phobia that we're monsters about to invade and take over their world, sit next to them in theaters, marry their sisters." "All right," Fairchild agreed. "I'll construct an official directive. Give me an hour to word it. I want to get all the loopholes out." Kurt got to his feet. It was over. As he had previewed, Fairchild had agreed. "We should start getting reports almost at once," he said, "as soon as routine checking of the files begins." Fairchild nodded. "Yes, almost at once." "I assume you'll keep me informed?" Apprehension moved through Kurt. He had succeeded. Or had he? He scanned the next half hour. There was nothing negative he could preview. He caught a quick scene of himself and Pat, himself and Julie and Tim. But still his uneasiness remained, an intuition deeper than his precog. Everything looked fine, but he knew better. Something basic and chilling had gone wrong. 4. He met Pat in a small, out-of-the-way bar at the rim of the city. Darkness flickered around their table. The air was thick and pungent with the presence of people. Bursts of muted laughter broke out, muffled by the steady blur of conversation. "How'd it go?" she asked, eyes large and dark as he seated himself across from her. "Did Fairchild agree?" Kurt ordered a Tom Collins for her and bourbon and water for himself. Then he outlined what had taken place. "So everything's all right?" Pat reached across the table to touch his hand. "Isn't it?" Kurt sipped at his drink. "I guess so. The anti-Psi class is being formed. But it was too easy, too simple." "You can see ahead, can't you? Is anything going to happen?" Across the dark room, the music machine was creating vague patterns of sound, random harmonics and rhythms in a procession of soft clusters that drifted through the room. A few couples moved languidly together in response to the shifting patterns. Kurt offered her a cigarette, and the two of them lit up from the candle in the center of the table. "Now you have your status." Pat's dark eyes flickered. "Yes, that's so. The new anti-Psi class. I don't have to worry now. That's all over." "We're waiting for others. If no others show, you're a member of a unique class, the only anti-Psi in the universe." For a moment Pat was silent. Then she asked, "What do you see after that?" She sipped her drink. "I mean, I'm going to stay here, aren't I? Or will I be going back?" "You'll stay here. With you, with me, and with Tim." "What about Julie?" "The two of us signed mutual releases a year ago. They're on file somewhere, never processed. It was an agreement we made so neither of us could block the other later on." "I think Tim likes me. He won't mind, will he?" "Not at all," Kurt said. "It ought to be nice, don't you think? The three of us. We can work with Tim, try to find out about his talent, what he is and what he's thinking. I'd enjoy that. He responds to me. And we have a long time. There's no hurry." Her fingers clasped around his. In the shifting darkness of the bar, her features swam close to his own. Kurt leaned forward, hesitated a moment as her warm breath stained his lips, and then kissed her. Pat smiled up at him. There are so many things for us to do, here and perhaps later on Prox 6. I want to go back there sometime. Could we? Just for a while, we wouldn't have to stay. So I can see that it's still going on, all the things I worked at all my life. So I could see my world.
Sure, Kurt said. Yes, we'll go back there. Across from them, a nervous little man had finished his garlic bread and wine. He wiped his mouth, glanced at his wristwatch, and got to his feet. As he squeezed past Kurt, he reached into his pocket, jangled change, and jerkily brought out his hand. Gripping a slender tube, he turned around, bent over Pat, and depressed the tube. A single pellet dribbled from the tube, clung for a split second to the shiny surface of her hair, and then was gone. A dull echo of vibration rolled up toward the nearby tables. The nervous little man continued on. Kurt was on his feet, numb with shock. He was still gazing down, paralyzed, when Reynolds appeared beside him and firmly pulled him away. "She's dead," Reynolds was saying. "Try to understand. She died instantly. There was no pain. It goes directly to the central nervous system. She wasn't even aware of it." Nobody in the bar had stirred. They sat at their tables, faces impassive, watching as Reynolds signaled for more light. The darkness faded, and the objects of the room leaped into clarity. "Stop that machine," Reynolds ordered sharply. The music machine stumbled into silence. "These people here are corpsmen," he explained to Kurt. "We probed your thoughts about this place as you entered Fairchild's office." "But I didn't catch it," Kurt muttered. "There was no warning, no preview." "The man who killed her is an anti-Psi," Reynolds said. "We've known of the category for a number of years. Remember, it took an initial probe to uncover Patricia Conley's shield." "Yes," Kurt agreed. "She was probed years ago, by one of you. We don't like the anti-Psi idea. We want to keep the class out of existence, but we were interested. We've uncovered and neutralized 14 anti-Psis over the past decade. On this, we have virtually the whole Psi class behind us, except you. The problem, of course, is that no anti-Psi talent can be brought out unless matched against the psionic talent it negates." Kurt understood. "You had to match this man against a precog, and there's only one precog other than myself. Julie was cooperative. We brought the problem to her a few months ago. We had definite proof to give her concerning your affair with this girl. I don't understand how you expected to keep telepaths from knowing your plans, but apparently you did. In any case, the girl is dead, and there won't be any anti-Psi class. We waited as long as possible, for we don't like to destroy talented individuals. But Fairchild was on the verge of signing the enabling legislation, so we couldn't hold off any longer." Kurt hit out frantically, knowing even as he did so that it was futile. Reynolds slid back, his foot tangled with the table, and he staggered. Kurt leaped on him, smashed the tall, cold glass that had held Pat's drink, and lifted the jagged edges over Reynolds' face. Corman pulled him off. Kurt broke away. He reached down and gathered up Pat's body. She was still warm. Her face was calm, expressionless, an empty, burned-out shell that mirrored nothing. He carried her from the bar and out into the frigid, night-dark street. A moment later, he lowered her into his car and crept behind the wheel. He drove to the school, parked the car, and carried her into the main building. Pushing past astonished officials, he reached the children's quarters and forced open the door to Sally's rooms with his shoulder. She was wide awake and fully dressed. Seated on a straight-back chair, the child faced him defiantly. "You see?" she shrilled. "See what you did?" He was too dazed to answer.
It's all your fault. You made Reynolds do it. He had to kill her." She leaped to her feet and ran toward him, screaming hysterically. "You're an enemy. You're against us. You want to make trouble for all of us. I told Reynolds what you were doing, and he—" Her voice trailed off as he moved out of the room with his heavy armload. As he lumbered up the corridor, the hysterical girl followed him. "You want to go across. You want me to get Big Noodle to take you across." She ran in front of him, darting here and there like a maniacal insect. Tears ran down her cheeks. Her face was distorted beyond recognition. She followed him all the way to Big Noodle's chamber. "I'm not going to help you. You're against all of us, and I'm never going to help you again. I'm glad she's dead. I wish you were dead, too. And you're going to be dead when Reynolds catches you. He told me so. He said there wasn't going to be any more like you, and we would have things the way they ought to be, and nobody, not you nor any of those numbskulls, can stop us." He lowered Pat's body onto the floor and moved out of the chamber. Sally raced after him. "You know what he did to Fairchild? He had him fixed so he can't do anything ever again." Kurt tripped a locked door and entered his son's room. The door closed after him, and the girl's frenzied screams died to a muffled vibration. Tim sat up in bed, surprised and half stupefied by sleep. "Come on," Kurt said. He dragged the boy from his bed, dressed him, and hurried him outside into the hall. Sally stopped them as they re-entered Big Noodle's chamber. "He won't do it," she screamed. "He's afraid of me, and I told him not to. You understand?" Big Noodle lay slumped in his massive chair. He lifted his great hand as Kurt approached him.
"What do you want?" he muttered. "What's the matter with her?" He indicated Pat's inert body. "She pass out or something?"
"Reynolds killed her," Sally shrilled, dancing around Kurt and his son. "And he's going to kill Mr. Purcell. He's going to kill everybody that tries to stop us." Big Noodle's thick features darkened. The wattles of bristly flesh turned a flushed, mottled crimson. "What's going on, Kurt?" he muttered. "The Corps is taking over," Kurt answered. "They killed your girl?" "Yes." Big Noodle strained to a sitting position and leaned forward. "Reynolds is after you?" "Yes." Big Noodle licked his thick lips hesitantly. "Where do you want to go?" he asked hoarsely. "I can move you out of here. To Terra, maybe, or—" Sally made frantic motions with her hands. Part of Big Noodle's chair writhed and became animate. The arms twisted around him, cut viciously into his pudding-like paunch. He retched and closed his eyes. "I'll make you sorry," Sally chanted. "I can do terrible things to you." "I don't want to go to Terra," Kurt said. He gathered up Pat's body and motioned Tim over beside him. "I want to go to Proxima 6. Big Noodle struggled to make up his mind. Outside the room, officials and corpsmen were in cautious motion. A bedlam of sound and uncertainty rang up and down the corridors. Sally's shrill voice rose over the rumble of sound as she tried to attract Big Noodle's attention. "You know what I'll do. You know what will happen to you." Big Noodle made his decision. He tried an abortive stab at Sally before turning to Kurt. A ton of molten plastic transported from some Terran factory cascaded down on her in a hissing torrent. Sally's body dissolved, one arm raised and twitching, the echo of her voice still hanging in the air. Big Noodle had acted, but the warp directed at him from the dying girl was already in existence. As Kurt felt the air of space transformation all around him, he caught a final glimpse of Big Noodle's torment. He had never known precisely what it was Sally dangled over the big idiot's head. Now he saw it and understood Big Noodle's hesitation. A high-pitched scream rattled from Big Noodle's throat and around Kurt as the chamber ebbed away. Big Noodle altered and flowed as Sally's change engulfed him. Kurt realized then the amount of courage buried in the vegetable rolls of fat. Big Noodle had known the risk, taken it, and accepted, more or less, the consequences. The vast body had become a mass of crawling spiders. What had been Big Noodle was now a mound of hairy, quivering beings, thousands of them, spiders without number, dropping off and clinging again, clustering and separating and reclustering. And then the chamber was gone. He was across. It was early afternoon. He lay for a time, half buried in tangled vines. Insects hummed around him, seeking moisture from the stalks of foul-smelling flowers. The red-tinted sky baked in the mounting sunlight. Far off, an animal of some kind called mournfully. Nearby, his son stirred. The boy got to his feet, wandered about aimlessly, and finally approached his father. Kurt pulled himself up. His clothes were torn. Blood oozed down his cheek into his mouth. He shook his head, shuddered, and looked around. Pat's body lay a few feet off. A crumpled and broken thing, it was without life of any kind, a hollow husk, abandoned and deserted. He made his way over to her. For a time he squatted on his haunches, gazing vacantly down at her. Then he leaned over, picked her up, and struggled to his feet. "Come on," he said to Tim. "Let's get started." They walked a long time. Big Noodle had dropped them between villages in the turgid chaos of the Proxima 6 forests. Once he stopped in an open field and rested. Against the line of drooping trees a waver of blue smoke drifted. A kiln, perhaps, or somebody clearing away the brush. He lifted Pat up in his arms again and continued on. When he crashed from the underbrush and out into the road, the villagers were paralyzed with fright. Some of them raced off. A few remained, staring blankly at the man and the boy beside him. "Who are you?" one of them demanded as he fumbled for a hack-knife. "What have you got there?" They got a work truck for him, allowed him to dump Pat in with the rough-cut lumber, and then drove him and his son to the nearest village. He wasn't far off, only 100 miles. From the common store of the village he was given heavy work clothes and fed. Tim was bathed and cared for, and a general conference was called. He sat at a huge rough table, littered with remains of the midday meal. He knew their decision. He could preview it without trouble. "She can't fix up anybody that far gone," the leader of the village explained to him. "The girl's whole upper ganglia and brain are gone, and most of the spinal column." He listened but didn't speak. Afterwards he wangled a battered truck, loaded Pat and Tim in, and started on. Her village had been notified by shortwave radio. He was pulled from the truck by savage hands. A pandemonium of noise and fury boiled around him, excited faces distorted by grief and horror. Shouts, outraged shoves, questions, a blur of men and women milling and pushing until finally her brothers cleared a path for him to their home. "It's useless," her father was saying to him. "And the old woman's gone, I think. That was years ago." The man gestured toward the mountains. "She lived up there. Used to come down. Not for years." He grabbed Kurt roughly. "It's too late, goddammit! She's dead. You can't bring her back." He listened to the words, still said nothing. He had no interest in predictions of any kind. When they had finished talking to him, he gathered up Pat's body, carried it back to the truck, called his son, and continued on. It grew cold and silent as the truck wheezily climbed the road into the mountains. Frigid air plucked at him. The road was obscured by dense clouds of mist that billowed up from the chalky soil. At one point, a lumbering animal barred his way until he drove it off by throwing rocks at it. Finally, the truck ran out of fuel and stopped. He got out, stood for a time, then woke up his son and continued on foot. It was almost dark when he found the hut perched on a lip of rock. A fetid stench of offal and drying hide stung his nose as he staggered past heaps of discarded rubble, tin cans and boxes, rotting fabric, and vermin-infested lumber. The old woman was watering a patch of wretched vegetables. As he approached, she lowered her sprinkling can and turned toward him, wrinkled face tight with suspicion and wonder. "I can't do it," she said flatly as she crouched over Pat's inert body. She ran her dry, leathery hands over the dead face, pulled aside the girl's shirt, and kneaded the cold flesh at the base of the neck. She pushed aside the tangle of black hair and gripped the skull with her strong fingers. "No, I can't do a thing." Her voice was rusty and harsh in the night fog that billowed around them. "She's burned out, no tissue left to repair." Kurt made his cracked lips move. "Is there another?" he grated. "Any more resurrectors here?" The old woman struggled to her feet. "Nobody can help you, don't you understand? She's dead." He remained. He asked the woman again and again. Finally there was a begrudging answer. Somewhere on the other side of the planet there was supposed to be a competitor. He gave the old woman his cigarettes and lighter and fountain pen, picked up the cold body and started back. Tim trailed after him, head droopy, body bent with fatigue. "Come on," Kurt ordered harshly. The old woman watched silently as they threaded their way down by the light of Proxima 6's 2 sullen yellowed moons. He got only a quarter mile. In some way, without warning, her body was gone. He had lost her, dropped her along the way, somewhere among the rubbish-littered rocks and weeds that fingered their way over the trail, probably into one of the deep gorges that cut into the jagged side of the mountain. He sat down on the ground and rested. There was nothing left. Fairchild had dwindled into the hands of the Corps. Big Noodle was destroyed by Sally. Sally was gone, too. The colonies were open to the Terrans. Their wall against projectiles had dissolved when Big Noodle died. And Pat. There was a sound behind him. Panting with despair and fatigue, he turned only slightly. For a brief second, he thought it was Tim catching up with him. He strained to see. The shape that emerged from the half-light was too tall, too sure-footed, a familiar shape. "You're right," the old man said, the ancient Psi who had stood beside Fairchild. He came up, vast and awesome in the aged yellow moonlight. "There's no use trying to bring her back. It could be done, but it's too difficult, and there are other things for you and me to think about." Kurt scrambled off. Falling, sliding, slashed by the stones under him, he made his way blindly down the trail. Dirt rattled after him while, choking, he struggled onto the level ground. When he halted again, it was Tim who came after him. For an instant he thought it had been an illusion, a figment of his imagination. The old man was gone. He hadn't been there. He didn't fully understand until he saw the change take place in front of him, and this time it went the other way. He realized that this one was a left, and it was a familiar figure, but in a different way, a figure he remembered from the past. Where the boy of 8 had stood, a wailing, fretful baby of 16 months struggled and groped. Now the substitution had gone in the other direction, and he couldn't deny what his eyes saw. "All right," he said when the 8-year-old Tim reappeared and the baby was gone. But the boy remained only a moment. He vanished almost at once, and this time a new shape stood on the trail, a man in his middle 30s, a man Kurt had never seen before, a familiar man. "You're my son," Kurt said. "That's right." The man appraised him in the dim light. "You realize that she can't be brought back, don't you? We have to get that out of the way before we can proceed." Kurt nodded wearily. "I know." "Fine." Tim advanced toward him, hand out. "Then let's get back down. We have a lot to do. We middle and extreme rights have been trying to get through for some time. It's been difficult to come back without the approval of the center one, and in these cases the center is too young to understand." "So that's what he meant," Kurt murmured as the two of them made their way along the road toward the village. "The others are himself along his time track." "Left is previous others," Tim answered. "Right, of course, is the future. You said that precog and precog made nothing. Now you know. They make the ultimate precog, the ability to move through time. You others were trying to get over. He'd see you and be frightened. It was very hard, but we knew eventually he'd grow old enough to comprehend. He built up an elaborate mythology. That is, we did. I did." Tim laughed. "You see, there still isn't an adequate terminology. There never is for a unique happening." "I could change the future," Kurt said, "because I could see into it. But I couldn't change the present. You can change the present by going back into the past. That's why that extreme right other, the old man, hung around Fairchild. That was our first successful crossing. We were finally able to induce the center to take his 2 steps right. That switched the two, but it took time." "What's going to happen now?" Kurt asked. "The war? The separation? All this about Reynolds?" "As you realized before, we can alter it by going back. It's dangerous. A simple change in the past may completely alter the present. The time-traveling talent is the most critical, and the most Promethean. Every other talent, without exception, can change only what's going to happen. I could wipe out everything that stands. I precede everyone and everything. Nothing can be used against me. I am always there first. I have always been there." Kurt was silent as they passed the abandoned, rusting truck. Finally he asked, "What is anti-Psi? What did you have to do with that?" "Not much," his son said. "You can take credit for bringing it out into the open, since we didn't begin operating until the last few hours. We came along in time to aid it. You saw us with Fairchild. We're sponsoring anti-Psi. You'd be surprised to see some of the alternate time paths on which anti-Psi fails to get pushed forward. Your precog was right. They're not very pleasant. So I've had help lately. We're behind you, yes. And from now on our help will increase. Always we try to introduce balances. Stalemates such as anti-Psi. Right now Reynolds is a little out of balance, but he can easily be checked. Steps are being taken. We're not infinite in power, of course. We're limited by our lifespan, about 70 years. It's a strange feeling to be outside of time. You're outside of change, subject to no laws. It's like suddenly being lifted off the chessboard and seeing everybody as pieces, seeing the whole universe as a game of black and white squares, with everybody and every object stuck on his space-time spot. We're off the board. We can reach down from above, adjust, alter the position of the men, change the game without the pieces knowing, from outside. "And you won't bring her back?" Kurt appealed. "You can't expect me to be too sympathetic toward the girl," his son said. "After all, Julie is my mother. I know now what they used to mean by mill of the gods. I wish we could grind less small. I wish we could spare some of those who get caught in the gears. But if you could see it as we do, you'd understand. We have a universe hanging in the balance. It's an awfully big board." "A board so big that one person doesn't count?" Kurt asked, agonized. His son looked concerned. Kurt remembered looking like that himself when trying to explain something to the boy that was beyond the child's comprehension. He hoped Tim would do a better job than he'd been able to do. "Not that," Tim said. "To us, she isn't gone. She's still there on another part of the board that you can't see. She always was there. She always will be. No piece ever falls off the board, no matter how small." "For you," said Kurt. "Yes. We're outside the board. It may be that our talent will be shared by everybody. When that happens, there will be no misunderstanding of tragedy and death." "And meanwhile," Kurt ached with the tension of willing Tim to agree, "I don't have the talent. To me, she's dead. The place she occupied on the board is empty. Julie can't fill it. Nobody can." Tim considered. It looked like deep thought, but Kurt could sense that his son was moving restlessly along the time paths, seeking a rebuttal. His eyes focused again on his father, and he nodded sadly. "I can't show you where she is on the board," he said, "and your life is vacant along every path except one." Kurt heard someone coming through the brush. He turned, and then Pat was in his arms. "This one," Tim said. "Psi-Man, heal my child." He was a lean man, middle-aged, with grease-stained hair and skin, a crumpled cigarette between his teeth, his left hand clamped around the wheel of his car. The car, an ex-commercial surface truck, rumbled noisily but smoothly as it ascended the outgoing ramp and approached the check gate that terminated the commune area. "Slow down," his wife said. "There's the guard sitting on that pile of crates." Ed Garby rode the brake. The car settled grimly into a long glide that ended directly in front of the guard. In the back seat of the car, the twins fretted restlessly, already bothered by the gummy heat oozing through the top and windows of the car. Down his wife's smooth neck, great drops of perspiration slid. In her arms, the baby twisted and struggled feebly. "How's she?" Ed muttered to his wife, indicating the wad of gray, sickly flesh that poked from the soiled blanket. "Hot, like me." The guard came strolling over indifferently, sleeves rolled up, rifle slung over his shoulder. "What say, Mac?" Resting his big hands in the open window, he gazed dully into the interior of the car, observing the man and wife, the children, the dilapidated upholstery. "Going outside a while? Let's see your pass." Ed got out the crumpled pass and handed it over. "I got a sick child." The guard examined the pass and returned it. "Better take her down to the 6th level. You got a right to use the infirmary. You live in this dump like the rest of us." "No," Ed said. "I'm taking no child of mine down to that butchery." The guard shook his head in disagreement. "They got good equipment, Mac. High-powered stuff left over from the war. Take her down there and they'll fix her up." He waved toward the desolate expanse of dry trees and hills that lay beyond the check gate. "What do you think you'll find out there? You're going to dump her somewhere, toss her in a creek, down a well? It's none of my business, but I wouldn't take a dog out there, let alone a sick child." Ed started up the motor. "I'm getting help out there. Take a child down to 6, then they make her a laboratory animal. They experiment, cut her up, throw her away, and say they couldn't save her. They got used to doing that in the war. They never stopped." "Suit yourself," the guard said, moving away from the car. "Myself, I'd sooner trust military doctors with equipment than some crazy old quack living out in the ruins. Some savage heathen tie a bag of stinking dung around her neck, mumble nonsense, and wave and dance around." He shouted furiously after the car. "Damn fools! Going back to barbarism, when you got doctors and x-rays and serums down on 6th. Why the hell do you want to go out in the ruins when you've got a civilization here?" He wandered glumly back to his crates and added, "What there is left of it." Arid land, as dry and parched as dead skin, lay on both sides of the rutted tracks that made up the road. A harsh rattle of noonday wind shook the gaunt trees jutting here and there from the cracked, baking soil. An occasional drab bird fluttered in the thick underbrush, heavy-set gray shapes that scratched peevishly in search of grubs. Behind the car, the white concrete walls of the commune faded and were lost in the distance. Ed Garby watched them go apprehensively, his hands convulsively jerked as a twist in the road cut off the radar towers posted on the hills overlooking the commune. "Damn it," he muttered thickly. "Maybe he was right. Maybe we're making a mistake." Doubts shivered through his mind. The trip was dangerous. Even heavily armed scavenger parties were attacked by predatory animals and by the wild bands of quasi-humans living in the abandoned ruins littered across the planet. All he had to protect himself and his family was his hand-operated cutting tool. He knew how to use it, of course. Didn't he grind it into a moving belt of reclaimed wreckage 10 hours a day, every day of the week? But if the motor of the car failed— "Stop worrying," Barbara said quietly. "I've been along here before, and there's nothing ever gone wrong." He felt shame and guilt. His wife had crept outside the commune many times, along with other women and wives, and with some of the men, too. A good part of the proletariat left the commune with and without passes, anything to break the monotony of work and educational lectures. But his fear returned. It wasn't the physical menace that bothered him, or even unfamiliar separation from the vast submerged tank of steel and concrete in which he had been born and in which he had grown up, spent his life, worked, and married. It was the realization that the guard had been right, that he was sinking into ignorance and superstition, that made his skin turn cold and clammy in spite of the baking midsummer heat. "Women always lead it," he said aloud. "Men built machines, organized science, cities. Women have their potions and brews. I guess we're seeing the end of reason. We're seeing the last remnants of rational society." "What's a city?" one of the twins asked. "You're seeing one now," Ed answered. He pointed beyond the road. "Take a good look." The trees had ended. The baked surface of brown earth had faded to a dull metallic glint. An uneven plain stretched out, bleak and dismal, a pocked surface of jagged heaps and pits. Dark weeds grew here and there. An occasional wall remained standing. At one point a bathtub lay on its side like a dead, toothless mouth, deprived of face and head. The region had been picked over countless times. Everything of value had been loaded up and trucked to the various communes in the area. Along the road were neat heaps of bones, collected but never utilized. Use had been found for cement rubble, iron scrap, wiring, plastic tubing, paper and cloth, but not for bones.
"You mean people lived there?"
The twins protested simultaneously. Disbelief and horror showed on their faces.
"It's awful."
The road divided. Ed slowed the car down and waited for his wife to direct him.
"Is it far?"
he demanded hoarsely.
"This place gives me the creeps. You can't tell what's hanging around in those cellars. We gassed them back in '09, but it's probably worn off by now."
"To the right," Barbara said, "beyond that hill there." Ed shifted into low and edged the car past a ditch onto a side road.
"You really think this old woman has the power?" he asked helplessly. "I hear so damn much stuff. I never know what's true and what's hogwash. There's always supposed to be some old hag that can raise the dead and read the future and cure the sick. People have been reporting that stuff for 5,000 years.
And for 5,000 years such things have been happening." His wife's voice was placid, confident. "They're always there to help us. All we have to do is go to them. I saw her heal Mary Folsom's son. Remember, he had that withered leg and couldn't walk. The medics wanted to destroy him."
"According to Mary Folsom,"
Ed muttered harshly. The car nosed its way between dead branches of ancient trees. The ruins fell behind. Abruptly the road plunged into a gloomy thicket of vines and shrubs that shut out the sunlight. Ed blinked, then snapped on the dim headlights. They flickered on as the car ground its way up a rutted hill, around a narrow curve, and then the road ceased. They had reached their destination. 4 rusty cars blocked the road. Others were parked on the shoulders and among the twisted trees. Beyond the cars stood a group of silent people, men and their families, in the drab uniforms of commune workers. Ed pulled on the brake and fumbled for the ignition key. He was astounded at the variety of communes represented. All the nearby communes and distant ones he had never encountered. Some of the waiting people had come hundreds of miles. "There's always people waiting," Barbara said. She kicked open the bent door and carefully slid out the baby in her arms. "People come here for all kinds of help, whenever they're in need." Beyond the crowd was a crude wooden building, shabby and dilapidated, a patched-together shelter of war years. A gradual line of waiting persons was being conducted up the rickety steps and into the building. For the first time, Ed caught sight of those whom he had come to consult. "Is that the old woman?" he demanded, as a thin, withered shape appeared briefly at the top of the steps, glanced over the waiting people, and selected one. She conferred with a plump man, and then a muscular giant joined the discussion. "My God," Ed said, "is there an organization of them?" "Different ones do different things," Barbara answered. Clutching the baby tight, she edged her way forward into the waiting mass of people. "We want to see the healer. We'll have to stand with that group over to the right, waiting by that tree." Porter sat in the kitchen of the shelter, smoking and drinking coffee, his feet up on the windowsill, vaguely watching the shuffling line of people moving through the front door and into the various rooms. "A lot of them today," he said to Jack. "What we need is a flat cover charge." Jack grunted angrily and shook back his mane of blonde hair. "Why aren't you out helping instead of sitting here guzzling coffee?" "Nobody wants to peep into the future." Porter belched noisily. He was plump and flabby, blue-eyed with thin, damp hair. "When somebody wants to know if they're going to strike it rich or marry a beautiful woman, I'll be there in my booth to advise them." "Fortune-telling," Jack muttered. He stood restlessly by the window, great arms folded, face stern with worry. "That's what we're down to. I can't help that they ask me. One old geezer asked me when he was going to die. When I told him 31 days, he turned red as a beet and started screaming at me. One thing, I'm honest. I tell them the truth, not what they want to hear." Porter grinned. "I'm not a quack." "How long has it been since somebody asked you something important?" "You mean something of abstract significance?" Porter lazily searched his mind. "Last week a fellow asked me if there'd ever be interplanetary ships again. I told him not that I could see." "Did you also tell him you can't see worth a damn? A half-year at the most?" Porter's toad-like face bloomed contentedly. "He didn't ask me that." The thin, withered old woman entered the kitchen briefly. "Lord," Thelma gasped, sinking down in a chair and pouring herself coffee, "I'm exhausted, and there must be 50 of them out there waiting to get healed." She examined her shaking hands. "2 bone cancers in 1 day about finishes me. I think the baby will survive, but the other's too far gone even for me. The baby will have to come back." Her voice trailed off wearily. "Back again next week." "It'll be slower tomorrow," Porter predicted. "Ash storm down from Canada will keep most of them at their communes. Of course, after that—" He broke off and eyed Jack curiously. "What are you upset about? Everybody's growling around today." "I just came from Butterford," Jack answered moodily. "I'm going back later and try again." Thelma shuddered. Porter looked away uneasily. He disliked hearing about conversations with a man whose bones were piled in the basement of the shelter. An almost superstitious fear drifted through the plump body of the precog. It was one thing to preview the future. Seeing ahead was a positive, progressive talent. But returning to the past, to men already dead, to cities now turned to ash and rubble, places erased from the maps, participating in events long since forgotten. It was a sickly, neurotic rehashing of what had already been, picking and stirring among the bones, literally bones, of the past. "What did he say?" Thelma asked. "The same as always," Jack answered. "How many times is this?" Jack's lips twisted. 11 times, and he knows it. I told him." Thelma moved from the kitchen out into the hall. "Back to work." She lingered at the door. 11 times and always the same. I've been making computations. How old are you, Jack?" "How old do I look?" "About 30. You were born in 1946. This is 2017. That makes you 71 years old. I'd say I'm talking to an entity about 1/3 of the way along. Where's your current entity?" "You should be able to figure that out. Back in 76. "Doing what?" Jack didn't answer. He knew perfectly well what his entity of this date, 2017, was doing back in the past. The old man of 71 years was lying in a medical hospital at one of the military centers, receiving treatment for a gradually worsening nephritis. He shot a quick glance at Porter to see if the precog was going to volunteer information previewed him from the future. There was no expression on Porter's languid features, but that proved nothing. He'd have to get Stephen to probe into Porter if he really wanted to be sure. Like the common workers who filed in daily to learn if they were going to strike it rich and marry happily, he wanted vitally to know the date of his own death. He had to know. It went beyond mere wanting. He faced Porter squarely. "Let's have it. What do you see about me in the next 6 months?" Porter yawned. "Am I supposed to orate the whole works? It'll take hours." Jack relaxed, weak with relief. Then he would survive another 6 months at least. In that, he could bring to a successful completion his discussions with General Ernest Butterford, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the United States. He pushed past Thelma and out of the kitchen. "Where are you going?" she demanded. "Back to Butterford again. I'm going to make one more try." "You always say that," Thelma complained peevishly. "And I always am," Jack said. "Until I'm dead," he thought bitterly, resentfully. "Until the half-conscious old man lying in the hospital bed at Baltimore, Maryland, passes away or is destroyed to make room for some wounded private carted by boxcar from the front lines, charged by Soviet napalm, crippled by nerve gas, insane from metallic ash particles. When the ancient corpse was thrown out, and it wouldn't be long, there would be no more discussion with General Butterford. First, he descended the stairs to the supply lockers in the basement of the shelter. Doris lay asleep on her bed in the corner, dark hair like cobwebs over her coffee-colored features, one bare arm raised, a heap of clothing strewn on the chair beside the bed. She awoke sleepily, stirred, and half sat up. "What time is it?" Jack glanced at his wristwatch. 1:30 in the afternoon. He began opening one of the intricate locks that sealed in their supplies. Presently he slid a metal case down a rail and onto the cement floor. He swung an overhead light around and clicked it on. The girl watched with interest. "What are you doing?" She tossed her covers back and got to her feet, stretched, and padded barefoot over to him. "I could have brought it out for you without all that work." From the lead-lined case, Jack removed the carefully stacked heap of bones and remnants of personal possessions: wallet, identification papers, photographs, fountain pen, bits of tattered uniform, a gold wedding ring, some silver coins. "He died under difficulties," Jack murmured. He examined the data tape, made sure it was complete, and then slammed shut the case. "I told him I would bring this. Of course, he won't remember." "Each time erases the last?" Doris wandered over to get her clothes. "It's really the same time again and again, isn't it?" "The same interval," Jack admitted, "but there's no repetition of material." Doris eyed him slyly as she struggled into her jeans. "Some repetition. It always comes out the same, no matter what you do. Butterford goes ahead and presents his recommendations to the president." Jack didn't hear her. He had already moved back, taken his series of steps along the time path. The basement, Doris' half-dressed figure, wavered and receded, as if seen through the bottom of a glass gradually filled with opaque liquid. Darkness, mixed with shifting textures of density, wavered around him as he walked sternly forward, the metal case gripped. Backward, actually. He was retreating along the direction in which the flow itself moved, changing places with an earlier John Tremaine, the pimple-faced boy of 16 who had trudged dutifully to high school in the year 1962 A.D. in the city of Chicago, Illinois. This was a switch he had made many times. His younger entity should be resigned by now, but he hoped idly that Doris would be finished dressing when the boy emerged. The darkness that was no time dwindled, and he blinked in a sudden torrent of yellow sunlight. Still gripping his metal case, he made the final step backward and found himself in the center of a vast, murmuring room. People drifted on all sides. Several gaped at him, paralyzed with astonishment. For a moment he couldn't place the spatial location. And then memory came, a swift, bitter flood of nostalgia. He was back in the high school library where he had spent much time. The familiar place of books and bright-faced youths, gaily dressed girls giggling and studying and flirting, young people totally oblivious of the approaching war, the mass death that would leave nothing of this city but dead, drifting ash. He hurried from the library, conscious of the circle of bewilderment he had left behind. It was awkward to make a switch in which the passive entity was near other people. The abrupt transformation of a 16-year-old high school boy into the stern, towering figure of a 30-year-old man was difficult to assimilate, even in a society theoretically aware of psionic powers. Theoretically, because at this date public consciousness was minimal. Awe and disbelief were the primary emotions. The surge of hopefulness hadn't begun. Psi powers seemed miraculous only. The realization that these powers were at the disposal of the public wouldn't set in for a number of years. He emerged on the busy Chicago street and hailed a taxi. The roar of buses, autos, the metallic swirl of buildings and people and signs dazed him. Activity on all sides, the ordinary, harmless routines of the common citizen, remote from the lethal planning at top levels. The people on all sides of him were about to be traded for the chimera of international prestige, human life for metaphysical phantoms. He gave the cab driver the address of Butterford's hotel suite and settled back to prepare himself for the familiar encounter. The first steps were routine. He gave his identification to the battery of armed guards, was checked, searched, and processed into the suite. For 15 minutes he sat in a luxurious anteroom smoking and restlessly waiting, as always. There were no alterations he could make here. The changes, if they were to materialize, came later. "Do you know who I am?" he began bluntly when the tiny, suspicious head of General Butterford was stuck from an inner office. He advanced grimly, case gripped. "This is the 12th visit. There had better be results this time." Butterford's deep-set little eyes danced hostilely behind his thick glasses. "You're one of those supermen," he squeaked. "Those psionics." He blocked the door with his wizened, uniformed body. "Well, what do you want? My time's valuable." Jack seated himself facing the general's desk and corps of aides. "You have the analysis of my talent and history in your hands. You know what I can do." Butterford glanced hostilely at the report. "You move into time. So?" His eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, 12th time?" He grabbed up a heap of memoranda. "I've never seen you before. State what you have to say and then get out. I'm busy." "I have a present for you," Jack said grimly. He carried the metal case to the desk, unsnapped it, and exposed the contents. "They belong to you. Go ahead, take them out and run your hands over them." Butterford gazed with revulsion at the bones. "What is this? Some sort of anti-war exhibit? Are you Psis mixed up with those Jehovah's Witnesses?" His voice rose shrilly, resentfully. "Is this something you expect to pressure me with?" "These are your goddamn bones," Jack shouted in the man's face. He overturned the case. The contents spilled out on the desk and floor. "Touch them! You're going to die in this war like everybody else. You're going to suffer and die hideously. They're going to get you with bacterial poisons 1 year and 6 days from this date. You'll live long enough to see the total destruction of organized society, and then you'll go the way of everybody else." It would have been easier if Butterford were a coward. He sat gazing down at the tattered remains, the coins and pictures and rusting possessions, his face white, body stiff as metal. "I don't know whether to believe you," he said finally. "I never really believed any of this Psi stuff." "That's totally untrue," Jack answered hotly. "There isn't a government on the planet ignorant of us. You and the Soviet Union have been trying to organize us since '58, when we made ourselves known." The discussion was on ground that Butterford understood. His eyes blazed furiously. "That's the whole point. If you Psis cooperated, there wouldn't be those bones." He jabbed wildly at the pale heap on the desk. "You come here and blame me for the war. Blame yourself. You won't put your shoulders to the wheel. How can we hope to come out of this war unless everybody does his part?" He leaned meaningfully toward Jack. "You came from the future, you say. Tell me what you Psis are going to do in the war. Tell me the part you're going to play." "No part." Butterford settled back triumphantly. "You're going to stand idly by?" "Absolutely." "And you came here to blame me?" "If we help," Jack said carefully. "We help at policy level, not as hired servants. Otherwise, we will stand on the sidelines, waiting. We're available, but if winning the war depends on us, we want to say how that war will be won, or whether there'll be a war at all." He slammed the metal case shut. "Otherwise, we might become apprehensive, as the scientists did in the middle '50s. We might begin to lose our enthusiasm, and also become bad security risks." In Jack's mind a voice spoke, thin and bitter. A telepathic member of the Guild, a Psi of the present, monitoring the discussion from the New York office. "Very well spoken, but you've lost. You lack the ability to maneuver him. All you've done is defend our position. You haven't even brought up the possibility of changing his." It was true. Desperately, Jack said, "I didn't come back here to state the Guild's position. You know our position. I came here to lay the facts out in front of you. I came here from 2017. The war is over. Only a remnant survives. These are the facts, events that have taken place. You're going to recommend to the President that the United States call Russia's bluff on Java." His words came out individually, icily. "It's not a bluff. It means total war. Your recommendation is in error." Butterford bristled. "You want us to back down? Let them take over the free world?" 12 times. Impasse. He had accomplished nothing. "You'd go into the war knowing you can't win?" "We'll fight," Butterford said. "Better an honorable war than a dishonorable peace." "No war is honorable. War means death, barbarism, and mass destruction." "What does peace mean?" "Peace means the growth of the Guild. In 50 years our presence will shift the ideology of both blocs. We're above the war. We straddle both worlds. There are Psis here and in Russia. We're part of no country. The scientists could have been that once, but they chose to cooperate with national governments. Now it's up to us." Butterford shook his head. "No," he said firmly, "you're not going to influence us. We make policy. If you act in line with our directives, or you don't act. You stay out." "We'll stay out." Butterford leaped up. "Traitors!" he shouted as Jack left the office. "You don't have a choice. We demand your abilities. We'll hunt you out and grab you one by one. You've got to cooperate. Everybody's got to cooperate. This is total war." The door closed, and he was in the anteroom. "No, there isn't any hope," the voice in his mind stated bleakly. "I can prove that you've done this 12 times, and you're contemplating a 13th. Give up. The withdrawal order has been given out already. When the war begins, we'll be aloof." "We ought to help," Jack said futilely. "Not the war. We ought to help them, the people who are going to be killed by the millions." "We can't. We're not gods. We're only humans with para-talents. We can help if they accept us, allow us to help. We can't force our views on them. We can't force the guild in if the governments don't want us." Gripping the metal case, Jack headed numbly down the stairs toward the street, back to the high school library. At the dinner table, with Black Knight lying outside the shelter, he faced the other surviving guild members. "So here we are, outside society, doing nothing, not harming and not helping, useless." He smashed his fist convulsively against the rotting wooden wall. "Peripheral and useless, and while we sit here, the communes fall apart and what's left collapses." Thelma spooned up her soup impassively. "We heal the sick, read the future, offer advice, and perform miracles." "We've been doing that thousands of years," Jack answered bitterly. "Sibyls, witches, perched on deserted hills outside towns. Can't we get in and help? Do we always have to be on the outside, we who understand what's going on? Watching the blind fools lead mankind to destruction? Couldn't we have stopped the war, forced peace on them?" Porter said languidly, "We don't want to force anything on them, Jack. You know that. We're not their masters. We want to help them, not control them." The meal continued in gloomy silence. Doris said presently, "The trouble is with the governments. It's the politicians who are jealous of us." She smiled mournfully across the table at Jack. "They know if we had our way, a time would come when politicians wouldn't be needed." Thelma attacked her plate of dried beans and broiled rabbit in a thin paste of gravy. "There isn't much of a government these days. It isn't like it was before the war. You can't really call a few majors sitting around in commune offices a government." "They make the decisions," Porter pointed out. "They decide what commune policy will be." "I know of a commune up north," Stevens said, "in which the workers killed the officers and took over. They're dying out. It won't be long before they're extinct." Jack pushed his plate away and got to his feet. "I'm going out on the porch." He left the kitchen, crossed through the deserted living room, and opened the steel-reinforced front door. Cold evening wind swirled around him as he blindly felt his way to the railing and stopped, hands in his pockets, gazing sightlessly out at the vacant field. The rusty fleet of cars was gone. Nothing stirred except the withered trees along the road, dry rustles in the restless night wind. A dismal sight. Overhead a few stars glowed fitfully. Far off somewhere an animal crashed after its prey, a wild dog, or perhaps a quasi-human living down in the ruined cellars of Chicago. After a time Doris appeared behind him. Silently she came up and stood next to him, a slim, dark shape in the night gloom, her arms folded against the cold. "You're not going to try again?" she asked softly. 12 is enough. I can't change him. I don't have the ability. I'm not adroit enough." Jack spread his massive hands miserably. "He's a clever little chicken of a thing. Like Thelma, scrawny and full of talk. Again and again I get back there, and what can I do?" Doris touched his arm wistfully. How does it look? I never saw cities full of life before the war. Remember, I was born in a military camp. You'd like it. People laughing and hurrying, cars, signs, life everywhere. It drives me crazy. I wish I couldn't see it, to be able to step from here to there. He indicated the twisted trees. 10 steps back from those trees, and there it is. And yet it's gone forever, even for me. There'll be a time when I can't step there either, like the rest of you. Doris failed to understand him. Isn't it strange? She murmured. I can move anything in the world, but I can't move myself back the way you do. She made a slight flutter of her hands. In the darkness, something slapped against the rail of the porch, and she bent over to retrieve it. See the pretty bird? Stunned, not dead. She tossed the bird up, and it managed to struggle off into the shrubs. I've got so I only stun them. Jack wasn't pleased. That's what we do with our talents. Tricks, games, nothing more. That isn't so, Doris objected. Today when I got up there was a bunch of doubters. Stephen caught their thoughts and sent me out. Pride tingled in her voice. I brought an underground spring up to the surface. It burst out everywhere and got them all soaked before I sent it back. They were convinced. Did it ever occur to you, Jack said, that you could make it possible for them to rebuild their cities? They don't want to rebuild their cities. They don't think they can. They've given up the idea of rebuilding. It's a lost concept. He brooded unhappily. There's too many millions of miles of ruined ash and too few people. They don't even try to unify the communes. They have radios, Doris pointed out. They can talk to each other if they want. If they use them, the war will start up again. They know there are pockets of fanatics left who'd be happy to start the war, given half the chance. They'd rather sink into barbarism than get that started. He spat into the weedy bushes growing beneath the porch. I don't blame them. If we controlled the communes, Doris said thoughtfully, we wouldn't start up the war. We'd unify them on a peaceful basis. You're playing all sides at once, Jack said angrily. A minute ago you were performing miracles. Where'd this thought come from? Doris hesitated. Well, I was just passing it on. I guess Stephen really said it, or thought it. I just spoke it out loud. You enjoy being a mouthpiece for Stephen? Doris fluttered fearfully. My God, Jack, he can probe you. Don't say things like that. Jack stepped away from her and down the porch steps. He rapidly crossed the dark, silent field away from the shelter. The girl hurried after him. Don't walk off, she gasped breathlessly. Stephen's just a kid. He's not like you, grown up and big, mature. Jack laughed upward at the black sky. You damn fool. Do you know how old I am? No, Doris said, and don't say. I know you're older than I am. You've always been around. I remember you when I was just a kid. You were always big and strong and blonde. She giggled nervously. Of course, all those others, those different persons, old and young. I don't really understand, but they're all you, I guess. Different yous along your time path. That's right, Jack said tightly. They're all me. That one today when you switched down in the basement, when I was sleeping. Doris caught his arm and tucked her cold fingers around his wrist. Just a kid with books under his arm, in a green sweater and brown slacks. 16 years old, Jack muttered. He was cute, shy, flustered, younger than I am. We went upstairs and he watched the crowd. That was when Stephen called me to do the miracle. You, stood around so interested. Porter kidded him. Porter doesn't mean any harm. He likes to eat and sleep, and that's about all. He's all right. Stephen kidded him, too. I don't think Stephen liked him.
You mean he doesn't like me?
I guess you know how we feel. All of us to some degree. We wonder why you keep going back again and again, trying to patch up the past. The past is over. Maybe not to you, but it really is over. You can't change it. The war came. This is all ruined. Only remnants are left. You said it yourself. Why are we on the outside? We could so easily be on the inside. Childish excitement thrilled through her. She pushed against him eagerly, carried away by her flow of words. Forget the past. Let's work with the present. The material is here, the people, the objects. Let's move it all around, pick it up, set it down. She lifted a grove of trees a mile away. The whole top of a line of hills burst loose, rose high in the air, and then dissolved in booming fragments. We can take things apart and put them back together.
I'm 71 years old, Jack said. There isn't going to be any putting together for me. And I'm through picking over the past. I'm not going to try any more. You can all rejoice. I'm finished.
She tugged at him fiercely. Then it's up to the rest of us. If he had Porter's talent, he could see beyond his death. Porter would, at some future time, view his own corpse stretched out, view his burial, continue to live month after month, while his plump corpse rotted underground. Porter's bovine contentedness was possible in a man who could preview the future. Jack twisted wretchedly as anguished uncertainty ached through him. After the dying old man in the military hospital reached the inevitable end of his lifespan, then what? What happened here, among the survivors of the guild? Beside him, the girl babbled on. The possibilities he had suggested, real material to work with, not tricks or miracles. For her, the possibilities of social action were swimming into existence. They were all restless, except perhaps Porter, tired of standing idle, impatient with the anachronistic officers who kept the communes alive, misguided remnants of a past order of incompetents who had proved their unfitness to rule by leading their bloc to almost total destruction. Rule by the guild couldn't be worse. Or could it? Something had survived rule by power-oriented politicians, professional spellbinders recruited from smoke-dingy city halls and cheap law offices. If psionic rule failed, if analogues of the struggle of national states arose, there might be nothing spared. The collective power of the guild reached into all dimensions of life. For the first time, a genuine totalitarian society could arise, dominated by telepaths, precogs, healers with the power to animate inorganic matter and to wither organic matter. What ordinary person could survive? There would be no recourse against the guild. Man controlled by psionic organizers would be powerless. It was merely a question of time before the maintenance of non-psis would be seriously scrutinized, with an eye toward greater efficiency, toward the elimination of useless material. Rule by supercompetence could be worse than rule by incompetence. Worse for whom? Stephen's clear, treble thoughts came into his mind, cold, confident, utterly without doubt. You can see they're dying out. It's not a question of our eliminating them. It's a question of how long are we going to maintain their artificial preservation. We're running a zoo, Jack. We're keeping alive an extinct species. And the cage is too large. It takes up all the world. Give them some space if you want, a subcontinent. But we deserve the balance for our own use. Porter sat scooping up baked rice pudding from his dish. He continued eating even after Stephen had begun screaming. It wasn't until Thelma clawed his hand loose from his spoon that he gave up and turned his attention to what was happening. Surprise was totally unknown to him. 6 months earlier he had examined the scene, reflected on it, and turned his attention to later events. Reluctantly he pushed back his chair and dragged his heavy body upright. "He's going to kill me!" Stephen was wailing. "Why didn't you tell me?" he shouted at Porter. "You know, he's coming to kill me right now." "For God's sake!" Thelma shrilled in Porter's ear. "Is it true? Can't you do something? You're a man. Stop him." While Porter gathered a reply, Jack entered the kitchen. Stephen's shrill wails grew frantic. Doris hurried wild-eyed after Jack, her talent forgotten in the abrupt explosion of excitement. Thelma hurried around the table, between Jack and the boy, scrawny arms out, dried-up face contorted with outrage. "I can see it!" Stephen screamed. "In his mind. He's going to kill me because he knows I want to—" He broke off. "He doesn't want us to do anything. He wants us to stay here in this old ruin, doing tricks for people." Fury broke through his terror. "I'm not going to do it. I'm through doing mind-reading tricks. Now he's thinking about killing all of us. He wants us all dead." Porter settled down in his chair and pawed for his spoon. He pulled his plate under his chin, eyes intently on Jack and Stephen. He continued slowly eating. "I'm sorry," Jack said. "You shouldn't have told me your thoughts. I couldn't have read them. You could have kept them to yourself." He moved forward. Thelma grabbed him with her skinny claws and hung on tight. The wail and babble rose in hysteria. Porter winced and bobbed his thick neck wattles. Impassively he watched Jack and the old woman struggle together. Beyond them, Stephen stood paralyzed with childish terror, face waxen, youthful body rigid. Doris moved forward, and Porter stopped eating. A kind of tension settled over him, but it was a finality that made him forget eating, not doubt or uncertainty. Knowing what was going to happen didn't diminish the awesomeness of it. He couldn't be surprised, but he could be sobered. "Leave him alone," Doris gasped. "He's just a boy. Go sit down and behave yourself." She caught hold of Jack around the waist. The two women swayed back and forth, trying to hold the immense muscular figure. "Stop it! Leave him alone!" Jack broke away. He tottered, tried to regain his balance. The two women fluttered and clawed after him like furious birds. He reached back to push them away. "Don't look," Porter said sharply. Doris turned in his direction, and didn't see as he anticipated. Thelma saw, and her voice suddenly died into silence. Stephen choked off, horrified, then screeched in stricken dismay. They had seen the last entity along Jack's time path once before. Briefly one night the withered old man had appeared as the more youthful entity inspected the military hospital to analyze its resources. The younger Jack had returned at once, satisfied that the dying old man would be given the best treatment available. In that moment they had seen his gaunt, fever-ridden face. This time the eyes weren't bright. Lusterless, the eyes of a dead object gazed blankly at them as the hunched figure remained briefly upright. Thelma tried vainly to catch it as it pitched forward. Like a sack of meal it crashed into the table, scattering cups and silver. It wore a faded blue robe knotted at the waist. Its pale white feet were bare. From it oozed the pungent, hygienic scent of the hospital, of age and illness and death. "You did it," Porter said. Both of you together, Doris especially. But it would have come in the next few days anyhow." He added, "Jack's dead. We'll have to bury him, unless you think any of you can bring him back." Thelma stood wiping at her eyes. Tears dribbled down her shrunken cheeks into her mouth. "It was my fault. I wanted to destroy him. My hands." She held up her claws. "He never trusted me. He never put himself in my care, and he was right." "We both did it," Doris muttered, shaken. "Porter's telling the truth. I wanted him to go away. I wanted him to leave. I never moved anything into time before." "You never will again," Porter said. "He left no descendants. He was the first and last man to move through time. It was a unique talent." Stephen was recovering slowly, still white-faced and shaken, eyes fixed on the withered shape in its frayed blue pajamas, spread out under the table. "Anyhow," he muttered finally, "there won't be any more picking over the past." "I believe," Thelma said tightly, "you can follow my thoughts. Are you aware of what I'm thinking?" Stephen blinked. "Yes." "Now listen carefully. I'm going to put them into words so everybody will hear them." Stephen nodded without speaking. His eyes darted frantically around the room, but he didn't stir. "There are now 4 guild members," Thelma said. Her voice was flat and low, without expression. "Some of us want to leave this place and enter the communes. Some of us think this would be a good time to impose ourselves on the communes, whether they like it or not." Stephen nodded. "I would say," Thelma continued, examining her ancient, dried-up hands, "that if any of us tries to leave here, I will do what Jack tried to do." She pondered. "But I don't know if I can. Maybe I'll fail, too." "Yes," Stephen said. His voice trembled, then gained strength. "You are not strong enough. There's somebody here a lot stronger than you. She can pick you up and put you down anywhere she wants, on the other side of the world, on the moon, in the middle of the ocean." Doris made a faint, strangled sound. "That's true," Thelma agreed. "But I'm standing only 3 feet from her. If I touch her first, she'll be drained." She studied the smooth, frightened face of the girl. "But you're right. What happens depends not on you or me, but on what Doris wants to do." Doris breathed rapidly, huskily. "I don't know," she said faintly. "I don't want to stay here, just sitting around in this old ruin day after day, doing tricks. But Jack always said we shouldn't force ourselves on the communes." Her voice trailed off uncertainly. "All my life, as long as I can remember, when I was a little girl growing up, there was Jack saying over and over again we shouldn't force them. If they didn't want us—" "She won't move you now," Stephen said to Thelma, "but she will eventually. Sooner or later she'll move you away from here, some night when you're sleeping. Eventually she'll make up her mind." He grinned starkly. "Remember, I can talk to her silently in her mind, any time I want." "Will you?" Thelma asked the girl. Doris faltered miserably. "I don't know. Will I? Maybe so. It's so bewildering." Porter sat up straight in his chair, leaned back, and belched loudly. "It's strange to hear you all conjecturing," he said. "As a matter of fact, you won't touch Thelma." To the old woman he said, "There's nothing to worry about. I can see this stalemate going on. The 4 of us balance each other. We'll stay where we are." Thelma sagged. Maybe Stephen's right. If we have to keep on living this way, doing nothing, we'll be here, Porter said, but we won't be living the way we've been living. What do you mean? Thelma demanded. How will we be living? What's going to happen? It's hard to probe you, Stephen said to Porter peevishly. These are things you've seen, not things you're thinking. Have the commune governments changed their position? Are they finally going to call us in? The governments won't call us in, Porter said. We'll never be invited into Washington and Moscow. We've had to stand outside waiting. He glanced up and stated enigmatically, That waiting is about over. It was early morning. Ed Garby brought the rumbling, battered truck into line behind the other surface cars leaving the commune. Cold, fitful sunlight filtered down on the concrete squares that made up the commune installations. Today was going to be another cloudy day, exactly like the last. Even so, the exit check gate ahead was already clogged with outgoing traffic. A lot of them this morning, his wife murmured. I guess they can't wait any longer for the ash to lift. Ed clutched for his pass, buried in his sweat-gummed shirt pocket. The gate's a bottleneck, he muttered resentfully. What are they doing, getting into the cars? There were 4 guards today, not the usual one. A squad of armed troops that moved back and forth among the stalled cars, peering and murmuring, reporting through their neck mics to the commune officers below surface. A massive truck loaded with workers pulled suddenly away from the line and onto a side road. Roaring and belching clouds of foul blue gas, it made a complete circle and lumbered back toward the center of the commune, away from the exit gate. Ed watched it uneasily. What's it doing? Turning back? Fear clutched him. They're turning us back. No, they're not, Barbara said quietly. Look, there goes a car through. An ancient wartime pleasure car precariously edged through the gate and out onto the plain beyond the commune. A second followed it, and the 2 cars gathered speed to climb the long, low ridge that became the first tangle of trees. A horn honked behind Ed. Convulsively, he moved the car forward. In Barbara's lap, the baby wailed anxiously. She wound its seedy cotton blanket around it and rolled up the window. It's an awful day. If we didn't have to go... She broke off. Here come the guards. Get the pass out. Ed greeted the guards apprehensively. Morning. Curtly, one of the guards took his pass, examined it, punched it, and filed it away in a steel-bound notebook. Each of you prepare your thumb for prints, he instructed. A black oozing pad was passed up, including the baby. Ed was astounded. Why? What the hell's going on? The twins were too terrified to move. Numbly, they allowed the guards to take their prints. Ed protested weakly as the pad was pushed against his thumb. His wrist was grabbed and yanked forward. As the guards walked around the truck to get at Barbara, the squad leader placed his boot on the running board and addressed Ed briefly. 5 of you. Family? Ed nodded mutely. Yeah, my family. Complete. Any more? No, just us 5. The guard's dark eyes bored down at him. When are you coming back? Tonight. Ed indicated the metal notebook in which his pass had been filed. It says before 6. If you go through that gate, the guard said, you won't be coming back. That gate only goes one way. Since when? Barbara whispered, face ashen. Since last night. It's your choice. Go ahead out there, get your business done, consult your soothsayer, but don't come back. The guard pointed to the side road. If you want to turn around, that road takes you to the descent ramps. Follow the truck ahead. It's turning back. Ed licked his dry lips. I can't. My kid, she's got bone cancer. The old woman started her healing, but she isn't well, not yet. The old woman says today she can finish. The guard examined a dog-eared directory. Ward 9, 6th level. Go down there and they'll fix up your kid. The docs have all the equipment. He closed the book and stepped back from the car, a heavy-set man, red-faced, with bristled, beefy skin. Let's get started, buddy. One way or the other. It's your choice. Automatically, Ed moved the car forward. They must have decided, he muttered, dazed. Too many people going out. They want to scare us. They know we can't live out there. We'd die out there. Barbara quietly clutched the baby. We'll die here eventually. But it's nothing but ruins out there. Aren't they out there? Ed choked helplessly. We can't come back. Suppose it's a mistake. The truck ahead wavered toward the side road. An uncertain hand signal was made. Suddenly the driver yanked his hand in and wobbled the truck back toward the exit gate. A moment of confusion took place. The truck slowed almost to a stop. Ed slammed on his brakes, cursed, and shifted into low. Then the truck ahead gained speed. It rumbled through the gate and out onto the barren ground. Without thinking, Ed followed it. Cold, ash-heavy air swept into the cabin as he gained speed and pulled up beside the truck. Even with it, he leaned out and shouted, "Where are you going? They won't let you back." The driver, a skinny little man, bald and bony, shouted angrily back, "God damn it, I'm not coming back. The hell with them. I got all my food and bedding in here. I got every damn thing I own. Let them try to get me back." He gunned up his truck and pulled ahead of Ed. "Well," Barbara said quietly, "it's done. We're outside." "Yeah," Ed agreed shakily. "We are. A yard, 1,000 miles, it's all the same." In panic, he turned wildly to his wife. "What if they don't take us? I mean, what if we get there and they don't want us? All they got is that old broken-down wartime shelter. There isn't room for anybody. And look behind us." A line of hesitant, lumbering trucks and cars was picking its way uncertainly from the gate, streaming rustily out onto the parched plain. A few pulled out and swung back. One pulled over to the side of the road and halted while its passengers argued with bitter desperation. "They'll take us," Barbara said. "They want to help us. They always wanted to. But suppose they can't." "I think they can. There's a lot of power there if we ask for it. They couldn't come to us, but we can go to them. We've been held back too long, separated from them too many years. If the government won't let them in, then we'll have to go outside." "Can we live outside?" Ed asked hoarsely. "Yes." Behind them a horn honked excitedly. Ed gained speed. "It's a regular exodus. Look at them pouring out. Who'll be left?" "There'll be plenty left," Barbara answered. "All the big shots will stay behind." She laughed breathlessly. "Maybe they'll be able to get the war going again. It'll give them something to do while we're away." Second variety. The Russian soldier made his way nervously up the rugged side of the hill, holding his gun ready. He glanced around him, licking his dry lips, his face set. From time to time he reached up a gloved hand and wiped perspiration from his neck, pushing down his coat collar. Eric turned to Corporal Leon. "Want him, or can I have him?" He adjusted the view sight so the Russian's features squarely filled the glass, the lines cutting across his hard, somber features. Leon considered. The Russian was close, moving rapidly, almost running. "Don't fire. Wait." Leon tensed. "I don't think we're needed." The Russian increased his pace, kicking ash and piles of debris out of his way. He reached the top of the hill and stopped, panting, staring around him. The sky was overcast with drifting clouds of gray particles. Bare trunks of trees jutted up occasionally. The ground was level and bare, rubble-strewn, with the ruins of buildings standing here and there like yellowing skulls. The Russian was uneasy. He knew something was wrong. He started down the hill. Now he was only a few paces from the bunker. Eric was getting fidgety. He played with his pistol, glancing at Leon. "Don't worry," Leon said. "He won't get here. They'll take care of him." "Are you sure? He's got damn far." "They hang around close to the bunker. He's getting into the bad part. Get set." The Russian began to hurry, sliding down the hill, his boots sinking into the heaps of gray ash, trying to keep his gun up. He stopped for a moment, lifting his field glasses to his face. "He's looking right at us," Eric said. The Russian came on. They could see his eyes like two blue stones. His mouth was open a little. He needed a shave. His chin was stubbled. On one bony cheek was a square of tape, showing blue at the edge, a fungoid spot. His coat was muddy and torn. One glove was missing. As he ran, his belt counter bounced up and down against him. Leon touched Eric's arm. "Here one comes." Across the ground, something small and metallic came, flashing in the dull sunlight of midday. A metal sphere. It raced up the hill after the Russian, its treads flying. It was small, one of the baby ones. Its claws were out, two razor projections spinning in a blur of white steel. The Russian heard it. He turned instantly, firing. The sphere dissolved into particles, but already a second had emerged and was following the first. The Russian fired again. A third sphere leaped up the Russian's leg, clicking and whirring. It jumped to the shoulder. The spinning blades disappeared into the Russian's throat. Eric relaxed. "Well, that's that. God, those damn things give me the creeps. Sometimes I think we were better off before them. If we hadn't invented them, they would have." Leon lit a cigarette shakily. "I wonder why a Russian would come all this way alone. I didn't see anyone covering him." Lieutenant Scott came slipping up the tunnel into the bunker. "What happened?" "Something entered the screen." "An Ivan." "Just one?" Eric brought the view screen around. Scott peered into it. Now there were numerous metal spheres crawling over the prostrate body, dull metal globes clicking and whirring, sawing up the Russian into small parts to be carried away. "What a lot of claws," Scott murmured. "They came like flies. Not much game for them anymore." Scott pushed the sight away, disgusted. Like flies. "I wonder why he was out there. They know we have claws all around." A larger robot had joined the smaller spheres. A long, blunt tube with projecting eyepieces, it was directing operations. There was not much left of the soldier. What remained was brought down the hillside by the host of claws. "Sir," Leon said, "if it's all right, I'd like to go out there and take a look at him." "Why?" "Maybe he came with something." Scott considered. He shrugged. "All right, but be careful." "I have my tab." Leon patted the metal band at his wrist. "I'll be out of bounds." He picked up his rifle and stepped carefully up to the mouth of the bunker, making his way between blocks of concrete and steel prongs, twisted and bent. The air was cold at the top. He crossed over the ground toward the remains of the soldier, striding across the soft ash. A wind blew around him, swirling gray particles up in his face. He squinted and pushed on. The claws retreated as he came close, some of them stiffening into immobility. He touched his tab. The Ivan would have given something for that. Short, hard radiation emitted from the tab neutralized the claws, put them out of commission. Even the big robot with its 2 waving eye stalks retreated respectfully as he approached. He bent down over the remains of the soldier. The gloved hand was closed tightly. There was something in it. Leon pried the fingers apart. A sealed container, aluminum, still shiny. He put it in his pocket and made his way back to the bunker. Behind him the claws came back to life, moving into operation again. The procession resumed, metal spheres moving through the gray ash with their loads. He could hear their treads scrabbling against the ground. He shuddered. Scott watched intently as he brought the shiny tube out of his pocket. He had that in his hand. Leon unscrewed the top. "Maybe you should look at it, sir." Scott took it. He emptied the contents out in the palm of his hand, a small piece of silk paper carefully folded. He sat down by the light and unfolded it. "What's it say?" Eric said. Several officers came up the tunnel. Major Hendricks appeared. "Major," Scott said, "look at this." Hendricks read the slip. "This just come?" "A single runner, just now." "Where is he?" Hendricks asked sharply. "The claws got him." Major Hendricks grunted. "Here." He passed it to his companions. "I think this is what we've been waiting for. They certainly took their time about it." "So they want to talk terms," Scott said. "Are we going along with them?" "That's not for us to decide." Hendricks sat down. "Where's the communications officer? I want the moon base." Leon pondered as the communications officer raised the outside antenna cautiously, scanning the sky above the bunker for any sign of a watching Russian ship. "Sir," Scott said to Hendricks, "it's sure strange they suddenly came around. We've been using the claws for almost a year. Now all of a sudden they start to fold. Maybe claws have been getting down in their bunkers." "One of the big ones, the kind with stalks, got into an Ivan bunker last week," Eric said. "It got a whole platoon of them before they got their lid shut." "How do you know?" "A buddy told me. The thing came back with remains." "Moonbase, sir," the communications officer said. On the screen, the face of the lunar monitor appeared. His crisp uniform contrasted to the uniforms in the bunker, and he was clean-shaven. "Moonbase, this is Forward Command L. Whistle, on Terra. Let me have General Thompson." The monitor faded. Presently, General Thompson's heavy features came into focus. "What is it, Major?" "Our claws got a single Russian runner with a message. We don't know whether to act on it. There have been tricks like this in the past." "What's the message?" "The Russians want us to send a single officer on policy level over to their lines for a conference. They don't state the nature of the conference. They say that matters of—" He consulted the slip. "Matters of grave urgency make it advisable that discussion be opened between a representative of the UN forces and themselves." He held the message up to the screen for the general to scan. Thompson's eyes moved. "What should we do?" Hendricks said. "Send out a man." "You don't think it's a trap?" "It might be, but the location they give for their forward command is correct. It's worth a try at any rate." "I'll send an officer out and report the results to you as soon as he returns." "All right, Major." Thompson broke the connection. The screen died. Up above, the antenna came slowly down. Hendricks rolled up the paper, deep in thought. "I'll go," Leon said. "They want somebody at policy level." Hendricks rubbed his jaw. "Policy level. I haven't been outside in months. Maybe I could use a little air." Don't you think it's risky?" Hendricks lifted the view sight and gazed into it. The remains of the Russian were gone. Only a single claw was in sight. It was folding itself back, disappearing into the ash like a crab, like some hideous metal crab. "That's the only thing that bothers me." Hendricks rubbed his wrist. "I know I'm safe as long as I have this on me, but there's something about them. I hate the damn things. I wish we'd never invented them. There's something wrong with them. Relentless little—" "If we hadn't invented them, the Ivans would have." Hendricks pushed the sight back. "Anyhow, it seems to be winning the war. I guess that's good." "Sounds like you're getting the same jitters as the Ivans." Hendricks examined his wristwatch. "I guess I had better get started if I want to be there before dark." He took a deep breath and then stepped out onto the gray rubbled ground. After a minute he lit a cigarette and stood gazing around him. The landscape was dead. Nothing stirred. He could see for miles endless ash and slag, ruins of buildings, a few trees without leaves or branches, only the trunks. Above him, the eternal rolling clouds of gray drifting between Terra and the sun. Major Hendricks went on. Off to the right, something scuttled, something round and metallic. A claw going lickety-split after something, probably after a small animal, a rat. They got rats, too, as a sort of sideline. He came to the top of the little hill and lifted his field glasses. The Russian lines were a few miles ahead of him. They had a forward command post there. The runner had come from it. A squat robot with undulating arms passed by him, its arms weaving inquiringly. The robot went on its way, disappearing under some debris. Hendricks watched it go. He had never seen that type before. There were getting to be more and more types he had never seen, new varieties and sizes coming up from the underground factories. Hendricks put out his cigarette and hurried on. It was interesting, the use of artificial forms of warfare. How had they got started? Necessity. The Soviet Union had gained great initial success, usual with the side that got the war going. Most of North America had been blasted off the map. Retaliation was quick in coming, of course. The sky was full of circling disc bombers long before the war began. They had been up there for years. The discs began sailing down all over Russia within hours after Washington got it. But that hadn't helped Washington. The American bloc governments moved to the moon base the first year. There was not much else to do. Europe was gone, a slag heap with dark weeds growing from the ashes and bones. Most of North America was useless. Nothing could be planted. No one could live. A few million people kept going up in Canada and down in South America. But during the second year, Soviet parachutists began to drop, a few at first, then more and more. They wore the first really effective anti-radiation equipment. What was left of American production moved to the moon along with the governments. All but the troops. The remaining troops stayed behind as best they could, a few thousand here, a platoon there. No one knew exactly where they were. They stayed where they could, moving around at night, hiding in ruins, in sewers, cellars, with the rats and snakes. It looked as if the Soviet Union had the war almost won, except for a handful of projectiles fired off from the moon daily. There was almost no weapon in use against them. They came and went as they pleased. The war, for all practical purposes, was over. Nothing effective opposed them. And then the first claws appeared, and overnight the complexion of the war changed. The claws were awkward, at first, slow. The Ivans knocked them off almost as fast as they crawled out of their underground tunnels. But then they got better, faster, and more cunning. Factories, all on Terra, turned them out. Factories a long way underground, behind the Soviet lines. Factories that had once made atomic projectiles, now almost forgotten. The claws got faster, and they got bigger. New types appeared, some with feelers, some that flew. There were a few jumping kinds. The best technicians on the moon were working on designs, making them more and more intricate, more flexible. They became uncanny. The Ivans were having a lot of trouble with them. Some of the little claws were learning to hide themselves, burrowing down into the ash, lying in wait. And they started getting into the Russian bunkers, slipping down when the lids were raised for air and a look around. One claw inside a bunker, a churning sphere of blades and metal, that was enough. And when one got in, others followed. With a weapon like that, the war couldn't go on much longer. Maybe it was already over. Maybe he was going to hear the news. Maybe the Politburo had decided to throw in the sponge. Too bad it had taken so long. 6 years. A long time for war like that, the way they had waged it. The automatic retaliation discs spinning down all over Russia, hundreds of thousands of them. Bacteria crystals. The Soviet-guided missiles whistling through the air, the chain bombs. And now this, the robots, the claws. The claws weren't like other weapons. They were alive from any practical standpoint, whether the governments wanted to admit it or not. They were not machines. They were living things, spinning, creeping, shaking themselves up suddenly from the gray ash and darting toward a man, climbing up him, rushing for his throat. And that was what they had been designed to do, their job. They did their job well, especially lately with the new designs coming up. Now they repaired themselves. They were on their own. Radiation tabs protected the UN troops, but if a man lost his tab, he was fair game for the claws no matter what his uniform. Down below the surface, automatic machinery stamped them out. Human beings stayed a long way off. It was too risky. Nobody wanted to be around them. They were left to themselves, and they seemed to be doing all right. The new designs were faster, more complex, more efficient. Apparently, they had won the war. Major Hendricks lit a second cigarette. The landscape depressed him. Nothing but ash and ruins. He seemed to be alone, the only living thing in the whole world. To the right, the ruins of a town rose up, a few walls and heaps of debris. He tossed the dead match away, increasing his pace. Suddenly he stopped, jerking up his gun, his body tense. For a minute it looked like... From behind the shell of a ruined building a figure came, walking slowly toward him, walking hesitantly. Hendricks blinked. "Stop!" The boy stopped. Hendricks lowered his gun. The boy stood silently looking at him. He was small, not very old, perhaps 8. But it was hard to tell. Most of the kids who remained were stunted. He wore a faded blue sweater, ragged with dirt, and short pants. His hair was long and matted, brown hair. It hung over his face and around his ears. He held something in his arms. "What's that you have?" Hendricks said sharply. The boy held it out. It was a toy, a bear, a teddy bear. The boy's eyes were large but without expression. Hendricks relaxed. "I don't want it. Keep it." The boy hugged the bear again. "Where do you live?" Hendricks said. "In there." "The ruins?" "Yes." "Underground?" "Yes." "How many are there?" How many?" "How many of you? How big's your settlement?" The boy did not answer. Hendricks frowned. "You're not all by yourself, are you?" The boy nodded.
How do you stay alive?
There's food.
What kind of food?
Different.
Hendrik studied him. How old are you?
13.
It wasn't possible. Or was it? The boy was thin, stunted, and probably sterile. Radiation exposure, years straight. No wonder he was so small. His arms and legs were like pipe cleaners, knobby and thin. Hendricks touched the boy's arm. His skin was dry and rough, radiation skin. He bent down, looking into the boy's face. There was no expression. Big eyes, big and dark. Are you blind? Hendricks said.
No, I can see some.
How do you get away from the claws?
The claws?
The round things that run and burrow.
I don't understand.
Maybe there weren't any claws around. A lot of areas were free. They collected mostly around bunkers where there were people. The claws had been designed to sense warmth of living things. You're lucky. Hendricks straightened up. Well, which way are you going? Back there?
Can I come with you?
With me? Hendricks folded his arms. I'm going a long way, miles. I have to hurry. He looked at his watch. I have to get there by nightfall.
I want to come.
Hendricks fumbled in his pack. It isn't worth it. Here. He tossed down the food cans he had with him. You take these and go back, okay? The boys said nothing. I'll be coming back this way in a day or so. If you're around here when I come back, you can come along with me, all right?
I want to go with you now.
It's a long walk.
I can walk.
Hendricks shifted uneasily. It made too good a target, two people walking along, and the boy would slow him down. But he might not come back this way. And if the boy were really all alone... Okay, come along. The boy fell in beside him. Hendricks strode along. The boy walked silently, clutching his teddy bear. What's your name? Hendricks said after a time.
David Edward Daring.
David? What happened to your mother and father?
They died.
How?
In the blast.
How long ago?
6 years.
Hendricks slowed down. You've been alone 6 years?
No, there were other people for a while. They went away.
And you've been alone since?
Yes.
Hendricks glanced down. The boy was strange, saying very little, withdrawn. But that was the way they were, the children who had survived. Quiet, stoic. A strange kind of fatalism gripped them. Nothing came as a surprise. They accepted anything that came along. There was no longer any normal, any natural course of things, moral or physical, for them to expect. Custom, habit, all the determining forces of learning were gone. Only brute experience remained. Am I walking too fast? Hendricks said.
No.
How did you happen to see me?
I was waiting.
Waiting? Hendricks was puzzled. What were you waiting for?
To catch things.
What kind of things?
Things to eat.
Oh. Hendricks set his lips grimly. A 13-year-old boy living on rats and gophers and half-rotten canned food. Down in a hole under the ruins of a town, with radiation pools and claws, and Russian dive mines up above, coasting around in the sky.
Where are we going?
David asked. To the Russian lines.
Russian?
The enemy. The people who started the war. They dropped the first radiation bombs. They began all this. The boy nodded. His face showed no expression. I'm an American, Hendricks said. There was no comment.
On they went, the two of them, Hendricks walking a little ahead, David trailing behind him, hugging his dirty teddy bear against his chest. About 4 in the afternoon they stopped to eat. Hendricks built a fire in a hollow between some slabs of concrete. He cleared the weeds away and heaped up bits of wood. The Russians' lines were not very far ahead. Around him was what had once been a long valley, acres of fruit trees and grapes. Nothing remained now but a few bleak stumps, and the mountains that stretched across the horizon at the far end, and the clouds of rolling ash that blew and drifted with the wind, settling over the weeds and remains of buildings, walls here and there, once in a while what had been a road. Hendricks made coffee and heated up some boiled mutton and bread. "Here." He handed bread and mutton to David. David squatted by the edge of the fire, his knees knobby and white. He examined the food and then passed it back, shaking his head. "No." "No? Don't you want any?" "No." Hendricks shrugged. Maybe the boy was a mutant, used to special food. It didn't matter. When he was hungry, he would find something to eat. The boy was strange, but there were many strange changes coming over the world. Life was not the same anymore. It would never be the same again. The human race was going to have to realize that. "Suit yourself," Hendricks said. He ate the bread and mutton by himself, washing it down with coffee. He ate slowly, finding the food hard to digest. When he was done, he got to his feet and stamped the fire out. David rose slowly, watching him with his young, old eyes. "We're going," Hendricks said. "All right." Hendricks walked along, his gun in his arms. They were close. He was tense, ready for anything. The Russians should be expecting a runner, an answer to their own runner. But they were tricky. There was always the possibility of a slip-up. He scanned the landscape around him. Nothing but slag and ash, a few hills, charred trees, concrete walls. But someplace ahead was the first bunker of the Russian lines, the forward command. Underground, buried deep, with only a periscope showing, a few gun muzzles, maybe an antenna. "Will we be there soon?" David asked. "Yes. Getting tired?" "No." "Why then?" David did not answer. He plodded carefully along behind, picking his way over the ash. His legs and shoes were gray with dust. His pinched face was streaked, lines of gray ash in riverlets down the pale white of his skin. There was no color to his face. Typical of the new children, growing up in cellars and sewers and underground shelters. Hendricks slowed down. He lifted his field glasses and studied the ground ahead of him. Were they there, someplace, waiting for him, watching him the way his men had watched the Russian runner? A chill went up his back. Maybe they were getting their guns ready, preparing to fire, the way his men had prepared, made ready to kill. Hendricks stopped, wiping perspiration from his face. Damn! It made him uneasy, but he should be expected. The situation was different. He strode over the ash, holding his gun tightly with both hands. Behind him came David. Hendricks peered around, tight-lipped. Any second it might happen. A burst of white light, a blast, carefully aimed from inside a deep concrete bunker. He raised his arm and waved it around in a circle. Nothing moved. To the right, a long ridge ran, topped with dead tree trunks. A few wild vines had grown up around the trees, remains of arbors, and the eternal dark weeds. Hendricks studied the ridge. Was anything up there? Perfect place for a lookout. He approached the ridge warily, David coming silently behind. If it were his command, he'd have a sentry up there, watching for troops trying to infiltrate into the command area. Of course, if it were his command, there would be the claws around the area for full protection. He stopped, feet apart, hands on his hips. "Are we there?" David said. "Almost." "Why have we stopped?" "I don't want to take any chances." Hendricks advanced slowly. Now the ridge lay directly beside him along his right, overlooking him. His uneasy feeling increased. If an Ivan were up there, he wouldn't have a chance. He waved his arm again. They should be expecting someone in the UN uniform in response to the note capsule, unless the whole thing was a trap. "Keep up with me." He turned toward David. "Don't drop behind." "With you?" "Up beside me. We're close. We can't take any chances. Come on." "I'll be all right." David remained behind him, in the rear, a few paces away, still clutching his teddy bear. "Have it your way." Hendricks raised his glasses again, suddenly tense. For a moment, had something moved? He scanned the ridge carefully. Everything was silent, dead. No life up there, only tree trunks and ash. Maybe a few rats, the big black rats that had survived the claws. Mutants, built their own shelters out of saliva and ash, some kind of plaster. Adaptation. He started forward again. A tall figure came out on the ridge above him, cloak flapping, gray-green, a Russian. Behind him a second soldier appeared, another Russian. Both lifted their guns, aiming. Hendricks froze. He opened his mouth. The soldiers were kneeling, sighting down the side of the slope. A third figure had joined them on the ridgetop, a smaller figure in gray-green, a woman. She stood behind the other two. Hendricks found his voice. "Stop!" He waved up at them frantically. "I'm—" The two Russians fired. Behind Hendricks there was a faint pop. Waves of heat lapped against him, throwing him to the ground. Ash tore at his face, grinding into his eyes and nose. Choking, he pulled himself to his knees. It was all a trap. He was finished. He had come to be killed like a steer. The soldiers and the woman were coming down the side of the ridge toward him, sliding down through the soft ash. Hendricks was numb. His head throbbed. Awkwardly, he got his rifle up and took aim. It weighed 1,000 tons. He could hardly hold it. His nose and cheeks stung. The air was full of the blast smell, a bitter, acrid stench. "Don't fire," the first Russian said in heavily accented English. The three of them came up to him, surrounding him. "Put down your rifle, Yank," the others said. Hendricks was dazed. Everything had happened so fast. He had been caught, and they had blasted the boy. He turned his head. David was gone. What remained of him was strewn across the ground. The three Russians studied him curiously. Hendricks sat, wiping blood from his nose, picking out bits of ash. He shook his head, trying to clear it. "Why did you do it?" he murmured thickly. "The boy." "Why?" One of the soldiers helped him roughly to his feet. He turned Hendricks around. "Look." Hendricks closed his eyes. "Look!" The two Russians pulled him forward. "See? Hurry up! There isn't much time to spare, Yank." Hendricks looked and gasped. "See now? Now do you understand?" From the remains of David a metal wheel rolled. Relays, glinting metal, parts, wiring. One of the Russians kicked at the heap of remains. Parts popped out, rolling away, wheels and springs and rods. A plastic section fell in, half charred. Hendricks bent shakily down. The front of the head had come off. He could make out the intricate brain, wires and relays, tiny tubes and switches, thousands of minute studs.
"A robot," the soldier holding his arm said. "We watched it tagging you." "Tagging me?" "That's their way. They tag along with you, into the bunker. That's how they get in."
Hendricks blinked, dazed.
"But—"
"Come on."
They led him toward the ridge.
"We can't stay here. It isn't safe. There must be hundreds of them all around here." The three of them pulled him up the side of the ridge, sliding and slipping on the ash. The woman reached the top and stood waiting for them.
"The forward command," Hendricks muttered. "I came to negotiate with the Soviet—"
"There is no more forward command. They got in. We'll explain."
They reached the top of the ridge.
"We're all that's left. The three of us. The rest were down in the bunker."
"This way. Down this way."
The woman unscrewed a lid, a gray manhole cover set in the ground.
"Get in."
Hendricks lowered himself. The two soldiers and the woman came behind him, following him down the ladder. The woman closed the lid after them, bolting it tightly into place.
"Good thing we saw you," one of the two soldiers grunted. "It had tagged you about as far as it was going to."
"Give me one of your cigarettes," the woman said. "I haven't had an American cigarette for weeks."
Hendricks pushed the pack to her. She took a cigarette and passed the pack to the two soldiers. In the corner of the small room the lamp gleamed fitfully. The room was low-ceilinged, cramped. The four of them sat around a small wood table. A few dirty dishes were stacked to one side. Behind a ragged curtain a second room was partly visible. Hendricks saw the corner of a coat, some blankets, clothes hung on a hook.
"We were here," the soldier beside him said.
He took off his helmet, pushing his blond hair back. "I'm Corporal Rudy Maxer, Polish, impressed in the Soviet Army 2 years ago." He held out his hand. Hendricks hesitated and then shook. "Major Joseph Hendricks."
"Klaus Epstein."
The other soldier shook with him, a small dark man with thinning hair. Epstein plucked nervously at his ear. "Austrian. Impressed God knows when. I don't remember. The three of us were here, Rudy and I, with Tasso." He indicated the woman. "That's how we escaped. All the rest were down in the bunker." And they got in?" Epstein lit his cigarette. "First just one of them, the kind that tagged you. Then it let others in." Hendricks became alert. "The kind? Are there more than one kind?" "The little boy, David holding his teddy bear. That's variety 3, the most effective." "What are the other types?" Epstein reached into his coat. "Here." He tossed a packet of photographs onto the table, tied with a string. "Look for yourself." Hendricks untied the string. "You see," Rudy Maxer said, "that was why we wanted to talk terms. The Russians, I mean. We found out about a week ago, found out that your claws were beginning to make up new designs on their own, new types of their own, better types. Down in your underground factories behind our lines, you let them stamp themselves, repair themselves, made them more and more intricate. It's your fault this happened." Hendricks examined the photos. They had been snapped hurriedly. They were blurred and indistinct. The first few showed David. David walking along a road by himself. David and another David, 3 Davids, all exactly alike, each with a ragged teddy bear, all pathetic. "Look at the others," Tasso said. The next pictures, taken at a great distance,
showed a towering wounded soldier sitting by the side of a path, his arm in a sling, the stump of one leg extended, a crude crutch on his lap. Then 2 wounded soldiers, both the same, standing side by side. "That's Variety 1, the wounded soldier." Klaus reached out and took the pictures. "You see, the claws were designed to get to human beings, to find them. Each kind was better than the last. They got farther, closer, past most of our defenses, into our lines. But as long as they were merely machines, metal spheres with claws and horns, feelers, they could be picked off like any other object. They could be detected as lethal robots as soon as they were seen, once we caught sight of them. Variety 1 subverted our whole north wing," Rudy said. "It was a long time before anyone caught on. Then it was too late. They came in, wounded soldiers, knocking and begging to be let in. So we let them in. And as soon as they were in, they took over. We were watching out for machines." "At that time it was thought there was only the one type," Klaus Epstein said. "No one suspected there were other types. The pictures were flashed to us. When the runner was sent to you, we knew of just one type, Variety 1, the wounded soldier. We thought that was all. Your line fell to Variety 3, David and his bear. That worked even better." Klaus smiled bitterly. "Soldiers are suckers for children. We brought them in and tried to feed them. We found out the hard way what they were after. At least those who were in the bunker." "The 3 of us were lucky," Rudy said. "Klaus and I were visiting Paso when it happened. This is her place." He waved a big hand around. "This little cellar." We finished and climbed the ladder to start back. From the ridge we saw that they were all around the bunker. Fighting was going on. David and his bear, hundreds of them. Klaus took the pictures. Klaus tied up the photographs again. "And it's going on all along your line?" Hendricks said. "Yes." "How about our lines?" Without thinking, he touched the tab on his arm. "Can they—" "They're not bothered by your radiation tabs. It makes no difference to them. Russian, American, Pole, German. It's all the same. They're doing what they were designed to do, carrying out the original idea. They track down life wherever they find it. They go by warmth," Klaus said. "That was the way you constructed them from the very start. Of course, those you designed were kept back by the radiation tabs you wear. Now they've got around that. These new varieties are lead-lined." "What's the other variety?" Hendricks asked. "The David type, the wounded soldier. What's the other?" "We don't know." Klaus pointed up at the wall. On the wall were 2 metal plates, ragged at the edges. Hendricks got up and studied them. They were bent and dented. "The one on the left came off a wounded soldier," Rudy said. "We got one of them. It was going along toward our old bunker. We got it from the ridge the same way we got the David tagging you." The plate was stamped 1V. Hendricks touched the other plate. "And this came from the David type?" "Yes." The plate was stamped 3V. Klaus took a look at them, leaning over Hendricks' broad shoulder. "You can see what we're up against. There's another type. Maybe it was abandoned. Maybe it didn't work. But there must be a second variety. There's 1 and 3. "You were lucky," Rudy said. "The David tagged you all the way here and never touched you. Probably thought you'd get it into a bunker somewhere." "One gets in and it's all over," Klaus said. "They move fast. One lets all the rest inside. They're inflexible, machines with one purpose. They were built for only one thing. He rubbed sweat from his lip. We saw. They were silent. "Let me have another cigarette, Yank," Tasso said. "They are good. I almost forgot how they were." It was night. The sky was black. No stars were visible through the rolling clouds of ash. Klaus lifted the lid cautiously so that Hendricks could look out. Rudy pointed into the darkness. "Over that way are the bunkers, where we used to be, not over 1/2 mile from us. It was just chance that Klaus and I were not there when it happened. Weakness, saved by our lusts." "Oh, the rest must be dead," Klaus said in a low voice. "It came quickly. This morning the Politburo reached their decision. They notified us, forward command. Our runner was sent out at once. We saw him start toward the direction of your lines. We covered him until he was out of sight. Alex Radrivsky, we both knew him. He disappeared about 6 o'clock. The sun had just come up. About noon, Klaus and I had an hour relief. We crept off, away from the bunkers. No one was watching. We came here. This used to be a town here, a few houses, a street. This cellar was part of a big farmhouse. We knew Tasso would be here, hiding down in her little place. We had come here before. Others from the bunkers came here. Today happened to be our turn. So we were saved," Klaus said. "Chance. It might have been others. We finished, and then we came up to the surface and started back along the ridge. That was when we saw them, the Davids. We understood right away. We had seen the photos of the first variety, the wounded soldier. Our commissar distributed them to us with an explanation. If we had gone another step, they would have seen us. As it was, we had to blast 2 Davids before we got back. There were hundreds of them, all around, like ants. We took pictures and slipped back here, bolting the lid tight. They're not so much when you catch them alone. We moved faster than they did, but they're inexorable, not like living things. They came right at us, and we blasted them." Major Hendricks rested against the edge of the lid, adjusting his eyes to the darkness. "Is it safe to have the lid up at all?" "If we're careful. How else can you operate your transmitter?" Hendricks lifted the small belt transmitter slowly. He pressed it against his ear. The metal was cold and damp. He blew against the mic, raising up the short antenna. A faint hum sounded in his ear. "That's true, I suppose." But he still hesitated. "We'll pull you under if anything happens," Klaus said. "Thanks." Hendricks waited a moment, resting the transmitter against his shoulder. "Interesting, isn't it?" "What?" "This, the new types, the new varieties of claws. We're completely at their mercy, aren't we? By now they've probably gotten into the UN lines, too. It makes me wonder if we're not seeing the beginning of a new species. The new species. Evolution. The race to come after man." Rudy grunted. "There is no race after man." "No? Why not? Maybe we're seeing it now. The end of human beings. The beginning of a new society. They're not a race. They're mechanical killers. You made them to destroy. That's all they can do. They're machines with a job. So it seems now. But how about later on, after the war is over? Maybe when there aren't any humans to destroy, their real potentialities will begin to show. You talk as if they were alive, aren't they?" There was silence. "They're machines," Rudy said. "They look like people, but they're machines." Use your transmitter, Major, Klaus said. We can't stay up here forever. Holding the transmitter tightly, Hendricks called the code of the command bunker. He waited, listening. No response, only silence. He checked the leads carefully. Everything was in place. "Scott," he said into the mic, "can you hear me?" Silence. He raised the gain up full and tried again. Only static. "I don't get anything. They may hear me, but they may not want to answer. Tell them it's an emergency. They'll think I'm being forced to call under your direction." He tried again, outlining briefly what he had learned. But still the phone was silent, except for the faint static. "Radiation pools kill most transmission," Klaus said after a while. "Maybe that's it." Henrik shut the transmitter up. No use, no answer. "Radiation pools? Maybe. Or they hear me but won't answer. Frankly, that's what I would do if a runner tried to call from the Soviet lines. They have no reason to believe such a story. They may hear everything I say. Or maybe it's too late." Hendricks nodded. "We better get the lid down," Rudy said nervously. "We don't want to take unnecessary chances." They climbed slowly back down the tunnel. Klaus bolted the lid carefully into place. They descended into the kitchen. The air was heavy and close around them. "Could they work that fast?" Hendricks said. "I left the bunker this noon, 10 hours ago. How could they move so quickly?" "It doesn't take them long, not after the first one gets in. It goes wild. You know what the little claws can do. Even one of these is beyond belief. Razors each finger, maniacal." "All right." Hendricks moved away impatiently. He stood with his back to them. "What's the matter?" Rudy said. "The moon base. God, if they've gotten there." "The moon base?" Hendricks turned around. "They couldn't have got to the moon base. How would they get there? It isn't possible. I can't believe it. What is this moon base? We've heard rumors, but nothing definite. What is the actual situation? You seem concerned." "We're supplied from the moon. The governments are there, under the lunar surface. All our people and industries. That's what keeps us going. If they should find some way of getting off Terra, onto the moon. It only takes one of them. Once the first one gets in, it admits the others. Hundreds of them, all alike. You should have seen them. Identical, like ants." "Perfect socialism," Tasso said. "The ideal of the communist state. All citizens interchangeable." Klaus grunted angrily. "That's enough. Well, what next?" Hendricks paced back and forth around the small room. The air was full of smells of food and perspiration. The others watched him. Presently, Tasso pushed through the curtain into the other room. "I'm going to take a nap." The curtain closed behind her. Rudy and Klaus sat down at the table, still watching Hendricks. "It's up to you," Klaus said. "We don't know your situation." Hendricks nodded. "It's a problem." Rudy drank some coffee, filling his cup from a rusty pot. "We're safe here for a while, but we can't stay here forever. Not enough food or supplies. But if we go outside, they'll get us. Or probably they'll get us. We couldn't go very far. How far is your command bunker, Major?" 3 or 4 miles. "We might make it, the 4 of us. 4 of us could watch all sides. They couldn't slip up behind us and start tagging us. We have 3 rifles, 3 blast rifles. Tasso can have my pistol." Rudy tapped his belt. "In the Soviet army we didn't have shoes always, but we had guns. With all 4 of us armed, one of us might get to your command bunker. Preferably you, Major. What if they're already there? Klaus said. Rudy shrugged. Well, then we come back here. Hendrik stopped pacing. What do you think the chances are they're already in the American lines? Hard to say. Fairly good. They're organized. They know exactly what they're doing. Once they start, they go like a horde of locusts. They have to keep moving and fast. It's secrecy and speed they depend on. Surprise. They push their way in before anyone has any idea. I see, Hendricks murmured. From the other room, Tasso stirred. Major? Hendricks pushed the curtain back. What? Tasso looked up at him lazily from the cot. Have you any more American cigarettes left? Hendricks went into the room and sat down across from her on a wood stool. He felt in his pockets. No, all gone. Too bad. What nationality are you? Hendricks asked after a while. Russian. How did you get here? Here? This used to be France. This was part of Normandy. Did you come with a Soviet army? Why? Just curious. He studied her. She had taken off her coat, tossing it over the end of the cot. She was young, about 20, slim. Her long hair stretched out over the pillow. She was staring at him silently, her eyes dark and large. What's on your mind? Tasso said. Nothing. How old are you? 18. She continued to watch him unblinking, her arms behind her head. She had on Russian army pants and shirt, gray-green, thick leather belt with counter and cartridges, medicine kit. You're in the Soviet army? No. Where did you get the uniform? She shrugged. It was given to me, she told him. How old were you when you came here? 16. That young? Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Hendricks rubbed his jaw. Your life would have been a lot different if there had been no war. 16. You came here at 16, to live this way. I had to survive. I'm not moralizing. Your life would have been different, too, Tasso murmured. She reached down and unfastened one of her boots. She kicked the boot off onto the floor. Major, do you want to go in the other room? I'm sleepy. It's going to be a problem, the four of us here. It's going to be hard to live in these quarters. Are there just the 2 rooms? Yes. How big was this cellar originally? Was it larger than this? Are there other rooms filled up with debris? We might be able to open one of them. Perhaps. I really don't know. Tasso loosened her belt. She made herself comfortable on the cot, unbuttoning her shirt. You're sure you have no more cigarettes? I had only the 1 pack. Too bad. Maybe if we get back to your bunker we can find some. The other boot fell. Tasso reached up for the light cord. Good night. You're going to sleep? That's right. The room plunged into darkness. Hendricks got up and made his way past the curtain into the kitchen, and stopped, rigid. Rudy stood against the wall, his face white and gleaming. His mouth opened and closed, but no sounds came. Klaus stood in front of him, the muzzle of his pistol in Rudy's stomach. Neither of them moved. Klaus, his hand tight around the gun, his features set. Rudy, pale and silent, spread-eagled against the wall. "What?" Hendricks muttered, but Klaus cut him off. "Be quiet, Major. Come over here. Your gun. Get out your gun." Hendricks drew his pistol. "What is it?" "Cover him." Klaus motioned him forward. "Beside me. Hurry." Rudy moved a little, lowering his arms. He turned to Hendricks, licking his lips. The whites of his eyes shone wildly. Sweat dripped from his forehead down his cheeks. He fixed his gaze on Hendricks.
"Major, he's gone insane. Stop him."
Rudy's voice was thin and hoarse, almost inaudible. "What's going on?" Hendricks demanded. Without lowering his pistol, Klaus answered. "Major, remember our discussion, the 3 varieties? We knew about 1 and 3, but we didn't know about 2. At least, we didn't know before." Klaus's fingers tightened around the gun butt. "We didn't know before, but we know now." He pressed the trigger. A burst of white heat rolled out of the gun, licking around Rudy. "Major, this is the 2nd variety." Tasso swept the curtain aside.
"Klaus, what did you do?"
Klaus turned from the charred form, gradually sinking down the wall onto the floor. "The 2nd variety, Tasso. Now we know. We have all 3 types identified. The danger is less. Tasso stared past him at the remains of Rudy, at the blackened, smoldering fragments and bits of cloth.
"You killed him."
"Him? It, you mean? I was watching. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. At least I wasn't sure before. But this evening I was certain." Klaus rubbed his pistol butt nervously. "We're lucky, don't you understand? Another hour and it might—"
"You were certain?"
Tasso pushed past him and bent down over the steaming remains on the floor. Her face became hard.
"Major, see for yourself. Bones, flesh."
Hendricks bent down beside her. The remains were human remains. Seared flesh, charred bone fragments, part of a skull, ligaments, viscera, blood. Blood forming a pool against the wall.
"No wheels,"
Tasso said calmly. She straightened up.
"No wheels, no parts, no relays, not a claw, not the 2nd variety."
She folded her arms.
"You're going to have to be able to explain this."
Klaus sat down at the table. All the color drained suddenly from his face. He put his head in his hands and rocked back and forth.
"Snap out of it."
Tasso's fingers closed over his shoulder.
"Why did you do it? Why did you kill him?"
"He was frightened," Hendricks said. "All this, the whole thing, building up around us."
"Maybe."
"What then? What do you think?"
"I think he may have had a reason for killing Rudy. A good reason."
"What reason?"
"Maybe Rudy learned something."
Hendricks studied her bleak face. "About what?" he asked.
"About him. About Klaus."
Klaus looked up quickly. "You can see what she's trying to say. She thinks I'm the 2nd variety. Don't you see, Major? Now she wants you to believe I killed him on purpose, that I'm—"
"Why did you kill him, then?"
Tasso said. "I told you." Klaus shook his head wearily. "I thought he was a claw. I thought I knew."
"Why?"
"I had been watching him. I was suspicious."
"Why?"
"I thought I had seen something, heard something. I thought He stopped.
"Go on."
"We were sitting at the table, playing cards. You 2 were in the other room. It was silent. I thought I heard him whir." There was silence.
"Do you believe that?"
Tasso said to Hendricks. "Yes, I believe what he says."
"I don't. I think he killed Rudy for a good purpose."
Tasso touched the rifle resting in the corner of the room.
"Major."
"No." Hendricks shook his head. "Let's stop it right now. 1 is enough. We're afraid the way he was. If we kill him, we'll be doing what he did to Rudy." Klaus looked gratefully up at him.
"Thanks. I was afraid. You understand, don't you?
Now she's afraid the way I was. She wants to kill me."
"No more killing." Hendricks moved toward the end of the ladder. "I'm going above and try the transmitter once more. If I can't get them, we're moving back toward my lines tomorrow morning."
Klaus rose quickly. "I'll come up with you and give you a hand." The night air was cold. The earth was cooling off. Klaus took a deep breath, filling his lungs. He and Hendricks stepped onto the ground out of the tunnel. Klaus planted his feet wide apart, the rifle up, watching and listening. Hendricks crouched by the tunnel mouth, tuning the small transmitter. "Any luck?" Klaus asked presently.
"Not yet."
"Keep trying. Tell them what happened." Hendricks kept trying, without success. Finally he lowered the antenna. "It's useless. They can't hear me. Or they hear me and won't answer. Or they don't exist." "I'll try once more." Hendricks raised the antenna. "Scott, can you hear me? Come in." He listened. There was only static. Then, still very faintly, "This is Scott." His fingers tightened. "Scott, is it you?" "This is Scott." Klaus squatted down. "Is it your command?" "Scott, listen. Do you understand? About them, the claws. Did you get my message? Did you hear me?" "Yes." Faintly, almost inaudible. He could hardly make out the word. "You got my message? Is everything all right at the bunker? None of them got in?" "Everything is all right." "Have they tried to get in?" The voice was weaker. "No." Hendricks turned to Klaus. "They're all right." "Have they been attacked?" "No." Hendricks pressed the phone tighter to his ear. "Scott, I can hardly hear you. Have you notified the moon base? Do they know? Are they alerted?" No answer. "Scott, can you hear me?" Silence. Hendricks relaxed, sagging. "Faded out. Must be radiation pools." Hendricks and Klaus looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. After a time, Klaus said, "Did it sound like any of your men? Could you identify the voice?" "It was too faint." "You couldn't be certain?" "No." "Then it could have been—" "I don't know. Now I'm not sure. Let's go back down and get the lid closed." They climbed back down the ladder slowly into the warm cellar. Klaus bolted the lid behind them. Tasso waited for them, her face expressionless. "Any luck?" she asked. Neither of them answered. "Well," Klaus said at last, "what do you think, Major? Was it your officer, or was it one of them?" "I don't know." "Then we're just where we were before." Hendricks stared down at the floor, his jaw set. "We'll have to go, to be sure. Anyhow, we have food here for only a few weeks. We'd have to go up after that in any case." "Apparently so." "What's wrong?" Tasso demanded. "Did you get across to your bunker? What's the matter?" "It may have been one of my men," Hendricks said slowly, "or it may have been one of them. But we'll never know standing here." He examined his watch. "Let's turn in and get some sleep. We want to be up early tomorrow." "Early?" "Our best chance to get through the claws should be early in the morning," Hendricks said. The morning was crisp and clear. Major Hendricks studied the countryside through his field glasses. "See anything?" Klaus said. "No." "Can you make out our bunkers?" "Which way?" "Here." Klaus took the glasses and adjusted them. "I know where to look." He looked a long time, silently. Tasso came to the top of the tunnel and stepped up onto the ground. "Anything?" "No." Klaus passed the glasses back to Hendricks. "They're out of sight." Come on, let's not stay here. The three of them made their way down the side of the ridge, sliding in the soft ash. Across a flat rock, a lizard scuttled. They stopped instantly, rigid. What was it? Klaus muttered. A lizard. The lizard ran on, hurrying through the ash. It was exactly the same color as the ash. Perfect adaptation, Klaus said. Proves we were right. Lysenko, I mean. They reached the bottom of the ridge and stopped, standing close together, looking around them. Let's go. Hendrik started off. It's a good long trip, on foot. Klaus fell in beside him. Tasso walked behind, her pistol held alertly. Major, I've been meaning to ask you something, Klaus said. How did you run across the David, the one that was tagging you? I met it along the way, in some ruins. What did it say? Not much. It said it was alone, by itself. You couldn't tell it was a machine? It talked like a living person? You never suspected? It didn't say much. I noticed nothing unusual. It's strange. Machines so much like people that you can be fooled, almost alive. I wonder where it'll end. They're doing what you Yanks designed them to do, Tasso said. You designed them to hunt out life and destroy, human life, wherever they find it. Hendricks was watching Klaus intently. Why did you ask me? What's on your mind? Nothing, Klaus answered. Klaus thinks you're the second variety, Tasso said calmly from behind them. Now he's got his eye on you. Klaus flushed. Why not? We sent a runner to the Yank lines, and he comes back. Maybe he thought he'd find some good game here. Hendricks laughed harshly. I came from the UN bunkers. There were human beings all around me. Maybe you saw an opportunity to get into the Soviet lines. Maybe you saw your chance. Maybe you... The Soviet lines had already been taken over. Your lines had been invaded before I left my command bunker. Don't forget that. Tasso came up beside him. That proves nothing at all, Major. Why not? There appears to be little communication between the varieties. Each is made in a different factory. They don't seem to work together. You might have started for the Soviet lines without knowing anything about the work of the other varieties, or even what the other varieties were like. How do you know so much about the claws? Hendricks said. I've seen them. I've observed them take over the Soviet bunkers. You know quite a lot, Klaus said. Actually, you saw very little. Strange that you should have been such an acute observer. Tasso laughed. Do you suspect me now? Forget it, Hendricks said. They walked on in silence. Are we going the whole way on foot? Tasso said after a while. I'm not used to walking. She gazed around at the plain of ash stretching out on all sides of them as far as they could see. How dreary. It's like this all the way, Klaus said. In a way, I wish you had been in your bunker when the attack came. Somebody else would have been with you if not me, Klaus muttered. Tasso laughed, putting her hands in her pockets. I suppose so. They walked on, keeping their eyes on the vast plain of silent ash around them. The sun was setting. Hendricks made his way forward slowly, waving Tasso and Klaus back. Klaus squatted down, resting his gun butt against the ground. Tasso found a concrete slab and sat down with a sigh. It's good to rest. Be quiet, Klaus said sharply. Hendricks pushed up to the top of the rise ahead of them, the same rise the Russian runner had come up the day before. Hendricks dropped down, stretching himself out, peering through his glasses at what lay beyond. Nothing was visible, only ash and occasional trees. But there, not more than 50 yards ahead, was the entrance of the forward command bunker, the bunker from which he had come. Hendricks watched silently. No motion, no sign of life, nothing stirred. Klaus slithered up beside him. "Where is it?" "Down there." Hendricks passed him the glasses. Clouds of ash rolled across the evening sky. The world was darkening. They had a couple of hours of light left at the most. Probably not that much. "I don't see anything," Klaus said. "That tree there, the stump, by the pile of bricks. The entrance is to the right of the bricks." "I'll have to take your word for it." "You and Tasso cover me from here. You'll be able to sight all the way to the bunker entrance." "You're going down alone?" "With my wrist tab, I'll be safe. The ground around the bunker is a living field of claws. They collect down in the ash like crabs. Without tabs, you wouldn't have a chance." "Maybe you're right." "I'll walk slowly all the way, as soon as I know for certain. If they're down inside the bunker, you won't be able to get back up here. They go fast. You don't realize." "What do you suggest?" Klaus considered. "I don't know. Get them to come to the surface so you can see." Hendricks brought out his transmitter from his belt, raising the antenna. "Let's get started." Klaus signaled to Tasso. She crawled expertly up the side of the rise to where they were sitting. "He's going down alone," Klaus said. "We'll cover him from here. As soon as you see him start back, fire past him at once. They come quick." "You're not very optimistic," Tasso said. "No, I'm not." Hendricks opened the breech of his gun, checking it carefully. "Maybe things are all right." "You didn't see them. Hundreds of them, all the same, pouring out like ants." "I should be able to find out without going down all the way." Hendricks locked his gun, gripping it in one hand, the transmitter in the other. "Well, wish me luck." Klaus put out his hand. "Don't go down until you're sure. Talk to them from here. Make them show themselves." Hendricks stood up. He stepped down the side of the rise. A moment later he was walking slowly toward the pile of bricks and debris beside the dead tree stump, toward the entrance of the forward command bunker. Nothing stirred. He raised the transmitter, clicking it on. "Scott, can you hear me?" Silence. "Scott, this is Hendricks. Can you hear me? I'm standing outside the bunker. You should be able to see me in the view sight." He listened, the transmitter gripped tightly. No sound, only static. He walked forward. A claw burrowed out of the ash and raced toward him. It halted a few feet away and then slunk off. A second claw appeared, one of the big ones with feelers. It moved toward him, studied him intently, and then fell in behind him, dogging respectfully after him a few paces away. A moment later, a second big claw joined it. Silently, the claws trailed him as he walked slowly toward the bunker. Hendricks stopped, and behind him the claws came to a halt. He was close now, almost to the bunker steps. "Scott, can you hear me? I'm standing right above you, outside, on the surface. Are you picking me up?" He waited, holding his gun against his side, the transmitter tightly to his ear. Time passed. He strained to hear, but there was only silence and faint static. Then, distantly, metallically, "This is Scott." The voice was neutral, cold. He could not identify it, but the earphone was minute. "Scott, listen. I'm standing right above you. I'm on the surface, looking down into the bunker entrance." "Yes." "Can you see me?" "Yes." "Through the view sight? You have the sight trained on me?" "Yes." Hendricks pondered. A circle of claws waited quietly around him, gray metal bodies on all sides of him. "Is everything all right in the bunker? Nothing unusual has happened?" "Everything is all right." "Will you come up to the surface? I want to see you for a moment." Hendricks took a deep breath. "Come up here with me. I want to talk to you." "Come down." "I'm giving you an order." Silence. "Are you coming?" Hendricks listened. There was no response. "I order you to come to the surface." "Come down." Hendricks set his jaw. "Let me talk to Leon." There was a long pause. He listened to the static. Then a voice came, hard, thin, metallic, the same as the other. "This is Leon." "Hendricks, I'm on the surface, at the bunker entrance. I want one of you to come up here." "Come down." "Why come down? I'm giving you an order." Silence. Hendricks lowered the transmitter. He looked carefully around him. The entrance was just ahead, almost at his feet. He lowered the antenna and fastened the transmitter to his belt. Carefully he gripped his gun with both hands. He moved forward a step at a time. If they could see him, they knew he was starting toward the entrance. He closed his eyes a moment. Then he put his foot on the first step that led downward. Two Davids came up at him, their faces identical and expressionless. He blasted them into particles. More came rushing silently up, a whole pack of them, all exactly the same. Hendricks turned and raced back, away from the bunker, back toward the rise. At the top of the rise, Tasso and Klaus were firing down. The small claws were already streaking up toward them, shining metal spheres going fast, racing frantically through the ash. But he had no time to think about that. He knelt down, aiming at the bunker entrance, gun against his cheek. The Davids were coming out in groups, clutching their teddy bears, their thin, knobby legs pumping as they ran up the steps to the surface. Hendricks fired into the main body of them. They burst apart, wheels and springs flying in all directions. He fired again through the mist of particles. A giant, lumbering figure rose up in the bunker entrance, tall and swaying. Hendricks paused, amazed. A man, a soldier, with one leg, supporting himself with a crutch. "Major!" Tasso's voice came, more firing. The huge figure moved forward, Davids swarming around it. Hendricks broke out of his freeze, the first variety, the wounded soldier. He aimed and fired. The soldier burst into bits, parts, and relays flying. Now many Davids were out on the flat ground, away from the bunker. He fired again and again, moving slowly back, half crouching and aiming. From the rise, Klaus fired down. The side of the rise was alive with claws making their way up. Hendricks retreated toward the rise, running and crouching. Tasso had left Klaus and was circling slowly to the right, moving away from the rise. A David slipped up toward him, its small white face expressionless, brown hair hanging down in its eyes. It bent over suddenly, opened its arms. Its teddy bear hurtled down and leaped across the ground, bounding toward him. Hendricks fired. The bear and the David both dissolved. He grinned, blinking. It was like a dream. "Up here!" Tasso's voice. Hendricks made his way toward her. She was over by some columns of concrete, walls of a ruined building. She was firing past him with the hand pistol Klaus had given her. "Thanks." He joined her, grasping for breath. She pulled him back, behind the concrete, fumbling at her belt. "Close your eyes." She unfastened a globe from her waist. Rapidly she unscrewed the cap, locking it into place. "Close your eyes and get down." She threw the bomb. It sailed in an arc, an expert toss, rolling and bouncing to the entrance of the bunker. 2 wounded soldiers stood uncertainly by the brick pile. More Davids poured from behind them out onto the plain. One of the wounded soldiers moved toward the bomb, stooping awkwardly down to pick it up. The bomb went off. The concussion whirled Hendricks around, throwing him on his face. A hot wind rolled over him. Dimly he saw Tasso standing behind the columns, firing slowly and methodically at the Davids coming out of the raging clouds of white fire. Back along the rise, Klaus struggled with a ring of claws circling around him. He retreated, blasting at them and moving back, trying to break through the ring. Hendricks struggled to his feet. His head ached. He could hardly see. Everything was licking at him, raging and whirling. His right arm would not move. Tasso pulled back toward him. "Come on, let's go." "Klaus, he's still up there." "Come on!" Tasso dragged Hendricks back, away from the columns. Hendricks shook his head, trying to clear it. Tasso led him rapidly away, her eyes intense and bright, watching for claws that had escaped the blast. One David came out of the rolling clouds of flame. Tasso blasted it. No more appeared. "But Klaus, what about him?" Hendricks stopped, standing unsteadily. "Come on!" They retreated, moving farther and farther away from the bunker. A few small claws followed them for a little while and then gave up, turning back and going off. At last Tasso stopped. "We can stop here and get our breaths." Hendricks sat down on some heaps of debris. He wiped his neck, gasping. "We left Klaus back there." Tasso said nothing. She opened her gun, sliding a fresh round of blast cartridges into place. Hendricks stared at her, dazed. "You left him back there on purpose." Tasso snapped the gun together. She studied the heaps of rubble around them, her face expressionless, as if she were watching for something. "What is it?" Hendricks demanded. "What are you looking for? Is something coming?" He shook his head, trying to understand. What was she doing? What was she waiting for? He could see nothing. Ash lay all around them, ash and ruins, occasional stark tree trunks without leaves or branches. "What?" Tasso cut him off. "Be still!" Her eyes narrowed. Suddenly her gun came up. Hendricks turned, following her gaze. Back the way they had come, a figure appeared. The figure walked unsteadily toward them. Its clothes were torn. It limped as it made its way along, going very slowly and carefully, stopping now and then, resting and getting its strength. Once it almost fell. It stood for a moment, trying to steady itself. Then it came on. Klaus. Hendricks stood up. "Klaus!" He started toward him. "How the hell did you—" Tasso fired. Hendricks swung back. She fired again, the blast passing him, a searing line of heat. The beam caught Klaus in the chest. He exploded, gears and wheels flying. For a moment he continued to walk. Then he swayed back and forth. He crashed to the ground, his arms flung out. A few more wheels rolled away. Silence. Tasso turned to Hendricks. "Now you understand why he killed Rudy." Hendricks sat down again slowly. He shook his head. He was numb. He could not think. "Do you see?" Tasso said. "Do you understand?" Hendricks said nothing. Everything was slipping away from him faster and faster. Darkness rolling and plucking at him. He closed his eyes. Hendricks opened his eyes slowly. His body ached all over. He tried to sit up, but needles of pain shot through his arm and shoulder. He gasped. "Don't try to get up," Tasso said. She bent down, putting her cold hand against his forehead. It was night. A few stars glinted above, shining through the drifting clouds of ash. Hendricks lay back, his teeth locked. Tasso watched him impassively. She had built a fire with some wood and weeds. The fire licked feebly, hissing at a metal cup suspended over it. Everything was silent, unmoving darkness beyond the fire.
"So he was the second variety,"
Hendricks murmured. "I had always thought so." "Why didn't you destroy him sooner?" he wanted to know. "You held me back." Tasso crossed to the fire to look into the metal cup. "Coffee. It'll be ready to drink in a while." She came back and sat down beside him. Presently she opened her pistol and began to disassemble the firing mechanism, studying it intently. "This is a beautiful gun," Tasso said half aloud. "The construction is superb."
"What about them, the claws?"
"The concussion from the bomb put most of them out of action. They're delicate, highly organized, I suppose."
"The Davids, too?"
"Yes."
"How did you happen to have a bomb like that?"
Tasso shrugged. "We designed it. You shouldn't underestimate our technology, Major. Without such a bomb, you and I would no longer exist."
"Very useful."
Tasso stretched out her legs, warming her feet in the heat of the fire. "It surprised me that you did not seem to understand after he killed Rudy. Why did you think he—"
"I told you. I thought he was afraid."
"Really? You know, Major, for a little while I suspected you, because you wouldn't let me kill him. I thought you might be protecting him."
She laughed. "Are we safe here?" Hendricks asked presently.
"For a while, until they get reinforcements from some other area."
Tasso began to clean the interior of the gun with a bit of rag. She finished and pushed the mechanism back into place. She closed the gun, running her finger along the barrel. "We were lucky," Hendricks murmured.
"Yes, very lucky."
"Thanks for pulling me away." Tasso did not answer. She glanced up at him, her eyes bright in the firelight. Hendricks examined his arm. He could not move his fingers. His whole side seemed numb. Down inside him was a dull, steady ache.
"How do you feel?"
Tasso asked. "My arm is damaged."
"Anything else?"
"Internal injuries."
"You didn't get down when the bomb went off."
Hendricks said nothing. He watched Tasso pour the coffee from the cup into a flat metal pan. She brought it over to him. "Thanks." He struggled up enough to drink. It was hard to swallow. His insides turned over and he pushed the pan away. "That's all I can drink now." Tasso drank the rest. Time passed. The clouds of ash moved across the dark sky above them. Hendricks rested, his mind blank. After a while he became aware that Tasso was standing over him, gazing down at him. "What is it?" he murmured.
"Do you feel any better?"
"Some."
"You know, Major, if I hadn't dragged you away, they would have got you. You would be dead, like Rudy."
"I know."
"Do you want to know why I brought you out? I could have left you. I could have left you there."
"Why did you bring me out?"
"Because we have to get away from here."
Tasso stirred the fire with a stick, peering calmly down into it.
"No human being can live here. When their reinforcements come, we won't have a chance. I've pondered about it while you were unconscious. We have perhaps 3 hours before they come."
"And you expect me to get us away?"
"That's right. I expect you to get us out of here."
"Why me?"
"Because I don't know any way."
Her eyes shone at him in the half-light, bright and steady.
"If you can't get us out of here, they'll kill us within 3 hours. I see nothing else ahead." "Well, Major, what are you going to do? I've been waiting all night. While you were unconscious, I sat here, waiting and listening. It's almost dawn. The night is almost over."
Hendricks considered. "It's curious," he said at last.
"Curious?"
That you should think I can get us out of here. I wonder what you think I can do.
Can you get us to the moon base?
The moon base? How?
There must be some way.
Hendricks shook his head. No, there's no way that I know of. Tasso said nothing. For a moment her steady gaze wavered. She ducked her head, turning abruptly away. She scrambled to her feet.
More coffee?
No.
Suit yourself.
Tasso drank silently. He could not see her face. He lay back against the ground, deep in thought, trying to concentrate. It was hard to think. His head still hurt, and the numbing daze still hung over him. There might be one way, he said suddenly.
Oh?
How soon is dawn?
2 hours. The sun will be coming up shortly.
There's supposed to be a ship near here. I've never seen it, but I know it exists.
What kind of a ship?
Her voice was sharp. A rocket cruiser.
Will it take us off? To the moon base?
It's supposed to, in case of emergency. He rubbed his forehead.
What's wrong?
My head. It's hard to think. I can hardly concentrate.
The bomb. Is the ship near here?
Tasso slid over beside him, settling down on her haunches.
How far is it? Where is it?
I'm trying to think. Her fingers dug into his arm.
Nearby?
Her voice was like iron.
Where would it be? Would they store it underground? Hidden underground?
Yes, in a storage locker.
How do we find it? Is it marked? Is there a code marker to identify it?
Hendricks concentrated. No markings. No code symbol.
What then?
A sign.
What sort of sign?
Hendricks did not answer. In the flickering light his eyes were glazed, two sightless orbs. Tasso's fingers dug into his arm.
What sort of sign? What is it?
I can't think. Let me rest.
All right.
She let go and stood up. Hendricks lay back against the ground, his eyes closed. Tasso walked away from him, her hands in her pockets. She kicked a rock out of her way and stood staring up at the sky. The night blackness was already beginning to fade into gray. Morning was coming. Tasso gripped her pistol and walked around the fire in a circle, back and forth. On the ground Major Hendricks lay, his eyes closed, unmoving. The grayness rose in the sky, higher and higher. The landscape became visible, fields of ash stretching out in all directions. Ash and ruins of buildings, a wall here and there, heaps of concrete, the naked trunk of a tree. The air was cold and sharp. Somewhere a long way off a bird made a few bleak sounds. Hendricks stirred. He opened his eyes. "Is it dawn? Already?"
"Yes."
Hendricks sat up a little. "You wanted to know something. You were asking me."
"Do you remember now?"
"Yes."
"What is it?"
She tensed.
"What?"
she repeated sharply. "A well. A ruined well. It's in a storage locker under a well."
"A well."
Tasso relaxed.
"Then we'll find a well."
She looked at her watch.
"We have about an hour, Major. Do you think we can find it in an hour?"
"Give me a hand," Hendricks said. Tasso put her pistol away and helped him to his feet.
"This is going to be difficult."
"Yes, it is." Hendricks set his lips tightly. "I don't think we're going to go very far." They began to walk. The early sun cast a little warmth down on them. The land was flat and barren, stretching out gray and lifeless as far as they could see. A few birds sailed silently far above them, circling slowly. "See anything?" Hendricks said. "Any claws?"
"No, not yet."
They passed through some ruins, upright concrete and bricks, a cement foundation.
Rats scuttled away. Tasso jumped back warily. "This used to be a town," Hendricks said. "A village, provincial village. This was all grape country once, where we are now." They came onto a ruined street, weeds and cracks crisscrossing it. Over to the right a stone chimney stuck up. "Be careful," he warned her. A pit yawned, an open basement. Ragged ends of pipes jutted up, twisted and bent. They passed part of a house, a bathtub turned on its side, a broken chair, a few spoons and bits of china dishes. In the center of the street the ground had sunk away. The depression was filled with weeds and debris and bones. "Over here," Hendricks murmured. "This way?" "To the right." They passed the remains of a heavy-duty tank. Hendricks' belt counter clicked ominously. The tank had been radiation blasted. A few feet from the tank, a mummified body lay sprawled out, mouth open. Beyond the road was a flat field, stones and weeds and bits of broken glass. "There," Hendricks said. A stone well jutted up, sagging and broken. A few boards lay across it. Most of the well had sunk into rubble. Hendricks walked unsteadily toward it, Tasso beside him. "Are you certain about this?" Tasso said. "This doesn't look like anything." "I'm sure." Hendricks sat down at the edge of the well, his teeth locked. His breath came quickly. He wiped perspiration from his face. "This was arranged so the senior command officer could get away, if anything happened, if the bunker fell." "That was you?" "Yes." "Where is the ship? Is it here?" "We're standing on it." Hendricks ran his hands over the surface of the well stones. "The eyelock responds to me, not to anybody else. It's my ship, or it was supposed to be." There was a sharp click. Presently they heard a low grating sound from below them. "Step back," Hendricks said. He and Tasso moved away from the well. A section of the ground slid back. A metal frame pushed slowly up through the ash, shoving bricks and weeds out of the way. The action ceased as the ship nosed into view. "There it is," Hendricks said. The ship was small. It rested quietly, suspended in its mesh frame like a blunt needle. A rain of ash sifted down into the dark cavity from which the ship had been raised. Hendricks made his way over to it. He mounted the mesh and unscrewed the hatch, pulling it back. Inside the ship, the control banks and the pressure seat were visible. Tasso came and stood beside him, gazing into the ship. "I'm not accustomed to rocket piloting," she said after a while. Hendricks glanced at her. "I'll do the piloting." "Will you? There's only one seat, Major. I can see it's built to carry only a single person." Hendricks' breathing changed. He studied the interior of the ship intently. Tasso was right. There was only one seat. The ship was built to carry only one person. "I see," he said slowly. "And the one person is you." She nodded. "Of course." "Why?" "You can't go. You might not live through the trip. You're injured. You probably wouldn't get there." "An interesting point. But you see, I know where the moon base is, and you don't. You might fly around for months and not find it. It's well hidden. Without knowing what to look for." "I'll have to take my chances. Maybe I won't find it, not by myself. But I think you'll give me all the information I need. Your life depends on it." "How?" "If I find the moon base in time, perhaps I can get them to send the ship back to pick you up. If I find the base in time. If not, then you haven't a chance. I imagine there are supplies on the ship. They will last me long enough." Hendricks moved quickly, but his injured arm betrayed him. Tasso ducked, sliding lithely aside. Her hand came up lightning fast. Hendrik saw the gun butt coming. He tried to ward off the blow, but she was too fast. The metal butt struck against the side of his head just above his ear. Numbing pain rushed through him, pain and rolling clouds of blackness. He sank down, sliding to the ground. Dimly he was aware that Tasso was standing over him, kicking him with her toe. "Major, wake up!" He opened his eyes, groaning. "Listen to me." She bent down, the gun pointed at his face. "I have to hurry. There isn't much time left. The ship is ready to go, but you must give me the information I need before I leave." Henrik shook his head, trying to clear it. "Hurry up! Where is the moon base? How do I find it? What do I look for?" Henrik said nothing. "Answer me." "Sorry." "Major, the ship is loaded with provisions I can coast for weeks. I'll find the base eventually, and in a half hour you'll be dead. Your only chance of survival—" She broke off. Along the slope, by some crumbling ruins, something moved, something in the ash. Tasso turned quickly, aiming. She fired. A puff of flame leaped. Something scuttled away, rolling across the ash. She fired again. The claw burst apart, wheels flying. "See?" Tasso said. "A scout. It won't be long." "You'll bring them back here to get me?" "Yes, as soon as possible." Hendricks looked up at her. He studied her intently. "You're telling the truth?" A strange expression had come over his face, an avid hunger. "You will come back for me? You'll get me to the moon base?" "I'll get you to the moon base, but tell me where it is. There's only a little time left." "All right." Hendricks picked up a piece of rock, pulling himself to a sitting position. "Watch." Hendricks began to scratch in the ash. Tasso stood by him, watching the motion of the rock. Hendricks was sketching a crude lunar map. "This is the Apennine Range. Here is the crater of Archimedes. The moon base is beyond the end of the Apennine, about 200 miles. I don't know exactly where. No one on Terra knows. But when you're over the Apennine, signal with one red flare and a green flare, followed by 2 red flares in quick succession. The base monitor will record your signal. The base is under the surface, of course. They'll guide you down with magnetic controls." "And the controls, can I operate them?" "The controls are virtually automatic. All you have to do is give the right signal at the right time." "I will." "The seat absorbs most of the takeoff shock. Air and temperature are automatically controlled. The ship will leave Terra and pass out into free space. It'll line itself up with the moon, falling into an orbit around it, about 100 miles above the surface. The orbit will carry you over the base. When you're in the region of the Apennine, release the signal rockets." Tasso slid into the ship and lowered herself into the pressure seat. The arm locks folded automatically around her. She fingered the controls. "Too bad you're not going, Major. All this put here for you, and you can't make the trip." "Leave me the pistol." Tasso pulled the pistol from her belt. She held it in her hand, weighing it thoughtfully. "Don't go too far from this location. It'll be hard to find you as it is." "No, I'll stay here by the well." Tasso gripped the takeoff switch, running her fingers over the smooth metal. "A beautiful ship, Major. Well built. I admire your workmanship. You people have always done good work. You build fine things. Your work, your creations, are your greatest achievement." "Give me the pistol," Hendrik said impatiently, holding out his hand. He struggled to his feet. "Goodbye, Major." Tasso tossed the pistol past Hendricks. The pistol clattered against the ground, bouncing and rolling away. Hendricks hurried after it. He bent down, snatching it up. The hatch of the ship clanged shut. The bolts fell into place. Hendricks made his way back. The inner door was being sealed. He raised the pistol unsteadily. There was a shattering roar. The ship burst up from its metal cage, fusing the mesh behind it. Hendricks cringed, pulling back. The ship shot up into the rolling clouds of ash, disappearing into the sky. Hendricks stood watching a long time, until even the streamer had dissipated. Nothing stirred. The morning air was chill and silent. He began to walk aimlessly back the way they had come. Better to keep moving around. It would be a long time before help came, if it came at all. He searched his pockets until he found a package of cigarettes. He lit one grimly. They had all wanted cigarettes from him, but cigarettes were scarce. A lizard slithered by him through the ash. He halted, rigid. The lizard disappeared. Above, the sun rose higher in the sky. Some flies landed on a flat rock to one side of him. Hendricks kicked at them with his foot. It was getting hot. Sweat trickled down his face, into his collar. His mouth was dry. Presently he stopped walking and sat down on some debris. He unfastened his medicine kit and swallowed a few narcotic capsules. He looked around him. Where was he? Something lay ahead, stretched out on the ground, silent and unmoving. Hendricks drew his gun quickly. It looked like a man. Then he remembered it was the remains of Klaus, the second variety, where Tasso had blasted him. He could see wheels and relays and metal parts strewn around on the ash, glittering and sparkling in the sunlight. Hendricks got to his feet and walked over. He nudged the inert form with his foot, turning it over a little. He could see the metal hull, the aluminum ribs and struts. More wiring fell out, like viscera, heaps of wiring, switches and relays, endless motors and rods. He bent down. The brain cage had been smashed by the fall. The artificial brain was visible. He gazed at it, a maze of circuits, miniature tubes, wires as fine as hair. He touched the brain cage. It swung aside. The type plate was visible. Hendricks studied the plate and blanched. 4, 5. For a long time he stared at the plate. Fourth variety, not the second. They had been wrong. There were more types, not just 3, many more, perhaps, at least 4, and Klaus wasn't the second variety. But if Klaus wasn't the second variety... Suddenly he tensed. Something was coming, walking through the ash beyond the hill. What was it? He strained to see. Figures. Figures coming slowly along, making their way through the ash, coming toward him. Hendricks crouched quickly, raising his gun. Sweat dripped down into his eyes. He fought down rising panic as the figures neared. The first was a David. The David saw him and increased its pace. The others hurried behind it. A second David, a third. 3 Davids, all alike, coming toward him silently without expression, their thin legs rising and falling, clutching their teddy bears. He aimed and fired. The first 2 Davids dissolved into particles. The third came on, and the figure behind it, climbing silently toward him across the gray ash, a wounded soldier towering over the David, and behind the wounded soldier came 2 Tassos walking side by side. Heavy belt, Russian army pants, shirt, long hair. The familiar figure, as he had seen her only a little while before, sitting in the pressure seat of the ship. 2 slim, silent figures, both identical. They were very near. The David bent down suddenly, dropping its teddy bear. The bear raced across the ground. Automatically, Hendricks' fingers tightened around the trigger. The bear was gone, dissolved into mist. The 2 Tasso types moved on, expressionless, walking side by side through the gray ash. When they were almost to him, Hendricks raised the pistol waist-high and fired. The two Tassos dissolved, but already a new group was starting up the rise, 5 or 6 Tassos, all identical, a line of them coming rapidly toward him. And he had given her the ship and the signal code. Because of him, she was on her way to the moon base. He had made it possible. He had been right about the bomb after all. It had been designed with knowledge of other types, the David type and the wounded soldier type and the Klaus type, not designed by human beings. It had been designed by one of the underground factories, apart from all human contact. The line of Tassos came up to him. Hendricks braced himself, watching them calmly. The familiar face, the belt, the heavy shirt, the bomb carefully in place. The bomb. As the Tassos reached for him, a last ironic thought drifted through Hendricks' mind. He felt a little better thinking about it. The bomb, made by the second variety to destroy the other varieties. Made for that end alone. They were already beginning to design weapons to use against each other. Notes. All notes in italics are by Philip K. Dick. The year when the note was written appears in parentheses following the note. Most of these notes were written as story notes for the collections The Best of Philip K. Dick, published 1977, and The Golden Man, published 1980. A few were written at the request of editors publishing or reprinting a PKD story in a book or magazine. When there is a date following the name of a story, it is the date the manuscript of that story was first received by Dick's agent, per the records of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency. Absence of a date means no record is available. The name of a magazine, followed by a month and year, indicates the first published appearance of a story. An alternate name, following a story, indicates Dick's original name for the story, as shown in the agency records. These 5 volumes include all of Philip K. Dick's short fiction, with the exception of short novels later published as or included in novels, childhood writings, and unpublished writings for which manuscripts have not been found. The stories are arranged as closely as possible in chronological order of composition. Research for this chronology was done by Greg Rickman and Paul Williams. Fair Game, April 21st, 1953. If, September 1959. The Hanging Stranger, May 4th, 1953. Science Fiction Adventures, December 1953. The Eyes Have It, May 13th, 1953. Science Fiction Stories No. 1, 1953. The Golden Man, The God Who Runs, June 24th, 1953. If, April 1954. In the early 50s, much American science fiction dealt with human mutants and their glorious superpowers and superfaculties by which they would presently lead mankind to a higher state of existence, a sort of promised land. John W. Campbell, Jr., editor of Analog, demanded that the stories he bought deal with such wonderful mutants, and he also insisted that the mutants always be shown as 1. Good, and 2. Firmly in charge. When I wrote The Golden Man, I intended to show that 1. The mutant might not be good, at least good for the rest of mankind, for us ordinaries, and 2. Not in charge, but sniping at us as a bandit would, a feral mutant who potentially would do us more harm than good. This was specifically the view of psionic mutants that Campbell loathed, and the theme in fiction that he refused to publish. So my story appeared in If. We SF writers of the 50s liked If because it had high-quality paper and illustrations. It was a classy magazine. And, more important, it would take a chance with unknown authors. A fairly large number of my early stories appeared in If. For me, it was a major market. The editor of If at the beginning was Paul W. Fairman. He would take a badly written story by you and rework it until it was okay, which I appreciated. Later, James L. Quinn, the publisher, became himself the editor, and then Frederick Pohl. I sold to all three of them. In the issue of If that followed the publishing of The Golden Man appeared a 2-page editorial consisting of a letter by a lady schoolteacher complaining about The Golden Man. Her complaints consisted of John W. Campbell, Jr.'s complaint. She upbraided me for presenting mutants in a negative light, and she offered the notion that certainly we could expect mutants to be 1, good, and 2, firmly in charge. So I was back to square one. My theory as to why people took this view is, I think these people secretly imagined they were themselves early manifestations of these kindly, wise, superintelligent Übermenschen who would guide the stupid, i.e. the rest of us, to the promised land. A power fantasy was involved here, in my opinion. The idea of the psionic Superman taking over was a role that appeared originally in Stapleton's Odd John and A.E. Van Vogt's Slan. "We are persecuted now," the message ran, "and despised and rejected. But later on, boy oh boy, will we show them." As far as I was concerned, for psionic mutants to rule us would be to put the fox in charge of the henhouse. I was reacting to what I considered a dangerous hunger for power on the part of neurotic people, a hunger which I felt John W. Campbell, Jr. was pandering to, and deliberately so. If, on the other hand, was not committed to selling any one particular idea. It was a magazine devoted to genuinely new ideas, willing to take any side of an issue. Its several editors should be commended, inasmuch as they understood the real task of science fiction, to look in all directions without restraint. 1979. Here I am also saying that mutants are dangerous to us ordinaries, a view which John W. Campbell, Jr. deplored. We were supposed to view them as our leaders, but I always felt uneasy as to how they would view us. I mean, maybe they wouldn't want to lead us. Maybe from their super-evolved, lofty level we wouldn't seem worth leading. Anyhow, even if they agreed to lead us, I felt uneasy as to where we would wind up going. It might have something to do with buildings marked showers, but which really weren't. 1978. The Turning Wheel, July 8, 1953. Science Fiction Stories, No. 2, 1954. The Last of the Masters, Protection Agency, July 15, 1953. Orbit Science Fiction, November to December 1954. Now I show trust of robot as leader, a robot who is the suffering servant, which is to say a form of Christ. Leader as servant of man, leader who should be dispensed with, perhaps. An ambiguity hangs over the morality of this story. Should we have a leader, or should we think for ourselves? Obviously the latter in principle, but sometimes there lies a gulf between what is theoretically right and that which is practical. It's interesting that I would trust a robot and not an android. Perhaps it's because a robot does not try to deceive you as to what it is. 1978. The Father Thing, July 21st, 1953. Fantasy and Science Fiction, December 1954. I always had the impression, when I was very small, that my father was two people, one good, one bad. The good father goes away, and the bad father replaces him. I guess many kids have this feeling. What if it were so? This story is another instance of a normal feeling which is in fact incorrect, somehow becoming correct, with the added misery that one cannot communicate it to others. Fortunately, there are other kids to tell it to. Kids understand. They are wiser than adults. I almost said wiser than humans. 1976. Strange Eden. Immolation. August 4th, 1953. Imagination, December 1954. Tony and the Beatles, August 31st, 1953. Orbit Science Fiction, number 2, 1953. Null-O, Looney Lemuel, August 31st, 1953. If, December 1958. To Serve the Master, Be as Gods, October 21st, 1953. Imagination, February 1956. Exhibit Piece, October 21st, 1953. If, August 1954. The Crawlers, Foundling Home, October 29th, 1953. Imagination, July 1954. Sales Pitch, November 19th, 1953. Future, June 1954. When this story first appeared, the fans detested it. I read it over, perplexed by their hostility, and could see why. It is a super-downer story, and relentlessly so. Could I rewrite it, I would have it end differently. I would have the man and the robot, i.e. the Fasrad, form a partnership at the end and become friends. The logic of paranoia of this story should be deconstructed into its opposite. Why the human against robot theme should have been resolved into null why human and robot against the universe. I really deplore the ending, so when you read the story, try to imagine it as it ought to have been written. The Fasrad says, "Sir, I am here to help you. The hell with my sales pitch. Let's be together forever." Yes. But then I would have been criticized for a false, upbeat ending, I guess. Still, this ending is not good. The fans were right. 1978. Shell Game, December 22nd, 1953. Galaxy, September 1954. Upon the Dull Earth, December 30th, 1953. Beyond Fantasy Fiction, November 1954. Foster, You're Dead, December 31st, 1953. Star Science Fiction Stories Number 3, edited by Frederick Pohl, New York, 1955. One day I saw a newspaper headline reporting that the president suggested that if Americans had to buy their bomb shelters rather than being provided with them by the government, they'd take better care of them, an idea which made me furious. Logically, each of us should own a submarine, a jet fighter, and so forth. Here I just wanted to show how cruel the authorities can be when it comes to human life, how they can think in terms of dollars, not people. 1976. Pay for the Printer. Printer's Pay. January 28, 1954. Satellite Science Fiction, October 1956. War Veteran. February 17, 1954. If, March 1955. The Chromium Fence, April 9th, 1954. Imagination, July 1955. Misadjustment, May 14th, 1954. Science Fiction Quarterly, February 1957. A World of Talent, Two Steps Right, June 4th, 1954. Galaxy, October 1954. Psi-Man, Heal My Child, Outside Consultant, June 8th, 1954. Imaginative Tales, November 1955. Also published in a story collection as Psi-Man. Second Variety, October 3rd, 1952. Space Science Fiction, May 1953. My grand theme, who is human and who only appears, masquerades as human, emerges most fully. Unless we can individually and collectively be certain of the answer to this question, we face what is, in my view, the most serious problem possible. Without answering it adequately, we cannot even be certain of our own selves. I cannot even know myself, let alone you. So I keep working on this theme. To me, nothing is as important a question. And the answer comes very hard. 1976.